Flat at the moment, guys. The NQ just down barely up, 0.07. The ES up 0.3, and the Dow and the Russ both outperforming the ES and the NQ right now, guys. Good morning.
Good morning, everybody. It's going to be a fun week. Why? Because it's Nvidia earnings. I mean, come on. The biggest earnings day of the quarter. Shouldn't say of the year. They report 4 times a year, so it should be interesting.
How many times it is? Okay, good.
Well, I mean, that's last I checked. I mean, I hope that's actually true.
Well, some companies do twice a year, but they're few and far between.
Bitcoin's up.
Bitcoin's reporting?
No, Bitcoin's up, but you can't wipe the smile on my face. I'm telling you, my family had a baseball weekend, and I'll tell you right now, we got the luckiest, most fortunate 2 games to go to possible. On Friday night, the Jays, which have nothing to cheer about this year, walked it off with back-to-back home runs.
That's right, I saw that.
And then on Saturday, we're at the game on Saturday, and our pitcher takes a no-hitter into the 9th inning. It was felled, but it was unbelievable. The atmosphere was electric.
So close.
Got to meet Pat Borders.
Yeah, I saw that.
Which is pretty cool. Like, I mean, the guy's World Series MVP for us. Legend around here.
I mean, looks like he's had better days. But.
Obviously, the guy's he's a catcher, right? So the guy is
knees.
strong.
Did you ask him about his knees and stuff? I was always wondering for any catchers that are out there. Like,
you know what's hilarious?
Even my daughter playing catcher, I'm like, man, that must be tiring.
Like, obviously, it's a tough position. But you know what we ended up talking about? I had the chance to chat with him. And we ended up talking about daughters. Because he's like, oh, is your daughter she looks athletic. Because I said her favorite position is catcher. She said her favorite position is catcher. And then he starts mentioning his daughter plays soccer, is starting at Auburn.
Right.
So we were talking about that. So just a couple of proud dads and their daughters. I know you guys had a fun weekend as well.
Yeah, we had lots of stuff happening there this weekend as well. All sports related, of course.
Go.
But, oh man, Nvidia, Meta. I feel like you're right. This week's going to be great. We also have CrowdStrike coming through. We have Lululemon. Right. I mean, there's some retail stuff coming through this week as well. Every time I load up, I must have had Riley on here because Riley's only $6 right now. My screen automatically was showing that. Rivian, I don't know why we're looking at that right now, but that's on here. Mara, again, like we just talked about some crypto stuff. Well, we didn't talk too much about it, but 63 and change right now for Bitcoin. So 63 and change. Let's just call it close to 64 right now. Mara continues its high side move as well off this 14, 15, 16 area that we've been sort of talking about buying. That's been a good swing trade if you want to get in and out of that one. We should have Michael Noss coming through today, I believe. We also have gold right here. We talked about holding that maybe into the weekend as that continues to climb higher, breaking highs right now and taking out its all-time high. GLD today. I mean, there's so much. You were looking at oil earlier on.
Big moves on oil.
It's going to be a big one, I think, this week. And then we all just wait for Nvidia, which, of course, again, is up. I mean, we have 130 right on the ask rate now, up another 0.5%. And Shreve asked me, like, what was I thinking, up or down today? And I was like, you know what? I mean, we're coming in here flat. What we've written down here on the sticky note so far, I was just waiting. I mean, nothing's happened with durable orders, or goods, so we're okay. But I was thinking, like, I feel the same thing as I always feel, except for today, I feel patience is going to be even more important. We always talk about waiting for setups. If the Nasdaq's going to open up around flat and we're waiting for Wednesday, I feel like we could just chill out for a couple of days. Gold breaking out, we may be watching some energy and then some crypto. But for right now, I think tech is going to cool down a little bit. Someone put in the chat, I think it was Oscarito, Target maybe in play as well. Walmart breaking out, like all these stocks starting to go. So
continuation plays from recent earnings. I mean, those have been pretty good. You can't hate on those. That's why, I mean, Target actually makes some sense today. There's this TNXP, which is running, for those of you that are into the penny stock game. It's trying to break like a 41, 42 cent level. But Target, I think, look, a lot of times, like after things calm down on earnings, you finally made a little bit of a pullback bottom, and then on the old higher low, is it actually going to do that thing where you break out? I think 160 looks interesting on Target. This TNXP, Tonix Pharmaceuticals, just crossed the 15 million mark. It looks like it's going to be a decent runner on volume. It's got a lot of churn going on here around the 40 level the last couple of days. Rejection, breaking. So this actually looks pretty interesting above the 41 and a half cent mark as it's starting to go here. A couple of days worth of consolidation for this TNXP starting to move a little bit. So on the radar, didn't catch the news, have to double check to see what's actually going on here, but probably just a small float and pharmaceutical name, yada, 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 pharma, one of those.
Oh, yeah.
All right, some of the social media companies here in focus. I've got Meta up. Overnight, Malaysia's communications director has proposed licensing requirement for these social media platforms that have over 8 million users. It's part of this growing process of these large companies, these mega tech companies, having to navigate multiple different regulatory environments, sometimes, in the 10s and 20s there. So anything really that we need to know about this one?
The main things here to know are the sheer number of major companies who are involved in this AIC here, which is an industry coalition, again, based in Asia. These companies include Apple, Amazon, Google, Meta, and Grab Holdings. Those are the publicly traded companies involved, but X is also involved here, so formerly known as Twitter. Again, warning basically these regulations could stifle some innovation. They could also cause problems here in Malaysia with regards to their digital economy. So pretty interesting argument here. We'll have to see how this story continues to unfold. Also worth noting for Apple and Amazon, Edgar Bronfman's Paramount Plus bid, which we heard about last week, also apparently includes some plans to involve deals with Amazon and Apple. So some of these big tech names involved in a couple of different stories.
All right, guys, Meta down 0.5% right here. Not much volume, though.
I fear the old flat bottom break on Meta.
Uh-oh.
We'll see. I mean, I don't want to hit like the key or anything because resistance tends to, if you have an inside day and everyone's all patient today, then to me, like you could easily just bounce off of support down here at the 23 level. So Meta down when the market is essentially flat. I mean, the market is down technically. The ES is up 0.1. The NASDAQ is down 0.1. Meta's down 0.5 point. It was a bad set of days to put in this head and shoulders for Meta Thursday and Friday. So, there's your false break of 540. Goes right into its 52-week high, which would have been, I think it was like 545 or something like that. Let's double check that on Meta. What was that 52-week top? Oh, 544.23. So looks like maybe that was it. So it tagged the new 52-week high, and then put in the lower high on Friday to get your little head and shoulders pattern. That was your short into what looks like $523 support. If it loses 523, not much for at least 10, 15 bucks. Or so. You do have one decent closer at 16. Yeah, it does look like this one. I have Amazon written down for a short for myself based on a trend line, but Meta through 523. I mean, if it loses that, I'd look short under. But as long as it's there, it still seems like it's got a bit under it at that 523 price. So it's got some support. Randy. Always go long.
Yeah, man, Starbucks.
Coffee.
We've actually done quite well on Starbucks recently, but that was new CEO. So, cheers. All right, Randy, how did your barbecuing go?
Yes.
You didn't do it at all? Jeez.
Someone I know did.
Come on, man. So I threw down some ribs yesterday as well. So we barbecued, got those going, and they're really, really tasty. We had a pool party yesterday with our baseball team. We finished off the season for the rep team, and it was a big success where we once again, the thing is that I was talking about our team at High Park, and we were playing the other all-girls team, Royal York. But the thing is the final score, it was 19-4. So it was fine. And then the thing is that we had one of our best pitchers, and I told her, I'm not going to put you in, because I already had everything all set up. And she asked me, okay, can I pitch at maybe the last inning? And I said, okay, well, if it's still competitive in the last inning. So anyways, it was like the third inning, and it was like, 7-0 or something for us. So I was like, okay, let me just warm her up. Maybe they get a couple of runs. So we warm her up, and she's just firing darts. Boom, boom, boom. And then all of a sudden, like, we put up like a 6 spot or something, and then it's like 13-0. And then it didn't even get close. So unfortunately, I had to tell her, hit the showers. Yeah, and so she caught the last inning, and we put in like a little mercy pitcher. But we were really happy with that. So we were undefeated against all.
Do they have a mercy rule?
Girls teams. 6 per inning.
Oh, so it's a per inning one.
Until you can't mathematically come back.
Right.
But the one thing is that I've talked about this. They play with pitching machine. So we've played them once with a pitching machine because they go throwing once you're 11. We start at 9, which is minors, so that's a little bit early, but 9 and 10. Yeah, it's still, I mean, whatever, it's fine.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, they didn't have any pitchers, so that was part of the problem because they use a pitching machine. So, but anyways, yeah, lots of fun. And then Gia had 5 hockey games.
Only 5.
We were up. Yeah, that's it.
That's
only
not
5.
much.
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
not much. I mean,
well, one on Friday, and then she won some Jets Player of the Game or something for fastest skater. They wound up losing, but she's playing up, so she's playing with A and AA co-ed teams. So she got invited to play on that. So we're pretty happy with her. But
moving on,
so it sounds like it was a sports weekend.
All about
and
sports.
It's good to see the Jays. I mean, it's nice that you guys were able to go, and then they were playing
Finally
the
do something
Angels
cool.
too, right? Because
no Mike Trout.
The Angels. Oh, Michael Nosh is not in the building yet? Oh, he is. He's coming.
He's getting locked and loaded. He's ready to go in a couple of minutes. But I mean, there's a lot that's going to be going on. I'm kind of
good.
I'm kind of curious because I know that the Nas boss was talking about bros. I feel like I don't. Maybe we'll ask him if this is one that he got into, or maybe he's just waiting for it to break out because it is giving you the old consolidation play right now, Dutch Brothers, where you make that, you get the earnings dump, whether it's good or bad, yada, yada, yada. It makes the dump, makes the high or low, tried to break it out, but now it's coming back in. I just wonder if it can take out 33. Like, it seems like an obvious breakout as a day trade. Not much going on right now, but I know this is one of the names that he was scanning for last week, and that 33 still very much in play here for potential breakout. So I don't know. It's worth having on the radar. I always have coffee and donuts on the mind somehow.
I forgot this is a picture my wife says it's not very flattering, but this is
what's wrong with the picture?
She never lets me. She always carries her bag.
Of course.
The bag has like every single, and then there's the Crocs. Remember we were talking about that? Everyone's always wearing Crocs. There's her 2 sticks. They got a Gatorade. And she's like, Dad, I don't like red Gatorade, but I'll take it and gave it to her brother. But anyways, yeah, that's just her right there.
What's wrong with red Gatorade?
I don't know. She likes lemon lime.
Oh. Aaron likes the blue.
The blue? Yeah. So she had blue one game. Yeah, she
blue.
liked that. I told her, I said, you know what? Red's the worst. See, so Ramina's agreeing
Really?
as well. Fruit punch?
What's wrong with...
I don't mind orange.
I like orange and red Gatorade. Blue, actually don't love blue. Blue, not my favorite. Love grape.
For me, it's lemon lime. It's all about lemon lime. I really like the lemon lime. But I don't mind orange. But,
What's wrong with
anyways,
orange?
no, I told her. I was like, don't ever say no to the Gatorade. She's like, oh, I like my coach. He gives us Gatorades if we win or lose or something. I was like, oh, that's nice. All right. All right, so I think we're ready to go. I'm just writing down some names. Got Shopify on here. I really like, Neil was talking about Meta. Meta's made the sticky note as well today for that flat bottom break. I mean, I think it's going to happen, and when it does, I think you open up the floodgates for a much lower move. So, but you know what? We talked about this with Michael last week when he and I were on. We talked a little bit about gold. Gold's breaking out again here today. Let's just wait to see what winds up happening with this next segment called Mondays with Michael.
Yes.
Here on Trader TV Live.
All right, everybody's favorite chartered market technician from the Maritimes of Canada, Michael Noss, thanks for being on again. What are we talking about today? I see some SPY, I see some RSP, so I think we're going to do some index comparisons here.
Yeah, absolutely. So at the end of every week, us nerdy technicians get weekly candles, and we get to go through them, and it gives us a good understanding of what's happening in the overall market. Like on Friday, I think I'll have fresh monthly candles for you, and that's a really wide zoom out, but this is a little bit of a zoom out as well. So what I want to talk about is the sector rotation that we're continuing to see here has been something that I've been waiting for and talking about for a long time, saying, hey, Nvidia just can't be the entire market forever. And we are seeing that rotation that takes place. For those, just to summarize, when I say sector rotation, I mean people selling stuff that was working and then buying other stuff with that money. And that's what you need to see in a bull market. You need to see people selling the winners and using that money to not go to any sort of safe haven or cash or anything, but to use that to buy something else. So we're going to use this chart of the SPY for a reference point. I'm asked all the time, when you're doing relative strength and trying to figure out what's going on, what do you use to compare different indices? Because some are more volatile and some are less volatile. I look at the chart. So the top arrow is just the all-time highs. and then that bottom arrow is, you call it the reverse carry trade crash or whatever. So everything we'll be looking at today, when I went through the chart, I'm comparing to that. How close are we to that high? Are we above it? Are we below it? How much have we moved from that low? That's going to tell me that when that dip happened, where were the aggressive institutional buyers that take place, right? So next chart here is just the RSP. This is the equal weight. So for those who don't know, the S&P 500 is cap weighted, which means that the larger your company, the more of a weight you have in the index. So Apple, Nvidia, Microsoft, all the names that you know and love, those are going to move the S&P 500 way more. RSP gives an equal weight or a small amount to each one. So this chart essentially represents what does the average stock in the S&P 500 look like, and you can see well through that all-time high. Didn't sell off nearly dramatically when we had the sell-off, and already through and closing strong in this high. This is my first sign that we're getting rotation because, again, if the biggest names were the ones that were leading, then you would see the SPY being breaking new all-time highs, and this would not. So that's the first sign. Next sign here is just looking at SMH. This is the Semiconductor ETF. You can see how far this is from that all-time high.
Yeah.
Semiconductors have become relatively weak over time. So this is not a sector that I think is a leader anymore. As much as Nvidia is still going to be a good short-term trader and all that, I'm going to move on to other things. So then the question is, where is the money flowing into? And this is why I go through all of these charts kind of one by one to get that kind of idea. So I have three ideas here. The first one is XBI. This is your biotechs, right? Companies that build things that kind of help people. Not only is it technically right at that or through that closing high, but you can see that represents an equal high that happened around March, May. So as we're going through here, we're getting closer and closer to this very strong resistance point. So I'll be watching XBI to see if we can get through. XBI is a good ETF to trade anyway, especially if you're afraid of trading individual biotech names because of their volatility, but I'll be looking at those individual names to see if I can find anything that's setting up here. Next one here is XLF, which is just your financials. Again, a break and a push through all-time highs. This doesn't look like bear market or scary activity for me, where we're seeing this close above all-time highs in XLF. Last but not least, Sean was talking about before I got on here, is gold. A little inside week last week, but you can see completely unaffected by what's going on in the market. So I'm still in the camp that we could see a little bit of chop going into the election. That's why I want to focus on buying dips and selling rips, and I want to focus on strong indices. So between biotechs, financials, and then precious metals like gold and possibly silver, that's, I think, a good place to focus your attention.
So obviously price action is one way to look at rotation, Michael, to see where it's moving out of, some of the larger caps, microchips, as you mentioned there. Is there any specific indicator that you help to look at for rotation, like the money flow index or anything specific like that, other than price action?
Money flow is a great one. Just simple volume is fantastic. If you're seeing these moves take place on increased volume, then you know that's where the money is flowing into, because they can't hide that as well. If you want to get real nerdy with it, and I know some people that do, is you can actually look at the fund flows. So what ETFs are people putting money into? What ETFs are taking out? That reports a little bit on a lag, but it's not actually too bad. So if you go through these ETF lists and you say that, oh, everybody's, there's a massive amounts of money flowing in XYZ ETF, then you know that that's a place that you want to look at. But price, right? Brian Shannon, you guys have on all the time. One of my favorite quotes from him is only price pays. So for me, that's what I'm going to focus on.
I love it. All right, Michael Noss, are you going to be on today on the Market Recap Show?
Absolutely.
Awesome.
See you guys there.
All right, guys. We'll check out Michael. He'll be on after the bell. Thanks, Michael. See you Friday.
See you Friday.
Take care.
Oh, that triple top on XBI. Spicy one in there. Just going to throw it up there. It looks, I call it a triple top, but technically you're getting there for like the fourth time on the daily. So when it gets there, it'll be like a quadruple at 103.5. You watch out for those breaks. They can be spicy. Although, like we were saying with Meta, support's support till it isn't. Resistance is resistance till it isn't. And so when you're looking the difference between like day and swing trades, just understand, like in this context, today, like you haven't broken out those highs, like local high, but a buck lower on this XBI on a 15-minute basis. So, support is support, resistance is resistance. That breakout looks good. When you're swinging, you look for a close above, maybe on a weekly, and then open up the next day or two. On a day trade, that's like a go right away because it can always fail that top the first time. So I think it's a good look to watch that XBI off of some of those highs. Certainly worth watching in here. Just wanted to get back over. There was that penny stock that was going, that TNXP. It is an MPOX stock, by the way. Rightfully, thanks for a few people mentioning that. So it is running. It's actually holding VWAP very, very well here. So this one could be pretty solid, but I'd like to see what it does off the open. You're still trending into the upside, so I got this one on the back burner. But yeah, watch out for that XBI. Always a big difference when you're taking a breakout trade on a daily versus, as a day trader versus a swing. On that swing, there's a little bit of patience that's required. When you're a day trader, you just hit that sucker as it starts going through. But I think that's going to be more of a patience play on XBI because that's a big, big resistance. Multiple times it's tested in the last year. Let's see what the old analysts are trying to do with a few stocks here with the upgrades and downgrades.
We have Sentinel-1 here kicking things off, getting this upgrade from Needham with a $29 price target. BJ's here. We know we have some retail names on watch for earnings last week and this week. We have BJ's getting this upgrade here from Nomura, here up about 1.5%. AMH getting a Wells Fargo upgrade, and Xcel Energy getting upgraded here by Argus. On the downgrade side, starting with Wayfair, we know this one has a bit of a short float. So W here down about 2% on watch after this Argus downgrade. Oaktree getting downgraded here by Wells Fargo. We have Janney downgrading at Nova. And last but not least, Equity Residential getting a downgrade, but a price target increase here from Wells Fargo to end off the day, guys.
Sentinel-1 and Wayfair. Wayfair does not have what you need there. All right.
Not today, it doesn't.
Downside move, $45. I don't know. I don't see that much Wayfair. I mean, I see they're spending a lot of money, it seems like, on advertising these days. But I don't really see too much Wayfair action around my neighborhood. And again, don't know much about it. But that downgrade kind of seems to be right spot on. Like, I mean, it's making that move right back up into some sort of resistance levels here of 40. Basically, I mean, it's 50, but if you go a little lower than that, $48 or so. So with it opening in and around 45, 46, probably about time to catch that downgrade, especially if they want to buy it back down here at 38 or 39. So I think Wayfair, again, I was actually looking at this before. That's why this move was real nice, and we've already come back into here. I think it must have been, it wasn't JC, but somebody was mentioning about small cap names, and this is always a name that I like to look at. So you did have a lot of consolidation down here between like 30 and 35, and then we finally broke out, and then we used 35 as support again. So either way, I think that Wayfair on a downgrade, nice. I think it can come back into this area, and it's worth trying. So yeah, get Wayfair back into $38, $34 there. I think it's a good buy. And then, possible break long, I would have to wait above the 50-period moving average. So I like to see 49.50 or so for Wayfair. But yeah, an interesting name on that list, I guess.
Yeah, on that list, Sentinel-1, that had a really good last couple of weeks. I mean, what didn't have a good last couple of weeks? But talk about steady Eddie to the upside for old S here. And, I don't know if maybe there was one red day in here. I mean, it's really close. I'd have to double check. It seems like it was basically just flat on Thursday, but every other day just slowly creeping up. And, when you have stocks like this, the trend is your friend, that's about as linear as it gets. Like, that's a very clean 45-degree angle to the upside. But it seems like, this recent high here, 24.65 or so on Sentinel-1, when it dipped in on Thursday and then again on Friday, it ended up supporting that previous level, and now you're just taking out the top. It doesn't seem like it's a screamer of a stock, just more like a steady upside play here for Sentinel-1. Worth watching. Just don't wonder if that's the kind of thing. Yeah, it's not always the best day trade when a stock looks like this. It's usually you just kind of you get into a swing and then hold it until it does some kind of a trend reversal. But a good look for Sentinel-1 there. A couple of interesting names on that watch list, but I know everyone's watch list probably starts and ends with Nvidia.
The first time, Neil. All right, guys, crypto in focus, BTC specifically, coming up to 65,500 overnight, just about 65.5. It did close above 64,000. Adara, last week we had the largest net inflows in 5 weeks, about 533 million came into these Bitcoin spot ETFs, with IBIT seeing the most.
What I'm seeing here a lot of as well in terms of the reason for this, people speculating it has to do with regards to rate cut hype on Friday after we had comments from Fed's Jerome Powell at Jackson Hole. We also had much stronger than expected new home sales for July coming out around the same time as those comments. But interestingly enough as well, in addition to those inflows, we also have Bitcoin up about 40% from our month's low, which is when we wicked just below 50,000 here on that pretty weak Monday that we had for the market. So really strong look for BTC, though currently right now just below 64,000.
All right, guys, net outflows for Ethereum, but net flows for Bitcoin. What's the look?
Kind of like an over-under thing at 63.5 for me here. Like, so you did double tap 65 with support right here at 63.5. I think if you're under 63.5 and doing any kind of a consolidation under, don't want to be terribly bullish, but as long as it can hold above there and do any kind of bounces higher, you know, I'd like to be looking for things long. I mean, when I say things, I mean Mara. Be real, not talking about things. I'm talking about one stock, and that'll be Mara. So as long as we're above 63.5, that's the key. There's a couple of good spots for Mara. Like it broke out at 18. You had previous highs at 18. You've also got, let's just zoom it in a little bit here. You also have like it consolidated in the middle of the afternoon at about 18:30. So there's a couple of good dip buy zones. But I got to key in on that 63.5 in Bitcoin. It's been a very clear zone since it tested 65,000. So between those two numbers, if you're above the 63.5 and you're in the top end of the range, look for the longs. If you're failing that 63.5, well, I don't want to be catching a falling knife when it comes to Mara. It's slightly down on the day after pulling back a little bit here. So I think you just have to be patient with this. Like let the move be your guide. When it starts to trend, when Mara starts to trend, generally speaking, you're going to be able to find a way into that long, as long as you're paying attention to it. That's the first thing. You have to have it up, and when it starts trending, there were multiple chances to get in long on Friday that you could have had.
All right, just real quickly on a longer term time frame here, just because it's been pretty choppy for the last couple of weeks, and then now you get that big breakout over there on Thursday, Friday. So Friday, I guess, Thursday, what depends on what the timing is of it. But there you go. It's a huge candle to the upside. We haven't seen much of that in the last couple of weeks. So there it goes right there, a nice little move up. And it's nice to see because you're holding the 200 period. That's this green line. So this is simple moving average on a daily chart. So for me, I think we have to stay long Bitcoin. Right now, there's a 50 period moving average as well. So I really like this base down here. I mean, we keep on talking about 54. Look, 54 is still $10,000 away from where we are right now. Could still come into play again. I don't know if I'd hold it down to there. The break, I mean, that's pretty scary. If you had stop orders down there, you might have got triggered out in and around 50,000. So that would obviously be a problem because you'd be looking back saying, what happened? But as long as you stay above the 200 period, I think I like this 63.5. So you're just hovering there. You know, we always talk about buying equities down at these levels. Well, Bitcoin looks pretty healthy right now, trying to break higher. And I feel like we still get back to this 72,000. It's not that far away. If we're going to talk about 54 being the bottom, that's 10 that way. Well, 10 this way, and you're at all-time highs again. So I feel pretty comfortable sitting in Bitcoin right now. Let's just see what winds up happening with it. But not too much action, I don't think, until after the election. And then Neil just talked about Mara. I mean, we've been putting Mara on the sticky note. I mean, I have it here. 17 long this day, 17.55 long this day. 2 or 3 days before that, that's another 17 long, but you don't have it on this one. But, you know, Mara's been really great as a base as well. So if we can get any sort of action in crypto, I would say looking long.
56.52, guys, is where we closed out on the ES September contract on Friday. We're above that level right now. 56.64 is the overnight high. When we look up, we don't see really any level of resistance past this point until we get to 5,700. So we'll say 5,700 as resistance. 56.50 if we're able to use that 50-point level as support. All right, guys, make sure you get the watch list every day. No morning routine is complete without a good watch list. I use it. I know everybody on the desks here use it, and it helps us organize our day, know what's moving for the afternoon, and help prepare your trading day. So make sure to get that Trader TV watch list, link in the description, or use the QR code there. Let's start with the first one here, Nvidia. Lots of interest in this one because they do report on Wednesday, up or basically flat here at the moment, Dara, but these analysts, they're predicting more than double the earnings and the revenue on a year-over-year basis. Wow.
Yeah, this is quite the expectation. We actually have Dan Ives of Wedbush saying that these earnings are the most important market event of the year. So tons of expectations. In terms of what analysts are actually expecting, we have revenue estimates here of $28.24 billion, earnings of 64 cents per share. Though, of course, with Nvidia, we're also always looking for a beat and a guidance raise. We had quite a few analysts last week raising their price targets for the stock with that in mind. Currently, though, valued at approximately 37 times forward earnings. So lots riding on NVDA tonight or Wednesday night.
All right, guys, make sure you listen to the call after as well, because there's going to be lots of commentary on when they're going to be able to actually release the Blackwell chip being delayed into next year, guys.
Chip, huh? Yeah, so look, I really like Nvidia. I think that we always talk about this, and Neil said it starts and ends with, basically. Everyone's watching
might have
this,
overstated
right?
that.
So I just said today, I mean, I wrote down here, let's watch out for 127 support long. Could be chopping heading into earnings with a flat market. Be patient. So I don't think it's rocket science here today, honestly. We talked about wanting, and I've overtraded it the last couple of days. Thankfully, we haven't made any money on it, but we haven't really been crushed either because we've been able to play some of these dip buy opportunities, and these ones were missed by me on Friday. So that was a problem. That was 126.50. We had the 127 break long, which we wound up basically flat on, and then it ripped all the way up, and then I started shorting, I believe, somewhere into 130. We never got into that 130 break, but then I really feel like it's these dip downs. It's just pretty choppy once it starts to go. You have to wait for the right opportunities. This pullback into VWAP was great. It really likes VWAP. I mean, it rode it all the way up. Once it finally broke it went down. Then it got choppy, breaks higher, kind of hangs around underneath, breaks it, and never looks back. So I feel like once you look back at an NVIDIA chart, sometimes it opens up. So I'm going to look for 127, and I was just using a 20-minute chart for this. That's where the 50-period moving average is, and the 200-period moving average. So I feel more confident waiting for this 127 area. So we'll do that. It's only $1.50 away from, getting the handle there. So if we can get a 127 handle, then you never know if it flushes into that 127 area. So for me, Nvidia ahead of earnings, I came in here and it was up about 1%, maybe even more, maybe 0.5%, something like that, up at 130.50s. And now you're all the way down to 129.50 already. We've already bounced off 129, the close on Friday. So for me, I feel like it's going to watch the market. And if the market's going to be flat, then we sort of have to pick and choose here. So I'm going to pick lower as support and not play a breakout today unless something really happens with this NASDAQ.
Yeah, something's got to change. They step into the downside. The breakouts, the breakouts have been okay on certain stocks. I just feel like the bigger cap tech, or just Nvidia, maybe it hasn't been as good. So as Sean already mentioned, 126.5 was a double bottom. There was also the afternoon support at $128. I think that everything's just going to start and end with dip buys at those two levels. And the thing about it is, if it does the same thing on Friday where it dips into a level that might not be the one that you like and it bounces clean off of it, then just don't be afraid to look back at that particular price level. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. So it's not that complicated. I don't know if we get 126.5 today, but 128 seems pretty decent given what's happening into this downside. Now, on the other side of the coin, you also have AMD. Now, AMD, forget about things like Def Cross, blah, blah. Yeah, the 50 crossed the 200. That's usually a bad sign to the downside, or at least people tell you that. But it's rejected the 200-period moving average, and then you've got some lower highs going in here since. So you kind of hold on to a little bit of a trend down overall on AMD. I don't know if we get all the way up to 158 for any kind of a short, but certainly when it tried to bounce on Friday, you got a false break at 56 and then a close at 55, which I think sets up those two for a short. until this recovers back above 58 or gets down and tests 50 again or 145, I'm still thinking overall short on AMD relative to Nvidia. So that 156 high from Friday and then the 155 close are both levels I'd look to fade on advanced micro devices.
We got a super chat here from Mr. Donnie Zimbabwe. He's got Q calls here, it looks like. He's got Nvidia calls at 127, and he says he might have to take the whole Trader TV team to dinner. Maybe. So I'm asking him, when is he coming here? Because why does it say might here? That's what I'm wondering. I might have to. You don't have to, but I mean, if you want to.
Yeah, if you'd like.
I mean, if he wants to, right there. But anyway, thank you, Donnie, for that super chat, and good luck, man. I mean, I don't know what you paid for those. The thing is that just a quick little. I mean, everybody that's watching the show probably not probably, but has maybe traded options in the past. Just because you have 127 longs calls, you got to know what the premium paid, right? And so I hope you're able to pick that up from Friday, maybe, Donnie, and then we'll see what winds up happening here off the open. But if there's going to be one stock long into the report, I mean, I think Nvidia. Long, as I said, I don't even really look at short levels, so I like that call, Donnie. And good luck with the Qs. I might be flat, so I don't know if you want to sell against that position or not. But I'm not thinking an explosive day one way or the other. So that was we should have a global dinner. Yeah, what exactly does that mean?
What global dinner?
Is that where we all just join on Zoom and we just eat whatever our favorite food is in front of everybody? I don't know. Is that how that works?
Or you could have like a dish from each different
I would love. I mean, yeah, that's cuisine of all that's the flavor. I love traveling and tasting all different.
As long as we get to
food.
eat, I'm happy.
Even that's one thing that we're lucky about being here is that we have pretty much your choice of every kind of cuisine, authentic as well.
That's a good thing about Canada, Toronto especially. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, there's many good things. That's one of many good things about Canada, including the Blue Jays, apparently, right?
No,
you had a great time and. That's what entertainment's about, right? Look, it doesn't matter what the season is. You're making memories.
Exactly. That's all that. That matters.
I was thinking about this. Couldn't we sweep? We play 5 games in Boston starting tonight. If we swept them, I was looking at. I think we could be 3-4 games back of the Twins or whatever it is.
I mean, they're not mathematically out of it.
Right.
Let's put it that way.
And I don't think they're sweeping anybody.
What I like about it is the young kids on the team are just playing free. We traded a bunch of veterans to get a bunch of young guys, and the Jays are just playing free, and that's what it's all about. So you look forward to that future and definitely build some memories, to be sure. But these chip names, man, Nvidia. If we get an inside day in the market, just be prepared. And it's not all about Nvidia. Just be prepared. If we get down to support level, be willing to scalp off lows. Because we could be a little quiet going into Wednesday. It is not a crazy notion that we don't do anything extreme until then.
It's part of the show brought to you by Moomoo. Are you looking to maximize your idle cash? For Canadian users, enjoy 6% annual on cash balances up to $10,000 for 60 days, along with 2 month commission fees. 2 months commission free. You can also earn up to $2,300 in cash rewards when you transfer your portfolio. Both rewards can be enjoyed at the same time. With Moomoo, you'll gain access to comprehensive data on stocks, options, and ETFs. Plus, take advantage of algo trading, allowing you to create, backtest, and execute your own strategies. Set up instant alerts to trade on your own signals, helping you take your trading game to the next level. Thanks to Moomoo for sponsoring this portion of the show.
All right, guys, PDD, Pinduoduo, as they used to be called, reported overnight down aggressively here, 11 1/3%. Not a good look. So look, they increased everything year over year, but they missed on expectations. I'll just give you a quick one here. Revenue, second quarter revenue up 86% year over year. Operating profit 156% year over year. However, they warned of slowing revenue growth.
Revenue definitely the weakest part of this report. They did miss on sales here. Sales coming in a little bit lower than expected. For PDD, $13.36 billion versus estimates of $14.02 billion. We also had both this chair and CEO, as well as the VP of Finance, warning that there could be some revenue growth slowing issues with the VP of Finance saying, quote, revenue growth will inevitably face pressure due to intensified competition and external challenges. That being said, as Sharif alluded to, the rest of this report pretty strong. 29% year-over-year increase in revenue from online marketing and a 234% year-over-year increase in revenue from transaction services.
Just remember, guys, that this is an election year and this company circumvents the minimum $800 tariff. That could change on a whim. So any of these import companies here from China, Temu Shein, Alibaba, all possibly subject to more tariffs this year.
That does put a little bit of a damper on things for them. So Pinduo actually has a decent enough looking chart. This is a weekly chart, by the way. You've till now been holding the 50 period on the weekly. Clearly, that's no longer the case. There's this support on the weekly from March, at 109. Actually, it was there in April as well. 109, 110 area. That seems like it would be the spot, or at least the area for bounce. Underneath that, you just have the 200 period on this weekly chart. So there's some room. Obviously, it's going to be down over 10% at the open. Nothing's going to bring it up 9% so that it isn't SSR. The only levels for that would be 9 and 10 if it can catch a bit of a bid. I just look at that trend down and the way that it's hugging VWAP. Part of me, this kind of a shock, part of me really just wants to fade a pop if we get one. I don't know if we'll get anything into, say, VWAP. I mean, when I sat down, I kind of wrote 120. Because, I did write 120 because it had a initial bottom there, a good consolidation at 120. Now it seems like it'll take an extreme move to get it to that $120 level for a pop and fade. 109 is support on the daily. So 9 and 10 is where I would look for some kind of an SSR bounce. And on pure sympathy, Alibaba, obviously to the downside, kind of had 84 marked off here. That's probably not going to matter today, the 84 level. So I guess if I'm looking for a place to pick up Alibaba, down around 79.5, 80, that'll make some sense. And pretty much stick a fork in the fade off of 84, at least for now. So popping and fading on both these is going to require a lot of patience and a big move, as we're far away from the levels I would have wanted to short. Would have been the 120 on Pinduoduo, although you never know. And then this 84 on Alibaba.
I was trying to find out which ETF, because they're all going to the downside. Yeah. So I feel like an ETF could be something. We talk about KWeb. This is the large cap China internet stocks. So you're going to have a break, obviously, in these, right? So here comes breaking down in through $25. So I almost think this break at 25 looks pretty sweet. You're not going to get a bump up here, but look what's been happening. It was kind of an easy play now that you look at it, breaking below the 200, coming back up, bouncing off of the 50, and then heading lower. Could have faded all of these plays right here underneath 26, 27. So now you start to go down. So let me just make sure that is what's happening. So 25.50. So if you're going to look at a 20-minute chart, that's going to look like we break lower because we haven't been here in a minute. So I wonder about a 25 break. I'm not sure about the liquidity on this name, but again, 700,000 shares. FXI for me would be a short, man. That's $26. Anything into here, I like it. So you get a little bit of a bump early. I think FXI up near 26 is something to look at for the short. So I'd rather look at an ETF. And the other one I looked at was the same price, really, as FXI. So there it is. This one's $26 as well. You can see the volume over here, though, only 300,000. KWeb, 750,000. So that's interesting to me. Normally we look at FXI and KWeb, but I think today with the volume being on the internet side, I like KWeb a little bit better. That one still has to break through the 50-period moving average. So this could also be a break down below 26. So if you want to play momentum, maybe 26 down. If you feel like fading something, I feel like a 26 short up here as well. So 26 is on my mind today in China.
All right, more China coming up here, Sean. Xpeng, their CEO, boosting his stake in the company by about 13.5 million shares. He did it a couple of ways, Adair, one personally and one through a corporation.
Yeah, so purchase here volume about $13.5 million through roughly 2 million shares here. This is between August 21st and August 23. Also, as quoted by the board here, the CEO saying that his move has to do with his conviction in the company's growth and its prospect, and he continues to boost his exposure in the stock, or at least plans on doing so. So interesting look there for the CEO of Xpeng, now having roughly 18.8% of the company. Also worth noting here in the Chinese EV space, we have Canada announcing a 100% tariff here for Chinese EV imports, 25% on Chinese aluminum and steel imports. So some more tariff talk here coming out of the North American region.
XPEV, the only Chinese EV in green territory, guys. What's the look?
The only one. Look, 4% is always going to be good in a normal sense. That said, it's not really going all that far when you look at it on this 15-minute or the daily chart, as I was just showing there. So it was setting up like it was going to be a breakout, maybe above $7.50. Now you've come back underneath on volume that looks only okay. So this would be that 7.5 if it could get above, but it rejected the you-know-what out of this exact same price. If you look at it on, was it last Tuesday? I'd be a little bit cautious with XPeng. I'm not, like who was it in the chat just now, was asking me about Peloton for a continuation play. I simply responded like, yeah, like, if you're looking for a cheap name that might break out and go today, okay, maybe XPeng. I like insider buying. I mean, maybe XPeng breaks 750, but you look at Peloton, which absolutely zoomed off of earnings and is going to be double top in this $5 level in here. It kind of just makes sense. Bigger short float, better. It was better volume last week, relatively speaking. It's a big level, 20% short float. Like that looks more interesting for me as a breakout at like $5 than $7.50 on XPeng would be. So it's a pass for me on XPeng. Level looks okay. Don't necessarily love trying to break out a Chinese stock when all of them, I know they're an EV name, but all of them are down right now. Something like a Peloton for a squeeze play looks a little more exciting, at least in terms of risk to reward. Like Peloton, if it breaks 5, you could always see 556. I wonder how far XPeng could go.
I was going to look at, we don't have Tesla on the board there, but there's not much happening with it. I was looking at Rivian, I was looking at Tesla, I was looking at Li Auto, I was looking at NIO. And I'm just feeling like some of these names here, if we're thinking bearish today, the NASDAQ is down here 0.21, or 0.12, sorry. And meanwhile, Tesla's down, 4 times that. But we've seen how violent this name can get off the open. I mean, on Friday, it was just boom, like huge move, man. This was 213 all the way up to 221 in an hour, I guess. But in the first half hour, we still ripped up $4 or $5, and then that momentum continued. So, and then there's those dip downs. I mean, it looks almost exactly like Nvidia with these bases. I guess a lot of the tech names would, down into 216 again. So this would be another level here. If you do get sort of flip this around and you do get a move back down into here again, I think Tesla down at 215, 216 looks pretty supportish down there. And I don't know if we take out this top. So I would think that would be a great play if you could do that, 221.50. I mean, that would be awesome. You're not that far away. And again, we've just come back in about $1. So come back in $1. Maybe you take out the pre-market high of 221, and then you can scalp it for 50 cents. I don't think that that's really wise early on because you're going to put more risk than 50 cents on. So, this could be a candidate for a break long. I mean, Tesla has been performing quite well since that bottom. You're at the 50-period moving average. This 220, we talked about that once we got through 200. The next step was 220. Now it's obviously having a problem with this 235, 240 area. So definitely some support or some resistance up here on the high side. For me, Tesla's a buy down here at 215, 216. So that's about all I have right now for EV style.
All right, guys, Micron in focus here as Needham, not really a backhanded upgrade or anything like that, maintaining the coverage with Bayadera, but dropping the price target from 150 to 140.
Yeah, they did drop their price target here, saying that they're concerned about some repeated lower guidance for fiscal Q1 2025. So that would be the November quarter for Micron. As such, they've lowered their estimates and they've lowered their price target here for Micron. Also saying that they're concerned about the company walking away from some near-term deals and citing moderated client demand. Also worth noting here, Micron reportedly interested in buying some factories owned by a Taiwanese company, AUO. This deal could be valued up to $620 million. So that's worth noting as well. Also in the semiconductor space, we've got stuff with Intel here. Reportedly, according to CNBC, hiring Morgan Stanley with regards to a potential defense with some activist investors. We know Intel's been in trouble, so lots of semiconductor things to talk about today.
All right, guys, what's the look?
Yeah, so for Micron, $100. Like it's, you would have seen the story, you would have seen the chart up there while Sharif and Adara were discussing this. It's pretty simple. Like it broke out off this level just a couple of weeks ago. And you dipped right into, it was like 100 and maybe like 30 cents or so on Friday. And on kind of a negative story here, you look like you're going to test that 100. So if it breaks 100, just sort of look short in a 96. If it's bouncing off 100, I think you can try to support the long in that regard. I wanted to throw Intel up I don't think there's much of a plan change here on Intel. It's been a situation where essentially when it gets up into the $20.80 to $21 range, that's been a short level. When it was above it, it was above the 21. It's just been clean longs. Like clean long breaking 21, then turned into kind of a nothing burger, then a clean long when it held 21. So underneath 21 looks short, and if it breaks out 21, kind of look to reverse into a long trade. Like that's the way I would approach the stock, and it seems to me like $20 is kind of a support level in there. So it's a bit of an over/under for Intel. It's been available to you when it's breaking out and holding above 21 to look for some longs on this stock for once. Because it's been an absolute gong show for them. But until it gets there, it's resistance till it's not, it's a short to pop till it's not, and it's been a short to pop into 21 first.
I have an interesting name here. Man, maybe this one, where's Micron at? Maybe this one should have been on the sticky note now that I'm looking at this. I mean, it's been pretty bad. You're down 2% right now. We just showed you some other names that have been holding up near the highs. Including Nvidia and AMD and some of this, but Micron now has had 3 or 4 straight down days here after not clearly running into a problem at 110. You guys want to talk about a wall? We talked about a wall on Walmart and Shopify is another name that I really like that we'll get to as we go. But this one right here, now you're under the 200, and then you're right at $100. I mean, all this garbage was created once we broke 100, and then we had that, obviously we all know what happened a couple of Mondays ago, and then when you stop right at 85, I feel like this name wants to test again. Like, can we go again? I think that's a move that we have to look for. That's the daily chart, what that looks like, and then right here, we tested it on Friday and didn't break, and today is a new day. So let's wait to see if we can break through 100 right now. As you can see, it was definitely a jump off spot right there. I guess that was on the 15th, 14th, 15th. So I think this break is something to look at for sure. It is Micron breaking below $100. I mean, if I could do like a sticky note part 2, I think I might just add this to it right now. Micron breaking through $100. I mean, this could be something. Let's try to watch that one today, and it's now on my radar. It's going on my side list here.
All right, some changes in the leadership of SolarEdge has this one aggressively up in the pre-market, about 10 1/3 right now. So Zvi Lando-Adera, CEO, stepping down. He's going to be replaced by a new CEO. There's going to be Ronen Fayer, who's going to do the interim job, but they're still going to be on the lookout for a new one. And then Ariel Porat going to take over the chief financial officer position.
Quite the series of transitions here, Sharif. Also worth noting here is Zvi Lando set to remain a member of the board of directors and serve as an advisor to the management team during the leadership transition. Interesting here, too, though, the interim CEO, Ronen Fayer, was actually the former CFO of SEDG here. Now we also have Ariel Porat, the new CFO. Apparently, this is already part of a pre-existing transition plan. So some of these seems to be new. Some of these seems to be previously announced. Lots to look at here, though, with SEDG. But clearly, investors are a fan, up over 10%.
Oh, yeah. Big move, guys.
Yeah, this is, there was already moves in solar. Essentially when you have Powell kind of confirming, well, we know we're getting the cuts, but, certainly looking like you're going to get more than just the one this year. 33% short float on SolarEdge. So that's a pretty sizable short float to be respected. It's not a good-looking daily chart for TAN or any of the individuals. But when you start to think about making a base on a stock like this, it just does not take much to get double-digit gains out of a name that's done this to the downside. So 32, it's like 32 and a quarter in here is the breakout price on SolarEdge on the daily. And then from there, there's, like when it came into this level and fell apart, like it was like $45, $46, $44, $45 in here. That was the previous support level. So it's got room to rally if it can take out this 32 quarter, no question about it, on SolarEdge. It's the short float that matters here, 33% short. So if it breaks it out, looks like it's got a lot of room to rally. 32 and a quarter on that daily here for SolarEdge. 925, so imbalance is probably just hit.
Yeah, they probably did. We'll have a look at those in a second here. I just want to talk about quickly Shopify. I have a 76.50 long break. I mean, this great rally continues off that 75.50 base, so we'll see how it opens up. Right now, the spread is, well, it just closed by 25 cents. But you can see right there, 50-cent spread right now. And Shopify starting to turn down against this market, which is why we have to wait for that break. But you want to talk about something else going the other way. We talked about Micron maybe going one way. Shopify right here has looked pretty strong. There's that base, 75, actually, I guess it was 74.50, sorry. I'll have to change that. 74.50 is the base right there on Shopify. But I really like this break. Feel like we're strong. We're bouncing off the 200 period moving average. I got to edit that. It is 74.50. But right there, 76.50 breaking long. I mean, hold the 50 period moving average. Let's go Shopify. I mean, this name continues to be so super strong. Oh, yeah, that reminds me. Hey, all right, so there it is right here, Shopify on the daily. Boom. You want to talk about the rally continues, man. This name was $50 2 weeks ago, $75 right now. That's 50% move there in a couple weeks for Shopify and looking like it wants to break. So, yeah, we're all about this. You just got to watch out. Like, I'm not, how many hundreds or whatever shares you're going to put once that breaks that 76.50 right off the open. I just think it's really risky right off the jump, so we'll have to wait to see that. Let's go over to Sharif, and then we'll come back with some of those imbalances.
We're talking about rate of change this week, Sean, a momentum oscillator that I think will interest a lot of our viewers. So if you're into these kind of things, make sure to join Adair and I on How to Trade at 11.
All good there? Yes, sir. So there was an imbalance here on Nvidia. About 200, it was 380,000, now 280,000 to the buy side. Not gigantic, but it is a buy side imbalance. You see Alibaba to the sell side. Of course, Alibaba and Pinduoduo both to the downside this morning on PDD's earnings. Disappointment, let's just leave it at that. When you're down 19%, we can call it a disappointment, regardless of what you think of the numbers. So first dip here, Nvidia did bounce off 129. You got 128, which was VWAP, which was support in the afternoon on Friday, and 126.5. That's where I'm going to be looking over there on NVDA. Do not sleep on a couple of flat bottom breaks potentially. Maybe Meta in here. That's $523. It is currently support, but if that gets lost, you're under a lot of trouble here for Meta. And then, as we were mentioning in the chip names, Micron at $100. I think Micron's going to break this, or at least test it pretty much right off the bat here. So very likely that would come in before you get anything on Meta. That 100 level, it just feels like that's really, really close to coming in. David Kyle, I agree with you on XPeng, saying XPeng is shaky. Yeah, I just don't love this one for a breakout. 750 is a good level. I've just got eyeballs on that Solar Edge, maybe a little Peloton instead. I like the names with those big short flows. Big short float for a breakout and a squeeze. A little bit more so than something like an XPeng, and that just might mean XPeng is going to make the big move, and it is what it is. You've got to pick and choose what you want to trade, where you want to trade it for what you think are the solid reasons. So I tend to favor Solar Edge because of the news and the short float, and the same thing with that Peloton. There's a lot of things moving around here today, so you got to pick your poison. Wow, Alibaba's continuing to now down 4% on Alibaba. This is not getting to. I don't know. I sit down like when I was kind of going over my what to put in the note. It really felt like pop and fade off 84 for a Head and Shoulders was going to be part of my plan, and Alibaba has decided it might just test $80 or maybe even what is this, like 78's a big level on Alibaba. Obviously $80 looks like those are going to get tested before any resistance on Baba. You can have a plan of action, but just because I wanted to short it at 84. I don't think I'm shorting it all the way down here at 82. Not chasing that move whatsoever. Sympathy play downside because of what happened with Pinduoduo. Yuck.
All right, here we go. Yeah, Neil just reviewed a couple names there on those imbalances, so let's get ready to rock and roll. We're still going to look everywhere. I mean, if we get that dip by an Nvidia early, we don't want to get too excited, but it's at 129.60. We only have 20 seconds until we go. We're watching Nvidia. We're also watching Meta for that break lower. And this one, ooh, wow, Meta upside. Okay.
Oh, a little early.
Forget about the Meta break lower right now, 527 here. So, all right, here we go with only a couple seconds left. It should be a fun one. There's a Darren, and here comes the bell. In 3, 2, and 1. All righty then, Micron, Nvidia, Meta, Shopify. So a lot of different things on my mind right now, different sectors. Shopify trying to get going here. Here goes 76.50. It's going to break right off the jump. It's gone right now, Shopify. But again, waiting for it to settle down. It doesn't look like it's even been opened yet on the NYSE. Actually, no, I don't see an end print yet, so we'll have to wait on that one. And then Micron, I'm not in anything yet, guys. Micron right now trying to break. Yeah, not doing anything. We'll have to watch out for that 100 break as well. But the market's heading lower here.
Yeah, the market's heading lower. Nothing has hit any levels. I mean, Meta hasn't done anything. What's going on? That Solar Edge did not break that 32 high. Baba's just continuing to tank in here. Oh, it's getting really nasty to the downside for Alibaba's just breaking the 81 level. PDD was a potential SSR bounce. I mean, there was local support at 109. There's no bid immediately here. It just tanked through 9, tanking through 8. As Baba, PDD, 23% down now on Pinduoduo. And
23.
Maybe a 105 or 100 even on PDD. At this point, it's just starting to look nasty for them. Oh, wow, Meta's really starting to come in. So Meta pegged 524, no 23 break just yet.
Wow.
That one some selling right away off the open. I mean, Nvidia's still green. It barely even dipped, but some big moves to the downside on a few names here. Wow, Alibaba and PDD taking it on the chin, guys.
Yeah, I'm still going to try that 523 break. I mean, it is impressive here. Yeah, it's going to be coming through. So we'll slow down. We haven't wanted many breaks right off the jump. So let's just hold on to this one and wait. The other break that I have on my mind, which the order's already in, is Micron. But again, that bounces off of 100. So we're going to have to wait, settle this all down. The one that we nailed, which we don't have, and we never traded, but I'm glad at least we talked about it. There goes 130 on Nvidia upside. Right now, K-Web does break that bottom of 25.50 and now back into 25 and change. Nvidia false break right there on 130. So Donnie Zimbabwe and company there that are holding some of these calls and looking for Nvidia to go. It looks like you might get that wish today because the NASDAQ is red and not going lower, but under. And Nvidia's going higher right now. So that might be the trade right there today with NVDA in and around that 130. We may look back and be like, what? And what we're doing right now is looking back and saying,
Tesla.
What's up with that? Because here comes Tesla right into this area that we said was possibly a buy.
Yeah, and of course, it looks like Micron could have been a really good, just maybe play the dip off 100. That's the thing about a flat bottom break. You pick and choose. You want to take the break out or the break down. It means you're not taking that long out in front of it. Certainly looks like it would have been a good one in here. My eyes are right now going to be on PD. I mean, Pinduoduo already got to 105 here. So as far as SSR bounces, things like 100 even and 105 do look pretty appealing, but it's still falling like an absolute rock. I'm keeping eyeballs as well on Alibaba because when PDD bounces, Baba could have a better bounce because it was just a sympathy play into the downside. It's holding 81 pretty nicely here. Might take a shot at Alibaba if it can hold 81 here. But wow, nasty, nasty moves on these Chinese internet names.
We have our first play right now. It's Tesla. So we're going to go long on Tesla here, see if this one wants to sing back up to the upside. We do know that we like this name, and we've talked about this over and over again, down at those levels. So it does drop in. So we are actually pretty lucky to go over there and find that. We were looking at it, and so we will look even more. Go Tesla right now. If we can get up to 218, I think we could take a piece out in and around 218. I was actually waiting at 218.20s. Let's put something upside just in case it does get there and cancel. Actually, we'll just keep our 218. So if we get 217 and change, great. Just, you always have to look at the downside. I mean, hitting keys is easy. Winning trades is hard. Down here, 215.50. If we break that, then we're going to get out of the way of Tesla and take that first L on trying to buy some of these dips. So we'll have to wait to see what's going on right now. Micron right now, still upside. So that could be a short, actually. And I'm hearing right now something Mullen, M-U-L-N, moving on a $200 million contract now for Mullen. So there goes Mullen up 12%, starting to go.
Good for that.
Oh, man, Tesla almost gets us out. It went to 217.70 there. Just a couple more pennies higher. We're in the 80s, and we'll get an out for an 80-cent winner or so on Tesla. But for right now, it's just hanging out. So back and forth, pretty violent open for the NASDAQ, but some of these names just kind of hovering. So nice downside move. Look at the NASDAQ taking it out. And there it goes, Donnie Zimbabwe and everybody else. Nvidia breaking through 130 and see you later to the upside.
Didn't want a breakout trade on Nvidia at 131. We wanted to dip buy. I feel like this is what happens, right? Like I'm not going to chase it. I'm going to stick to the plan and not do the dip buy. Piton did break $5 in here. I got 2s and 3s as it's heading into the upside. That smells good, Sharif. Going to get an offer at 510. There was a level on the daily at about $5.10 10 cents-ish, like in and around here. So it needs to break out over there as well. Once it does that, there's a lot of room into the upside. Still a big move to the downside happening on PDD and some of these others. I mean, I've only been looking at Alibaba. I can imagine maybe JD's having a bad day, but you just held 104 with a wick back through 105. So this is the first time it's actually looked like a bid. Okay, I'm not chasing that $1. Maybe Baba's available there. Yeah, I'm not chasing that move. Let's go 81s on Baba instead of trying to be in PDD. That doesn't make any sense. So I'm going to give it to 81 on Alibaba. Go for the sympathy long instead of the one which has the reason for being down.
Yeah, we're going to, we're in Micron right now, but I was going to look at this name. So we're short here again off the 200 period moving average. So it's funny because we're long Tesla and short Micron. Nvidia trying to go through 130 as well. So still hold 130. It just tried to pull back a little bit there with NVDA. So just quickly check on the heat of these stocks. Oh, the other name that's really, you want to talk about heat of a stock. The other name that's really heating up, and we're going to go to Adair in a second, is AMD. AMD right now, straight up. Boom. AMD up $3 straight upside. Watch out for 160 break. I have that on my mind. Come on, Tesla. Let's get going right now on Tesla, and then we'll watch Micron, but over to Adara.
Here's the story here, the whole story with that Mullen move, M-U-L-N, that was already given up some of that push to the upside. We have Volt Mobility, which is based in the UAE here, entering into this $210 million contract with Mullen involving the purchase of 3,000 Class 1 and Class 3 EVs. This does actually begin immediate shipping here with a $3 million deposit. So that's the story here with M-U-L-N. Contract with a company based in the UAE, guys.
158 is that 158's that level on AMD here. Let's just be patient about it. This is screaming to the upside. Okay, patience, patience, patience. The last time it was here, it got to almost $160. Do not want to jump in too early on it, but this is the level that we thought we'd be looking for some shorts on it. Alibaba tried to hold 81 just now. It did the wick underneath. I threw the stop at 81, but it just wicked out and now wants to reclaim that support. So looking like it is trying to hold that bid. This is mostly a sympathy play to the downside. Whoops. This is mostly a sympathy play to the downside, but really it has been falling like a little bit of a rock here. So let's be patient with it. If I get wicked out, I like to try to get back in at the same price, give it to the same stop level, not try to do anything too fancy with it. PDD is SSR. Alibaba is not. Usually I'd be on the SSR name. I just like Alibaba a little bit better. And Peloton is now starting to go to the upside. It just got to the 515, 518. So going to ring the register in front of the 20s here and those quarters. So Peloton breaking that $5, continue to go to the top side. Not taking a breakout on Nvidia, but we do want to be long on that sucker. We want these longs to try to work, but ring those registers if you can, because the market, it's not doing a heck of a lot. We could still be with an inside day here, at least the way that things are trading. Nvidia looks like a 131 break. I'm going to go for the dip buy as opposed to the breakout trade. So maybe it fails a 131 and there's a dip. VWAP 130, pre-market lows sit at the 129 and a quarter. Those would be better levels, at least I think, to try and take. And here comes AMD. AMD is screaming to the upside here, but it's not at that resistance just yet. If I'm taking a shot at this short, this thing is strong.
Yeah, we'll have hit the sirens up right now for this as well. We've got a good little trade happening and brewing in Tesla. We just took some out at 66. It did not get into our 80s. And now, of course, as we hit that thing, it looks like it wants to pull back right now. So let's wait to see what happens with Tesla. We're still in our Micron trade as well. I like that AMD. I mean, we were looking at that earlier as well. Shopify. So again, this one looks to be the one that's working. It did dip back into 76.50 right there, and now it goes upside. So this was a name that we had written down as well. We're happy to be where we are right now in our positioning, but at the same time, if Micron breaks out this high, which is 102.25, we're going to be out of this one, because the real trade for Micron to me was this break of 100. That's what we wrote down on the sticky note. That's what we talked about before. So let's not just say, oh, well, now we're going to wait for 103. Then we're going to wait for 103.50. Like, if it breaks lower, it breaks lower, and we'll be in it. So we're in it now. I've actually canceled my 100 break. Because we already have a good amount of shares. So if it does come back into that level, we'll be getting some out and we'll be able to notice it. So we'll hopefully add to this position if it does break back down below $100. But that would be almost a $2 winner at this point. So we're hoping for that if the market does fall back in. we're only getting pieces out of Nvidia, and I'm kind of getting a little nervous now. I'm going to take this out at 50 again if we can, or sorry, of Tesla. So we'll sit, there you go. So we'll take another one on Tesla right there. It's a money dropper. I mean, it's going to be a big stock for us, but it's only 50 cents, and we're waiting for more. So I'm still up there at 218 break. If we can get something around 218.20.
There goes Nvidia.
There goes Nvidia. Down or up?
It just tagged 131 on the dime. It was hard to see how many shares were on the offer.
Money on that.
Suffice to say, it's a large order at that 131 that it's chewing through already. So let's see what happens with it. I didn't get the break on Meta. I'm still on the offer. No fill on that 523 break as it went all the way down to 521. That must have been a heck of a lot of slippage.
I couldn't got, so I got 522.80. I couldn't get any bids.
I'm still offering 80s.
Yeah, well, it didn't get back there. I got it on the punch down, I guess. But I don't, we were so much in the money. I mean, we got a good fill, man. We got a 521.21 fill. So we got some outs on Meta, trust on that one. We took $1.40 on that first break there of Meta. So yeah, buddy, we're pretty happy on that one. And again, as it was written right here on the sticky note, that Meta trade is the banger du jour right there for that. But again, we'll have to wait to see what winds up happening. Tesla, we get it again, so we'll have to wait to see if that one keeps on going. But the one that's not working, as Neil was mentioning, with some of the chip space, I mean, we're doing great now. I mean, now we're cruising. Hopefully Meta does fall back in. But it's Micron, your next man up, to come back into the downside. If that happens, then great. There it is, Neil. It is. There it is. It's $2 now in the money, $3 in the money now on Meta. So let's see how far this one can go. There it is. We finally did it. So that's a good little move there. We did get some more out. So that's going to be a good one. Now we wait for Micron, Meta, and Tesla. So far, so good on these names. But hey, Meta could be a loser before you know it. We've already got out of half of this trade. Adara.
Nice little volume spike here for AMC Entertainment Holdings. AMC is the ticker for this one, of course. Getting this pop off of the open. Not any news, but quite a lot of social media attention. With this one, it's always worth noting we do have a 14.4% short float. Market cap here of around $1.82 billion. So AMC looking to make another pop today, guys.
Yeah, the AMC. We'll see if that one ends up being worth trading. Look, obviously the market hasn't done a heck of a lot, but it did just turn around and might be good for the shorts here because 19.8 I should say on the NASDAQ, you just tagged the high and then wicked it and approaching those lows. If we break those bottoms, hold on to your butts, hold on to your shorts. I'm long two name, but one of them's a squeeze name and one of them's a Chinese ADR. So hopefully that doesn't follow along. But with that break of Meta, I left an order in there. I did not get picked up at 80. I threw another one at 70 to try and chase it a bit down. It just tagged the $0.50 521. If 520 breaks, there's still lots of room to the downside on this. If you're looking over at Nvidia did break 131. So false break on Nvidia, at least for now, if it can hold on to VWAP. I said I don't want to play this breakout. We'd look for a little something if it can hold a bit of a dip buy. Alibaba, we rang the register as it just got to VWAP and slowed down a little bit. So sitting here for more out in front of VWAP, that's 81.80, long here at the 40 level as the Chinese ADRs have been taking it on the chin. Pinduoduo. The thing that's cautious here is PDD's almost at 100 and still going down. So I'm not reloading Alibaba as long as PDD's still falling like rock. 26% down, and it could tag $100. That would be one heck of a potential bounce level, but there's been none just yet. Peloton held on to VWAP on the way back in here. I'm not reloading this at VWAP yet. Still looking at that $5 level. So far, so good. But be cautious with any longs. This market seems to want to test these lows.
Damn is right. Yeah, this is starting to go right now. I mean, we're happy to be in these shorts, that's for sure, with Meta, and then we're going to wait to see what happens with Micron. I am adjusting my expectations right now for Tesla. So I'm going to buy some more 216s, but now the stop is at 216. So that's going to be an area for me to get stopped out if it does continue that way. We want to be something long. I mean, this Meta could really sing. And by the way, if Micron comes in, we're now in the money on Micron. We've been sitting in this name for what seems to be long for me, 10 minutes. So we'll wait to see what happens now with Micron. Now that just bounces right back off again. So, hey, man, maybe we're not in the right spot here with Micron, but I'm still pretty okay being sitting in that one. And then again, this name just keeps bouncing, man. This name is Meta. It just keeps on bouncing off 520. So if you are one of those nervous hand traders, this could be one of those levels that you think about all right, is it going to break? We don't know. But is there a chance that it holds? Yeah. I mean, the NASDAQ right here is at the bottoms, and it's just been respecting these pre-market bottoms. So if we break lower, see you later. We're gonna be, I mean, the amount of excitement that may hit this floor is going to be huge, because if this comes back in, we've already got Micron short, and we really like this name. And then we've got on like a good position on Meta. So if that breaks lower, then we're all good. And remember, we warned about Tesla here coming in as well. So we've already got out of half of this Tesla position, but at the same time, we're not really reloading it. I was sitting here at 216.30s to see if we can get some more. We missed on that. And then if we break 216, then we're out, because I want to be really singing with these shorts. So right now it's $2 in the money on Meta. It is now hopefully going to, there he is. We get filled at 50s now. Let's go. Let's bring the pain on Micron. We have more shares on Micron than anything else. So let's wait to see here for Micron. But nominally, it's actually pretty close to the same, Meta and Micron right now. So let's get down to the downside. Neil, we're doing it right now. Come on, Micron, and come on, Meta. Just break below, guys. As this market comes back in, let's go. This could be a really, really good opportunity here for us. So let's get to the downside. We'll take some off on Tesla at 217 just because we want to get off of this. Let's see what we go to the downside right now. Come on, Micron, and come on, Meta. So far, so good, guys.
Market just broke lows.
We're doing well.
Market just broke the lows. Meta, if it takes that 520, there's when I say there's room, it's like $515 is that next level. Obviously did not get that top on AMD. As you can see, didn't quite get there, but now it's screaming under VWAP. So if we're adjusting the plan, it's to short VWAP if we even get back to it. Market's absolutely flushing. Thank goodness Baba is holding up because it's probably doing its own thing, and then Peloton is holding up because it's a squeeze name. So I'm not terribly concerned with those. I do want to find another short opportunity in here if we're not going to get AMD. I don't necessarily love VWAP on Intel, and thank goodness we didn't just boldly jump into Nvidia. Nvidia just lost VWAP temporarily. When the market's looking weak and we're under lows, do not want to be fighting this. The other one I had in my note for short was actually Amazon, but I can go ahead and cancel 178. Looks like 177.5 is going to be that local high. So we're sitting in our winners looking for something else weak that we can find. There is a halt trade, this ASST asset something halted. It's 174, the current tap. It was a big runner this morning. It's trying to go again here. So big runner on ASST. We'll see what happens when this sucker opens up. But thankfully, a couple of longs, the market goes down. Alibaba just crushed through VWAP here. Is trying to get through 82. If it gets anywhere near 84, that's an out for me. I thought 84 was a short level on Alibaba. So if we get, even to 83, I'd be looking to take this one out. PDD, which is the reason why it's down, is starting to make a bottom at $120. That could be good for Alibaba. Adara?
We're noting here for that ASST asset technology, some details if you're looking at this one. We do have here a short float of about 3.8%, total float of just over 1 million shares, about 1.07 million shares, market cap here of about $3.48 million. No news on ASST, guys.
Let's call a spade a spade. If you're here with me, then you are here with me right now. Spin it. Right now, Meta's huge, right? We talked about that. These are sticky note trades, by the way. There's Meta 523. And guess what? We added Micron short to the game as well. So, yeah, man, this is what it is. One more time here live on the show. There's Micron, 70 cents in the money. And remember, we were sitting in this loser, and we were like, hey, this is our biggest position. We still like it. Where's our outs and yada, yada, yada. So there it goes. Nice downside move there for Micron. Trying to bounce back a little bit, but we're clearing this out at the 50 period, man. We do not need to be too greedy with this one. It's Micron, and it is absolutely a banger right there for the short side again. Now, the only problem here is we did get out of some Tesla at 217 for flat there, and that's trying to come back up. So all good on that one. And then Meta, what do you want to do, Meta? We're out of half of Meta, so hopefully this one doesn't turn nasty, but it's trying to bounce off the bottoms as well. I was saying that 520 could be a hold. I'm surprised that Meta is not like $10 in the money right now. I'm not even joking. Like, we broke that level there. I thought Meta would be screaming to the downside, and it's not necessarily doing that. So I might put a bid at 520 and get something out there. I do have a bid at 518, though.
Yeah, it's finding some support. It's not like it's a big bid or anything stacking it up there on Meta. It's just finding some buyers that are holding on to that lifeline. I got my eyeballs over here on PDD. I keep thinking the next push down is going to be $100 on Pinduoduo, and that should be the next trade for an SSR bounce play, but it's holding 102.5 like an absolute champion. At some point, if VWAP is at 110, so this is able to make any kind of a decent SSR bounce, you've got so much room. So one push down, I'll look for that 100 level. Piton just bounced off VWAP. So looking to add to it here and tighten the stop into 505. We got the 01s and 02s to the long side on Peloton, 520s as far as it went. Nvidia is now looking very weak, getting down into 129. Really? AMD never got the short at VWAP, never got it at that 158. Going to have to look to short the first available pop here. AMD's the one I wanted short, just like on Thursday and Friday. Prefer this one, relatively speaking. It might bounce off the previous close price, and then we look to short the pop. That ASST did open back up and almost halted again, got to $2, so that's still looking relatively strong. My squeeze play is going to be Peloton here. We said we picked that one over XPeng, and glad we did, because XPeng broke 750 and is now at 740. Adara?
This part of the show brought to you by Benzinga Pro. Tired of being late to the trade? Always playing catch up in the market? Missing out on the big moves because you're too slow to the news? Benzinga Pro is your unfair advantage. Get breaking news alerts up to 30 minutes before everyone else. Pinpoint exactly why stocks are moving and join a thriving community of traders who share their strategies in real time. Ready to see how Benzinga Pro can transform your trading? Visit benzinga.com/pro and get a free 14-day trial.
You're with 3 for 3 so far. I mean, there goes Tesla. So we took another piece out there at 50. We're still holding this. Tesla right now, guys, has entered the dollar club. Let's see if we can break through that 218 and make it official. But it's banging on that door, man. Let us in that club right now. And there it comes. Nice move back upside here for that play. And wow, it's just so funny because I'm seeing one ripping and I'm like, wait a second, Micron's still going to the downside. Let's go Micron right now. Good trading lower here. I'm going to bid some out again right there. Okay, we just got hit at 7s there. So here comes Micron. I don't have any more bids. Good trade here for the short side for MU. Great trade, though, for the long. I mean, if you guys are here, man, we have $1 right now on all 3 positions we're holding right now are dollars in the money. So we've got Meta just bouncing back up now, though. Micron's $1, Tesla's $1, and Meta has been $3, but that's our best outs, has been down here at 21s. So we'll wait to see if we get a 20 fill right now. But I mean, today, again, another good day. And these were all, it's not like this is rocket science. All the trades that we have on here, Tesla, we discussed this. I feel like this is a no-brainer. I mean, when it was falling down into there, I was like, I mean, just rewind the tape to 8:45 when we were talking about Tesla. And I was like, if Tesla gets into 216 or so, this is when we want to buy it. So it falls right in. And we're like, thank you very much for that one. We did have to hold out on it, though, right? But for it to finally go. And now it's finally going. And then obviously the stock that was sort of our stock of the day here, Micron, we had looked at that one for that higher trade. And then it came in and we don't even have to wait for that break. So right now, yeah, man, pretty good day over here. We're going to go 3 for 3. And like I said, all these names, dollars right now. Meta's the one that's bothering me because I really feel like Meta should be lower than where it is right now, and it's not. So this is the one that's bothering me the most.
The futures are trying to come back a little bit here. I don't like the fact that it broke 520 and decided to want to get right back in. VWAP's at 23, so that's going to be a good level regardless. The breakdown, that's how it tends to work sometimes, like that key price ends up being key on the way back in. I want to quickly point out right in here, that flat bottom break, there's your VWAP. If it's a good reload, I want the futures to be underneath that bottom at that 523 for Meta, but it does still seem like it wants to head into the downside. Peloton just tagged the top and pulled back a little bit here, so 520 again finds resistance. I was on the bid earlier at VWAP. Now that it tagged the high, I'll let it get back to the bottom, try and bounce off VWAP once again. Still, its market looks incredibly weak. Pinduoduo is now no longer making fresh lows. So you've made a bottom at $102 and like 20-something cents as you're going sideways here. It's like 31 is the bottom here on PDD. So if it's going to test this one more time, it's going to try and break this low for like the 3rd or 4th time here. If it doesn't break the bottom, I'll probably try a long, hopefully 30, 40 cents above, give a stop to the low of the day. down 27%. This looks pretty nasty. Nvidia is breaking the low of the day as we speak. AMD just continues to absolutely flush. But this PDD, I like these trades for SSR bounces. This is probably the biggest SSR bounce you can get when it's down 26%.
There must be so much pressure on these chip names because nothing's happening with Meta. But guess what? Now we're at $1.30 on Micron as that continues to crash in again. I just hope that a lot of you stuck with this trade. It just came back into the bottom, and we did not have it. Patrick, now $1.40 now on Micron. But here it is right here, $100.50. We're bidding now. Am I not bidding this? I'm bidding 50s flat. So if we get that fill, there it is right there. We got it, I guess. Yes, we did. Right there. That goes into the gates of hell, man. Your biggest trade of the day is going to be Meta, but Meta's, hopefully going to be $3. But right now it's Micron, and we talked about the share size. Micron, a trade that we really liked there today, down 2.5%. We actually based this out for everybody by adding it to our sticky note at the end. Okay, there's Tesla, just got reloaded down here as well. So Tesla, look at that out that we had, and now we just put on small. We talk about it. If we can get this level here, we'll take it, and we'll be able to rinse in and out of this. That'll be fine by me as we continue to go back up to the upside maybe here on Tesla. So yeah, let's just see if we can get 20, 30 cents on the long here. Like, this is crazy that all this stuff just continues to work out here. So there it goes. Nice out there at 60s. Nice out there at 68s. Beautiful trade again, Neil, on Tesla. There it goes, man. Wow. All right, we are really, really cruising right now, man. $1.50 in the money on Micron. Meta not doing things that we like, but we'll see. And then look at that reload there on Tesla. By far the biggest names today. Tesla, Micron, you have, not Alibaba, Peloton's there working. So far, so good here, guys. It's going to be P&L number one, and for me, it'll be Micron. And then Meta is right behind. But Tesla could put on some damage. Hey, man, we're 70 cents in the money on this Tesla trade, and we just put it on down here for the second time in a row. So, yeah, so far, so good here today.
Yeah, no question about it. Not going to complain. I mean, obviously, Meta's going to be fantastic the way it's going. But the one that's going to matter right now is going to be the first shot at PDD. It's not at 100 yet. It's right at that low. It's a random price. It's like 102.30 is the current low of the day. Let me zoom in so you can see the scaling a little bit better in here. There you go. Like, it just needs to hold on once. I want one shot at a bounce play and then hold it to the low. It just took out that low. I know you're only risking 40 or 50 cents, at least I am. But when I'm playing an SSR bounce, it's never about, give it a ton of room. It's about find a tight stop and then just see if it can rally. It's down here for a reason. At least the market thinks it's down here for a reason. So I'm going to try and respect it. Piton did not get to VWAP, so it looks like I might have missed my chance to reload. It was like one little tiny wick to VWAP, and then it bounced higher. But I was on Peloton. I was on PDD at that time. Still higher lows, still looking like a good breakout for sure on that one. Nvidia, it's trying to hold the bottom. It's not even close to 128 where I thought the dip buy might be. It's kind of holding on to 129. Just got to be patient with this sucker. If it's going to be a dip buy at 128, I'm not going long at 129. And a similar thing with AMD. If we're shorting pops on this thing, VWAP now sits $1.50, $2 away on that one. Chris Tarr saying, look at Amazon. It seems like it's found a bottom.
Micron.
We'll see. Yeah, Micron just broke that 100 level. For me, that was a 100 break. Didn't like any resistance levels on it, but I'm not giving this past the prior low. So breakdown, prior low here. That's 131.
There's your first $2 winner right there. We have two of them actually. We have Meta and this one, and we have Tesla's back in $1 again. There goes Micron, man. Exactly as it was written right there. Big day there again. And we're going to tell you this because you always see him on the show. Number 2 in the office today, and he's holding a position right now, so we don't want to jinx him, but we'll do it anyways. It is going to be Obi, so congratulations right now to Obi for putting up some numbers here today as he's in there as well. So here we go. Let's see if we can put more damage on the board. We said that we would add to this Micron position, so we did. There's the break of 100, and here it comes in, man. We're putting up numbers with shares here. Let's see if we can go down into the 70s. Would be nice. We're at 80s right now. Can we collapse even in further than that? I say, yes, we can. And there we go. Tesla right now is $1 now in the money on Tesla as well. Wow, we are really just on one right now, man. We have Meta, $1, Micron, come on, Tesla. These are 3 huge stocks and 3 huge opportunities. Hello? Today as well. We do have numbers coming up, though, so let's go and flip it over to Adara.
No numbers here until 10:30 when we'll get the Dallas Fed Manufacturing Business Index coming through. We did get numbers, though, at 8:30 a.m., much stronger than expected durable goods on a month-over-month basis, but core durable goods actually coming in a little bit lower than expected. S&P 500 chopping and trading here around that $563 level this morning. We actually had the Dow Jones Industrial Average touching a new intraday high and actually set to close at its first record closing high since July 17th if these gains continue. So lots of strength in a lot of these indices here. Also worth noting some comments from Fed's Barkin, kind of unexpected, saying that disinflation is starting to spread beyond goods. So that we'll see if that continues to spread. Nice comments there from Fed's Barkin. Fed's Daily, also not initially scheduled, but now set to speak here at 2 p.m. today. So lots of Fed speak to keep an eye on. PDD, Pinduoduo, the big earnings name of the day, down about 26%. They did beat here for adjusted earnings per share, and they did have 86% Q2 top line growth, but they missed on sales here and had a little bit weak revenue projections. Pinduoduo strongly to the downside. We have SolarEdge here as well, doing quite the reversal. We had SEDG initially up about 10% after announcing a CEO change, now down about 6% for SEDG. Last but not least, Boeing on watch here. This one also having a bit of a reversion, much like what we saw with SEDG. Initially down, now trying to climb up to positive territory. NASA selecting SpaceX to get these two astronauts home here that are stranded in the ISS over Boeing Starliners. So bit of a negative story here for BA, guys.
Thank you, Adara. Let's just go with the flossing right here. Let's say heads up. I just saw Neil do it too. Let's go Hydration Nation. Man, are we seeing things clearly now? Clear as water. I mean, there goes Micron. Let's go. I mean, there's the break of $100. We had written this one down as well. So this is going to be, like I said, for me, we traded it, in my opinion, perfectly the way I wanted to. There is Micron. We actually broke this down for you guys earlier when we had it on the show. Look at all this consolidation. There's the break. Here it is coming in. There's the $100 break. Not only do we have the $100 break, we also have the 102 short right there as well. And then you're saying, well, like, that's nice. What about Meta? Well, Meta right here, we just took some more out at 522. We have a good size position, obviously. So we're going to wait. There's the 523 break. So far we have Micron on the short. That's working. Meta right there. We've left Nvidia alone. We'll have to go have a look at that. We also want to look at the TQs. And then Shopify we've left. So we'll go back and look right now. But it's the biggest and the baddest right here so far is going to be Micron. I mean, Micron, just as we talk about that, is a big trade. You got to put on shares when you see something you like, and we hit it again. So normally we don't add to positions, but this is sort of the evolution right now of myself as a trader, is just getting so much better at being able to add, put on risk, and really see these things. So there it goes to the downside. It's Micron, and it is working, man. We're at the highest spot we've been at all day right now. Look at Tesla. It's another one. Because you know what? I mean, look, Kathy, we've already bought it, okay? You don't have to stop. But there it is, the bottom of the day on Tesla, bringing it right back into VWAP again. So yes, sir, this name continues to work. Watch out for Micron making a move back, and we'll get from Adara right now.
Still pushing higher here, near highs days up about 40% right now. Did mention this story earlier, but looks like this one's still moving after announcing at 9:30 today that it's entered this contract with Bolt Mobility, which is based in the UAE, $210 million contract with Mullen with regards to the purchase of 3,000 Class 1 and Class 3 EVs. Mullen will set to get its first $3 million within 60 days and set to ship these vehicles immediately. Also a 28.3% short float for MULN, guys.
Yeah, the float, obviously the amount of splits that they've had, the float drastically changed, but it's still a pretty large size float for Mullen. That 50-cent break, I would look for a fail break off that 50 level for Mullen. Certainly can be a runner if it wants to go, squeezes, all the kind of potential. Nvidia just bounced off 128 even, so worth a bit of a caution here as the market's still heading lower, but Nvidia tried to bounce off 128 once. It did it the second time. I tried to grab quarters on the way back in. Gonna leave it in, give it to 128 even. If we get an opportunity on a bounce, I mean, I look over as Nvidia is bouncing and AMD is not even doing anything off the lows. It's just continuing to bleed. Peloton is still trying to break through this top. This is now 4 times, like 4 separate wicks on a 3-minute that it hasn't been able to break past $5.20. So it seems like this one could be coming back in. I've got a trail out underneath 505, but if it doesn't break and squeeze, it could be that the attention is going to other names. and maybe Mullen is one of those. I'm thinking if Mullen does a fail break at 50, you want to join this one off of VWAP, still looking relatively weak there. So I have my bid on Nvidia, trying to pick up that 120 on the way back in. If it travels too far, I'm looking to fade on AMD, not Nvidia. So if AMD can get back up, even 155, previous close, would be a good level for me to play the short. Closed at 154.98, so I think forget about VWAP at 56. I want this one to the south side and south side only. Meta's still doing pretty much the same thing. It can't get back to 523. If it does not break 520 here, I think I'm going to want to take this one out. Looks like there's been buyers down at that price every single time. If they do it again, I'm jumping out.
All right. There we go. See, I did not jinx it. Congratulations. Obi is now out, so he's got that one going as well. So we will not talk about the stock, but if you guessed Nvidia, you better be right. Okay, so here we go. Meta right now, again, nice downside push. We're still in this name. We're pretty, I mean, we've got this market today, I feel like, and I don't want to get too carried away from getting in and out of things now. Sometimes we've been known to overtrade. Hello? But so right now, it's all the ideas working, man. It's Meta working. I'm bidding 518s. So hopefully we do get a breakthrough now and we can really have a good day here. We're already having a fantastic one. Micron trying to break lower again. There it is. I was going to say I'm bidding 50s. Bang. And again, guys, just so you guys know, fruit salad was pretty good today. We did have that coming through right there. That's enough, says DJ Khaled. I don't eat fruit salad, said DJ Khaled, but John Travolta's like, what are these winners all about? There it is, a nice move to the downside right now, 99.51. And if you said John Travolta and John was like, hey, man, where are you getting these ideas from? Then you would have to say, it has to be from the sticky note. So right now we have Meta 523. That's $2 in the money. We have the Micron short. That's now almost $3 in the money. The Shopify we'll have to look at in a minute. TQs we'll look at it in a minute as well. But realistically, man, I mean, how many trades do you need? We just have these 3 trades, and they're 1, 2, and 3 P&Ls right now. So these are big trades. And when they work, they work. When they don't, they don't. And I mean, today they are working. So there goes Meta to the downside. And I feel like Meta has a lot more downside to go, which is why when it broke through 522, I did get out of another piece there, which doesn't look good now. I was just like, maybe there's too much strength in this name, and we are just sort of hanging out right now on Meta. Thank you, Randy, for that one.
We shouldn't have changed this.
Randy, Tesla's been fitting like a glove here today. Nice downside push there. We get long, we get out for $1. Then it falls right into our lap there at 216 again. So it's been so far so good here. And look, Randy, I mean, this is why you should come trade on the floor. Look at this. Look at this support right here. You know, you're going long off that, right? So a nice move to the upside right there right now. And then this one, Randy, Meta right now, breaking this 523 bottom. Let's see where this one goes right now. Almost, Randy. What happens if you're short at 523 and it's at 520? How many dollar clubs is that? Did you say 3? Let's see if we can break it right now. We're waiting for $5. Here it goes. Bang, right there. There's it coming in. We go props up. There goes 519. Thank you, Randy, for coming through right now. We now have $4 in the money on Meta. We have a big trade alert happening right now on Meta. Can we get that dump? Yes, we can. I feel like it's a good one there, Randy. You know what, man? This is what we go for. I love this is a brisket trade right there. And you know what? It is your number one trade idea today on the sticky note. We'll see if we can get it. We're at 518.50. So if that can come through right there, Randy, that's a $4.50 winner. We'll see if we can get it. We'll just sit here on our hands and wait. So it looks like it could come in. Yeah, no,
it looks like it wants to.
That's not brisket. Yeah.
Flat bottom break, everybody. That 523 on Meta. Great look there. Who'd have thunk it, man?
Cheers.
523. Sometimes it is what it is. When the shelf breaks, it can be a bid underneath it. Other times, you just got to look for that short. Same thing with a breakout trade. You look for that explosion at those key levels. There's room into 15, but this is where we start looking for the trails in here. Nvidia is just still bleeding, by the way. So there was no bid at 128. Well, I mean, there was probably somebody there, but they weren't there for long. So there's no bounce off the 128 level. You had to try and maybe grab a quick little 60-cent scalp once. Now we're going to be 126.5. So I'm not standing in front of any falling knives on this stock. I'm going to let it get down there and see what happens. If it tries to bounce off 126.5, that's the level that we're going to like. So let's hold on to your butts at this point as the market seems to want low. Micron's going down. At least Peloton for now is trying to hold. Oh, and Mullen. Mullen, see, false break at 50 cents and starting to pull back. I want no part of these breaks at these highs on these stocks. Always look for the dip buy. So VWAP sits here at 43 cents. 45 is a nice round number as well. So I'm looking to maybe join this one. If it's going to be a down day in the market, then sometimes these squeeze type names are the only thing that are worth going long.
Oh my, we'll be a couple face slaps happening back and forth right now. There goes Meta, now $5 in the money. And again, man, it's like, it's right here. This is it right there. 523 posted right there for Meta. So, we got it. It came in. And like when it first came in, I was like, oh man, that just like tanked down $2 like real quick. And then we took some outs. We got nervous there. Now we still have a piece. We just took 2 outs down there, I believe. We got a 60 and a 50 there. Someone on Meta.
Just 835 thou on the bid.
We are now in the money again on Micron. That's now $1. So this Micron trade is $3 in the money. So we have a $5 winner on Meta, $3 on Micron. It's not going to show $3 because we've added to the position. As you guys know, that's how it works around here. It's too bad because I didn't realize I had 2 orders there on Meta, or else we maybe could have gotten some more out down there at 518, but we'll take 2 more outs down there at 518 for your banger of the day. This is probably, unless something was done when I wasn't here, this is going to be the largest day for the open so far. It's only 10-11, and it's just because we were just confident in the trades. Micron, we knew we wanted the short. We talked about this market here today, and there it goes, man. Nice downside push into these lows. So Micron breaks, and you want to talk about a flat bottom break. I mean, this is exactly why we put this stuff out on Twitter. I didn't even have a Twitter account before the show. Oops, that's the ribs. But it was right here, trying to show trades, and that's what it is. You guys have asked for this, thanks to Adam and thanks to everybody that's part of our family. You guys, you want clean, simple trades, easy to follow, easy to look at. These are pretty easy trades today. I mean, this Meta trade is just a doozy, man. I mean, that was something else. I'm not sure where we'll hold this last piece back to, but we only have about 15% left. We got 2 outs down here. We were holding 40% for this drop. So that's why the numbers are being put up right now. Then the reload on Micron. I mean, this was really a confidence thing. You don't reload a stock when you're already in the money, $2, unless you really like that trade. And there it goes to the downside. And like I said, Neil, man, so far so good. Great trading today. Props it up.
Yeah, only had 3 short ideas today. And unfortunately,
Ramin missed it.
Oh, Ramin missed it? We have a key for that.
Because she's got that hot matcha over there. Did that come through yet?
Yo, Ramin...
I asked too late because I was like, nah, I don't want one.
No, Ramin...
She did offer.
Ramin Ubered her matcha this morning and offered to every single person on, everybody. She's like, Neil, would you like a matcha? Adair, I think Adair said yes. There you go. Did you...
No, I said no because I go out and get stuff. I was like, I didn't want Ramin to flip the bill for it. So exactly. I said no, but I'll go. I got the address. I'm going to go for when I go for my walk. I'm going to go grab that as well as a haircut, I think.
So. Oh, just one. The market, yada, dumping. I did take an out here on this wick of Meta. It just tagged 518. Sorry, it broke 518. It wicked 518 and came back. Trailed some out under 518 and a half. I still think there's, the bottom of this move. It's not the bottom of this move. That's not what I mean. The most significant price is right here next. 515. It was a close on the 12th, support on the 13th. If it makes one more push down, that's what I'm looking for. If we break back up about 520, I'm actually thinking maybe just give it to VWAP the last little bit and see what happens. Micron's a clean move off that buck, but Nvidia is starting to bounce. Uh-oh. So Nvidia just bounced, not quite at that 126.5, but very, very close to it. That's low? A big bounce on Nvidia here as it's starting to scream back into the upside. Yeah,
I just got too
probably shouldn't have been fist bumping as much as I didn't think Nvidia was going to get to 126. It was just at $128. I was just talking about it at 128, and I said I will not be sitting on bids at levels like this. But now big bounce for them. Still want VWAP here on Piton as it's bouncing off of VWAP. So I'm just going to play the trend game with this. And that's going to mean after the break, the trend now, I mean, obviously VWAP is the trend line, but fine, I'll just draw a trend line anyways. But you got VWAP anyway. So if it breaks down underneath VWAP, I'm going to jump out of this. So far, it has managed to resist the dumping that's going on in the market. However, the market's not going down forever and Peloton going up forever. I don't think that makes a heck of a lot of sense. I feel like Peloton at some point probably joins the market, but we'll buy dips until that happens. So Nvidia does seem like it wants to test this 126 and a half. I'm going to see if I want to get a stop underneath that resist or support at least first before we get into the long. I like the fact that we can put our stops in before.
Yeah, I took the long here at 127 because I was like, oh my God, I got too complacent and I didn't notice how far this went down. So I do thank Neil for bringing that up. So we're long at 127.08 right now against that 126, against the bottom, which is almost got broken there. So 126.70 or so will be out of Nvidia. But right now, here it is. We are back into the long. We just took some more out on Micron, by the way. We sort of talked about that one. We are now, we're out of Tesla. Tesla, big trade, honestly. But look where we're at. We're out at 216 break. So okay, here we go, Nvidia. Wow. This is a day, guys. This is just a day. Let's see if this will want to go back up to the upside here. Let's go, Nvidia, man. We're long here. It's not like it's huge, but if it goes back up to the upside, we'll take it. Couple outs there for Nvidia. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Another hot dog cannon trade here for Nvidia, Neil. We're now 40 cents. Did you get that bottom? We're now yes, good. We're now 40 cents in the money on this one. It's Nvidia. Let's just take some more and more pieces out here as we go and sort of just keep going. I mean, this is what we're doing. Now we have our first long on for the day. It's NVDA. It's a long, and we're in this one. Micron, thank you very much. Another face slapper right there. As we'll take another piece out down there. $5 in the money on Meta, that's all. Micron right now, $4 or $5 in the money as well. That's still going downside. And Nvidia, good thing we took some out in the 20s and 30s up there. Right now, Nvidia working out as well. What a good...
I'm out of Micron.
Yeah, good.
So Micron, just very quickly, zoom out the 15-minute chart. Just try to quickly explain to you here. When it was last at 100 was this day. There is your 100. There's your break from 100. That dip support was at $98. So playing that range, like to me, that's if this is a flat bottom, that's the reason for the Micron short. Then the 98 in here when it shows a bounce, and the fact that Nvidia is bouncing too. Well, possibly bouncing. We shouldn't count our chickens before they're hatched. But there's your bounce off 98. So I'm out of Micron. Nvidia, pretty solid. I did do that thing where I put my stop at the wrong price. It immediately punched me out. I just jumped right back into the trade. But VWAP is a long ways away on Nvidia. I'm back on the bid to try and get something underneath 127, ideally. I'd like to get longs under 127 and play back into the halves, then the 128s. Meta's doing just fine, but Peloton, when I say but, now so it bounces off of VWAP. I didn't get the best price. Could have got a couple of cents better. But you might be putting in a head and shoulders. If this cannot break 520, you've got 520 resistance, one break into the quarters, and then 520 resistance again. If it's continuing this head and shoulders pattern, no more reloads off of VWAP for Piton. The market is still looking rather heavy. And speaking of things that are heavy, we have not even mentioned Apple today, but Apple just lost. Oh, and it came back. 225 was broken on Apple. It just came back into the upside. I actually like that. If that's catching a bid, I like this for Nvidia to be able to try to catch one as well. So it's bouncing off the level that we wanted. Hopefully we can get into VWAP. That would be fantastic. Still looking for something that's relatively strong that is not a squeeze name, like something in tech that looks relatively strong. Haven't been able to find it just yet, but we're still searching. I always want to find relative strength and weakness at this time of the day.
I mean, let's just keep going, man. I mean, props it up to anybody that's following along. I mean, this trade is huge on Nvidia. Honestly, like it felt, again, this is another level that's posted right here on the sticky note of 127. It sounds ridiculous to keep on doing this, but this is why I'm putting this out so everybody could join the party. There's 127 Nvidia, so that's 70 cents. Meta right now, 523 short, right? So that's $5. In the money. And then we added onto this at whatever time it was, 9 o'clock, we added this Micron break, which is absolutely monstrous. Tesla's been huge. There's only been 4 names right now, and it's only 10:20. There's a lot of party still to go. And then look at that. There comes a dip down in all. I mean, we're still short on Micron, so this is all good, although we don't want Nvidia to go down. But look at all these outs. Long, out. So we have half still of Nvidia looking to see what it does near the bottom of the day. All right, it's time for Adara, and let's go with small cap recap over at the screen.
We have the IWM running into quite a bit of resistance here around that 222.50 area with lower highs. Then we recovered from the bottom, wick into that level before selling back off. So the Russell 2000 definitely struggling with making these new highs here as we continue to kind of drift to the downside. We have Mullen here, MULN. This one near high of days here, up 60%. Mentioned this one before, but entering into a $210 million contract with Volt Mobility of the UAE. Mullen also does have a short float of about 28.3%. Next up here, we have Metarom here. That is going to be MRM as the ticker, up more than 100%. Their subsidiary, Metarom Mother Labs, entering into this partnership with NFES Technologies for a capital and business alliance. So MRM, strongly to the upside. Also on watch here and trying to make higher lows with a flat top is Asset Entities, ASST. No news on this one, but they do have here about a short float of about 3.8%, total float of just over 1 million shares, and a market cap of $3.48 million. Lots of names to be aware of, guys.
Yeah, that Mullen didn't get to VWAP after all, so it was right that the 50 break was a fail break, but Mullen's still trending higher and higher. Look to join if we can find an opportunity to do so. So Nvidia just bounced again off 126. The bottom's about 70 cents, but if you're wondering like where, line in the charts down here, 126.5. That was like a triple bottom of sorts on Friday, once, twice, thrice. If it loses this, forget about it, but you're still getting them decent bounces off of that level for now. So holding on to the trend to the downside, but bouncing off 126.5. There is some subtle strength happening in a few names. When I say subtle, it was mentioned in the chat, it was like, oh, what's relatively strong out of the chip names, out of big cap tech, and it was mentioned Amazon's not exactly dying. It's not through Friday's low, but it just broke its low of the day. Maybe a 175 is available for Amazon. Worth keeping an eye on. It would have a decent chance to go green before some of the others, but everything's still looking relatively weak. It's Nvidia that's at the support level. Going to get right back on the bid here underneath 127. And as long as it holds this level, we'll keep going for the longs on NVDA. Still have the trail on Meta. That's cruising. Just tested the low again and still bouncing off the 518 level. No big tested VWAP. At some point, this might just be a trail out here at 519.75 or so. Still want to give it a chance to flush a little bit more. So far, so good. Don't want to only sit on the hands here with what we have. It was really Mullen, the party that I would like to join. And that is a steep upward trend. Good for you, Mullen. Probably a good trade. I don't know about hanging on to this very long. They tend to dilute anytime this happens. So just be careful with this. But a good look for Mullen so far.
We're at our highest. Getting myself good. Oh, yeah, that's right. I was going to get up. We're at the highest spot we've been at all day. And I mean, there it is right there. Nvidia reloaded again at 127. It's just, let's just keep this as simple as possible. I just asked my wife, why did you send me this? They're at the X right now, so I don't know if she's trying to get some choco berry stuff going on here. Oh, it's because we saw this in London, that's why. Berries with cream and chocolate, so I don't know if she's going to be grabbing that. Looks like it's closed right now, but the family is down there at the CNE today, and that's like an annual tradition.
Fair.
So it is really good. Oh, yeah, there they go. Okay.
What's the special food this year?
Yeah.
Every year
it's so funny that you asked that. Normally it's like, mustard ice cream or
it's always something really ridiculous.
Don't know what it is.
It's if you're from here, when he said mustard ice cream, when Sean said mustard ice cream, it's usually something along those lines. You'd think it's just disgusting, but it becomes a big deal, and everyone always has to try it when you go to the CNE. Hopefully,
I don't know what it is. I'm going to try to.
Yeah, we'll have to Google it because it's always worth trying. But usually, when you hear that thing, you're like, "There's no chance you're gonna get me to eat that crap." But certainly, CNE, it's good family fun.
Like deep fried butter's been there forever.
Oh yeah, deep fried, but the deep fried stuff is normal,
right? Like Oreos or whatever.
There's something else I was going to get to.
Stuff.
No, it wasn't Rivian, wasn't Tesla, it wasn't Apple. Oh, Microsoft.
Oh, Microsoft. Okay.
I knew there was something else here. Softy, broke $415. Just want to make sure that we're at least covering, while we're holding on to these things, at least covering some of the important names. Microsoft has some room. This was the big dump on Friday. Well, one of the big dumps on Friday. It still has room to the low of 412, and it's trying to hold a higher low. The $414 was the afternoon level. Microsoft loses that. Yuck. If it hangs on to it on any bounce here in the market, this one, it's only down 0.5%, and the Nasdaq's just a little bit more than that. So I hate to call it relatively strong because that's a ridiculous thing to say when it's down, but it's at least looking halfway decent, kind of like Amazon is. Like, I like Nvidia because it's at a support level, not because it's relatively strong compared to the market. It's not. But at least Amazon and Microsoft are showing some signs. If there is a relief rally here, I do kind of like those couple of names. Just here's another retest on Peloton of these highs. At some point, it needs to break out this top and really start going. Going to put an offer now in front of the quarters. It's been steady Eddie on this 5 break, but all it's done is go from 5 to 525. Need this one to go that next step and get to that 550. If Nvidia holds this breakout, previous close 129.37. Wow. I'm out in front of VWAP on Nvidia. If it's trend down, I'm just going to throw the order out in front of VWAP and see if we can't grab that one to the upside. So far, so good. Market trying to catch a bit of a bid here. I don't know if I like Amazon or Meta, or Microsoft more in terms of trying to find a dip buy. Maybe neither, to be honest with you.
Guys, we are really just cruising today, and you know what? It's all sticky note. There's nothing else. We have Micron. We have this. Well, Tesla was there too. But this Nvidia off 127, I mean, that's thrice. I mean, more than that. We have 4 fills, but basically 2 reloads down there. And then that last out right there at 72s or whatever that was as we climb up. I would love to get that. I mean, I'm at again, you know, everyone's going to trade their book. I'm going to be at 128.25 right here at the 50 period. If we can get above 128, let's just see that little jump off spot there was like 128.15s. So we'll see if we can grab that. I don't know if that's going to be in play or not. Micron is, well, P&L number 1 today. It'll be between Meta and Micron. I mean, I feel like they're going to be dollars once we get out. But I don't know where we're going to get out of them all. But I have less than 10% left of Micron. And it was really, so first of all, this was the big trade. But this was great. This break of 100 gave us it gave us $1.50. That's our lowest fill. So that was already a short at the 200, short at the 100, and then just bleed basically all the way back in. So that was a really good trade there. And then obviously this Meta trade, as we keep on talking about the same stuff. All right, so this could even break again. And when it does, ooh-wee, I'm at 521. There's the professor. Professor, $5 on Meta. Yeah, and $4 on Micron. And right now, 80 cents on Nvidia, but we'll see if that gets better. All right, Meta right now trying to break lower. It's funny because Sharif always asks me, what are we looking at today? And I was like, I don't know. I don't know what we're doing today. And then let's let the market tell us. And now you're down almost 1% on the NASDAQ. So that is not good for the portfolio, but very, very good for what we're doing right here, right now. We're going to be at the highest spot all day today, just doing this. Quickly Shopify. And again, this is a completely different style. Like for me anyways, we'll trade 4 names and they're all where they need to be. Shopify does not hold though. So with this market making down moves here of 1+% or possibly 1+% in a minute, we never got into Shopify. So we just started hitting these shorts early, short Meta, short Micron, and we definitely got influenced by that, right? So we didn't really take this long on Shopify. That's 76.50. Easy to get out of, man. I mean, I hope this is a 10-cent hit if you're still in this as it continues to go lower. So that is Shopify. Some names don't work out. I don't know if you got out or not, but our Nvidia, man, we took a lot out up here. We talked about how much we have left. So now let's wait to see. Okay, here comes right back in again. It's Nvidia making lows. One more, well, not making lows, but heading back into that low. I'm going to take some more shares now. Our out will be a break of the low, 126.70 or so. More shares.
Yeah, the low, just when we get it almost exactly, it's like, it actually is, I have 70 even as the low. So if it breaks that, we're out of it. I've been putting bids just underneath the 127, so we'll see what happens if we get another one. But like the market is bleeding, and that's why I was like a second ago, do I even want to take something just because it's relatively strong? Like, is that even good enough? Like, I was like, oh, Microsoft's kind of relatively strong. Like, who cares? The market's going to the downside. Yeah, that reload might not have even been a good one. here on Nvidia. You did just break low of the day on Meta, so it's at that next level. At this point, there's like 5:15 left, and that's it. So I want to leave it on here as you just broke the low on Nvidia. There's always a chance it can hold on to Friday's lows and then get some kind of a bounce, but I don't want to be fighting it at this point. It's got to show it to me, and then we'll try to jump back into it. We'll see what happens there. And I did want to short AMD, but you can pretty much forget about the levels that I would have liked. AMD, like, I'm going to slap a fail on myself.
Oh, Nvidia's going.
Wrong one. I'm slapping a fail on myself for not getting AMD. There's patience, and then there's patience. I was patient with AMD. A little too patient. Let's go to the desk. We've got, crypto. I completely forgot about crypto.
One of the bigger stories over the last week and the weekend in the crypto space has to be related to these inflows we had here. Sharif did mention this during the rundown. We do have Bitcoin actually getting Bitcoin products are getting $543 or $543 million worth of inflows. So we're total crypto inflows here, getting $533 million in the last week. This is actually the largest inflows we've had in 5 weeks for crypto. Though it is worth noting, Ethereum still having outflows of around $36 million. So lots of inflows for BTC, but Ethereum is still lagging a little bit here. In terms of Bitcoin on the daily chart, after wicking into the $65,000 level both on Saturday and earlier this morning, still unable to steadily stay above that level. Currently holding on to 63.5 for BTC, but above that key $62,000 level, we had quite a few crypto analysts talking about that you can see coming into some support and resistance in the past on the daily chart here. Bitcoin slightly down on the day here, down almost 1%, but again, still holding on to the 63.5. Ethereum holding on to 2,700 right now, but also down on the day about 1.5%. The rest of these names a little bit more mixed. Slight positivity here for USDT, USDC, and Tron, but some weakness in BNB, Solana, Ripple, Dogecoin. Bit of a mixed but generally negative picture for crypto stocks, guys.
So I completely forgot about Mara because it was like the breakout would have had to have been 19, and it's at 18 pretty much now. So the market's melting at this point. Well, not melting. The market's strong to the downside at this point. So standing on the bid at 18, you can like a level for a dip buy at the open. I don't think you have to sit there on the bid as the market's flushing, but this is where I was looking for a bounce on Mara. We're not through 63 and we're not holding 63 and a half the way I would like. We're up and down underneath that price. So I'd like to see us above that 63 and a half if we could be ultimately on Bitcoin before I got into Mara. Meta, as I said, broke the low to the downside here. So it's pretty much at my target. So my trail is going to be in right here. This is the target we had just underneath the 516 level. So if it does a wick bottom at this price, I'm jumping out of Meta. As a matter of fact, I'm just going to adjust my order as we speak. Big time flush. Love the flat bottom break, but this is the target we had, and it just wicked the 516.
Big trade alert. Obviously, $7 in the money on Meta as posted at Micron right now. We would be short 102, but we've added to it. So right now, this is $4 from the top, $2 from our current position. It's Adara.
Worth noting as well here at 10:30, we did get the Dallas Fed Manufacturing Business Index for August. This one coming in here at negative 9.7, so a bit above the prior number here, negative 17.5, and above the forecast of negative 16. So higher than expected Dallas Fed Manufacturing Business Index for August, guys.
This is, Sharif just like, what is this, Katina, man? And I'm like...
Real trading.
Exactly, we just talked about this is real trading. This is putting on positions and holding and making that money. This is exactly that, Neil, and I like where you're going with it, so drop that promo.
Yes, sir. What it is right now, it is. It's real trading. And if you're interested, the campus program is back, everybody. So if you're located in Canada and you want to trade and you want to learn to trade and you want to learn to execute on a professional platform, then check out Real Trading/campus. Scan the QR code below. It's a free program. One of the reasons why we love it so much is it's real. You don't put anything down, but you get a chance to gain real experience and trade real money. So the program is an intensive one, but all that it matters is that you have a passion for trading in my book and the time and effort to be able to put into these markets. Start with a market introduction to phase 1. Then you learn P Pro 8, this platform that we use, myself, Sean, Sharif, Adara, Brendan, Big Patty Ice back there, Obi, everybody out here on P Pro 8, built for traders by traders. And you go into the simulator for phase 3. You're going to get live one-on-one sessions. You're going to have Brankles and Wayne over there able to help you out in your journey. You're going to have ongoing sessions where you meet trading objectives for about 4 weeks. Then you can go live, phase 4. Go live trading real money, able to earn real money. You still get your one-on-one coaching. This is about a month and a half, 6 weeks total. This requires of you 8 hours of trading a week, minimum 8 hours trading a week, 16 total. So this is the kind of thing where you can have your side gig or whatever it is, put that time and effort in. It is absolutely free. Become a potential funded trader at the end of it. All you got to do is hit that apply if you're in Canada, and best of luck to you. So that's realtrading.com campus/campus, or scan that QR code that you find in front of you on the screen. It's also in the link in the description of our stream. So good luck, everybody, in that campus program. Mr. Longshorts is with Real Trading as well. So he's interested. And speaking of, here's the question. Sorry, what's the question? I'm with Real Trading. Is it possible to get access to that coaching part? If you're with Trading, here's the thing. You can, like, every single day, we're giving you our ideas and our coaching live. If you already are a Real Trading trader, they do have a program where, I don't know if you're still with it, where they have I have no idea who's doing the coaching right now, but they do have support for all the offices. If you're with an office, then your office manager and risk manager would be your support. But if you own an office, there is still that support. So I don't know if you own an office, or you just a trader at an office. It's not my place to say if you're a trader at an office. Your office manager should be the one that's giving you the coaching. You can always check us out. I'm now out of Meta because this was the level that we targeted in here. Again, reason to get in, reason to get out. When we set this one out, flat bottom break is one of the first things that we noticed for a flat bottom break opportunity. And here is your key close price, 515 change, let's call it. It's about like 70 or so. I didn't check it exactly. But if you do any kind of a wick bottom off that level, it bounced 16 and came back in. That's the trade for me. So I'm in, I'm out. Still in Peloton, which magically hasn't broken VWAP, but at some point this sucker's breaking VWAP as far as I'm concerned. It's holding on to the top of the channel. We had a 5 break that just holding on to VWAP. 15 minutes not going to have it. So there you go. Bouncing off VWAP multiple times. Cannot break the high. So as long as the trend holds, we're going to look for re-entries after it bounces and try to hold this for a top break. One of the few things that's actually going to the upside, and it's a squeeze name. When the market is down, a lot of times it's short float runners, squeeze names, or things that have their own news, like this ASST. So big assist to Adara for the small cap recap, as this one is about to take out some highs as well. Hope I didn't jinx it.
Wow, here we go. All right, guys, back over to trading quickly here. Just for me, for TQQs. This is another level here that we wrote down, 68 break on the TQQ. So we're short right now at 68, and it's coming back in right now. This is the futures we're talking about. There's the break. This is why we liked it. Right here, 68. Breaking lower on the futures. We had wrote this down. Now let's see where we go on this one. Come on, TQQs. This is a big one right now. We're just $7 in the money right now on Meta. And as Neil mentioned, man, this is what it's all about. You know, we write it down on the sticky note. Check it out. Neil's got it. We've got it. It is Meta. It is, well, did have it. It's Meta Monster, $8 winner now. Micron, huge win. And then this is the one that I'm also proud of. We talked about this, trading the futures. We wrote down here, future TQQ break. And I'm going to get excited because honestly, what's happening right here today has been, for me, I mean, obviously I'm going to get excited about it. And it's more about this. Look at this. Be patient. 71 break long. 68 support, right? Short sell on that break. So there it is right there for the NASDAQ, and we shorted it. So we short that NASDAQ TQQ break, and now it's just printing. This is a huge trade, guys, honestly. Huge trade down to the downside right now. We're now 30 cents in the money on this move in. The TQQs, the market hasn't even started going down yet. You know, this is the thing. You haven't even really seen, like, a lot of us haven't traded through 08. Thankfully, I'm so super old that I have. What's going to happen if this market gives this up? And I already said this last week on Nvidia Day on Wednesday. This is there's not even headlines today, you know, and the market's down 1.4 and there's no bids on a lot of these names. I mean, we supported Nvidia right there. See ya. You know, we supported Tesla right See ya down there into 212. You know, we have this break for you. See ya on Meta. Meta now $8 in the money. So, I mean, it's starting to go to the downside now, and it's not necessarily stopping. I'm going to put another bid at 56 right now, take that fill on the TQQs, and put another 50 cents in our pocket right now. So, I mean, what a day this has been here today. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for 5, and big stocks. So we're happy and we're short. And yeah, I'm surprised this TQQ trade is doing this. Like when we wrote down 68, man, that was it. Okay, I don't know. People are saying that, yeah, Middle East stuff. I don't know. I mean, I haven't seen anything. We have Adair sitting over there. If anything does pop through, that is great. But again, guys, we already talked about this. When the market was hovering, we said we'd have to be patient for breaks. Breaks happened, money was made, and is it time to throw to Adair? Did I hear that? And without any further ado, it's Adair with Sector Watch.
NASDAQ sharply underperforming the S&P 500 as of right now, and you can definitely see that reflected in this sector board. Lots of weakness in this electronic technology sector, specifically Nvidia, Broadcom, AMD, a lot of these other chips sharply to the downside. Apple red as well, though some of these other names are slightly positive. Similar sentiment here that we're seeing in technology services. Meta, Microsoft, Google, all red, though it's a little bit more mixed for the rest of the sector. Also worth noting here, some weakness in some of these semiconductor plays within producer manufacturing, as well as Tesla here and consumer durables to the downside. Transportation generally strong, but keep an eye on Uber getting fined here $324 million from the Dutch antitrust regulators. So keep an eye on UBER in the transportation space. In terms of positivity, we have quite a lot of it. Energy minerals, notably green here. This is where I've seen some headlines with regards to tensions in the Middle East, specifically Libya, though I haven't seen those headlines with regards to everything else. So take a look at that for you guys. But Middle East tensions bringing oil to the upside. Some strength here in health services, commercial services, consumer services, process industries, utilities, consumer non-durables, and with the exception of Amazon, retail trade pretty strong here as well. Also worth keeping an eye here on finance. BRK up more than 1%. A lot of these other names following suit, guys.
All right. Closed Micron. So just for you guys looking at this one, we do have a closing trade there on Micron. The short is 102. That last out is 98.20. So good trade there added into the short there on Micron. So we'll talk all about that in a minute. Also, just an update here. I'm going to go 519 as an out for Meta. Like I said, if we're wrong and this name goes all the way back up, we will unfortunately have to eat this 250, trying to hold. Well, we won't have. I mean, it's already a winner, but we'll have to wait to see if that gets down, as Sharif says beside me. 125 could have been that level for Nvidia. I feel like it's very dangerous trying to call something before earnings. But I would think that this could be the long if the market ever bounces back up. I mean, down 3%. We know the Emperor does have clothing, but you're going to see exactly if that's the case come Wednesday evening when we have Nvidia earnings on board. So there it goes, man. We're out of exactly half of the TQQs down there. We had a nice little flush in. I'm going to use 68.20 right here, sort of where this jump got started. If we get clocked out in and around 68.20, we are out. We will go for a reload at that price, though, and then get out a little bit higher. So 68.20, out at 68.30 here. I'll just put the stop order in now. As Neil has mentioned, that's a strategy that we do like to use. So now, if it does rip up against me, I'll be bang, bang, instantly punched out. And, you know, you can't trade if you don't manage risk. We say this all the time. Brian Shannon, one of my favorite guests on the show, talks about being a risk manager ahead of a trader. And this is exactly why. Look at this out on Tesla. We get out there on Tesla. We're not even looking at the stock. We're hitting $7, $8 winners on Meta. We're hitting $3, $4 on Micron. We're hitting these futures. We're doing it all. We can't look at everything. So you got to have stop orders in. And that's exactly what we had right there. That's how you preserve your capital. And that's how you put up these huge numbers without huge upside risk, downside risk, because you've capitalized on taking out profit and then making sure that you have an out for that down or upside. So just watch out there for that move. TQQs could be finding a base as well. So we'll see if that one wants to go a little bit lower.
It seems like there was a bit of a, I don't want to call it a capitulatory bottom, but it maybe too early to say that. 19.5 on the NASDAQ just held. It did break out break down under 13's lows and Thursday's lows and continuing try to bounce here. It's Nvidia that's making me think that we missed. Look, the only chance I think on this bounce was to try and get a break back through 125. I didn't find it fast enough, so I'm not chasing a move here. But Nvidia's starting to look a little bit strong, relatively speaking, to some of these others. Like I looked over Apple. Apple's still chilling out at the low of the day. In terms of other chip names, AMD's like barely getting off the schneid here, and it's only at $150. I feel like I still want to short pops in AMD, believe it or not. There just hasn't been one. It's been all red candles, and the only consecutive on the 3-minute here is right now. It's the first time there's back-to-back candles on green, and it's trying to go through 150. 152 looms. VWAP is going to loom as well for that name. Yeah, it's still relatively weak in most of these chip names. I'm not calling any kind of bottoms here, but if we bounce off 19.5 again, this could be a place to start looking for some things. JJJ, Tesla was another one that I was looking at, although I feel like sticking with Nvidia and AMD, which were part of the original plan, might be a good one. Good consolidated bottom there on Tesla at about 212. Again, if we retest those lows and bounce, that could be a good spot for it. My eyes are going to be on Nvidia and AMD in these final 15 minutes. Possibly a little bit of that Mullen for the VWAP trade. I mean, it's basing off of VWAP. It is Mullen. Mullen it can hold VWAP and go to the highs again, but if it loses VWAP, it can easily be, from 47 to 35.
Yeah, that's right.
So, like Sean said with stop orders, it's holding VWAP for now, but if you don't think my stop wouldn't be underneath that 45 to limit loss, then you don't know Mullen very well. So it's up 40% because they haven't done an offering yet or anything like that. It did break the trend, so when it broke this trend up, wait for VWAP. Right now it's trying to hold it. I need to see it bounce off VWAP. See how it just smashed 47, it's going to retest this 45 bid. If it bounces a second time, gets above VWAP, then I don't mind the long on MULN here. But looking weak again, that could easily fill that gap, believe me.
Yeah, they got that new $200 million contract or something like that for Mullen earlier. And we actually brought that to you on the show. So I hope some of you are able to take advantage of some of that volatility and some of that volume. They're on Mullen. All right, so I've sort of adjusted my stop here. I mean, like I said, you got to be looking at these things. So this has come way back in. I'm actually going to change it now to 518. I put it to 518.50, but as this, remember I was at 519 initially, get out of 100% of this if it breaks. I'm just trying to watch the 50-period moving average. That's now at 518.11s. I mean, by the time it gets there, it'll be down to 518. So I'm not super, super worried about it right now, but that's going to be a level. And as Neil mentioned, sometimes stocks go back up. And that seems to be what's happening right now. So that's all good. That's why you got to manage those expectations and manage these positions. All right, here comes the TQQs. This one could be, actually it will not be a loser, I don't think, no matter what happens here, because even if we get out at 30s, we're still okay. We are going to try to reload this a little bit. I'm just right here at that high, just breaking through 15s. There was a wick there to 20s, so I'm going to sit at 17s, just ahead of it. To get some more short, and then we're going to watch out for that break right there on the TQQ right here. That's 27, so 30 break higher. We'll get out of the triple Qs, and again, this is the NASDAQ 100, so you could see a nice little bottom out there. I don't know if this was coincidental or not, so let's just have a quick look here. Wick down into, that's 19.5. We've been down to 19.5 before. The lowest we got was 19.450. I saw Dan Emmons and some of the other traders there in the chat talking about 19.1 maybe coming into play. I could see that. I mean, I would say 19.2 more than 19.1, but I mean, either way, if you're short, you take either one of those, I think.
Right.
So that's a nice move right there for the futures to potentially come in for a level. So if there was some sort of chatter about a a spot where we could bounce, I did hear in the chat 19.1, or read in the chat 19.1. So that could be something there. But other than that, man, yeah, we're out of everything. Nvidia, Micron, we got out at 48.20 or 98.20, 48.20. Maybe hopefully that doesn't happen.
48.20.
Yeah, there's the out. So we're happy with where we got out. Obviously, I'd rather be sitting in it now because it doesn't look like it wants to go too much. Right there, hearing in my ear, it is a Dominic special. It is GDC. He messaged us this last week and super chatted it. So because of that, Dominic, here it is again, up 5.5. GDC starting to put some burners on right now. The TQs goes right back into the money now. We did not get that short at 17s. Why? Because it goes to 15s. Let's see if there's a downside push right now. And in most of our favorite segments, it's Money Talks with Adara.
DXY had a very interesting level here, slightly positive on the day after that big move downward on Friday with regards to the S&P, with the Jackson Hole speak, and higher than expected July home sales. But right now we actually wicked into the lowest level we've been at since the last week of December 2023. So multi-month lows here for the DXY, though again, slightly positive on the day here, trying to climb back up. We got durable good orders month over month here for July, higher than expected, 9.9% versus estimates here of 4%, and the prior number here of negative 6.9%. So much higher than the expected in previous numbers. Dallas Fed manufacturing here also coming in higher than expected for August, negative 9.7 versus negative 17.5 prior, and negative 16 expected here. So we also did have as well core durable goods for July, slightly lower than expected, negative 0.2 versus estimates of flat on the month over month basis. We also did have some comments from Fed's Barkin coming in on this Bloomberg podcast saying that there should be a test and learn approach to rate cuts, saying there could be some potential layoffs if the economy weakens, but that the spreading of disinflation is worth noting here across the economy as opposed to just for goods. We also have Fed's Daily set to speak at 2 p.m. So some more Fed speak on watch here throughout the day, guys.
Fed speak, Fed speak, Fed speak. Look, it's the first time today VWAP is lost on Peloton for the first time. It's held it the entire way up. We had one last reload on it, and then it lost VWAP. So the breakout, and then the hold of VWAP, and now it's back underneath. I'm not fighting this sucker. It looks like it wants to head back in. Maybe you can get down in, here, let's zoom it out for a little bit. Maybe you can get back down into like the close prices, 480, or a bounce off the 5 even or 495 zone where this whole party started. But at some point, figured this was going to drag down. We like the trend until the end when it bends. As a good, hey, Obi says it. I mean, it's Obi's line. Just keep it real. It's not my line. That's Obi's line. Nvidia is still holding on to 126 as I look up. That's doing a nice little bounce play. I did still want to look for an opportunity to fade into AMD. Friday's lows, 152. Consolidation here was essentially under 152. So if we're making a bounce, that's where I would wait for to the upside on AMD. Oh, I forgot all about Intel.
How dare you?
Well, not how dare me. How dare everybody? No, just kidding. There were better options. There was lots of opportunities on the short side. Like you can just pull up a chart, and if you weren't shorted, you're going to say, oh, no, I missed out on the short on stock X, stock Y. So Intel did break down.
There goes a few.
Big hold of the 20 level here. VWAP sits at 2025. Every day that Intel's trended down, I've essentially said, if you get an opportunity, you take a shot short at VWAP. So this is going to get to VWAP a heck of a lot faster than something like AMD will because it's only 10 cents away. So this is going to come first. So 230-ish or 2030-ish on Intel. Maybe a Freudian slip there for INTC.
Yeah, Dan Emmons there clarifying he is now looking long, in the futures. So
Dan going long.
For that one. You're right. I mean, you were talking about that down here when I was talking about it. We are into the short one more time here. So let's remember that. and figure it out. So we're in the short now of the TQ. Sorry, there it is right there. We're short at 11s. We're getting out if it breaks through 30. We've talked about that shelf there. So if that does come in, Daniel and everybody else that's out there, I don't know if you're actually, I don't know why I just said Daniel there.
It might be Daniel.
Dan Emmons, and we might be breaking a little bit higher right now. Remember, we do have, okay, this is starting to adjust right now. I'm still just going to give it to 518. We've sort of let some of these things breathe a little bit to the downside. So we'll just give it still to that 518, which is right there, and the 50 period. But if you are trading the 50 period on Meta, it's really 517. It's like right here, right now. It's like 517.50. So if you want to save yourselves 50 cents, I mean, I'm debating doing that possibly, to be honest with you. We do have a good opportunity here to try to catch some of these trades. And I think that might be something to do right now with Meta. So we'll hold on. If it takes 518, and what I mean by that is like it could just be here dancing around and doesn't want to take that and move higher. So this is also like a reload spot for a short. So I don't necessarily want to just be tapping out right away on this trade, but it is something for sure. And then we are tapping out on the futures. If this continues to go higher, then we gone. There are a lot of names that are at the 50-period moving average, including the futures, and that is a spot to be looked out for. So congratulations on anybody that was able to reverse that into the long. We averaged into the short, and we'll still be fine on this trade. As we said, we sort of banked it to be that way, but the short will lose, breaking through 68. We are short at 68.12, though. So a little bit of a push down might be good right now with only 5 minutes left. We're just in this short and Meta short. It's a good thing we cleared out. Well, not really a good thing, but we did clear out of Micron right there for a nice winner. And then there goes TQs. So there it goes, breaking higher. So yeah, man, we'll celebrate the wins and we'll talk about our losses. So there goes the TQQ. So just for example, I'm now down 10%, less than 10% of what I made on Meta. On the TQQs. So, so far so good with risk management.
That's what it's all about. I mean, risk management is the name of the game. Well, I mean, at least it is if you want to be a trader. So like I'm looking at PDD. It never actually held $100. The only level at the open for that opening rush that tried to hold was actually that 102 where we had it. So I took 2 swipes at it and lost. I actually thought PDD was going to be adjacent to Meta in terms of opportunity, and it turns out like Meta was better good than PDD was bad, but sometimes it goes to a level on an SSR bounce that just, I'm not looking for. It got to $96, and this is essentially the move that you want, where it catches a bottom and then just sort of trends up. Whether it gets to VWAP, I think, is insignificant. It happened to try to bounce off 100. Look how shallow that move was. So Pinduoduo, 29% down after this bounce that you're seeing, 96 to 100. So I guess it was 30% plus. Nasty, nasty day for them. I'm in Intel because we said we short this curl. 2025 is the local bottom that broke, $20.25, and that's also Friday's low. So VWAP's the line on a chart. Support was $20.25. So I'm thinking resistance is $20.25. I'm short at 20s. I'm going to bid 15s, 10s, 5s, and evens on INTC. Starting to think about how far this move can get back into the upside, as AMD just got to 151, so it's on the way to this 152 level. I keep saying I should wait. If the market's bouncing, let it get to your price, but it's already starting to curl here at 151. Patience is a virtue. Now I'm going to hang off. I did grab Intel here, so I'm going to wait for AMD to settle down and maybe give me that 152. Don't want to start the short $1 early and then get myself into some trouble. Only a couple of minutes left, everybody. Then we're going to throw you guys over to the midday. You got Sharif, you got Adara, you got Learn to Trade. It's a wild start to the week. Remember, Nvidia earnings on Wednesday. We're just getting started with this volatility, everybody. And I feel like at least I know I've been ignoring the move in crypto. We failed that 63.5. And for me, as long as that was not on the bid, 63.5, I didn't want the longs in Mara. So if you're wondering why no trades in Mara, well, I wanted Mara longs if it was holding on to that bid. Bitcoin just broke it down and has been trying to recover. If it gets back above 63.5, I can start looking for some Mara longs at that point, which incidentally did bounce off 18 after all. So there's your bounce off 18. All it had to do was break 18 down to 1782, which is a full percent down, and now go green. If we get above 18.5, I'll look for a little bit of a retracement play on Mara. Nice consolidated, not consolidated, nice volume bottom on Mara, but I want to see Bitcoin hold 63.5 before we get into anything on Mara to the long side. So Intel already starting to move to the downside. I got 15s. I'm actually at 11s, and then we're going to put one at 6.
The market seems to be very, very resilient, needless to say, as it just keeps on climbing back. Remember, we talked about Meta and being a little bit worried about that trade. Well, now it's at 520, so there's our out at 518. So we're really happy with that one and wondering if anybody got out at that 517.50 area that was sort of screaming to us as being a potential issue there for Meta. But there it goes right back up to 520. It's back into VWAP. The market right now needs to get to VWAP in order to short it. The 50 period doesn't seem to be meaning anything right now. So let's just hold out here for a little bit and see what happens. But right now it's Meta upside. We'll see. We'll figure it out if there's anything else going on right now. What is wrong with the dashboard? Oh, well, it's already switched. That's fine. In just 30 seconds, it'll switch over. So that's what's wrong with it. We're out of Meta, so that's basically the only thing right now. After that, we could check out, I know there's, a lot of talk about Nvidia. Again, 525. Thinking about Meta, 125 seems to be that bottom right up to the 50 period again. So just look out for maybe a little bit of a slowdown right now in the market because this was such a good move back up. But until then, man, what are you guys doing? The dashboard is fixed apparently. So there you go. I guess it's not this one, maybe our actual dashboard on the other side. What are you guys doing today?
We're doing rate of change.
All right, rate of change and rate of change and rate on time because right now, well, that would be rate and right, so I know it's different. But here we go over to these guys. It's Adara, it's Sharif, it's the Midday Madness. Thanks everybody. That was a fun day. We're back at 2 p.m. Until then, go get them, Adara and Sharif.
What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to How to Trade, formerly known as the Midday Show. That is your girl Adara, and I'm Sharif. We're going to run and wait for everyone to come on over from the other stream, and we'll do the old-fashioned roll call, shout everybody out. Hope everybody's having a fantastic Monday. So far, these here markets are volatile, baby. That's what we like as intraday traders. No volatility equals no trade. There we go. We got Easy Trader. We got Mr. Jonathan and Matt Easy. Anurag joining us as well. Cesar Sandoval. We got Day Trader Cut, Trader Life, Bot Rex, Daryl Finch, Juan Padilla. We got Brett. We got Matthew, Jeremy, Yannick as well. Not Yannick Sweater, just Yannick. We got Chef Joe. We got Oliver, Blind Leader. We got Bristol, Gatekeeper. He is keeping the gates. Watch Adara.
No, I'm joking.
Yeah. Lionel Martinez, BGZ, Red Pool joining us as well. Bitcoin Trader as well as my man Gorev. Let's go to you two as well. We got Why Not. We got Richard Finn and Mike Walter. Hold my beer. He said, someone say Adara? Question mark. I think he's a fan.
They did.
Yeah.
Hi.
We got Dan Emmons go long, boom long NQ from 70 points ago, says Dan, the dang man Emmons. Shout out to him. And now it is time to say good morning to Adair.
Hi, good morning to you, Sharif. How are you doing this fine Monday?
It's good. Everything is good. Spent a lot of time on the beach. The weekend was nice and chill. Yourself?
My weekend was good. I did an exorbitant amount of sleeping, even by my standards, like literally so much sleeping. But we're awake now. We're here. I will say I'm going to be in the sim today and maybe also tomorrow. It's a personal choice.
Fair.
It's just because last week was not my steez. It was not my vibe. I didn't like the type of trading I was doing. I think I'm kind of coming into a bit of a playbook and a bit of a plan, but I want to have a couple days to just breathe, focus just on the quality of the trade. So I'm still getting my sim set up right now.
Take your time.
I just said set up twice in a row. That's cool. But PDD I'm looking at. I'm kind of interested. I haven't viewed that one in a while. Meta, I was just saying to Sharif, if there is one Mag 7 name that looks less dead cat bounce-esque, it's going to be Meta for me because we're coming into VWAP on that 520 level. So I do like Meta. I also like Nvidia coming into 127. So there's a couple names I have eyes on. Again, I will be in the sim, but the trading will still be made real, and it would be how I would be trading live.
Love it. All right, guys. I'm looking at Apple right now. I'm looking at a lot of the Mag 7 names. And quite frankly, I'm not feeling this bounce. I'm feeling dead cat bounce-ish. I was looking last night, I was doing charting, and I kind of feel that we sell off for a few days. And I still am of the opinion we don't make new all-time highs until after the election, but that's just my bias. So I'm looking short today, and as Adair mentioned, Meta getting the gnarliest of bounces off that big boy move down, 528 the high, essentially 515 at the low. The volume weighted average price right at that 520 in the third area. Meta just kind of coming into that area right now, rejecting and not really moving through there, but we'll keep tabs on all the Mag 7 names to see if this recovery off the low is sustainable or whether it is just, excuse the expression, but a dead cat bounce. Keeping an eye on the future, obviously. You know how I love my 100-point levels. Shout out to Big Spile Burdette, who kept yelling, money, 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 money. I wonder why. This will give you an idea right here. Just look at these candles, and then you'll know why Big Spile is happy. Shout out to Dan the Man Emmons as well. Keep your eye out on in the chat for their levels. They're always talking about that. So these are the Mag 7 names. Nothing for me to trade yet until we're done the lesson du jour. So today we are talking about the rate of change, a much lesser known momentum oscillator, but very important one as well, and one that could absolutely help you, step up your trading game. So let's get right to it. So let's, as we typically do, just explain things in a very layman's or a very basic way. So the rate of change, otherwise known as ROC, is a momentum oscillator, as I just alluded to. It measures the percentage change in the price over a specified period. Now, specified period, who remembers N class, or math class, the variable N? So in this case, we're going to be using N to basically put the period in that we want. So we're going to be measuring different rates of change over different periods. So, and that is helpful because not everybody trades off the same time frame. All right, so essentially what it does is it helps to identify, like the RSI does, these overbought and oversold conditions, as well as the change in the rate of price movement. So you can gauge overbought, you can gauge oversold, and how quickly something is moving up or down. And this is quite important. You've seen Obi draw his trend lines, what he calls speed lines sometimes, to try to gauge the inclination or disinclination of the trend. And so this is kind of one of those ways to gauge that rate of change, and it's a quantifiable way. Here's the math equation for my math nerds out there. Not like we're going to use it because the software does all the math for us. So it's the ROC, which is essentially is the closing price of today minus the closing price of N periods ago divided by the closing price of N periods ago multiplied by 100. There is the math equation. Use it if you like, but otherwise the software does all the charting. By the way, I should tell you that N here is the number of periods used in the calculation. Okay, so when you do this, when you use this and you want to look at it at a 2-week window, then it's 10 days. If you're looking at 3 week, it's 15 days, right? We're looking by the trading days. So make sure to keep that in mind when selecting your N periods. It's not calendar days, it's trading days. So how do we interpret the readings from the rate of change indicator? Well, a positive ROC indicator, this will indicate to you that the price is closing higher than it did N periods ago. So you have something, a standard off which to compare. A negative ROC, conversely, indicates that the price is closing lower than it did N periods ago. And the divergence here is important. How many times have we talked about using price action indicator divergence? This is one of those times. So when the ROC, the rate of change, diverges from the price, it can signal a potential reversal. For example, if the price is making new highs, for example, but the ROC, the rate of change, is making the lower highs, it could signal a bearish divergence. Not going to show you graphs on this. I think everybody really understands what price is making new highs and what ROC making lower highs means. Kind of just basic stuff. So some common ROC periods. We talked about the fact that N was going to be your selected period depending on what time frame you're trading. So some common rate of change periods include the 9, the 12, and the 26, but they are by no means, I should say, the gold standard. They're just some of the more commonly used ones. However, the optimal period, as I kind of alluded to here, will depend on the time frame off which you're trading in your specific trading style. Are you a shorter term guy? Even if you're a swing trader, are you a 1 or 2 week swing trader, or are you a 1 and 2 month swing trader? They're not the same. So it behooves you to really work with this variable here and figure out what works best for you. So how do you use the rate of change? As we know it's a momentum oscillator. So what's the move here? So first and foremost, you can use it, like we alluded to earlier, to identify those overbought and oversold conditions. So when the ROC reaches the extreme levels, like for example, above 90 or below 90, so plus 90 or minus 90, it can suggest that the market is overbought or oversold. So kind of think about this 90 on the ROC indicator, kind of similar to the 70 or 30 on the RSI. We're above 70, you're overbought, you're below 30, you're oversold. Just think about it as 90 and minus 90. Kind of an easy way to remember. But it's not just good for or usable for gauging overbought or oversold. No, it also helps you confirm trends. So a rising rate of change indicator here can confirm an uptrend, while obviously a rate of change going down confirms said downtrend. Obviously, this means price action, rate of change convergence, not divergence in this case. And last but not least, the one that I just alluded to here, the divergence. Identifying divergence is super important. I would submit to you, this is the better move. Rather, you already know the price is making higher highs. You don't need the rate of change to tell you the price is making higher highs. You already know that. You see it on the price chart. What you want to know is if the end of the good times or the end of the bad times are coming. So you're looking for a leading indicator. And I would submit to you, this is possibly one of those ones. When there is price action, rate of change diverges, whether north or south. And so the rate of change versus other oscillators. We don't really want to, this versus that. It's really about which one is better in a certain environment or a certain market condition, as well as which other ones you can use with the rate of change. Let's talk about that. So the ROC is similar because it is a momentum oscillator to like the RSI as well as stochastics, which are both momentum oscillators. However, the rate of change is a little different. It focuses specifically on the rate of change of the price, while the RSI or stochastics consider other factors that are beyond the scope of the rate of change. So it gets more nuanced over there. Here, it's a little bit more basic. So if you're looking at, filtering out the noise that may not, jive with your trading style, maybe this is one of the more pure indicators there. So some tips for using the rate of change. First and foremost, like we talked about with moving averages last week, experiment with different periods. I submitted to you that the 9, the 12, and the 26 were the most commonly used, but I made that very clear. The caveat was that they're by no means the gold standard, and it's incumbent upon you to figure out which one works for your style. So try different rate of change periods and find the one that works the best for your trading style and your time frame. And also look to combine it with other indicators. The rate of change can be combined with other indicators such as moving averages, Bollinger Bands, or even other momentum oscillators to see, am I getting an overbought reading on the RSI but not necessarily on the rate of change? The fact that both of them are not pointing to overbought or oversold may be instructive or enlightening in of itself, because these are all what we call momentum oscillators. So if one says you're not overbought and the other one says you are, that is something to consider there. So just keep in mind that you don't have to combine it with other types of indicators. Absolutely can be combined with other momentum oscillators as well. And last, but certainly not least, remember or learn about the limitations of this indicator. The RSU can generate, sadly, some false signals, especially in choppy markets and during periods of high volatility. Where have we heard that before? Oh, that's right. From last week, moving averages. All but useless during choppy markets, because you're going to have umpteen amount of crossovers and false signals, as well as very volatile markets where the news just spikes. Moving averages tend to do poorly in those circumstances. I would submit to you the rate of change falls into that category as well.
You tell him, Sharif. You tell him about those trends. Yeah, like I'm still getting my sim set up here. Again, to clarify, guys, I am in the sim, and I'm in the sim today because I want to continue to be able to be live. By that, I mean this was a choice I made last week. I had a very red week. I believe I was red every single day last week. It was not a vibe, and I think I want to hunker down because I don't dislike all my ideas. I got shut down on Thursday. Then I had a trade in the SPY that was absolutely playbook. It's a trade that I would have taken live, but I took it in the sim, and so that kind of made me feel like, hey, Adara, you still have ideas. Your brain is not broken. You're not dead to the world.
Love it.
You just need a moment to recuperate. Just focus on taking some of those playbook trades. So that's what I'll be doing. With that in mind, what type of playbooks am I looking for? One thing you guys know, and Sharif was talking to me about this at the desk as well. I love my spready names. One spready name on watch here is going to be Sedge. Solar Edge, definitely if you were kind of forming this hockey stick pattern here to the downside, if you would have been told, hey, this was up 10% this morning, and you went, I wouldn't blame you for being shocked. Look at how sharply we sold off here. We're basically at low of days. To me, this looks like what Sharif calls the hockey stick pattern. You have a downward move, you consolidate a little bit in a slightly curved way, and then you quadunk. I don't want to get involved in this because I don't have levels, but I was watching how the spread on this moves. I'm comfortable playing the spread on SEDG. Lots of dark prints here. The dark purple mauvey eggplant, that's my like dark red, just to translate my order book for you guys. So, or my, not my order book, my
17
time of sales. So that's something worth noting here for Sedge. Also, PDD here, I like at this 111 area, or not 111, 101 area, that 100 level. I want to see what we do here because we had we had a huge topping tail candle here before we quadrupled from that level. If we hold 100, I'd like to go long. The spread's getting tighter. I've always said if I find the spread getting tighter and then I see us climb up on the bid, like cent by cent, to me that's a very bullish look. So I want to see what happens here. We're holding on to that $100.60 level beautifully on the order book as of right now. So I want to see what we do with that level. That's my take right now. We just gave it up on the bid, so we're going to have to keep an eye on that. Also, you guys know I like my SPY scalps, whole dollar or key levels. SPY 560 was a level I was so passionate about. I was yelling at Sharif about it last week. I was like, I'm not going to be able to be on the show, but SPY 560, SPY 560. I was yelling to Obi about it. I was making everybody hear my analysis there. Look at that PDD. Look how we hold that $100.60 level, Sharif. We just got our first pushback on the day. Look at how we held this level. Like, honestly, we gave it up for half a second, and PDD is like, wait. Let's go back to slapping the ass. So interesting look here for PDD. I want to see what we do with that $100.60 level. If there's any stocks that you want to see, what happened there? Do you want to know why Sharif just made a very happy looking sound over there next to me? Let us know in the chat. Exclamation point join, space, $ ticker. 5 tickers, the 5 that are chosen will be analyzed by Sean and by Neil. The Seanfidence, the Neilage. They will give you the heat on those tickers. But right now I want to hear all the heat on what you just did there because I like those triangles and I like the sound you just made with that.
All right, Adara. So I got stopped out on the first one for a 10-penny loser, and then the second one we got in and we took a 25-penny winner. I'm still holding a piece. Look. It broke the 10 exponential on the 5. I'm talking about AAPL. I was biased, a rejection at the 10 exponential on the 5. I'm going to bring in my side chart in a second. It breached it. It wicked into the 20, and I said, I'll be danged. Go, dead one. I'll be danged if I don't get in on the 20 because I'm very bearish today on these markets. And I punched in at the 20 again, and I'm still holding a piece. We're short 03s. Here comes low 60s. I like this trade. I think we could get down into 224. This is an ugly, ugly rounded top over here on the dead one. If we continue to come down, AAPL, sorry. If we continue, look at this topping tail candle. Touches a 20, the subsequent candle, lower high, lower low. I'm looking for that rounded top and then come back down. We'll see what we get, and we won't get upset. I'd like something in and around 224 and a quarter to 224. I'm sorry, I keep itching here. I got bit by a wasp on Friday, by the way.
Don't apologize. The wasp should apologize, Sharif.
The wasp died, Katina, man, which is fine. I absolutely made sure it was dead, and I left it out there to send a message to all the other wasps.
Oh,
right? Yeah, absolutely, Adara. He's going to take a piece of me. I'm going to take a piece of him. Get down, dead one. There we go. We take it at 50, Adara. We just took 50 pennies just like that on Apple. All right, come down, Mr. Dead One. I want to get back here at 224. If we get back into 224, there's an obvious level of support. We consolidated, whiffled and waffled around that area. I'll be getting back in there as a possible long if we do get back in there. So in Apple, just got out of Apple, excuse me. Now what's the next trade here? I'm looking right now at Meta. Shout out to the Ob. He is the one, Kenobi, with me on Friday. Shout out to him doing an absolute job. Thank you, Adara, and for all the good vibes there. Adara was in the chat dropping hot lines, by the way.
I was gassing you guys up in the chat.
I loved it. Yeah, look, Meta's been whiffling and waffling at 520. We saw the Katina man with a $100 winner this morning on META, and I joke, obviously, but he had a big 5 banger. Yeah, 5 banger there, Adara. He killed it on that. It's whiffling and waffling at the volume weighted average price exactly at 520 and a third. We are below 520 with now 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 5-minute candles, all of which have rejected the volume weighted average price on Meta. I like a possible short here. What's your look?
Yeah, I just took my first trade of the day here. I'm long PDD. So you guys know what level I like on PDD. I like that $100.60 level. But the thing is, if I went long that level, I don't really know what I would risk into. And I've said this before, sometimes what you got to do is flip the style up. If they hate, let them hate. I mean, and watch in this case the sim money, because again, to clarify for those coming in late, I am in the sim. You got to let that sim money pile up. Now, to be clear, do I feel fabulous about getting long a name that is down a cool 28% almost on the day? No, I do not. And I made this mistake with Snowflake. I will fully admit this was a mistake on Snowflake. Going long because we were SSR, and I was like, oh, we're going to get the SSR mounts. No. To be clear, my second long on Snowflake had actually decent levels. I should have gotten out way sooner. My first long on Snowflake was just an L with a capital L. It was gross. But this PDD, I like this level because that $100.60 level, I watched that form of support. I watched that form of support in the book. I watched that form of support in the tape. Now I'm watching us give it up. So thanks, PID. We're going to have to get out of PID here because it does not want to give me that level. I should have maybe given this a little bit more room. Okay, we're going to push back higher here and see what we do. But if we can't hold that $100.60 level, I'll be getting out. To clarify, I was willing to risk 40 cents on PDD because I was trying to take minimum here, 102.60. So I was trying to get like $1.60, risking 40 cents. I do not mind those odds at all. But as alas, as we push decisively below that $100.60 level, we got to get out here. The management here is a little gross. I have to say, I'm not super pleased as punch with what was going on here. Now we got part filled. Now we're not getting filled, even though we arguably should be getting filled here on PDD. I would like to say, oh wait, am I still in this? How am I still in this? Our PDD? Yeah, so I want to say here, I need to check if I'm still in this or if the position board is doing things. Okay. I am apparently still in this trade. It's because I accidentally got more. Okay, sorry guys, we're off. We're very off today. I will say to you guys, one thing I want to be aware of if you are at all involved in some of these spready tickers is that I've even noticed if you're long and you're trying to get out of the short, because you would think usually it'd be more of an issue if you're short, right? With sometimes getting filled on these. If you're long, sometimes you can still struggle to get out in PDD. To clarify, I meant to get out, then actually added to the position because I guess thought I was a short. So clearly, good thing I'm in the sim. That's what I'll use this as, right? Good thing I'm in the sim for right now. You got to find silver linings, even if your silver lining is actually not silver and kind of rusty and gross. You got to find ways to keep going, keep pushing. I know Sharif is going to give us a little thank you in a second, but I do want to look after at Lulu and Snow for Courtney Smith really quickly. Shout out to Courtney Smith. These are two takers I was just maligning Snowflake, but I was really maligning my own bad decisions in Snowflake. Lulu, though, I love trading Lulu on earnings, and I have to say, Lulu finding support at this 257, highly specific 258 level, I love this. Look at this push up here, consolidation. We drop lower, but look where we come to bounce. That 258, I think Lulu 258 is a nice little level. I think if Lulu can eclipse that 280, that'd be a great look. I know they did get a price target decrease this morning, but it wasn't a downgrade, so not a bad look. I think 280 for Lulu would be a nice little level for us to push above if we can stretch, in those laggings up above that level. Really quickly as well, I want to look at Snow, because we know Snow was falling, Snow was melting, Snow was whatever really on the nose pun you want to use for Snowflake after those earnings. Snow actually volume today,
Two.
Yeah, I mean, Sharif, look at the support on Snow.
It's good.
Higher low here at 114. This is beautiful. This is majestic. This is like a little horse pony galloping into the sunset. That being said, I see some very clear resistance in that sunset, perhaps a cloud on the horizon. It's going to be 123. Look, we wake into 123 twice, push above, come again to 123. Blip, blip, kuduk. Now we come again. Look from whence we could do on earnings, Sharif. It's 123. If Snow cannot break above 123, I'd be prepared for another flurry for this one. This has been a really fun a fun day here so far, even though I just took a massive L in front of y'all on PDD in the sim. But, as 21 Savage says, taking less L's, making more M's. And maybe that starts with, hey, remembering what side you're on. If you're in a long, why are you trying to get out by buying shares, Adara? Food for thought. But also, we have to thank our lovely sponsors here at Benzinga Pro.
Adara, are you tired of being late to the trade? I know you're not, because you got Benzinga.
Well, thank you.
You always playing catch up in the market. Neil says yes. Missing out on the big moves because you're too slow to the news, while Benzinga Pro is your unfair advantage, guys. Get breaking news alerts up to 30 minutes before everyone else and pinpoint exactly why stocks are moving, and join a thriving community of traders who share their strategies in real time. Are you ready to see how Benzinga Pro can transform your trading? If so, visit benzinga.com/pro and get yourself that free 14-day trial. I'm sure that's what this handsome older gentleman in this video keeps talking about. He wants to know if you're late to the trade and if you want to join a thriving community of traders. Shout out to him and shout out to everybody there. Benzinga, Katina, man, he's like 20 years your senior, brother. All right. So Apple's right back up. Here we go. It's right back at the 20 exponential. It made me feel like a dang fool for saying I'd be looking for a 224 drop because now we have a higher low. And if we break above this area crest where I got in short over here, that'll be a higher high. So possibly looking now at 225.5. where the volume weighted average price is. 225.5 is where VWAP is sitting on my 5-minute chart. And I'm seeing the winds of change possibly come in on these markets vis-a-vis this now clear 19.6 take on the future. So we're above 19.6 by some distance, about 30 points. And now I see a message from Dan the Dang Man Emmons. There was no bid for the first hour of regular trading RTH. There is now. That's what he's saying. That's kind of what it feels like, Dan. So thank you for your look there. And Ram, as we look over here, we're getting a bigger move on a lot of these Mag 7 names. It's not obviously the future in isolation moving through 19.6. You got an aggressive breach of the volume weighted average price on Meta. And this is an area I was looking short. So now I need to rethink my bias. My bias now looks like it is wrong. Okay? Because this is looking like it could be an inverse head and shoulders here on Meta if it ends up manifesting that way. Left shoulder head, right shoulder. Obviously, we're going to have to let it manifest before we act upon it. But this Meta really bamboozled me. I was looking for a 520 and a third rejection. This thing shot up to 522 and it's still going here, looking to take the 50 period on the 5. So yeah, good move back up here for the futures. I don't really want to be jumping into the long real quick either, in case that this is kind of let's get all the bulls trapped kind of situation. I don't want to be a part of that kind of situation either. But to point out the stronger names at the moment, definitely Meta, because it is the only one trading above the volume weighted average price. And by one, I'm talking about the Mag 7. All of the rest are either at or below VWAP. Amazon just got into VWAP and rejected it. Microsoft did the same thing, came into VWAP and rejected it. The other guys are not there. So we're going to keep an eye on their stronger name. It was, obviously the weaker name because somebody on this stage had a 5-banger on it. So shout out to him. I know Neil was at least in a 2-banger on this one when I saw. I don't know where he covered. So shout out to him.
Did you see the super chat from Fran? Oh my God.
Look, bro.
Oh my God.
Bro. You need to do a better job of protecting your children, straight up, right? You can't send your children out on suicide missions like that.
Okay, just to clarify, in case anyone is not looking at the chat, the super chat from Fran says, I am Wasp's father, how could you, Sharif? In case you were like, what is Sharif talking about? Because I just realized you did not read the chat.
I got bit by a wasp there. But I want to shout out the OG Darwin as well. Darwin's always making me laugh. He's like, why does Sharif remember his first purchase at Lululemon again? And I'm like, I know why. Because it was 2006 and I spent over $100 on gym pants. Yeah. I know that's common now, but it was not common almost 20 years ago. So that's why I remember Darwin. Shout out to you, my man. You're always making me laugh. Don't forget, guys, Lulu reports this week. Raymond, what's going on here? I'm looking over here. I'm looking over here. I'm looking over here. She's playing games with me. She keeps moving the camera. Stop it, Raymond. Yeah, so Lulu reports this week, guys. And we have a lot of retail earnings. Dollar. We got Nordstrom tomorrow, right?
JW, I think it's tomorrow Wednesday, I know, yeah.
No, I think it's tomorrow.
Oh, right, sorry, tomorrow
It's a different day than Nvidia.
You're
we
right.
have Dollar something or in a Dollar Tree or Dollar General.
Dollar Tree.
Dollar Tree?
Dollar General the week after, I believe, yeah.
The week after? Okay. I'm just going to remind everybody what we got real quick since I have the opportunity to do it now, and then we'll start talking about this. Okay, tomorrow, the bigger reporter, Sentinel-1, which got an upgrade today, don't forget that. Then Nordstrom, then Wednesday. The big day. This is the biggest of the days. Nvidia, CrowdStrike, Li Auto, Kohl's, Salesforce, Abercrombie, Affirm, Foot Locker, HP, Victoria's Secret, Bath and Body Works, Chewy, No, I know. Yeah, that's back on the OTCs, baby. And then Thursday, more retail Adara, Burlington, Best Buy, Dollar General, American Eagle, Lulu. Then we got Dell, we got Campbell's, we got Polestar. Speaking of Polestar, oh baby, Polestar's up 13% today as a result of Canada putting tariffs on the Chinese electric vehicles. Now we follow suit. All of North America now gonna be protectionists against Chinese EVs. Mexico's got it. United States has got it. Now Canada's got it. If it comes into North America, it's gonna be taxed here, Adara. So it looks as if it's gonna be a bit of a tougher look for these Chinese EVs going forward in North America.
Indeed, yeah. I mean, XPeng, though, we did have XPeng up initially there on that news with regards to its CEO buying some more shares, getting some more shareage, as Sharif might say, in XPeng. But I'm in PDD and I want to talk about it. Again, Sam, I am in the Sam. I just want to clarify for disclaimer's sake, Sam. But I'm really proud of this trade because sometimes the market punches you in the face. Sometimes you forget you were long and you try to get out of the trade by buying shares, ? And then things get messy. But then you come back in. And why did I get back in PDD here? Let me tell you. Well, I really, really, really liked this $100.60 level. I talked about this ad nauseum. I loved that level. So I said, Adara, this comes, we're getting a little weak here. You could risk this into the $100 level. You can risk 40 cents because you want all the smoke. We just took $1 on PDD, guys, in the sim dollar, paper dollar.
Doesn't matter.
But basically, thank you, I appreciate that. It's about the process. That's why I'm back in the sim in the first place, right? It's about the process. So yeah, did I get chopped up on that first short or first long? Absolutely. Did I manage it questionably? Oh, you bet. But was I ready to come back when I saw the same stuff I liked? Yeah. So we didn't even get to 101s. The most we went into was $100.70. I was like, cool. We break below that $100, you add some shares, then you get out break even. At that point, our break even was going to be $100.30. I was like, dope, coolness. We did not get back above $100. I was like, okay, PDD, show me what you got. I got out half the position here at 60s, not just because it was $1 in the money with the other half of the position, but also because that was that area we wicked into earlier a couple of times. So I thought 60s could form a little bit of resistance. As you can tell, it is. We are struggling with 60s. I'm cool with getting out the rest of this flat. If we get back above 100s, I will have to say bye to PDD. But I gotta say, I'm pretty proud. It does feel pretty darn delicious, for lack of a better term. I had to build off a pun that Ramin once made. So I should give me the bang button there. To be able to get back in this. Did the first trade go well? No. But if you still see stuff you like, and we've talked about this, Opie and Neil have talked about this a couple of times, sometimes the trades are sweetest once you tried it the first time, it didn't work out, and you're ready because you've already seen what you want to see. You've seen how the book moves. Let's see if we can get $1 here in PDD. That being said, I'd probably be looking to get out here. Okay, a little bit of resistance at 99.01s, bit of resistance as well at 98.50s. We're going to see if we can break below 99s here. It looks like we might want to. The other thing I want to say too with PDD is I've talked a lot about my umbrella handle pattern. And that's when you've got a bit of you have a downward move, then it looks like we're going to reject and move the other way, but the reversion is fake. The reversion man has not come on your door. Obi and the reversion man have not come to the door, and we still have that more downside move. So look at this umbrella pattern. We have this big sharp green move. Had I looked at the 10-minute before, or the 15, which is what I'm looking at now, but you see it on both, I would not have gotten long because this looks very umbrella-ish to me. So alas, I followed that umbrella and I got underneath, prepared for more showers to the downside. I don't like how we bounced off 99s here. I'm going to get out in 99.01s because, like I said, that was an area I was kind of intrigued by anyway. If we get back to 99.01s, I will be outie of my PDD. And if we get back at all to that $100.60 level, I'd be very interested in getting back in. I am really happy that I went back with this trade, that I took a shot, because you do miss 100% of the shots you don't take and 100% of the trades you don't make. Isn't it funny how that works out? What else is going on here? Kava putting out dinners today.
I saw that.
Yeah, that Kava's been, I saw lots of comments about Kava there. I'm sure that you're saying Opa if you're in Kava to use that because they're Mediterranean, right? So I think that's same general region, perhaps, by chance. But yeah, a nice little look here for Kava. Wow. Look at that VWAP bounce here. This is the third pushback. There's a lot of pushbacks in this here market, Sharif. Look at that 125.80. Rejection.
Bang.
Support. Higher. Now we're trying to break that top here of that 127.60. I am out of PDD, dollar in the money on both parts of the position, so please just punch with that. Again, in the sim, but the trading was real. So let's see what we do here on this Kava. Kava might get a spot in my side chart. Sedge is not doing very much, so Sedge is going to get edged out here, sedged out for Kava, because I want to see what kind of Mediterranean cooking I can be getting in that name. How are you doing, Sean?
I got a lot of small cap gappers to talk about over here at Dara, so let's get right to it. Just remind me, what year is it again? Oh, it's 24. I thought it was 2020 because I saw Jivo moving. I haven't seen Jivo move. Neil, do you remember Jivo? Look at the chart. Do you remember this stock from 2020? 2020, late 2020, early 2021. I can't forget the name because my hairdresser used to be called Givo, and it was just like, just perfect. It was so apropos there. Anyway,
That's amazing.
GEVO getting a move here. Look, the move started Friday. Let's be honest here. Top to bottom on Friday, we were up 16 some odd percent. Today, we continue with that move from the closing print to the top. Over here, we're up 22 some odd percent. So this one knocking on the door of that $1 trade, high a day, 9,998. So we are very close to that $1 breach. Haven't looked at the time in sales or the level 2 quite yet to see how the orders are stacking up, but I know that we've been very much respecting the 10 exponential on the 5, basically since the bell has rung. So GEVO absolutely in play today. Here are the details. $237 million market cap. Light on volume, though, quite frankly. Only about 3.9 million shares traded so far. The float's large, about 225 million shares. And let's bring down trade ideas and shout out to Nos Boss and his crew talking about the rotation trade today. If you missed that, you can go back on the morning show and watch the Nos drop hot lines. 10.6% of the 225 million share float is shorted or borrowed for short. Now it is a $1 technically high a day, so that print does come in there. We're going to keep eyes on GEVO. I'm very interested in anything off the moving averages here, given the respect that it's had so far for those moving averages. So GEVO absolutely in play. I saw you guys yell about MNTS. Absolutely. This is another big boy name as well. The number one gapper on my scanner today, even though it's not triple digits, it is up 45%, and it is at the day high. Just printed that $1.54. Another one that's been very much respecting the 10 exponential moving average on the 5-minute chart. Higher lows, higher highs. Here are the details. $25 million market cap, 35 million shares traded today, and the float 16.5 million shares. And last but not least, the short float. If 3% about there is short on MNTS. Very much another very directional name. We're going to have to load up the trading screens to see what the book looks like. I already told you about Polestar. I own this, so I don't really want to talk of my own book. But this, I'm assuming, is moving as a result of the Canadian tariffs now on Chinese EVs. That creates a protectionist bubble around North America. And they specifically get around it despite being owned half by Geely, because of the South Carolina plant, okay? So that's the move there. ASST, this one is the number one gap scanner, not MNTS, but it's not the number one gapper since the bell. So it's the number one gapper since 4 a.m. Big move, 73% right now. But the issue with this one, the range per candle, far too wide for my liking. That influences my stop as well as my entries and my beak wetters, everything. It changes everything. The range per candle, very wide. Number 2, it's broken down below the volume weighted average price. I don't like that for a breakout trade with these small cap gappers. Number 3, it is technically still below the pre-market high. This print here at 8.15 took us all the way up into 2 1/3. No, sorry, not 2 1/3 more. $2.38. Technically, the after the bell high is $2.34. So we still haven't taken out that pre-market high yet. That makes me a little bit suspicious. Let me tell you the deets on this one, though. It is a $6.16 million market cap. Lots of volume, about 82 million shares traded on this bad boy here. And the float is tiny, 899,000 shares. I thought it was a Chinese company, but it's not. It's based out in Dallas. So let's find out what the short float is. 11 1/5. Okay, now we've got a lot to work with. Sub 1 million float. Above 10% of the float is shorted. So now we got a real one that can move. The only problem is the chart's ugly. And the way that it's trading is just too bamboozling. Too much range per candle, below VWAP. It's going to really have to tighten up before I can get interested in on this. But I'm going to keep it up. ASST, absolutely in play. Zoo, is a holdover from Friday because of the earnings play. It's absolutely above the volume weighted average price. And last time it dipped into VWAP, it got bought up and you had like about $1.50 off that. So keep your eye on June. Last but not least here is GCI. In terms of small cap gappers, I've got Kava and Sedge, but they're obviously not small cap gappers. GCI is a little suspect given its lack of volume, okay? And look, it's a $5 name. It's printed 1.5 million shares, a little bit less than 1.5 million shares. Great looking chart, very bull flaggish, held up at 540, looking to take that or hold above 550. So it's got a lot of good things going for it. The only thing holding it back, the lack of volume. It's an $850 million market cap. And let me just tell you the short float real quick. 14.8%. So a lot of higher shorted names today, Adara, with the small cap gappers.
Yeah, that was one thing too that I noticed. Really high short floats and small floats, period. That was one of the biggest things I noticed on the small cap recap. There's also a super chat for you from Big Kyle Burdett.
Big Style? Shout out Big Style. $4.99 super chat. Big Style, Big Kyle, Big Spile, Big Smile, whatever you want to call him. My hairdresser is called Baldy. Lululemon hairdresser laying on the beach. Is this the low deal? Oh, come on, Kyle. Come on,
it's a
bro.
bit of a roast.
I didn't call it Jivo. His name was Jivo, man. What do you want me to do? His name, not mine. I mean, cut the guy some break, bro. Cut the guy a break. You know, he's just living his life and he's getting roasted on a show he doesn't even know exists. Cut the guy a break.
That's that on that.
All he's trying to do is cut hair, Dara.
Right? He's just trying to cut some hair. You're giving him a haircut there on the show. No, I'm joking.
I like
that.
But
AMD, I have to say, AMD 151 is some of the most fascinating tape and book I have seen in quite some time. So you might be like, Adara, you got involved in this. Give me your read on this. I got short here on, I just saw Sean's comment. My hairdresser is called Barber.
And Tycoon, why'd you do him like that, Tycoon?
Yeah, it's a little.
Come on, Tycoon.
But basically, yeah, so what I did here in the chat, not in the chat, what I did here with AMD was I saw this range. You guys know I love ranges. But I also saw a struggle to break above 151. So I said, Adara, if we can't break 151, short the bottom of this range. I got short 150 80s. I was going to risk into 151s. I wanted to add here at 150 50. So I was like, the risk reward here is fine. I wanted minimum 150s. Like that, this all tracks, right? You've got levels on the chart for that. It's cool. We broke above 151. I got out. Then we started making higher lows. If we can hold above this 151, I'll go long 151, and then I'll risk it into 150.80. So basically, I use the opposite risk to reward that I used in the first place. Still risking 20 cents, still trying to make minimum 50 cents, but just about switching up your mental. And that's why when I plan my trades, I usually don't plan direction. I plan levels. Because if my level's set up, then I'll know what direction I wish to take them. That's my take on that. That ended up working out for PDD, which is now heading towards 98. To be clear, you know, no regrets, to borrow an Obiism. I'm happy with what I did with this trade. I got out at 99s because we were struggling with breaking that 99s, and we wicked into it a couple of times. I said, Dara, get out here. Also, I thought the 98 level was a little bit less obvious to me. Now 98's crashing below 98. It's like, Adara, I was here the whole time. What do you mean less obvious? Like, okay, sorry, PDD, because I didn't have enough conviction there or enough confidence for that trade, but I did have enough confidence to take $1 on both halves of the position. So got in the first part, $100.60, got it out 99.60. Second part in at 99s, or in at 100s, out at 99. So happy with how that went. Though again, as I said, I'm still hiding the P&L even if I'm on the sim, because it's not about the profits and losses. It's about the progress and it's about the learning. And so if you want to learn more, get in that chat, exclamation point, join, space, $, that ticker. Let us know how you're feeling here and what you're trying to look at. We had someone here, I think it was called Forced Breathing Was Tyranny, asking about PayPal, PYPL. If you want to look here with your pals Sean and Neil at PayPal or any other ticker, definitely this new segment brought to you by Real Trading. Make sure you get into that chat.
Wow.
Look at this PayPal here, though. I like this look. Definitely some chop and turn at 72.75. This is also relatively stronger than the rest of the market here. PayPal is on the NQ. We have the Qs here down about 1%. PayPal up more than 1%. So I do like this look. Nice little support here at 72.75. I don't know if this is a day that's going to shock the world. Shout out to one of the most questionable, hype schemes that I've ever heard a company do, saying shock the world and then your stock drops. But PayPal, definitely not going to shock the world there, but I do like this look. I love the support of the daily chart. Look at how well we've held up this $57, $58 level here in PYPL. Then we crack above that 67. I think as long as we hold that 67, that's a good look, but we kind of bull flagged as well. Chip chop, breaking above 72. So I was seeing a drip top in PayPal after that chip top. I think that's a pretty darn good look that we have going on here and on the PayPal one. Shout out to Pran saying we're fun to watch trade. I appreciate you, Pran. We like to have fun every single day. I know I'm in the sim, but we're still going to be taking some hard trade. I'm just trying to clarify so that people know, we're about honesty here. And
absolutely.
Trader TV Live. There was another one I wanted to look at for someone here. Someone was asking about Starbucks, so I want to look at Starbucks for people. I've only traded AMD and PDD today. I still have eyes on other things, but I don't have levels of entering anything, so I'm going to wait, take my time. SPY, though, SPY, if you ever break 560, I'll be taking you with with hecka size. I'll be like, that'll be lots of size in that trade. Starbucks, nice little look here. Wow, Starbucks, 94.90s.
What?
Quick. Look at that, pushing it higher, Sharif.
That was
You would have
ridiculous.
gotten more than a Brian Nickel had you gotten long here, let me tell you. You would have gotten a cool 2 quarters there. Shout out to Brian Nickel there. But if we break above 95.50, to me, that's an even stronger look. Because, yeah, you're above VWAP, but then you're also above this weird little consolidation area we had earlier. I don't mind this look in Starbucks, though. You wouldn't have gotten a Star Buck, nor would you have gotten a Star Nickel. So, nice look. I'll stop making questionable Starbucks puns now. Apple, the dead one. Not so dead off that 225
It
bounce.
awoke, Adara.
Amazon, as Passover Dose was saying in the chat, waking up here above 176. Amazon of these Mag 7s. Oh boy, I don't mind that 176 break. You guys know who that's a reference to. How are you doing here?
I got cut up on MNTS. I tried. Look, I like this area. It was a 10 exponential retracement. I got in at the 10. It tanked against me. It tanked. And here's the look. I like this area crest over here. So I was basing my support, the support off this $1.36. But this thing just absolutely collapsed. And then I picked it up at VWAP. And then it dropped again. So I was like, no, I got to stop the bleeding. Now the price, not the wick, just the current action above the volume weighted average price. So, this could hold up here at the $1.30. And it looks like right now it is recovering off that $1.30. Yeah, you know what? I'm already 0 for 2 on it. I don't want to go 0 for 3. So even if it does hold up here, we got to set the, I got to put the brakes on. So 0 for 2 on MNTS as it really dropped aggressively. But I don't think that's the end of the matter with small cap gappers. Look at what GCI just did. I talking smack about this, saying that the volume was really light on GCI, and there it goes, breaking through that 555 top. Yeah, generally about 555, rocketing up into 574. That's in one candle move right there. So really good luck on GCI. The volume, though, I'm still going to feel the same way about it unless it picks up. GVO, though, the big kahunas are not here, but I am very interested now in a short on GVO. This $1 area, Ram, when we keep putting in topping tails into that $1 area, and then look what we did here, lower high. So still topping tail with a lower high. Now, I don't have shorts. Let me just double check to see whether this is a pay for shorts type situation. Let's take off PUD.
Market just dropped here.
Woo. All right, let's go. Just put it all the way up here. See if I can short. No. So this is a pay for short type of situation from Real Trading, and I bet you it's not going to cost me that much money because Real Trading is the best prop firm around these parts. Up 17 2/3. But I do love this rounded top at a very clear level. We talk about this $1 area being a different trade above and below $1. That doesn't mean that this doesn't bamboozle me. Come down into 95 pennies where there is a previous area of resistance, could act as support this time, and then move up into $1. So you can do a couple of things here. You can short looking for that move down, or you can get in, use 95, 94 pennies as your stop, risk 2 or 3 pennies here for that dollar break. I'm going to do neither until the big kahunas get back. And I can see Neil waddling back to his desk now. So hopefully I'll be able to get some shorts on this bad boy. GEVO up 18 some odd %. Multi-day runner. This was running on Friday as well. Oh, wow. GCI is just going here. We were talking about 575 being that high a day. The buying is coming in aggressively now. 581 now, HOD up 18%. Looking to go more here on the heavy lighter. Well, there he is. We love Neil. He's getting better. And the thing is, today he's walking around with one crutch. So I was like, hey,
he's transitioning.
Yeah. He's like, yeah, we're trying, we're trying. There he is. He's looking a lot better though, straight up. He's looking a lot better than that.
Shut up.
Shout out to Neil Roberts, baby. Absolutely killing it there. We just had you. I don't control the cameras, Neil. I really don't. She's right there. She's right there. Her name is Ram.
Because you cannot, Sharif cannot go, I was going to say a day, but Sharif can go like 20 minutes without bullying Ram. That's how we go over here.
He reminds me of the gang member in the movie Training Day. I don't know, Neil or me, Jim B? Shout out to you. I don't know. Well,
I mean, he's the cop in Training
No,
Day.
I think he's a cop in Trading Day. Yeah, I'm not sure who he means, but maybe he has a mustache or something. All right, so that's a look. What are you doing over there?
Yeah, I'm in SPY. I'm in the SPY, and at first I was a little bit upset because I did miss this beautiful breakdown here from that range in AMD. But you know what? You got to pick your fighter, and in this case, my fighter was screaming at me. My fighter was the spider. Right? Cool. So that being said, don't love how I got into this. I wish I had gotten in a little bit more aggressively once we broke below that 560.40s. I know I like my whole dollar level things on the SPY, but I've also always said if there's something I like on the book or the chart before that, I'm willing to get in before that point. In this case, I really loved 560.40 on the SPY because we actually held that as support decently before breaking below it. If we break above 560.20s here, it looks like we're going to. I'm going to have to make my exit. But look, we try to get above 560.20s, and then we actually don't want. Okay, yeah, there we go. We're going to have to get out here. I believe that is the whole position. Yeah, we're out. No, we still have some in. Okay. We're going to have to be getting the rest out here. Oh, it's a very small position we have left. Okay, got out the rest there. Let's see how this goes. Happy I tried this trade. You know what I mean? Like, I wanted my whole dollar level here. And if we still can't get back above that 560.40, would love to be able to get filled. SPY, come on now. Then I'll be getting back in. So do not love how the management was done on here. I think, I've got a lot of part fills today, which has certainly not been the vibe. Happy I attended this trade, but it looks like we had a false breakdown. Let's see what we get
I want
next
you to
time.
know that that's sim. That
is the sim
specific. Yeah, you wouldn't have got those partial fills.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah,
okay.
It's very sim
I
specific.
appreciate
Yeah.
that.
So shout out to Real Trading. You
Shout out
wouldn't
to
have
Real
got
Trading.
partial fills. Like I specifically always get that. Well, I trade in the sim
Yeah.
when we start in the
makes
morning,
sense. Yeah.
and I'm constantly getting partial fills in the sim. Never seem to get partial
No,
fills.
they're really good about
IRL.
avoiding those partial fills, unless it's a really expensive stock and the way it's moving. Like there was that one time, you guys know, there was that beautiful $500 meta breakdown, and I only had a fifth of the shares I wanted, but that's because it's meta, so it's a little bit different. This is oh my god!
I like this guy.
I like that actor. I recognize that actor.
Yes.
Yeah.
He played some bomber guy in what was that movie with Arnold Schwarzenegger?
Yes.
What was his name? And he was on the bike and he was blowing stuff up and he's
I know who
a
you're
terrible
talking about.
person in movies, Adair. Probably
He
a
plays
really
like a
nice
lot of
guy
villains,
in real life. But shout out to Rob there. Thanks for the troll. Yeah, I don't get upset about it. Oh, why, Ram Ram? Okay, 1 second. What are you gonna do with it, Ram Ram? See that people's eyebrow?
Oh my god, this is actually kind of.
I must break you.
Yeah, I mean, you've got a lot more life in your eyes than like this still, right? Like so much, like Sharif is like alive, and this guy looks. I mean, he's playing a gangster. So
I love having
he's
a
doing
good
it very
time.
well.
His things go a little bit lower. I got rid of the sidebars. I didn't really like him, Adara. You know what I mean?
You gotta style your own mustache. Ramin that is not what he sounds like. Ramin is making fun of Sharif here. Also, guys, if you have any tickers you want to look at, get in the chat, exclamation point, join, space, $, whatever tickers your fancy. Yeah, that SPY was not the vibe. We'll see if we can get back above 560. Right now, that spider crawling away from me. If it crawls back, I'm down to try it. To be clear, happy I tried that trade. I said, I'm in SIB basically just because I didn't really love the way I was trading live. I want to take a moment to breathe, recuperate, because I do have the conviction in my style, and I want to make sure I have time to let my style breathe, let my style live, before I can, go back to the sim for some other verdicts here. Right now, we're like in youth court, a little bit less serious before we get to the adult court there. So shout out to Law and Order and that crew over there. Shout out to Law and Order Toronto, which is a show that is happening it exists. How are you doing over here?
I love the chat just chiming in about that guy. I got to go back and look at the side by side because I was like looking straight into the camera. I couldn't see it, so I got to go back and look at that. Neil, how much would some shortages on Jivo cost me? How much are the goes going to run? Thank you, Neil. If we could let everybody know. So Jivo bouncing off the 10 on the 5 here. So maybe I should be careful what I wish for, baby. I'm going long here, Jivo. It came into that 95 pennies, came into 90. I was liking 95. It came into 94. I'm going to give this the old community college try, and I'd like it for another possible dollar test. Maybe I wet my beak at 99s. Breaks down here. I'm taking the short. Neil's going to let me know exactly how much they're going to cost, and I'll let you know. But I'm willing to bet you it's not going to cost me that much money because Real Trading is the best dang prop firm around these parts. So we're gonna pack our patience there. So now what's my move here? I'm long 96s. The move is I'm out 93. So we're gonna bet, or we're gonna not bet. We're gonna risk 93 pennies, possibly, or 3 pennies, excuse me, to make a couple more there, and that's going to be the look. I'll give this one penny spread. So yeah, Jivo in at 96s, trying to see if it holds up. If it doesn't, we're going to risk a little bit over here. All right, Let's go back into some of these large cappers. Finally, we get that rejection on 19.6. I had been waiting a hot dang minute. Now do we make new lows? So we've got the likes of Amazon rejecting VWAP. Apple didn't quite make it up there, but it's also rejecting it. Neither did Microsoft. It couldn't get back up there. Google's whiffling and waffling, a little bit above, a little bit below. The Fuge on the way down. Tesla on the way down. There should be free. I tried. It didn't let me short. Yeah, I tried. You just punched in short? Okay, so then I'll do it again then. Yeah, perfect. I'll try again. Maybe I got too high. I put it like way high, so it's probably rejected my order because it was too high. Dale Doppelganger Deluxe. I'm happy it makes you happy, guys. And the one way to make me happy is to get into the chat right now and vote for your favorite tickers. The afternoon rundown is nothing without user input. Neil and Sean, they're ready to look at the tickers as decided by you, but only the top 5 make it on. If you want Neil and Sean to cover the tickers and let you know how they would have traded it, and if they didn't, how they would have, you will vote for your favorite one right now. I already have Ori in the chat. She wants to vote for Palantir. She wants to hear what Neil and Sean have to say about Palantir, and I know what Sean's going to say about Palantir, so we'll have to wait to see what Neil says. But yeah, get into the chat right now, have your say every day, and get your friends to vote your way, because only the top 5 of the tickers make it on. All right, 2K1, he wants to see what SMCI, or she wants to see what SMCI is doing. SMCI, I can tell you right now, is down 7.13%. So I'm willing to bet the guys would have said go short. FFTB, they want to see what MU is up to. We saw the Katina man in MU today. TV, they want to see what Nvidia is doing. Nvidia's coming back down to 126.5. Where will it be when Neil and Sean start waxing poetic? So get into the chat right now. Vote for your favorite ticker every day. Otherwise, the afternoon rundown will be kind of, meh, right? We don't want it to be meh. We want it to be impactful. So that's a look there. All right. I'm in my GVO trade. I'm neither out of the money nor in the money. So I'm going to pack my patience to see if this one moves up. Stop's already in play there. So
yeah.
No. Do you have anything to say?
No, I don't. Yeah, keep going.
Okay. The other thing that I want to talk about, Ram, was the fact that we're finally rejecting 19.6. So now I'm starting to look short on these Mag 7 names. It's about which one we reject. What's going on? Why are you getting so happy up there? What are you short? You're just happy. All right. Well, thank you, dear. That's nice. Oh, you're happy for me. Oh, okay.
That's very sweet. I like that you're so skeptical that Ramin can be happy for you.
You believe her?
I do. I mean, honestly, it's very nice of her to be happy for you when you're always bullying her over here.
I'm bullying her?
You guys bully each other. It's mutual.
Yes.
It is very mutual. It is very confusing to me, but we all have a good time. Shout out to this show. And honestly, like all jokes aside, all threatening of Ramin's turtle aside, we do really love this community. So shout out to all you guys here, everyone on the floor always. SPY. I tried another 560 short, but I like my approach to this better this time. Again, would have liked to have gotten involved a little bit above where I got involved. Started building right before 560, said if we break above 560.20, I'm out. We get to 560.19, it's okay. Okay? Cool. Then we come right back down. I'm like, dope. We break 560, I add to the position. Now, we are continuing to try to break. The way we're testing this 560 breakdown, I think if we ever do get blood in this water, if this spider has this little cobweb spraying to the downside, I think this will be a nice little breakdown. But again, doesn't matter what I think. All it matters is what the market gives me. There's a very possibility that I get rinsed and my little spider gets washed up ashore all sad and bleh. Okay, we did just make a new low of day here on the SPY. So let's get ready to go here. I have a decently sized position here, definitely not as large as the short that I took of the 550. I think it was 557 short that I had in the sim there on Thursday, but decently sized position. If we stay below 560s, I'm cool staying in this. If we break back above 560s, I'm cool getting out flat. I honestly just really wanted this breakdown. I'm happy I attempted this breakdown. And the fact that we're continuing to kind of wheedle our way here back below 560s has me pleased as punch. Look, we just tried to break back above 560s. What does the book do? Get lower. That being said, I'm seeing higher lows now here. Whoever is involved here, these people on the bid, do not want this to get lower. Hashtag bid people. Oh. But yeah, I don't know what that means. But good times there. Let's see what's going on. We've got a couple shares still in the abyss here. Just got out of the SPY, basically flat here, so didn't lose anything on this trade. I had to adhere to my exit rules. If we got flat or got to 560s, I'd get out. My next level in SPY is if we get back to 560.40s, I'll play that. I don't want to take another 560 break. My general rule, and I've said this, is if you try the second break or like a retest of the break, It's not always going to be as impactful as if you get that clean first break below. So I want to be aware of that. What else do I want to be aware of? Wow, did I miss my AMD? To be fair, I was happy I played around in the SPY, but while I was playing around with the spider there, I was, we started to Charlotte's Web. While I was talking to that spider, I missed a beautiful opportunity here in Lisa's Web, this AMD. Look at this AMD breakdown range, Sharif. This is a textbook Adara Panera trade. Instead of taking that range breakdown, I missed it because I was like, oh, SPY, what are you up to? To be clear, both of these were playbook trades. I had to choose my fighter. I chose my spider as my fighter. But I'm still upset I missed that 151. I'm not going to lie to you. Look at how clean this was. We knew I had levels on this because I liked it as a short earlier from below that level. So I digress. I protest too much. If we get back to 150.80s, which was a level that I liked on the way down, if we get back to 150.80s, I will short that. I will risk into 151s. I'm cool with that. You don't always have to get the first kind of crack of the onion. Sometimes you can get the second or the third crack of the onion. Why onions? Who knows? Also, to mention some tickers Sharif was just mentioning there for people in the chat, Micron here. I like Micron below that 99 level. Definitely look at that reject shown we had here of 100s. That's beautiful. Micron could continue to the downside. Also, SPCE, I've been talking for a week about how sweet that SPCE 600 rejection would be. And it happens when I'm not here at my desk. Yeah. SPCE, that's SPCE throwing up. That's what that sound was. That is SPCE, yakking to the downside here. Apologize for the grotesque analogy. If we come back and we have a clear retest of that 568, I'd be vaguely tempted to get involved. But my thing with SMCI is I always have to have a nice risk to reward ratio. It's the same with Lily. I will not take SMCI or Lily unless I'm getting at least 3-to-1 risk to reward, if not more. Like I've had Lily trades with where there's like a 5 or 6-to-1 risk to reward. To be clear, have they always worked out? No. But it's about the possibility there. It's about what's the potential slice of the pie that you're getting. And so for me, if there's no big slice of pie, I don't want that pie. I don't want that smoke, I guess. That's my...
Life of pie?
Shout out to the life of pie there. No tigers, but certainly some spiders here still to talk about here. We are below that 560 level right now. Still, like I said, I'm not getting back involved if I don't have that clean breakout. Kava. Someone was saying don't get involved with Kava at high of day. I definitely would not have, but I put it in my side chart because I was curious to see what it did. We keep rejecting 127.80s. I don't want to get involved in this unless there's a little bit of an opportunity for a reversion man, reversion woman, reversion person. Reversion here around that 127. I want to see what we do because that was certainly an area we're rested on. We come back below and break below. This is, I love my spready tickers. Kava's got like a 22-cent spread. So maybe some tzatziki sauce to spread out over here on the CAVA. I don't actually know if they do Greek food. I keep making Greek food references, but I know they're Mediterranean. So shout out to Kava there. Kava caving in though right now. And we get to that 127. I'll be watching what we do here. I don't want to short this right away because this is really strong. It's off earnings. We had a great day one earnings. So far, decent day two earnings as well. But I want to watch the book as we get to 127 because there could be some opportunities for me. How are you doing?
I'm watching the SPY come right back down. What a move through. So this is one of those times where I say to myself, Sharif, you have all these rules that you like to employ, but sometimes on days like this, they make me question the rules. What are those? I don't typically use moving averages on the 5-minute chart on the future because my experience, they really haven't worked out all that well. And this is one of those days where I'm kind of questioning that whole philosophy because I was basing it on 19.6 and we got well beyond 19.6, to be fair. We got it in 19.6 and a third. Up into 33s, and it really did find its rejection at the 20. So if you're thinking, well, Sharif, maybe you just kind of got lucky there rejecting at the 20. Well, it wasn't just once. It was several times that it rejected at the 20 exponential moving average on the 5-minute chart. So this is one of those ones where I was really kind of looking for this specific move right here, but not on the futures, on a MAX-7 name. And you kind of got it on some and not on others. And so here we go. Meta's below 520 again. Right? With the future coming back down, you're getting that kind of dead cat bounce down and then round up all the way down again. Like this is a pattern we see a lot when the market is red. Down, recovery, but then a rounded top to kind of come back and test the lows. Sometimes you test lows, sometimes you make new lows. Hard to know what day it's going to be today, obviously, but very consistent pattern with these MAG-7 names down, up, and then round, and then right back down again. Now, here's my observation. Is to kind of gauge which ones are the strongest by how close they are on this latest down move to the low of day. So here's what I mean by that. Like, look, for example, at Tesla. the rounded move back up, doesn't even touch the 20, and then we're awfully close to the low of day on Tesla, far closer than you would say on Meta, which is like at 520 and the low of day is 515. It hasn't retraced nearly as much. So I'm more inclined, if the market is to catch a bid, to be getting long something that hasn't retraced as aggressively as the others. And that, in my book, would be kind of like a Meta and an Nvidia. And really Google, but Google's been really dead money on the day. I think that's why we're not moving, because we're just not moving up or down. So a change on the market where we break above 19.6 1/3 and create a new high above this area crest over here, I'm all long, like, unless it's completely changed in how it's trading, I'm long Meta at those levels. Apple looks good too. I don't want to disrespect Apple, but Apple, I don't think it's as strong as Meta on the day. So keeping an eye on the future, see what direction we're going to head, whether this latest move down is a higher low than the previous area low. The previous area low on the future, we did defend 19.5. So it's 19,505. And if we hold up, say, at around 19,550, that is a higher low. And then we're looking for a 19.6 1/3 break for that higher high. But we'll see what we get there. All right, let's flip back over here and check out what the sitch is with our friend Jivo, because we've just been letting that one do its thing. All right, I had a beak wetter at 98, didn't quite make it up into 98, got into 97s, but it's by no means out of play. I'm like, in fact, in the money on this one by fractions of a penny. I'm going to let this one cook. The out is already in place, and in case the bottom drops off, I've given my stop order a nice little spread there to account for any areas of illiquidity that could take place here on Jivo, because, quite frankly, the volume is starting to drop off a bit, drying up. The volume right now, like, it's a sub $1 name, and it hasn't even printed 6 million shares, and we're at noon. We're 5 afternoon right now. So the volume on Jivo, it's not the best. That's just the situation. Now, another thing I want to point out, I'm obviously very happy that Polestar is up above $1, but I'm also biased short locally. Like locally meaning on the day and like in the next, couple of days or whatever on Polestar. There's a reason for that. It's obviously had trouble with $1 when you look back on the daily chart. So I'm going to start looking possibly here short PSNY. Let me just show you exactly what I mean after this chart is done having a temper tantrum. Let's go, chart. I've got a show to do here, bro. All right,
chart.
I know.
You're cramping shoe style,
It is.
chart.
It is, Adara. I mean, like, if you could talk to it, that'd just be fantastic.
Well, I just did. Chart, you're being a punk.
You're being a punk, chart. So, look, I remember when Neil was shorting the you-know-what at a Polestar when it was up about $1 back in early, mid-July. And look what it did at the time. It rejected the 50 exponential as it typically does. And we're right above the 50 exponential, but I'm kind of looking for the same thing over here that we got over here back in late Feb, early March, when we breached a 10 exponential quite aggressively, only a couple of days later to break down again. So I'm very short bias locally here on Polestar. I think we probably fight our way back down below $1 on the day. Yeah, sorry about that. But anyway, I'll stop putting words in Neil's mouth, and it is time for him to speak for himself after the ad read. Yeah. Oh, okay, go ahead, Dare.
So before we move over to Neil, we're going to be thanking our friends at Moomoo. So are you looking to maximize your idle cash? Because you could earn 8.1% on idle funds for up to 3 months, okay? Plus U.S. users, I'm looking at anybody maybe here in the chat in the U.S., you could take advantage of up to 15 free stocks and $300 in cash rewards. Hey, Canada, you're not left out. Enjoy 6% cash balances along with a $2,000 commission rebate. Sign up with Moomoo to trade on extended trading hours. Trade 4 a.m. to 8 p.m., well beyond regular market hours. Whether you want to react to pre-market news, catch after-hours earnings, or simply manage your portfolio with more flexibility, Moomoo has you covered. Maximize your trading potential and stay ahead of the curve with extended hours today. For more details and the full terms and conditions, scan the QR code or click the link in the description. Thanks to Moomoo for sponsoring this portion of the show, and thank you, Neil, for delivering your hot lines and your lesson of the day.
Bang.
Thank you for the intro. Lesson of the day time here. And look, there were opportunities to go short, no questions asked. We had a couple of them. off the open. There was flat bottom break Meta. There was general downward trend or liking AMD in a general sense. Micron broke a low of $100. That was the key. That was all part of the plan. But you have to ask yourself sometimes, like, what are the other ways that you could have possibly looked for a big move to the downside on some of the stocks that we had set up today? So when we're looking for other things, it was sort of obvious to me when I looked at SolarEdge, and I'm going to get to that one last because we'll save the best for last. It was one simple setup that gave you trend down on several stocks today. And it's a simple false break at the highs. And I'm not saying these are all names you should be short at the top. That's not what I'm getting at here. It's just a matter of when you're looking for things to join, things that set up with a head fake can be great continuations to the downside. So I'm going to start with Microsoft here because Microsoft gave you an inside range where it never broke the low of the day. But the first thing it did at the open, this is Friday's close price, right about 416.80 or so. And then you also had a double top of sorts because the morning range resistance was about the same price. So what's the first thing that Microsoft did at the open? Break that close price right at 9:30, fail that close price. Now, why this is an interesting setup is because there's always, not always, there are often traders that will see a stock trying to break out at the open. Okay, made a bottom on Friday, Monday morning, the buyers are coming in, they're trying to break it out. There's your little consolidation. There's your break at the top. It tries to hold 17. So you got 417 longs. You got previous close longs that are trying to go with the pop and go. It's just not happening. And when it fails, it goes right into a very clean downward trend. Pre-market lows hold as resistance. VWAP holds as resistance. VWAP holds as resistance. Again, there in about 11 o'clock. So not even the middle of the day. Now, I'm not here to tell you that this is the easiest trade out there because it requires you to have a bit of a plan of action, be watching that stock. Let's just say you are a Microsoft trader. You need to be on that stock as it's happening, or at least looking for these names when it's trending down. You'll often see me scan in the first 20, 25 minutes. If I can't find relative strength and weakness, I'm looking for it. When you find something like that, you can jump on over, say that's a false break. There's a consolidation lower. I want to join that trend to the downside. Now, I'm using that as one example, but a stock that I was bullish on this morning, in a general sense, Nvidia, didn't take it long till it got down to support, but it gave a very similar setup. This one was more of an even dollar, 131. False break. So same story, false break. The consolidation you could have had some time with. It breaks VWAP. It doesn't consolidate lower until about here. And then the other shot where you would have had a consolidation was underneath the previous close. It breaks down one more time. There's your consolidation. I was still looking long at that point because it was at that support level. But again, it's just about the false break at the open. It's that trap the longs here and then look for shorts, whether it's through VWAP, whether it's the consolidation down there. And then you get a good trend pretty much the entire morning. It's about the follow through that you tend to get. If the market's going to go down anyways, you might as well be in names that have trapped longs at the top, so have a better potential to fall even further. And now the reason why I decided this was going to be the jam today, which was this kind of a setup, it's SolarEdge. This is SolarEdge. Now, this is a bit of a cheat, and I'm saving it for last for this reason. It doesn't actually break out on the daily. Now, when I talked about this name in the pre-market, I said this is 32.25, and it needs to break here for it to go. Now, obviously, you're going to see this move. It breaks out the pre-market high. So this is a gap and go if you're only looking at the higher time. If you're only looking at like a 3-minute chart, then all you're going to see is gapping up, holding higher lows, breaking out the top. It is really easy to like that as just a standard breakout trade. But when you zoomed it out on the daily, you realized it never got through that overhead resistance at 32 and change. So therefore, it stalled out in front of the overhead resistance, fails a 31 break, and there's your acceleration to the downside. So it's a very, very, it's a rip your face off move to the downside. But the key here is you can already be looking for the fail break because it never took out 32.25. I would say a breakout trade doesn't have to be you don't have to take it unless it breaks. And oftentimes you'll also hear me say, I hate taking breakouts into overhead resistance. When in doubt, zoom out. That 31 looks like a very standard break the even dollar after it gaps up. When you zoomed out that daily chart, it needed to get through here. It didn't. That set up the false break and reversal to the downside. So most of the reason I wanted to look at that trade was just simply how ridiculous Solar Edge ended up being in terms of trending back in when it failed that break. But part of it had to do with, okay, what can you also join that gave that setup? In a similar sense, there's your Microsoft, failed break at the previous high. Then it trends down off of VWAP. And then Nvidia, same thing. Failed break, breaking out the top, and then you get your trend down. It's all well and good to have ideas short, like AMD, Meta, all that kind of good stuff. But what else is there that you can join that gives you a setup for continuation and maybe a bigger fall than the average stock? The ones that trap the top are far more likely to have that big run down because some of the longs from the morning have to unwind in addition to the fact the market's selling off. So like that pop and fade trade, that's your lesson of the day. Market's heading right back into some of those lows. Good luck, everybody.
Appreciate you, Kadeem. Thank you very much, Neil. What do we call it around here, Dara?
Lesson of the day.
We call that Neilage.
We do call it
Dara.
Neilage, yeah.
All right, so shout out to Neil. Eloquent, awesome, and informative as always. Neil's lesson of the day every day around that noon hour when he is here. If you're not around, you're not going to get Neilage. So it's up to you. It's up to you. All right, so here I want to talk about this. I was about to go long right before Neil started dropping said hot lines at 96.50. And on PDD. And the reason I said, Sharif, you're crazy, this thing is down 30%, don't go long at 96.50 with a resting order because that's how you can find yourself $1 out of the money like that. Because you haven't got proof that it's going to bounce off that level. Why am I looking at 96.50? Well, it's an obvious area trough. So I'm thinking possible support at that area. Somebody was buying it there last time. Maybe they'll buy it again when it comes in at 96.50. They didn't. And it worked all its way down to 96. So when I came back from listening to BPI telling me about how I need $3 million to make $200,000 a month, it was...
Wait, what?
Yeah, BPI is the OG, Adair.
What was this conversation?
I'll get to it in a second. But I saw that it was above 96 and it held 96. So I was like, okay, it's proven to me here that at least locally, maybe for a minute, maybe two, it's going to bounce up. I know. Well, what do you, $3 million to make about $200,000 a month. Yeah. Not guaranteed. Well, yeah. No. We'll talk off camera. Continue, man. Anyway, so I got long there, and I started yelling at Darren, oh my God, I'm 25 pennies in the money. And then we ended up taking 50 pennies super quick on PDD. I'm really happy with this trade. I should have sized up a little bit more. Now what I'm looking for is what happens when we move into 98, 98.50. That's an area we've obviously had issues with before. We had it on the way down initially at around, 10:30. Then we had it again at 11:45. So if we work our way up there, it's a good a spot as any for another lower high. We already know that this high over here is a lower high because we're down 30%. So somewhere up here, if the pattern is to continue of lower highs and lower lows, I'm looking at 98, 98.50. We'll see. I'm not going to have any resting orders in and around there. Trust me when I tell you that. I will have to observe it, reject, and then we'll look to get in again. But yeah, interesting look right now on PDD. And guys, this is a company that's down 30% that has over 100% year-over-year increase on earnings. So when Neil tells you and Sean tells you there is no good or bad earnings, there's only better or worse, this is the exact example of that. All right, 100% year-over-year increase in revenue, which is insane. Anyway. So rejecting right now. I'm still involved in GEVO. I'm long at 96s. It's at 94 1/3, or 95 now on the bid. So I'm out of the money. My break is 93. It weaseled its way into 93 1/4. It looks like there. It didn't trigger my order. I'd like to wet my beak at 98s. Ultimately, for that dollar break, come what may, we shall see. I just see there that KC in the chat just voted for Nvidia. He wants to see what the big kahunas think of it, Nvidia. So if you guys want to Neil and Sean, to look at the tickers as decided by you. Only the top 5 make it on. Get into the chat right now, exclamation point, the word join, then hit that space bar. Then shift 4 for the $sign and type in the 4-letter ticker that you want. Britt Burton, he says, AMC is loading. Dwayne Walker wants to talk about Nike. How about you vote for those guys? Vote for them. See what Neil and Sean have to say about it. Jay Blue, he's talking about TNXP. Vote for it. DOG Darwin says Apple announces September event. I think we knew that already on Friday. Shout out to the OG Darwin. People are talking about Faraday futures. That was another ridiculous mover from last week that we still don't know why it was moving. Do we know?
I never saw any news on it, but it's Faraday, so
good point.
They that one tends to move a little bit on its own volition.
Triple J there. Shout out to Triple J. Join Tesla. Summer B wants Nvidia. J Blue, TNXP. So shout out to everybody voting. The afternoon segment is nothing without you guys. So the more votes we get, obviously the better it comes out. And have your friends vote your way because only the top 5 make it on it there.
Yeah, and also, guys, don't just vote for the tickers we know we're going to talk about because we've always said, like, it's a little bit more interesting, a little bit more fun and fanciful and lifelike and whimsical.
Hey.
I don't know what words I'm using here. If you vote for tickers that we don't necessarily talk about all the time, so let's say you want to see an AMC or a GIME or any of these like GME or GEV or any of these names we don't talk about all the time, that can be really cool as well. So as long as they've got volume, as long as there's some movement there, we definitely want to look at them. Put any ticker in the chat. I am short AMD at 150. I would like to talk about this because I have some qualms. I'm not going to lie. There are some qualms. But the qualms have been a little bit assuaged by the fact that we've now rejected my area of stop at least twice now. So I'm giving this 20 pennies on AMD. If we reclaim that 150-20 area, which as you can see we closed on that as a Doge a couple of times here, we get above that area, I want all my Doge coins. I'm joking, I don't have Doge. I just want all my coins here out of AMD as a short. However, we've now rejected that twice. I like this 150. A, it's a whole dollar level. B, it's got this kind of like continued lower momentum here on the 5-minute chart and in some of these other charts here too. I like the weakness here. That being said, did we have a little bit of a bounce here off 149.70 on the 10-minute? For sure. That's why I'm getting out half of my position at that level. So I'm risking 20 pennies trying to make minimum 30. Weird risk to reward ratio, sure. But is it more than 1-to-1? Yes, it is. So that's what I can live with. I've said I don't need my ratios to make perfect mathematical sense as long as I can live with them and they make some sense to me.
Bang.
So cool with that. SPY well above that 560. The level that I was looking at, the one Mag 7 I'm kind of tempted to take long here that I didn't because I'm busy with my AMD, which to be clear, happy I chose AMD because this hasn't even really broken out. If Tesla can break 213 beautifully, I like that 213. Why do I like that 213? A, we wicked into it. B, look at this top one chart here earlier. I think if we break above 213 beautifully on the book, I want how much smoke? All of it. So good look there in Tesla. Also Meta. I agree with Sharif's claim, Sharif's call that Meta could be a long. That being said, I took a quick short here, and that was just because I liked what I saw in the book. At the time, we got to 520 on the ask. We couldn't even get remotely near there on the. Thank you. I took like 60 pennies on that. Couldn't even get remotely near there on the bid. So that is why I wanted all the smoke. And did I get all the smoke? I did actually get all the smoke. So that was a cool look there on the Meta short. As part of my, AMD, I'm trying to get out of this AMD right now because this AMD is getting a little bit away from me. Come on, AMD, let me out. There we go. We're out of AMD. But also, with regards to that Meta, the reason that I got out part here at 519.40s because look at that wick we had earlier. Look at these wicks we had here, right? I thought 519.40s could be an area of resistance. I was risking into 30s, so this is like a 2-to-1 risk to reward. I can live with that. Then for the last piece, I was looking for just below 519s, but I had exit rules. So initially, as we were at 519.40s, I said if we can't get above that, we'll go 70s. Basically, anywhere we kind of wicked or closed at. We didn't get there. We broke near 519s, then bounced. We came back to 519.40s, just above there. I got out. So that was the plan there for Meta. AMD, I just took my second L on the AMD one. So Lisa Sue and I might not be besties for the rest of the day. As I'm yapping, I missed my Tesla 213 break, so let's see what we do here at 213. I do like that look in Tesla if we can hold above that level, risking into 1280s. I've always said with Tesla, I'm only going to trade it if I've watched the book incessantly. How are you doing over here?
I have a quick question.
Please ask.
So we know you to be one of a very thick, dense vocabulary.
I like vocabulary.
Yes, we know.
Yeah.
No, not in a
No, I just like the way you say it.
Because I set you up already.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Yeah, you're right.
So you said assuaged.
Assuaged, yeah.
And there's a different way to say it, right? Because I know that you know both ways. Is there assuaged and assuaged?
Assuaged, yeah, that's right. I always
it's
just
like
say
boy
assuaged.
and buoy.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that I
No,
was.
that's true. Assuaged,
yeah.
I like saying it as assuaged
Yeah.
for whatever reason, but assuaged you could also say.
Can I tell you that my sister and I went through this whole thing, plethora and plethora?
You can use both.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, I actually went through a little phase where I only used plethora for a while, and my sister and I didn't talk for that time, so it was all good there. No, I'm just joking. All right, Adara, there is some things happening here in these here markets above 19.6 again we go. So now we have a higher low on the future, and I was just yelling over to the Katina man because, PDD is like, $1.50 above where I got out. So PDD really finding support at 96 this time around. It's almost at 99. So yeah, obviously down 30% of the day, but that doesn't mean there can't be trades to be had on both sides. As you saw, just Adara take a big winner there on Meta, despite the fact that Meta looks like it's going back up. So there it is. 19.6 Adara being breached again over here on the NQ. NQ September contract, 19.610. So this is what we were talking about earlier. If we get the hold up here at the low, that's a higher low. Then what we're looking for is 19.6 1/3 to get taken out on a closing basis. So that's a higher low and that's a higher high. We'll have to see if it can continue to recover. We still have, obviously, the volume weighted average price waiting at 19.6 2/3. I'll get that right. So I'm looking to see if this is just, more zig and zag, or whether we start trending higher with higher lows and higher highs. We got the half of it so far vis-a-vis that higher low, holding up at 19,550. So good recovery right now for some of these Mag 7 names. The dead one is back above VWAP, and it's all the way up looking into 22575. I'm just seeing if anything else is above VWAP. Meta's above VWAP. What else? Well, Google is, but I've already made my opinion on Google on the day very clear. It's very, very consolidated, very low range. It's up 0.1. Look at that high to low. I mean, if you take out the IB high there, right at 930, and you take the majority of the closing prints after, essentially it's 166 the high and about 165 1/4 the low. You have these two outlying areas over here, but for the most part, very, very tight range. So possibly here moving up on the future, but we're zigging and zagging at 19.6. I'm still short bias, I got to be honest with you. So that's the look there. Now, we're still in GVO, and now we're only 1 penny out of the money, but I'm still confident on this trade because it came into that 93 penny area ahead of the volume weighted average price, which is at 92 and change, and held up. We still have lower highs, so I'm not very, happy about it. I'm confident with it, but I'm not singing its praise. These lower highs here are very obvious. Now, what we need to do is we're putting in higher lows. Marginally, now we need higher highs. So you're going to have to start curling here to prove that you are still along above that level. Let's keep an eye on that. I'm still bearish on Polestar. I'm not going to get in yet because clearly it's trading like a buyout right now with 101 on the bid, 102 on the ask. Yeah, it looks like a buyout here. But, we're not putting any newer highs, so we could start coming down on Polestar. I'm pretty short bias on this one. We'll see once the trade becomes, I'm not saying manageable. It's not like I can't manage it now, but it's just not, it hasn't manifested yet. I need to start seeing some lower lows. This GCI is unbelievable. I mean, it is really a good small cap gapper to trade, even though it's been poop on volume, still poop on volume, 2.5 million shares. That ain't gonna cut it, man. We just need more, but the chart looks fantastic. Look at all this hold up here at the 10 exponential on the 5. It hasn't even touched the 20. So if you were basing your trades on the 10 exponential, and you put your stop a smidge below the 20, or even halfway between the 10 and the 20, you haven't got stopped out. So good luck here for GCI. What is the news on this thing? I'm looking here. Yeah, oh yeah.
I think
Commitment
it's
letter to secure a new credit facility. It looks like they're getting more money, Adara. Gannett announces commitment letter to secure a new credit facility to refinance existing debt. So we'll see how much they're able to save. Looks like they're getting a rate of 5%, which isn't half bad. Yeah, we'll have to wait and see, obviously. But yeah, GCI in focus as a result of that. We'll start the lesson in a few minutes. Anything you want to talk about?
Yeah, I know I was like, oh, Lisa Sue, curses. No, I'm joking. I am back in AMD. This is going to be my last crack at AMD. You got to have sometimes a 3-strike rule. And in this case, this will be my 3rd strike at AMD. That being said, I'm prepared. I'm ready. Why did I like AMD here again? Well, because look at this 150.55 area. We're holding this beautifully on the book. The lowest we have wicked to since I've gotten involved here, 150.45s. Not even. I think it was like 150.48. So we've like 7 pennies out of the money, right? I am risking this into 150.35s, which is kind of the top here of some of these wicks. Now, what's my game plan now that I'm in this trade? You may ask. Maybe you didn't. But if you did, or even if you didn't, I will tell you.
Good.
If we get to 150.80s, that was that like huge area of the bottom of this range. If we break above 150.80s, I'm adding to this position. If we can't, I will be getting out there. That's cool. If we try that, we fail that, I get out. Now, if I add to 150.80s and I can't get what I want to get there, then I'll get out flat. If we get flat, that's cool. But my big white whale level, as I sometimes refer to, I'd love to see what we do at 151. That was certainly an area that I found deeply fascinating on the book, as I discussed here, and on the chart a little bit. You could see that chop and turn here too. But my big white whale level is going to be 150s, Sharif. Now, as I've looked at AMD, now twice I have missed opportunities in Tesla. That's fine. You're not going to get 100% all the cracks at the apple, all the cracks at the whatever, the onion. You're not going to get every opportunity. There's way too many stocks for you to possibly have that. That being said, Tesla, I've been watching the book here. I like what you're doing. Yes, I'm talking to you, Tesla. I'm talking to you, TSLA. Elon Musk have a shot if we get back to 213.50s. I like that area here. Clearly a little bit of resistance previously, but if it wants to come form a support here, I would love to hold up that support. 213.50s. Let's go, Tesla. I don't know what that. Yeah, AMD was like a couple pennies in the money here. Maybe I should have been looking at Tesla instead, but woulda, coulda, shoulda. That's what aggressive journaling's for, Sharif.
I like it. Dawn Robinson wants to know the name of that trading academy. It goes by the name of the Campus program, but sadly, Dawn, it's only open. Should we? Yeah. Could you have it ready, Remmer? Yeah, give me a sec here just to load that bad boy up. I will load it up in 1 second. But yeah, Don, the Campus program is essentially real trading. So you're going to be able, you have to be Canadian though. Do you have the screen, Rammer? Okay. All right, let's do it, baby. All right. Attention, Canadian traders. The Real Trading Campus program is back. Are you ready to elevate your game? Our exclusive program is designed to transform you into a real trader. Dive deep into market microstructure, explore diverse marketplaces, and master professional execution techniques. We'll focus on U.S. equities, starting with a carefully curated stock list to optimize your learning. As you progress, you'll gain access to an expanded range of symbols, from order types to venue exploration, I should say. We've got you covered. This isn't about chasing high flyers. It's about building a solid foundation for long-term success. Don't miss this opportunity to join our upcoming cohort and take your trading to the next level. So this is openly open for Canadian traders. However, I should tell you that we are making a lot of efforts to expand this. So keep your eye out or your ear out or whatever other sensory perception you want to use for when we do expand that, because it is coming and it won't be too much longer. So shout out to the best prop firm around these parts. It is Real Trading, baby. They are the real dang deal. PDD is on the way up here, guys. It's going up to, it looks like it's weaseling its way up to 100. It's above 99. It's only down now, Adair, 29.15%. It's not that bad.
Yeah.
It's not that bad.
Only.
But it's a gnarly looking double bottom, at least for now, off that 96 and change. The left side of the double bottom, a little bit higher than the right, which kind of, to me, obviously I don't know the data on this, but when that happens, usually I'm feeling a little bit more bearish and kind of don't feel the pattern, the reversal pattern, because that's what a double bottom is, will manifest. The way that it manifests, got to break that neckline, the middle of the W, and that comes vis-a-vis a 101.5 break. So we got to clear that 100 first, the $100 level, before we can start talking about this pattern actually manifesting into what it technically is, a reversal pattern. Let's look at some Mag 7 names quick as you like here before we jump into the lesson du jour. I've been talking about this level all day, and I'm going to talk about it again. This is the future. This is a higher low on the future at 19,550. This is the main area crest during that 11:30 spike. We got into 19,637. I think the high was 634. And here we go again. Now we have the higher low. Now we're looking for the higher high. And this could possibly bring the winds of change on these Mag 7 names where we could at least recover some of the red that we printed today. Apple is looking good here. Now down only 0.4, breaking through VWAP and now knocking the door of $226. I think there is resistance at 226. Look at that print at 745. Look at these prints over here from 945, 950, and 10 o'clock, all of which bounced off 226 as support. We know what support flips into once it's breached. It's called resistance. So keep your eye on 226. Could reject at that level, but Apple putting in a good little recovery here off that 223.89 bottom. Looks like it wants to go about a couple of bucks higher than that. So keep your eye on the future. Topping tail right now on the NQ. Doesn't mean it's going to close out that way, but I am suspicious of the recovery. That's why we're waiting for it to actually manifest before jumping into anything. Passover, dude, nice look, same look, good. So I like how we're thinking alike there. I'm just trying to look at higher lows and higher highs. I'm not trying to reinvent the wheel. I just tell you the truth. So I hope you print up a storm on that. I'm not sure where all my stuff went there, Ram, because I had everything loaded.
I love when tabs just like fly away to who knows where.
I think Ram closed them on my computer when I got up during Neil's lesson of the day. Because I think she just likes to do that, to troll me and make my life harder.
I'm just going to make this face because I have no words about this conspiracy theory.
Yeah, I suspect Ram for everything, quite frankly.
That is actually very, at least you're consistent.
She's very sinister, Adara.
She got me matcha today. How was she?
Yeah, she did ask. Hold on, Ram. I thought you were going to give me a little taste of your matcha there so I could see how it tastes. Thanks, Ram. Thank you. It's okay. All right, we are talking about the rate of change today, ROC for short. This is a momentum oscillator, guys, all right? Not a moving average. This basically calculates overbought and oversold conditions, but I'm kind of getting ahead of myself here. Let's talk about some of the basic stuff, understanding the rate of change. So the rate of change, as I mentioned, is a momentum oscillator. It measures the percentage change over a specific period for an instrument, whether you're looking at the future, looking at Tesla or some of these small cap gappers, measures the rate of change. It can help you also not just measure the rate of change, but identify those overbought and oversold areas. Remember, I know another momentum oscillator that does the exact same thing. It's called the relative strength index. This one, though, does it a little bit differently, so it's good to get a couple of looks here. Here's a calculation for all my math nerds out there. If you really want to know what the calculation is, not like we really care about it because the software does all the charting for us, but essentially the rate of change is the closing price of today minus the closing price of N periods ago divided by the closing price of N periods ago multiplied by 100. That's why we don't do the math around here. N here is the number of periods used in the calculation. It's going to make more sense in a minute because there's no one specific amount of time that you have to chart off. So if you're looking for the last month, because you're like you're a swing trader, you typically hold things for a few weeks, then you will want one specific window. If you hold things for 3 months, you're going to want a different window. If you hold things for 3 days, you're going to want a different window. So the end period here should really be based upon what your time frame for trading is. And everybody's is a little bit different, and so it's a bit customizable like that. So how do we interpret the rate of change? So what do the readings give us and what are the readings? So a positive reading on the ROC, that'll indicate that the price is closing higher than it was N days ago. And a negative ROC will indicate that the price is closing lower than it was N days ago. But that's not really what we're looking for. We already can look at the price and see that it's above or below the price of whatever 14 days, 20 days ago. That's not the point. The point really here is to use the ROC's chart versus the price action, and to look for either convergence or divergence. Divergence is a better look for predicting the future than convergence. You already know the price is making higher highs by looking at the price action. You don't need the rate of change to confirm that for you. You can see it on the price. What you're looking at the rate of change for is to see if there's price action ROC divergence in the same way that we do with MACD, in the same way that we do with RSI. So divergence, when the ROC diverges from its price, it can signal a potential reversal. For example, if the price is making new highs, but the rate of change indicator makes lower highs. It can indicate to you a bearish divergence, and this is a leading indicator. That's what we call leading and lagging, where example, moving averages are all lagging. So some common ROC periods, we were talking about this end period and your specific trading time frame. Here are some common time frames, but by no means should you feel like you're restricted by these. The common ones are 9, 12, and 26. However, the optimal period, as I alluded to, will depend on your time frame and your specific trading style. Intraday traders will obviously have a shorter time frame. Swing traders will have longer ones, but swing traders are not all created equal. Some trade on days, weeks, and some in months. So that should definitely influence the end value for your rate of change. So how do you use ROC? Like, what's the move here? First and foremost, you can use it, as we alluded to earlier, to identify those overbought and those oversold conditions. RSI does the same thing in a different way. So if you're above 70 on the RSI index, you're set to be generally overbought. You're below 30, generally said to be oversold. In this particular instance, when the ROC reaches extreme levels, like above 90 or below minus 90, it can suggest the market is either bought or oversold, so it kind of has that same function. But it can also confirm trends for its use. So a rising ROC, a rate of change, can confirm an uptrend, while a falling ROC can confirm a downtrend. And last but not least here, we talked about this, identifying divergences. As mentioned earlier, divergences between the ROC and the price can signal a potential reversal, whether up or down. And it's a leading indicator in that sense, not lagging. So the rate of change versus some other oscillators, we mentioned this earlier, the stochastic oscillator, the relative strength index, all kind of do similar things. ROC is similar to other momentum oscillators like the RSI and the stochastics. However, the ROC focuses specifically on the rate of change in the price, and that's all it does. The RSI and the stochastics, they take other things into consideration, so it gets a little bit more convoluted there. Some tips for using the rate of change indicator: experiment, like I mentioned with moving averages last week, experiment with different periods. This is very important because it's going to be specifically based on your trading style. Try different rate of change periods to find the one that works best for your trading style and your trading time frame, and look to combine it with other indicators. I just finished telling you stochastics and RSI do the same thing. So maybe have a look to see whether or not your instrument is overbought or oversold on the ROC, and whether that overbought or oversold condition also exists on the RSI. Does it also exist on the stochastics? If they're not, then they're not jiving. Is there a reason why they're not jiving? What happened in the past when they didn't jive? Did it go your way based on your setup, or did it go against you? You need to be aware of all these type of data points for you to make informed trading decisions. And last but not least, be aware of the limitations of the rate of change. It can generate false signals, sadly, especially like moving averages in those choppy markets that are consolidative, a little high, a little low, or those very initial, big move, the initial volatility can also be bamboozling there and give you some false signals. So be aware of those limitations, Adair.
Yeah, I'm definitely shout out to the rate of change at ROC. I'm a little bit of a math nerd, so I literally said to Sharif, I was so excited about this lesson. I'm excited we're going to get into it one more time just after that 1 p.m. hour. Also, if there's any stickers you're looking at, we just shouted out Real Trading, and they also, in addition to being one of our lovely sponsors here, shout out to them. They also, we are brought to you, this lovely segment brought to you by Real Trading, because real tickers that real people in the chat are looking at, we'll look at here on that afternoon segment. When I say we, I mean those big kahunas. I mean Sean. I mean Neil. Also, I was just thinking, Sharif, it's very apropos that you call them the big kahunas, because they did once go dress up as Pulp Fiction. And we know in that movie they have Big Kahuna Burger.
I like it, Adara.
I really like that very meta film connection there. Also, I'm not in meta. That'd be really dope. Transition if I was in meta, but I am in SPCE. We're about 50 cents in the money here on SPCE. I want to talk about this. I said if I was going to go back in the sim, and again, not for forever, for today, we'll see what happens, maybe a couple of days here, but I went back in the sim because I didn't like how I was trading last week. Specifically, I wasn't trusting myself enough. There was an opportunity on Lily that I saw, that I loved, that I managed appropriately the first time. I had enough risk for it, but I didn't get back in because I was like, oh, it's not a downtrade stock, whatever. What is that, Adara? If you like the opportunity, why are you not getting back in if you have the enough risk to take it? So with all of that in mind, this is the type of trading I was trying to do when I went back in the sim, trying to take these opportunities to take stocks I like, levels I like, size I like, trading them the way I like in the sim so I can get comfortable enough to do that in the live again. Right now, here, what I want to do with SMCI is look at this resistance we had earlier, okay? Around that 568. Then we see we flip to support. Now, to be clear, initially to me this looked a little umbrella handle-ish, which we know for me, umbrella handle pattern, continuation to the downside, or if it's an inverse umbrella handle, continuation to the upside, we see a sharp little scoop, and then things continue back to how they were. However, we had that push up here, but look then how we just chilled at the 90 MA. We're just chilling. I said, Adara, get involved 567.50s. Do not chase. If you don't get your fill, you don't get your fill. And you're risking to 566. So you're risking $1.50. For me, for SMCI, that's very reasonable. What do I want in terms of profit? Well, I'm going to be getting half the position here at 572s. The risk to reward here very reasonable. It's about 3-1 actually, which I can certainly live with. It's about just shy of 572 there, so slightly below, I guess. But that's what I was trying to do here in SMCI. Also, why I liked it as a long is because the book here, as we were kind of edging towards 568 at the time, I was seeing what I wanted to see. So just to clarify, my biggest thing with spready tickers that will get me involved in a long is if you've got a certain level here in the ask, and then in the bid we're creeping towards it, couple cents at a time, however it is, or if we're holding the bid and then the ask is creeping up. Either way, I want to see upward creeping. If I'm looking for a short on these spreadier tickers, I want to see downward creeping. So I want to see us creeping down on the ask and holding the bid. I feel very sadly for Sharif because he looks very upset. I don't know what's going on. But anyways, the point I'm trying to make is, yeah, I know it's easier to say you take a stock like SPCE in the sim than if you take it live. But the thing is, I've taken this live too. I just want, and as I said, I really wanted to use my opportunity as I'm giving myself this. I want to say timeout. I want to say opportunity in the sim to kind of take an opportunity to hone my abilities. I want to be able to trade stocks I would have been trading live anyway. So we're about over $1 in the money here in SPCE in the sim. Let's see how this goes. I do not want to count any chickens before they hatch because those chickens can run away from you in the stocks like SMCI. We know this. So right now, it's a pretty super sim position. We'll see how this goes. This is the whole point of having conviction, though. Dang. If you don't believe in yourself, who's going to believe in you? The issue is when I was live, I was not believing in myself. Here I am. I believed in this opportunity. I took it. We're going to see what we get here. Also, if we come to 569 here and we get a little bit weak, I will take out half the position here as well, because that's my thing is if I'm going to be in a trade like SNCI, I'm not going to take less than a 1-to-1. But I will take a 1-to-1. So if we can't hold 569s, I will take out half here because that's 1-to-1. I was risking $1.50. I'll take $1.50. All pieces for dreams though too, because we love dreams over here.
Oh yeah.
On how to trade. Wow, what a day, Sharif. Hasn't it been such a... I love trading. I'm so happy to be back here. I do want to shout out you and Obi for killing it there. Hashtag Sharobi. No, I'm joking. I guess it works better with Adobe because Adobe's actually a ticker. But shout out to Sharif and Obi for killing it on Friday. And shout out to Obi again for covering for me. I'm sure we had lots of oh boy moments. But that being said, I'm always so happy to be back here on this desk with all of you guys. Let's see what we do on this bid. As we get that 569, we're going to take out half here. How are you doing?
I'm good. I'm looking at Apple. Apple's above 226 now. So this is the level that we were talking about here that I want to get short. I'm not going to have a resting order. The market has to reject and Apple has to show me that there is selling, but I'm very interested at this level. So this is the area we were talking about. So it's a little higher than 226, sadly, but I was looking at 226 because it's a whole dollar level. So this is the area right at 226 1/3 to 226 1/4. Lots of top bottoming tails, 815 bottoming tail, 925 bottoming tail, 930, as well as after the bell at 940, all of which came in to 226 1/4, 226 1/3, and then rejected. Apple has done one hell of a job rejecting off the lows. It's 223.89 as the low. So I think this is quite extended. Let's look to get short. I'm not going to have a resting order in and around it. It's going to have to prove to me that there is selling at that level, and then we'll look to get involved with the trade. I saw some tags here, so I want to cover them. Scott Edwards, can you take a peek at Mullen, good sir, testing the resistance levels? Absolutely. How polite is that? How could I say no to Mr. Scott Edwards? Let's look at MULN. Wayne really likes to laugh, eh?
I love Wayne's laugh. It's such like a feel good.
I can probably hear it from next door. So it's good there.
Very boisterous.
Wainers. Love him. Yeah, great rounded bottom here, man. Okay, so let me start off with the daily. Let's see if there's anything afoot with the daily. Whoa, wow. That's all I see is just weakness. Okay, so zooming in on the daily, wow, Mullen, my God, days at a time. It can go weeks at a time without a green day. My goodness. And then it'll get one green day out of like 30. That's insane. All right, so it seems to have found a bit of a base at the $0.25. It's at 56 pennies, the high today. Eek. Wow, Mullen. All right, let's look at the 5-minute. It's a great trade off VWAP. But it does seem to have more respect for the 20 exponential than any other moving average on the 5-minute. Here's what I see, Scott. This is the 1045 print, bounces off the 20. 1050 print, bounces off the 20. 1110 bounces off the 20. You see where I'm going with this? 1145 bounces off the 20. And then it starts printing north, or starts printing closing prints north of 20. And then over here on this way up, this like 10 candle, 5-6 candle green. Really, all the wicks off the 20. Did we break the high a day? We did. So almost 57 pennies here versus this 1015 high that we had initially. Let's see if we keep going here, because looks like we're finding some resistance. But yeah, good call out. It's going to either be off the 20 exponential or the VWAP here. I'm not going to take anything at highs. I don't take anything in the middle. It's going to have to be off either the 20 exponential on the 5-minute or off the volume weighted average price, which, as we know, is the same on all time frames. So yeah, good luck there for Mullen. Is there a reason why this thing is up?
Yeah, there was some story here with this UAE company.
Oh, good call. Here it is. So this is the Mullen headline. Shares are trading high after the company secured a purchase agreement with UAE's Volt Mobility. That's another $200 million in cash. As per the deal, Volt will acquire 3,000 Class 1 and Class 3 EV cargo vans. Oh, so they're kind of doing like a Rivian type of Amazon delivery truck kind of thing. Volt plans to lease these vehicles to corporate customers across Middle East, Bahrain, Kuwait, Oman, Qatar, and Saudi Arabia, and the UAE. Okay, cool. So $3 million. Mullen will receive $3 million deposit within 60 days. Okay, so that's not that much cash. And what I was reading this for was to see how much cash injection they're going to get, because we know these EV companies burn through cash like you wouldn't believe. So it's really about on-hand cash that's going to keep the lights on here. Good look, good look. Nothing bad to say about that. Obviously, this is a multi-day possible headline. This could be a multi-day play. So we get the big spike up today, and then if investors like that, we'll see where it goes tomorrow. But yeah, Mullen, good luck. Evo hugs. Sharif, if I already own Nvidia shares purchased at $107 and I trade options at a higher price, say $130, and profit from the trade, will that affect my average purchase price of $107? No. Your options trades are absolutely exclusive of your equity trades. That's all you need. Unless you are going to actually take possession of the options, the shares at the end of the expiration of the options. That's really where it's going to affect your equity trade. My understanding is they don't affect each other. Am I correct? The Katina man says I'm correct. So that's a look there. Play with that thinking in mind. That's Katina man's understanding. I'm pretty sure that that's accurate too. If I'm wrong, let me know in the chat. Much appreciated, says Scott Edwards. Bears versus Bulls says right, and I know he trades options. Shout out to the world's greatest moderator there. What's your look?
My look is we had a profitable SMCI trade. I'm pleased as punch. I got out, again, in the sim, got out half of this, $1.50 in the money, because I said I did, if I saw anything, I was a little about at 569, because I got involved 567.50. I didn't want to get out of SMCI anything above a 1-to-1. So, or anything less than a 1-to-1. So I got my 1-to-1. Then I saved the rest. Let's see what we do at break even. At break even, we couldn't hold 567.50. I got out. So I was profitable in this trade in the sim. Really happy with what I did here. This is a trade I would take live. And I want to clarify as well, because I saw, you know what I mean? Like, I know I did have confidence. I believed in myself in the live, but clearly not enough, because there were trades that were absolutely playbook, Lily last week, that I should have taken, that I didn't take because I got in my head. And the thing is, too, is it's like, honestly, as Sharif said, and one thing that Sharif said to me last week that was huge, was like, you're the only one who knows how to trade in the way that you trade.
Bang.
Right? So if you're seeing things that you like, if it's playbook, why are you not taking it? And so I know I can sound a little corny, a little cheesy, whatever, believing in yourself, but honestly, it's huge. because no one else is going to believe in that trade for you. No one else knows how you trade. No one else knows what style, what approach that you're comfortable taking. So that's what I have to say to that. I can recognize the little bit, after school special at times, or a little bit Degrassi, like the 80s version. I'm okay with that. If it works for you, if your style works for you, whatever you have to say to yourself to get out of bed in the morning to get into that trade, I think that's valid. I don't mind sounding corny if it works. And in this case, it worked in SMCI. So that's going to be that on that. Shout out to Trying to Ticket the Trading Turtle. Shout out to Sean and his banana. I don't know why he's on screen, but he is. Hi, Sean. How are you doing, Sean? I'm good. Thank you. Please just punch there. I'm going to press the confident button because I can. You just had Sean on the screen there. But that's really, honestly, confidence is huge. Conviction is huge. It's not just a Law and Order show. It's a way of life. Oh. It's approach to trading. If you see stuff you like, go for it. Sink your teeth into that trade. That being said, I have no interest in getting back into SMCI right now as a long. I had my pop. I took my pop, was profitable on my pop. I'm going to stop saying the word pop now. But levels I like here, stocks I like here at levels. You guys know, maybe you don't, I love SPY hold dollar breaks. As I said, my only 2 SPY playbooks are hold dollar breaks or we come into areas I previously liked. I clearly like this level in the SPY because I drew a big line here. So I love this repeated rejection here of this 561.60 area. That being said, I'm not getting into the SPY unless you pop above into that 561.70s. Then I'd be looking for a 562 break. Why? Because I like hold dollar breaks. And I also like if we can break above this area. That's confluence to me.
Ooh.
Shout out to Obi there with confluence. If we get that confluence, I want all the smoke. The other stock I like here that I said I will only ever trade usually is a book scalp. But if I like stuff in the chart, I'll take that as well. Tesla. I missed my Tesla 213 break for that reason, and not only that reason, but chiefly that reason. I don't want to hop into this all willy-nilly because I know I missed my break. I want to avoid any kind of appearance of revenge trading. I sounded really legal. I don't know, appearance of bias. I don't want this to seem revenge trading, so I'm waiting to see what we do. If we'll try back above 214 and we hold it, I like that look. That being said, I also like the 213.50 bounce. So even if this ends up forming as a range like 213.50, 214, you guys know I love ranges. We used to call them Madeira Panera ranges.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm cool with that. I got the conviction. I got the confidence. Shout out to Eddie R saying, preach, Adara, preach. Shout out to you, Eddie R. I'm happy to be here with you guys every single day. I know well, thank you. I know everyone has different approaches, and so I do want to shout out, I know my style's a little bit different, but I know we have some SMCI traders in the chat. I know we have some traders with spready names, so I'm always happy to bring the heat for those. And if anyone has any names they want to look at, definitely let me know today. I'm trying to be trading a little bit less and looking and listening and waiting a little bit more. A-Light Services as saying, did she just bite air? I might have. I do a lot of weird gestures. Go these markets. I want to hear about what you're doing here, though, in that
I did exactly what I wanted to do. I told you I wanted to take 226 short, and it just dropped. We just took 20 pennies, quick as you like that. So I'm happy about this one. I fat fingered, sadly, so I had to flatten out there. I actually got out 2 positions, one larger than the other, so I actually got long, so I hit the flatten button super quick there. But I had the right idea. I'm looking to get short again if this one continues to drop. So we know that there is resistance at 226 1/4, at 226 1/3. That takes us to the pre, and it's after the bell. It's both. So Apple, I'm thinking, a healthy retracement into the volume weighted average price, 225.5, not beyond the realm of possibility, especially in light of the fact that we did come down on the futures again. So we are having all sorts of trouble today. Now, the other side of that coin is I don't want to get so, narrowly focused on one price level because there's a bigger picture at play here. And the bigger picture at play that I can't lose sight of is higher lows and higher highs off the bottom. And that really has to influence how I look at this. So what I'm like this really long spiel over here is to say that we have been very aggressive to the high side on Apple since exactly 10:40 this morning. That is the longer than 2 hours, okay? That always happens, though, in the way that you end up flushing a lot quicker than you end up moving back up. Now, why am I saying all this? Because, yes, you may have that local area of resistance at 226 1/4, 226 1/3, but you only may get 1 or 2 trades off that before it gets breached. And the point is to always make sure that you're very kind of in tune with the actual trend and not with the level, right? So you know what I'm saying?
I like that.
Right? You keep this girl, eh? What am I gonna do with her,
Ramin's booing of you aside.
Yeah, bro.
I think it's a good point.
See how she bullies me, Adira? Anyway.
Let's go.
No, but seriously though, like at the level, I kept looking at the level only to forget that it was a very aggressive trend to the high side for the better part of 2 hours. So that's just what I want to say. You may get the trade, but it only may be 1 or 2 times, and it only may be what I'm not going to give a value because every stock is different. But like for a $200 name, you may get 30 pennies, 50 pennies before it pumps up and makes that new high again. So don't get obsessed with the level. Keep your eye on the trend. But obviously goes without saying the level is important. Anyway, so that's my look right now, keeping an eye to see if we break through 19.6. It looks like on the future right now, we did dip into 19.6, only to find buyers. This is the candle right there. We dip in, looks like into the low was 19.546. That doesn't make any sense. That can't be right. Yeah, there, I was looking at the wrong one. 604. So we do defend that level. Armando, Zapata. Apple looking like resistance on hourly chart, EMA 50 and EMA 10. Let's look at the hourly because that's not one I usually look at when I chart. You look at the half an hour or the 4 hour, but absolutely, let's look at the hourly.
Yeah, that Apple 226 area is spicy. I will say for Armando, I do agree.
I absolutely as well because we were looking to chart off there. And look how long Apple's been in a range. Very long time now. This is the hourly, and each one of these is a day, right? Yeah, so each one of these is a day. So we've been in a tight range on Apple. I think we sell off before we make new highs. That's just my bias. Without evidence, obviously, it's just an inclination because it's an election year. And I don't think the market takes a stance unless they know who's going to be in power for the next 4 years. That's just my bias.
I'll see.
So that's a look on Apple. Let's see what he's talking about there with respect to the moving averages. I want to see that. So the 50 and the 10 on the hourly. Oh, okay. You're absolutely right. So the red one over here, the red solid, not the dotted, the solid, that's the 50 exponential on the hourly, and it is rejecting that, but it's very close to taking it out, Armando, because if it takes out that 226 and a quarter, well, that's exactly where the 50 period is hanging out on the hourly. So shout out to you. I like how you're charting off a level that's consistent, though. Ram's telling everyone to like and subscribe. I'm very nice. He's gaslighting y'all, or else. Come on, Ram. Tell the people the truth. Tell the people the truth, Ram. So that's a look there. Let's check the small cap gappers. Totally forgot to look at these. I saw you guys yelling about Faraday. Fifi did get a little bit of a bump there. I remember from Thursday and Friday we were trading Fifi.
Fifi.
Yeah, I know. So this one had a great day when you and I were on the show on Thursday.
Yes.
And then it did things, as you can see here, on Friday when you were gone, but this was actually when you were here, I think, Adair, because this was like early in the morning at 9:45. Went green to red, bit of a V-shaped retracement. Yeah. And now we're having trouble with $8. $7.98 HOD, and the closing print from Friday or from Thursday is $8. So it looks like we're having trouble with $8 at the 10 exponential on the 5 right now at about 742. But I'm not gonna trade this one today. It's without a catalyst. It's been multiple days without a catalyst. So we're gonna let Faraday cook and see what is afoot there. Let's look at some other ones. GCI, we were preaching up a storm about how GCI was holding the moving averages, but the volume was low. Well, that may be coming to an end now. So the first time on the day, we actually get a closing print below the 10 exponential on the 5. Not the first time on the day, but since 11 o'clock, First area I'm looking for possible support, 570. The 20 exponential on the 5. That doesn't hold. Then I'm looking for the previous area crest. So look at this area here at 550 to about 555. Let's look for this area to hold. And to be honest with you, I like that area a bit better than any 20 exponential moving average because that's where VWAP is hanging out. So you want the $0.50, the area crest, VWAP, all pointing to one area. You may not get it after all, but keep your eye out on it. GCI still in play. Kava gave you multiple trades off the volume weighted average price until it didn't. You got one bounce here, you got to trade off it. You got a bounce here at 1055, another trade, and yet another one at 1210. They're starting to run out of opportunities though. So now actually breaking down and closing for the first time on the day below the volume weighted average price. This is an obvious big boy earnings winner from last week. Very much a surprise, very much counter to its competitors in the fast food business, absolutely outperforming them in kind of the same way that CMG has to some of its competitors. Courtney Smith, what do you think about Rivian? On the day or in general? Because on the day and in general are, two separate things completely. Let's have a look intraday. and see what the situation is on Rivian. Kind of consolidative today. Bit of a double top there at 14 2/3. Doesn't give you much of a move. You get down into about a fifth of a dollar. We're whiffling and waffling now at a third of a dollar. That's the best move, in my humble opinion, intraday, is to take the double top and then ride it down for a few pennies. As a company overall, I'm waiting. I want to see what the R2 looks like. We have the R1T and the R1S. They're very expensive. They're amazing cars, but they're very expensive. So what's the market, the TAM, total addressable market for them? Very small. So we need that R2. We need that R3 to make it more available to the masses. Now, to scale, you need a lot of capital, a lot of crying, a lot of couches at the gigafactories. Obviously, we're talking about the Tesla stencil here, but I need proof that they can do it.
Well, Elon also said if RJ's not going to sleep at the factory, what are you doing, bro? Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. Elon seems to know what he's doing.
That's fair. That is fair.
Quite frankly, I don't have an opinion in the long term because I need to see more. If they can scale, I think obviously you're going to see something there. We don't see him as much as I see him down south, I feel.
No.
I see him here, but not as much.
I feel like it's always really notable when I see one because I don't see that many. So, like, when I see a Tesla, I feel like you see a lot of Teslas, right? When I see a Tesla, my brain might be like, oh, it's a Tesla because it's a nice vehicle. Also, because I have this theory that Tesla Uber drivers are sometimes a little salty. So that's also my thing. If I see a Tesla Uber, I'm always like, oh. But I'll just, I'll love to anyone who drives a Tesla. Like I said, I've just noticed a certain pattern with Uber drivers in Toronto. But I don't see that many Rivians. So you're right. It's always more notable when you see them. Speaking of Tesla.
Can I just finish the
please
question?
Do. Sorry.
Courtney says, do you think they can become profitable? There's only one EV company, from my understanding, other than BYD, okay, because they're not a full EV company. They started obviously with ICE engines and then went to hybrids, and now they have an exclusive EV line. But the only pure EV play in the entire world that's profitable, you know what the ticker is. You know what the ticker is. So can they be profitable? I know one company's done it. That's not great, obviously, in terms of odds. But hey, man, if not Rivian, then who?
Yeah. Speaking of which, I'm in that profitable EV company. I'm involved in TSLA. Am I profitable at it? Not yet. Optimism. But no, I'm joking. All jokes aside, had the first short here, 59s, 213.59s, or 49, sorry. So I said I like this level. And you guys know what my thing is. I'm always willing to flip the style up, right? If I see something I thought was going to hold a support, it's not, we show it as resistance, I'll take it as a short then. I'm cool with that. I was risking this into 70s, which is a level I really liked in the book for Tesla. Took us a long time. We eventually broke 70s. I got out. Exactly how I wanted to play this trade. But then we get into 70s. That's why I got out. Can we really get above 70s in a salient way? We could not. So I go, Dara, why don't you get back in the short? So I did. I did get back in the short. We're 10 pennies in the money. This is a much smaller position than the first one. Much. Like there's not a huge difference, but it is smaller than the first position here. I'm willing to add if we get nicely below this 35 level here, because that's a level Tesla's really struggling with. I'm still willing to risk here into 213.70s. If we break above that level again, I will have to get out. But I know Tesla has been really with that level. We're making lower highs here too. Since I was watching this, like we got above 213.70s. We haven't even gone to 213.60s yet. Heck, I don't even think we've gone to 213.55s yet. So this thing is getting weaker. Obviously, if I see a change in the tide, as Sharif says, I will have to be running out of, away from this ocean. And we might get the change of the tide because this is the highest we've been at since I was last involved here, breaking above here into that 213.60s. Let's see what we get, though. I'm not getting out until or unless we get to 213.70s. I do want that smoke. Now, in terms of profit taking, you may ask Adara, what is the vibe here? I want at least 213.20s. I think that's an area we've wicked to. If we get below that, I do want some smoke there. I want to be getting out. Like I said, I'll add if I see a nice, hasty, meaty break below 213.35. Now, Tesla, I've noticed, does not always really give a hoot what is going on here with the futures. That being said, it is worth noting we have a little bit of a curl here in the futures. We're curling below view up, but you could also argue we have higher lows and higher highs and a flat or a flagpole, right? So with that in mind, I want to be very, very cognizant of Tesla here. We could break higher. That being said, I've noticed of all of the Mag 7 names, Tesla seems to move either both the least in tune with the futures and also sometimes actively the opposite of what the futures are doing. So that's also a caveat here. Also worth noting, I don't think I really talked about this trade much, and that is definitely my bad. So I want to talk about my AMD trade from a while ago. I had this long here at one. We got involved initially, I think 150. We got involved 150, 55s. Added once we got, no, that was Yeah, okay, so that was the beginning of the short. Got involved here, 150.55s. Like I said, if we get above 150.80s, significantly, I add. I did. Then I actually got out some here at 151s. Then we added, is this what I did? Yes, this is what I did. Then we added here when we got back to 150.88s. Then we got out flat. It hadn't gotten any higher since then, so happy with how I managed the AMD. 151 continuing to be a deep level of interest to me for AMD. I just wanted to address that trade because I had not yet, and I was like, I should do that. And let me add here, this. I said if we get saliently below 35s, you know who's adding to Tesla? Me.
Got it.
Right now, I'll be getting out at 213.50s here now that I've averaged up. If we get above 213.50s, I say bye-bye, and I take my 7-cent hit. If we don't, I want blue.
Get down.
I want a blood red Tesla. I want that red wrap for my Cybertruck, Sharif. Also, I just love the little tongue sticking out there from PD. Oh, yes, Sharif, shout out to you. I'm gasping for you. It's not for me there. We're like basically flat on this, but I want to shout you out. Don't worry, guys. We will be doing that lesson soon. If you're here for learning and knowledge, we are called How to Trade, so we do give you lessons. That's kind of how it goes. But we'll give that lesson soon. I want to be out of this Tesla before we do Lesla. Because I know I am in the sim, but that does not mean I'm taking these trades any less seriously. I think this has been a really good exercise for me to just be back in taking trades based on their merit, not worrying about P&L, only working about progress and learning. We got back above that 213.50, so I got out. This might have been a bit overzealous, but I'm trying to work on those exit rules. In this case, that was my exit rule. I want to hear about the trade that had you so excited your tongue was sticking out.
I can tell you how well I paper traded. Paper-handed, not paper trade. This is live. But I paper-handed the trade. Shout out to my man there in the chat. Back to the Future. PDD minus $41. You know what that minus 41 equals? Minus 30% on a company that reported a 100% year-over-year increase in revenue and over 100% in gross margins, yada, yada. You know the story, but this is a perfect example of there are no good or bad earnings. It's better or worse. Shout out to the big kahunas who say that all the time. So here's a look. Obviously charting on the 1 minute has its fair share of detractors, and more sympathetic I could not be to their issues with that. But what I see is what I see. And we know that these chart patterns are fractal. Their failure rate goes high, the lower down the time frame you go, but they're fractal. I saw a head and shoulders, and I saw essentially a nice move up prior to the head and shoulders. So everything checked out. Move up, left shoulder, head, right shoulder, with the neck line, in my humble opinion, being that 99.50. Okay? So you work your way up to $100.50. You drop down to 99.50. You make a lower high, i.e. right shoulder at 100, and you drop big below that 99.50. So I really wanted to get short to front run the breach of 99.50. And I said, Sharif, wait till you actually get the price action confirmation so it doesn't go 50 pennies, $1 against you because you front run it. So I waited. Obviously, PDD being the animal that it is, it didn't give me the best price. So I had to chase it a little bit, but I was able to extract 50 pennies on it. And could have done a little bit more over here as it did weasel its way into 98.50. So now, number one, I'm looking for lower highs now. So things or crests that crest below $100 or at $100 or just below $100 because I'm looking for a lower high. I think we've done as good as we can do in terms of a bounce back there from $96 to $100.50. That's a gnarly little move. And I think we either whiffle or waffle consolidative wise, or we move right back down. So I'm going to be looking at $100 to see what it does around there and whether it can put in a lower high or use 100 as resistance. I'll look to get short again on PDD. I took it long, I took it short. I'll take it whichever way it gives me. Another area of entry could be a 98.50 flat bottom, or that's not a flat bottom break, but it's a making of a newer low. So if you're basing this 98.50 as the area trough, well, then a break below that usually means a newer low. So PDD absolutely in play today, both long and short, because it gave you this really good recovery off that 96 hold. And let me show you what happened prior to that 96. Why'd I get in at this 96 and change area? Because of this double bottom over here. So you can see patterns intraday. They're absolutely fractal.
I like fractal and fractal.
Yeah. I don't know. I just can't talk, Adara. I got to change the Invisalign. It's just absolutely damaged. Randy, did you see Mullen today? Yeah, it's recovering. And what's it called? They got Who's that one that got the order?
Volt in the UAE.
Volt, that's it for Mullen,
Volt Mobility.
Right? Yeah, they bought some of those deliveries.
$210 million order.
You heard about this? Did you see your buddy Trudeau put in that 100% tax on the EVs? So now it's a North America protection thing. What, Mexico's got it, United States has got it, and now we've got it. So you can't bring it in North America. Yeah, well, there it is. Shout out to Randy. The EV indicator, as he's known around these parts, Randy's rants. And then that's the Mara indicator back there.
You got indicators for everything.
Yeah, we got indicators for everything, Adara.
We do.
That's the way it is around here.
It is.
All right, so what's your look?
Yes, we had a bit of a move down here in these markets. I wanted to look at Nvidia bear flag for so a couple people I heard mention it. Most recently, I saw Random Oddities mentioning it, but not the only person I've heard mentioning this. Also, I got out of Tesla break even and then it drops 50 cents. That's how it goes sometimes. You know what I mean? You get stopped out, you brush it off your shoulders, and you look for the next trade.
Bang.
I'm okay with that. I'm not gonna, cry over spilt shares. It was break even though. But not the point. Nvidia, bear flag is fair. Someone was specifically saying the 15-minute chart, Random Oddities. I don't dislike this, but I think it's worth noting here, and we still have this even with this push down in the market. On a wick basis here, we do have higher lows. That is a very bullish wick as well at this 126.40. I think 126.40 could be pivotal for Nvidia. That was where we were at in the 15-minute candle before we had that wick below. 3 minutes left till this candle closes. I am not the 15-minute candle expert. I know Obi uses these a lot. I usually will, if I use like a wider time frame, I'll use a 10 or 15, but I definitely am not charting it to that extent. If we close at or above 126.40, I would say look for higher highs and higher lows. That is huge support, especially because it's not like we have 126.40 and a lower high. We have 126.40 and a higher high. So if we close above that level, I would say this could be bullish. That being said, we just tried it and pushed back below. I also do think in general, we have that general bear flag look with that push down in the chip and chop, but be aware, patterns don't always manifest how you think they're going to, and as Sharif says, they're very fractal.
Oh, yeah.
Also, a couple of things I want to mention before we get to that lesson here. There was something else that there was a comment that made me laugh that was kind of punish. A Randy RJ3 in the chat saying, I'm up $1 in Dollar General, or in general, up $1. So shout out to you. Great pun. Happy to hear, generally happy to hear that anybody's up $1, but also happy to hear you're up $1 in Dollar General. So I love those puns. Also, I was talking to Tammy in the chat saying, hey, she was like, hey, have you been profitable since going live? And I said, like, no, I've struggled with that. I've had a couple of profitable weeks, but you know what the thing is, it's always going to be a process. I'm always very grateful as well to be on this floor. Shout out to Real Trading, where you can have those opportunities to learn and grow every single day. And that's why I'm back in the sim for a little bit, just kind of get my sea legs back before I swim back into the water. Shout out to Ariel.
But I know you almost had a profitable month.
I did almost have a profitable month.
And that's tough to do in of itself on the floor.
I appreciate that.
So,
Thank
and
you.
the fact that you were able to do it, like
Almost,
I think a couple of trading months in. So
I really appreciate that. And that's why I think like you got to work on these processes every single day. I'm definitely going to be in the sim at least today. Maybe tomorrow. We'll see how it goes. But I'm just trying to find my sea legs, because if you can get into the swing of things in the sim, I guess swing is a weird word to use when you're talking about day trading. But if you can get into the scalp of things, maybe, then you're all good there. I am actually, Nvidia was not one I was looking at, but I'm very curious about that 640 hold. We're going to do that lesson now, though.
Is there Uber news?
There was
People
earlier
are saying-
today, but nothing new I was seeing.
Okay, cool.
I'll check if there's anything new. Earlier today, they were hit by the Dutch regulator here, antitrust regulator, with regards to sharing driver information.
Okay.
That was the story there.
Got it.
It wasn't on the watch list because there was not a ton of volume at the time. But that $324 million fine, not seeing anything pop up on the Twittered one over here. Oh, sorry, they did actually have an announcement here, it looks like. So this is a different catalyst.
Okay.
Uber and Coco announcing a strategic partnership to launch Coco's sidewalk robots on Uber Eats.
Oh, I like that.
That's pretty cool.
Have you seen some of the videos of what people in LA, the great people of LA, what they do to some of these robots that walk
but I'm
on the
scared.
side? YouTube's there when you're free. Check it out.
When I'm free and mentally ready, it sounds like.
Yeah, when you're mentally, that's another good point there, Dara. Yeah, it's interesting. Shout out to the people in LA. You guys are the best. Here it is, guys. In case anybody wants to see it, Uber and Coco announced strategic partnership. There it is. Thank you, Dara, for bringing that in.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't see that right away because that's why I was confused. But happy I was able to deliver that. Thank you, everyone in our chat, to let us know. Henry Catch saying that's why Serve is dying. Yeah, that makes sense because Serve's another robotics company, right? So if they're like hanging out with Coco, Serve might get a little bit like, oh, we got, why aren't you serving us with some news? So that makes sense there. And then also shout out to the Piper saying that they are up 95 cents and 5 below. You're not 5 below, you're 95 cents above. So shout out to you there. Pleased as punch for you. And I'm also pleased as punch to talk about the Rockefeller rate of change over here, ROC. Today, I got to make puns. This is what we do in How to Trade. So let's talk about understanding the rate of change. It's a momentum oscillator that measures the percentage change in price over a specific period, which can help you to identify overbought and oversold positions. Because if you've got a large rate of change to the upside or downside, you might think, how much farther can this go? How low can we go? How high can we go? When does the trend bend? When do we get a mean reversion? That's what you got to look for here, right? And it can also help you identify changes in the rate of price movements, not just the extent, but also the rate of this movement. So here's the calculation of the ROC or the ROC. You have your closing price today minus your closing price however many periods ago. So choose your period, whatever period that is. Let's say you want to see the rate of change over the last 10 days. So then you go closing price today minus closing price 10 days ago, okay?
Dang.
Then you're going to divide that by the closing price 10 days ago times 100. That's how you're going to get, and again, you don't have to use 10. The N is there because you can use however many days. Let's say you want to know from the last earnings. You find however many days that was. Find that price. Use that. Ideas.
Great
That's what
idea.
We're
Great
Let's say you want to know the ROC on Nvidia. You can find out what Nvidia's ROC in their last earnings. Use that price versus their price today. So that could be, I think, kind of a fun area thing to do there. And again, the number of periods using the calculation, you can use whatever number you would like for N. That's why it's an N, because it stands for number. And you pick your number, whatever number of periods you like. So how do you interpret ROC? Well, positive ROC can indicate the price is closing higher than it did at periods ago, so it's been growing since that time. A negative ROC indicates the price is closing lower than it did end periods ago. Also, I just realized, I guess if you want to do for a split name, maybe you want to split adjust the price. Because I just realized if you do that with Chipotle,
Very good point.
60 trading days ago, you're going to get a wonky little number. Same with MSTR, same with Nvidia, same with AVGO. Because we've had so many splits this year, definitely if you're going to use one of these, I would say use the split adjusted price.
Absolutely
by half per chance. So I just thought of that and wanted to shout that out. I love math, so thank you for letting me put my own little spin on this lesson, because that's what I love. Thank you, Sharif, for putting together all these awesome lessons. I'm a little bit of a math nerd, so this is a fun one for me. Divergence is worth noting here too. When you have the ROC diverging from the price, that can signal a potential reversal. So, for example, if you've got the price making new highs, but the ROC making new lows, that could indicate a bearish divergence. So you've got the price climbing higher, but the ROC is we're not feeling that. We're a little bit lower here. You know what I mean? That could be a sign. Not is all right in Denmark. To paraphrase Shakespeare pretty badly there, and you might get a shake in the price action. You might get that divergence. So be aware of that. Divergence, something we look for here with RSI, sometimes or MACD. You can also look for it in the ROC'd one. Also, guys, let's talk about the common ROC periods. So common ROC periods include the 9, the 12, and the 26. Those are interesting. Those are not what I would expect.
Neither would I,
periods, right? But the optimal period will depend on the time frame you're using and your trading style. I think that's huge. Another one I just thought of, this is kind of a random one, but Danielle Shea will talk about her pre-earnings periods, 21 days heading into the earnings. So maybe, let's say you've got Nvidia, maybe you want to do it at the start of their pre-earnings period.
Very interesting.
21 days. Just random ideas I'm coming up with on the fly. But that's the great thing about these is you have to try and true and find your perfect indicator, your approach, your oscillator, whatever word you want to use. And I think here's just some examples. And again, not advice, just my take. You guys figure out what kind of styles you want to use. Maybe if you're a swing trader, you want to use a bit of a longer term. I think it really depends on your style and what you're trying to get out of the ROC. But how do you use the ROC for trading? Well, you want to be identifying overbought and oversold conditions. If you've got the ROC or the ROC reaching extreme levels, so for example, above 90 or below negative 90, that could suggest an overbought or oversold condition in the market. Because I just realized you could do this with the NQ and the SPY as well. Who says you can't? Who says you can't use the ROC? Just Selena Gomez? I don't know. But seriously, guys, you could, honestly, this is boundless, and I want to use the rate of change a lot more now because this is actually really interesting. But in addition to looking for overbought or oversold conditions in a stock, maybe you even want to use the SMH, maybe you even want to use an ETF. There's so many opportunities here with I want to use a whole ROC week now. I'm so into this. But maybe you want to identify overbought and oversold, but also maybe you want to look at divergences maybe you want to confirm trends. So rising ROC can confirm an uptrend because it's going up alongside the price, but a falling ROC can confirm a downtrend because you've got the price going up and the ROC moving down, or you've got them both moving down. But what happens when they're not moving together? Identifying divergences. As we mentioned earlier, right, divergences between the ROC and the price can signify potential reversals. So you might be able to ROC the divergence in the ROC before you see it on the price action. Worth noting as well here, the ROC compared to other oscillators. So we talk about a lot of oscillators here. We oscillate between a lot of oscillator talk on this here show. So ROC is going to be pretty similar to some other momentum oscillators like the RSI, the Relative Strength Index, and the stochastic oscillator. However, the ROC focuses specifically on the rate of change in the price, so it's a lot more targeted there, the ROC, than the RSI, and the stochastic oscillator, because they consider other factors as well.
Get it, Adara.
So I appreciate that, Sharif. Get it as well. We got go team. But here's some tips for using ROC before we leave you to rock on for the rest of the show without the rock. So you want to be experimenting here with different periods. So try the ROC. Like I said, there's so many different options you have. You would say from last earnings, let's say you want to look at a couple weeks, right? Try different ROC periods to find the one that works best for your trading style and for your time frame. You also might want to combine with other indicators. So the ROC can be combined with other indicators like moving averages or Bollinger Bands to provide more comprehensive signals. But be aware of limitations, Sharif, because they exist. They always do. ROC can generate false signals, especially in choppy markets or during periods of high volatility. So it's not doing the Rock Johnson, but it's a pretty strong indicator that you can use if you want to look here at these markets. I had to end with a cheesy dad joke. That's what I do over here on this desk. How you doing?
I'm good. I'm looking at Apple here because it just found $226 as a level of support. I was looking honestly for the short because it was the second time in a row that it had come into the 10 exponential on the 5 and found a bounce. But what I was negating to account for there was it wasn't just a 10 exponential bounce that I was looking there on Apple at 226, but it was a whole dollar level. So we were talking about 226 being an important level today, initially obviously as resistance when we started looking at it, but that's not what it was earlier. 226 was support before it gave way. And it was kind of like that line in the sand, 226 and a quarter, 226 and a third. And if you looked a little earlier, around 745, it was actually 226 itself. So when it came down for the second time in so many minutes to the 10 exponential on the 5, I was looking for a short, but it didn't give you that. And when you were looking at the time in sales, or sorry, not the time in sales, the level 2, there was umpteen amount of buying. Every time it dipped in a penny, 2, 3, below that $226 level, there was aggressive buying and it would jump about 5, 10 pennies a little bit higher. So obviously I don't want to jump in here quickly, but there is something to be had here if we can break above a third of a dollar. That's kind of been where the line in the sand has been, at least with respect to the closing prints. All these closing prints have been 226 and a third or lower. The wicks on occasion have got into the 40s, but that ain't the move. That ain't the move. So keeping an eye on Apple here. We've traded a bunch of times. I feel like it's one of the stronger recovery names on the day. It's not green. Only Goggles is green. Google is up a third of a percent. Both Goog and Goggles are both up a third. Netflix, which we don't include anymore in the Mag 7, also up a third. Apple down a quarter. But as you can see with the chart, definitely a better recovery than the other Mag 7 names, Nvidia included. So I'd like to have something, if I'm to take something long, at least for the moment, it feels like Apple might be the one. Okay, on the other side of that is Apple, yes, it is above the volume weighted average price, but there's a better possible trade here for the long if you can time it right. I'm going to submit to you Meta. So this volume weighted average price here has been obviously very important on Meta on the day, because since we reclaimed it at about 5 to 11, we've been a little bit above, a little bit below, showing our propensity to trade around the volume weighted average price. And if I can also make another observation here, the time spent since the reclaim of VWAP at about 11 o'clock, the majority of the time spent is above VWAP as opposed to below. That may influence some of the biases that you have, whether to take this long or short. But right now, what I see is a nice range on Meta, about 520 and a third, but looks like more like 520.40 to the low side on the sell side, and then about 522, maybe 522 and a half to the high side. That's been the range essentially since 20 after 11. There was this one exception over here when we broke the volume weighted average price and came down to 519, but you can see we quickly reclaimed VWAP and then reused it as support. So I'm very interested in a possible breakout trade to the long side on Meta if one manifests here with an obvious area of 522 to 522.5. And these two outliers above VWAP here into that 522 and change are not alone. Look at the amount of consolidation that we had around that 522, 522.5 earlier on. And this is in the implied balance time. Like this is a 940 print, and this over here is a 10 a.m. print. So very important, I would personally say this 520 to about 522 bucks and change on the day on META. Possibly a trade here, rather than punching in at highs through the break of 522.5, you could wait for a VWAP retracement in and around, let's just say 520.50. Technically right now it's 520.44. But you could put your resting order at 50 and then give it to the break of 520, which is a decent amount below the volume weighted average price, especially since you've been respecting it for the most part, save and except again for this one outlying error over here. So a 520 break, that's decent, about 50 pennies worth of risk on a name that can give you $1 like that. So not a bad look. Let's see what we can get with Meta right now. Topping tail candle through 522, down 1.25%. So by definition, going long is a bit of a counter trend trade here, despite the fact that the chart has been putting in these higher lows and higher highs. So that's my look. I'm still biased the most for long on Apple. If I'm taking something long, if the winds of change come on these markets, to me, it feels like Apple or Meta. What's the other side of that coin? Who's the weakest of the bunch? Well, you don't need to go far to find out that Tesla and Nvidia take the cake there. Tesla's down 3 1/5, Nvidia's down 2. What do their charts look like, though? Let's chart. Here we go. So Tesla, marginally, and when I mean marginally, I really mean marginally higher lows, okay? So every successive little trough there on the moves down has been higher than its predecessor, but you can see this is hockey stick pattern galore. We haven't been able to hook up and even do the umbrella kind of component of that. Shout out to Adara, right? We've been very hockey stickish because we just can't get back up into any, decent level over here. So first and foremost, I'd be looking short Tesla and then Nvidia because it's also down 2%. And let me show you the watch list over here. This is my watch list, and you can see microchips. Every single microchip name is negative, with the best here being Taiwan Semi, down 1%. So very, very bearish day, I feel, anyway, on semis. So it's going to be Tesla for a possible short if the market flushes, and then Nvidia if it goes long. I'm looking Apple, and I'm looking Meta.
Yeah, I guess I'm still long Tesla. I had some issues here getting out of this in the sim. Shout out to the sim at Real Trading. It's like a really good tool. Sometimes, unfortunately, you do not get out where you want to get out. So I was trying to get out of this at like 213.06s. I never got filled. Now we are here, obviously a lot below where I wanted to be here. So just good out here mid-70s. Not the vibe. Adara, manage better next time. But that's what's great here about trading and about this community is you get a little bit better every single day, hopefully. Okay. That was an L. That being said, why did I want to go long here in the first place? Because I'm aware that is certainly a different look. I agree with Sharif. This is one of the weaker names, but I like the higher low. And also, Tesla, I'm always going to look at the book, right? So when I went to use the washroom there, 213 was holding like crazy. I said, see what it does when you come back. I come back. It's holding 213.20s. Slightly higher lows in the book. That's the type of stuff I like. I'm going to risk this. It's a 212 mid, like 213 mid zeros. So like 06s, right? So we get to 10s. We bounced right back up. I said, okay, they're a dope. But unfortunately, Tesla in the future, not always besties. Today they are. So futures take a move down. Tesla's like, oh, wait, I should do this too. And I'm like, no, you know that. And then with it, I just wasn't able to get filled, unfortunately. It's a fill that I should have been able to get, was not able to get there. All good there, baby. Did lose a little bit more than I wanted here. Smaller position in the sim, but still not happy with the management there, Adara. Time to aggressively journal for that. Also, seems like tired hours are hitting, so I'm going to have a sip of this matcha. This Meta, I agree with Sharif. Deeply fascinating here. I feel like I'm much less confident by reading this than you are because I think you also trade Meta more than I do. But this Meta, I like these higher lows here. I like that 520.50 area. Look at all these wicks into it. Like to me, I definitely, I don't disagree with your read of a long here, even though obviously we haven't been, the highest we wicked in here too recently was 522.50s. But We still have higher lows on Meta. So, and Meta, like honestly, that 519 is someone who was in the Meta short when we were at 519. That was a crazy bounce. 519 bounced, and then we did not look back. So Meta, I actually do, Zuckerberg slid into the buyer's DMs. I'm joking, all jokes aside. It was like, oh, yeah. So anyways, the point I'm trying to make is, I like Meta 519. But sorry guys, I'm not trading anything right now. I'm not seeing anything like screaming at me. If there's any stocks that you guys want to look at, I'd love to look at them for you. Shout out to Tony Price in the chat. I believe earlier was asking about SoFi. I know you generally look at SoFi there, Tony Price. So, SoFi, hello. Not one that I traded. I traded a little bit when I first went live because I was like trying to trade different types of tickers, and then I found my way back to my spready expensive children. But SoFi here, I do like how we're holding this area thereabouts view up.
Oh.
It's not perfect. Now we're kind of rejecting view up a little bit around that 771. However, this is not a bad hold here for me, for SoFi. A little bit of a bull flag. This one was also strong in the pre-market. We were at more than 1%, decent volume, no news that I saw. So SOFI, not so bad for SoFi. Let's take a look at the daily chart too, because on these tickers that tend to move a little bit less in terms of like a dollar basis on an intraday. Oh my gosh, Sharif, look at this. 630, 780. We can break above this area. I think that's a great look for SoFi. I really like this look here. Let me zoom out a little bit more. Yeah, I think the support at 630 is certainly not bad. I think if we can push back above here, reclaim that $6.90, kind of $8 level, that's definitely not bad for me for SoFi. We're so far from highs, but right now, I don't think it's so bad how we're looking here on the daily chart. Also, look at these higher highs, higher lows. Look at that bounce we had off 720s on the daily. Shout out to you, Tony Price. Hopefully you find the right price for your SoFi. Because I think if we can reclaim that 770s here, and we're trying to reclaim 771s here on SOFI, I don't think that's a bad long. If we reject here, I would say we could move back to the downside. But SoFi has been out kind of markedly strong all day compared to the rest of the market. And we do have volume here in terms of shares traded, 17.6 million. No tickers for me as of right now that I'm trading. Tesla, if you want to reject Tesla, 213.
Yeah, put it on.
I like you, Tesla. So what's happening?
Well, you were talking about Meta earlier, so it got me thinking about Zuck.
The statue?
Adara.
Oh, sorry.
I love it. You okay? So you know exactly what I was talking about. You read my mind.
Statue?
Yeah. Did you know that it was a Roman tradition to make a sculpture, like a thing, like a bronze sculpture of your wife?
That makes sense, but did the bronze sculpture look like that?
Ram, you got it? Wait, Ram, go to the next one. Zoom in a little bit. I love how she's having she's
coffee
drinking
that matches.
a cup. Yeah, of the
Dude,
same.
I think the same. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, that part of it is kind of pretty. Like the actual swooping around her.
Like no guy is gonna like Zuck now. Every single man is gonna have a target on the head. Not literally, figuratively, of Zuck.
Why is she blue?
Well, then any girlfriend's gonna come be like, where's the statue at?
Yeah.
Right? Where is the statue at? Ram just said precisely. Like, I don't need this.
Precisely, because Priscilla.
Ram, you're starting to pun now. I like it. But yeah, straight up, man. Like, Zuck, take it easy there, bro. You got that yacht. We don't need any more trouble from you.
She looks happy with her statue. I like the little bronze thing around her. I don't know why she's blue. Isn't that the color that it ends up going, like the Statue of Liberty? Because like if you do it bronze and then it maybe, but then there's the wrap around her that's like a different color.
Yeah, that's kind of like mirrory.
We went down a beautiful rabbit hole. Thank you very much, Sharif.
You got to be a billionaire first, says Daryl Finch. I mean, come on. Right? The first comment. Anyway, wanted to digress there for a second. All right, I'm still of the opinion that Apple is really strong here, guys. Every single time it comes down into 226 is getting bought up. Now we put in a little bit locally high. But look, let me tell you, the market is not helping Apple at all because the market has been stuck at 19.6, a little above, a little bit below. That basically takes us back to 11 o'clock. And we've been whiffling and waffling a little above, a little bit below 19.6 on the future since 11 o'clock. We do have higher lows on the future, on the NQ September contract. But you're not really getting that decisive 19.6 take, and that's keeping Apple negative below that $227 area. I want to keep an eye on this one. 226 seems like a good area to get in so long as I'm going to assume that the whole future holds that general 19.6 area. It doesn't have to be at 19.6. If it holds a general area, maybe we hold 226 on AAPL. Adrian, Apple and Google, stronger names. I know, I do agree with you 100% on that. But my opinion on Google is it's too tightly range bound on the day. It had two outlying events, essentially a pop up on the market open and a quick pop down. And then since that time, it's been quite anemic. It's been putting in higher highs and higher lows here. But we're talking about measuring in pennies, not tens of pennies or 20s of pennies, but literally in actual 1 penny increments. So these are the two outlying moves on Google. It went green to red, now back to green, bit bamboozling here. But I told Sah Mahmood that I would look at crypto, BTC specifically, for him, and he had a bit of a look there on BTC that I want to have a look at. So let's load up Bitcoin. We're going to go to the 4 hour to start there. Then I'm going to scroll up to see what Saad said. All right, I mentioned something about BTC earlier on the daily chart. There is a cup and handle pattern forming, and it's been almost 3 years for this to form. If the pattern confirms target 110, I'm just going to speak for my own bias and by no means financial advice. I think Bitcoin is going to like 150, 200,000. Do I have any proof of that? No. Do I have skin in the game? No. So I don't have any Bitcoin exposure of any kind. I just feel that this thing is gonna rocket. All right, this cup and handle. I see exactly what you're talking about, Sad. Here it is. So there's the pop in November, the high that we made in November 2021, the crypto winter that we all suffered through in 2022 and 2023, parts of 2023. And here we are above that handle and doing the consolidation area that Sad is talking about there. This is the handle part of the cup with the rounded bottom. Shout out to Big Spile and Michael Noss, who loves to talk about rounded bottoms and rounded tops. And there is the cup and handle. I see what you're saying on that. Completely agree with you that I see the pattern, whether it manifests through the break of 75,000 to touch 100 or whatever it does on the year. We'll have to wait and see. The Katina man is still short the market at these levels. Oh, you're on the T triple Qs? The Katina man is shorting the T. He's still short, I should say, the T triple Qs as the NQ gives up 19.6 yet again, back down to 19.580. The market weak yet again, unable to take 19.6 on a decisive basis, despite the fact that it's been above it a lot today. That means Apple is back down again, and it's looking at 226 again. And so now, decisions to be made. It's been giving you 226 bounces and giving you 30s. Last time around, it gave you above 40s. So what's the move here, Sharif? You going to get in, or are you going to just sit there and talk about how Apple keeps ranging between 226 and 226.5? So let's see if we can get a little bounce up here on Apple. We're continuing to move down the market. I think we just touched 19,575. So we could give way here. I'm seeing Google break down. Tesla now is making new lows. Here comes 126 on Nvidia. That's been an area that's been defended all morning since 11 o'clock. 126 might give way here. So yeah, the markets are definitely a little bit weaker today there.
Yeah, I really like Tesla as a short here. As I put in the chat, you might have seen me long Tesla. That was a typo trade. I meant to go short. I went long. To be clear, made 10 cents in that trade with lots of shares. Some regrets because I didn't want to be in that trade. But overall, not a bad time. Obviously, did not get the Tesla short I wanted. I did not want to compromise with 212.75s. Once we had that bounce that I accidentally got long in, we pushed all the way up to 80s and then sold off. That being said, we make a whole dollar break here at 212s. You guys know I like my whole dollar shorts. I missed my SPY. I was just looking over what SPY's up to. SPY already did the whole dollar thing, so I missed that. But SPY 560 has been spicy the whole last few weeks here. So if we get another pop at the SPY, that I might actually want eyes on. Both Tesla and SPY curling back above 560 here, as are some of these other names as well. The other name I'm watching here that is kind of interest, though, I still have my eyes on the SPY on my order book, which is why my eyes are looking yonder. Meta held VWAP like a charm. It broke VWAP violently. Look where we're now bouncing. That's right, that previous area. Meta, if you want me to take you short 520s again, honestly, qualmless. You know what? You got to choose your fighter sometimes. Of all the fighters, Meta's the one that I like the most at my previous level. We're going to try to get short exact same place I got short the first time. We're going to take this with more shares. 520.01s. We'll see if we get filled. We're going to risk this into 520.50s because to me that's a pretty clear resistance support level. Happens to be in confluence with VWAP, but that's not why I like it. I know where I'm going to be taking out some profit at 519s because 519s, every time we get to 519s, we bounce violently. I want at least some of the smoke out there at 519s. But if we break lower than 519s, I already have some areas I like. Namely, I like that 518.30s. I like that because there's some chop and turn there on the downside. I don't think I'm going to get filled here at 520.01s. We're certainly pushing lower here on the book. I don't want to chase Meta. The most I will be willing to chase here is going to be 6 pennies. I'll chase the 6 pennies. It's Meta. 6 pennies is I don't think too significant of a chase. We're going to try to get short here 519.96s. Meta, fill me Meta. Come on Meta. I want to have a bronze statue of my future person. Give me him. That was a really weird analogy, but come on, Meta. If I want this trade, I want that smoke. Like I said, risking 50 pennies. I don't mind doing that on a stock like Meta because, like I said, I want minimum $1. That's a 2-to-1 risk to reward ratio. You know who can live with that?
Who?
Me.
Okay.
I can live with that, Sharif.
I like it.
We are, like I said, I'm chasing this like 5 pennies. Again, on a Meta, I don't mind a 5-cent chase. I don't love a 5-cent chase, but I'll take it. Doesn't look like Meta cares. I'm not chasing this any further. I'll keep this order in because I think Meta, if we get a little bit of like a dead cat bounce in the market, we can get pushed into that Meta trade. SPY back at 560s. Isn't it hard when you have like reads on way too many stocks and they're all coming to levels at the same time? I chose my horse though. I stepped onto my horse. I stepped into the saddle. Clip clop, suited up here for Meta. I am not SPY. You look so tempting, but I don't care because I've chosen my fighter. My fighter is the META. It's the Meta one. Let's see if Meta slides into my DMs with some profit over here. Shout out to Zuck. I don't want to play Zuck Goose though with this point of entry because right now we are. We're dipping. We're dallying. We're bouncing. Also, you only have 8 minutes left to vote for your ticker of choice. Shout out to Bears vs. Bulls for corralling all the votes. We really appreciate everything you do and also helping us with this new segment brought to you by Real Trading. Get into that chat. Exclamation point. Join. Space, $, ticker. Maybe you want to hear about Sean's short and ZQs. Maybe you want to hear about Micron, which I know Sean was involved in. Also, I know Neil was talking about as well. Maybe you want to hear about PDD. They had earnings, and both Sharif and I traded on this desk. I know there was a lot of looking at it on that desk. Maybe Alibaba, sympathy play or antipathy play with PDD. Any ticker you want to look at, get into that chat. Let us know. That is how you vote. I don't know why I'm emphasizing like this, but I'm just really excited by these markets. And Meta did play Zuck Goose with my entry. I don't think I'm getting filled, but if SPY breaks 560s here, that might have to be my new fighter because I'm definitely not getting the Meta. How are you doing over here?
I'm good. Right now, we're about 4 pennies out of the, well, we're break even. On this Apple trade, I'm looking for another 226 retracement. It's been strong at these levels, so I'm giving it the old college try. We still have a higher low, community college try. I don't want to ruin my little saying there. And the whole idea is I'm looking for a 19,550 break. We get that. I'm getting out of Dodge, quite frankly. So we still technically, have a higher low on the future. It's not by much, and it's not really nothing to write home about. 19,550. All right, we just got printed there on Meta. Let's see if we can weasel up a little bit more. 15 pennies in the money. Here we go with 226 again. Knowing
Apple?
Yeah, sorry. Did I say Meta?
Yes,
excuse me.
That's my
bad.
fault.
Thank you for correcting me there. Yeah, I don't know why I was thinking about Meta. I'm looking for a possible look. It's quite ambitious, obviously, but we know that Apple can get up into 226.40-ish on the day. So I'll just leave it. I'll leave it. The stop's in play. It's below the area trough. And that's going to be the situation. So let's see if we can break through 226 after defending 226 for a long time. It doesn't look like we can. It looks like maybe the short is in play, hence why I de-risk. But we'll keep, it's the way it is, Finch. Jane, I see you in the chat all the time. You know how these markets roll. And that's kind of the situation at the moment. What else is there to talk about here? It's 1:44. So you guys got 6 minutes left to get in your vote. You guys know about the afternoon rundown. It's the Katina, man. It's the Neil. They drop hot lines all day, but they drop hot lines in that 20-minute segment based upon the tickers as selected by you. The top 5 make it on. They'll give you their look. They'll tell you what they saw, how they traded it. If they didn't trade it, they'll tell you why or how they would have. So make sure you're getting into that chat and you're voting for your favorite ticker every day. Let's see what people are talking about here in the chat and see if they voted for it. So let's scroll up over here. Ronaldo wants to know about SOXS. That's 7% up. Yeah, you know why? Because that's the inverse ETF, and the microchips and the semis are getting killed. Throw that in the chat. Maybe the Katina man will look at it for you. What else you guys got up there? People are talking about TQQQ, the Katina man, short up a storm on the TQQQ. We know that Tesla's in play. Get into the chat right now. Vote for your favorite tickers every day. Henry just voted for PZZA. I don't even know if that's a real ticker.
It is. It's Papa John's.
All right. I guess so. I didn't even know. I love how Adara knows this, what it is. Get into the chat. Join Havana Woody. He wants to talk about coin. So see if other people can vote your way. Piton about to hit $5, says Ron. Vote for Piton. Serve is, I don't know what RR means.
Rich Tech Robotics.
Is what?
It's a different ticker.
Oh,
That's
or
robotic
RR. So vote. Join Hairdresser, says Big Spile. Shout out to the spiled one. I mean, I don't know what to say to that. So shout out to him. Trayvon wants to see Twilio, TTOO. So get into the chat and vote for your tickers every day. All right, I just got stopped at Apple there. As the market is on the way down, so we take a little bit of hit on the rest of them. And the Katina man's printing up $1 in the money. Adara pushed her chair back, and everything is going wild on this floor here. Let's go, says the Katina man. Go down the market. Let's see if we get a bounce here at VWAP. But now you've got the likes of Softy. Absolutely tanking at the low of day, breaking 412. Softy down 1 to 5th. You've got Amazon on the way down as well into not day low, but local lows. Tesla just printed all day lows. Get it, Adair. What's going on?
Yeah, I mean, I'm $1 in the money here in the sim on Meta. Already took profit out here at $1. I said I wasn't going to chase Meta. I said, and I honestly said I switched my interest to the SPY. But the SPY bounced off 560s. I wanted none of that smoke. I said, ew, gross, no smoke for me.
Okay.
So that's me coughing at the smoke. That was. So I switched over to Meta. Meta, which as we had that dead cat bounce in the market at the time, briefly, Meta can't even get back to 520s. Instead of Derry, your short is still valid here. So try the short again. You know what levels you like on Meta. You've been in this short. You've watched this thing move. You know what you like. So I got back involved here, Meta, 519.95s. I initially said I wanted 520.01. So, like, honestly, chasing about 6 pennies for Meta, you never want to chase. But if you're going to chase, let it be 5 cents on a name that is $500. I'm okay with that. You know what I mean? I'm going to be honest with you guys. So now for Meta, we did get my plan B quitter here at 519s. I said the support at 519s is cray-cray. So I definitely wanted out at least a little bit here. Now, what do I do with the rest of this position? Clearly, I already have a B quitter. Use this button. Shout out to Fabian for making that. And shout out to Ramin and Fabian for killing it every single day. Ramin holding it down on her own here. She's killing it. She brought me this matcha. I am pleased as punch. Thank you, Ramin, for being awesome. And thank you for everybody in this community. But I digress. Meta here. If we can't get that 518.30s, which by the way I like because look at all this chip chop and support and resistance flippity floopity here on the way down. If we can't get that level, I want to watch to see what we do here at 519.40s. If we get back, because 519.40s, you know, I've been watching. If we get back above 519.40s on the bid, that's where I'm getting out. That is where I'm done for the day, or not done for the day. I'm done with this ticker. I'll take my 50 pennies and I'll leave. You don't have to ask me twice, Meta. Like, cool. But if we can stay below that 519.40s, if we can push back into this 518.50s, I want smoke. I want that DM from Zuckerberg being like, hey, you're in the money. That's what I want here on this here market. So shout out there. 1 minute left to vote, guys. Exclamation point, join space, $ ticker, whatever tickers are fancy, whatever floats your boat, some people said, whatever short floats your boat, maybe.
Oh.
Whatever ticker you want in there, get it in that chat. You have 1 minute left. Shout out to Bears versus Bulls for putting all of these tickers together. I know I'm speaking fast. I do apologize, but these markets get me so excited, Sharif. I think Meta might be trying to kick me out here, though, because we just got a little bit of move higher in the bid. It was a fake out. Now we're back below 519s in the bid. My spread watch is on wide. Don't like what I said there. That is a weird way of putting that. Let's talk about pickles instead.
I'll take over, I know.
Please do.
Yeah, I've done that too. So, and you and Ram were so nice enough to point it out last week. It was fantastic.
Sorry.
Yeah, it's okay. Big Spile wants me to let you know that this is how these markets look at the time. What are those, Big Kyle? Are those green beans?
They look like asparagus.
Asparagus, yeah. Spicy asparagus. Okay, that's pretty cool. Pickled. Those are green beans,
Sorry.
right? Yeah,
you're
green
right.
beans. Pickled, spicy green beans. I'm willing to bet Big Spile. So, yeah. The Ram brings up a good point there. It does look like he threw in some dill there. True. I do see
Spicy
some
dill. That could make sense, right?
Oh, good call, Adira. So yeah, shout out to the big spiled one. Always, keeping us hungry during the show. So that's a look there.
That was so passive aggressive. You're like keeping us hungry. No, but shout out to Big Spile.
Of course. Shout out to Big Spile Burdette, baby. All right, I'm looking right back here at PDD. Guys, I missed this trade, and this is one thing I want to improve on. I mentioned it multiple times last week, and I want to say it again because it's going to remind me to be that way. I don't want to let these stocks off the hook. The Katina man kills it on that, so does Adara, and this is the head and shoulders that we saw on PDD. I took the neckline break, and I covered it short. Why I looked away and not continue to trade it is beyond me. Why do I get mad about myself for that? Because look at this. I was waxing poetic, using a Dara term, about this 99.40 being the neckline break. Look what happens when we break into 98.40. We come back into 99.40, nary a print above 40. Meaning that was the neckline break that it could have had for another nice 80 penny winner down to 98.60. So I feel like, I definitely need to improve a little bit on that. Hopefully I get a bit better, but this is kind of what I want to see with PDD. I think we might have a second day play tomorrow for PDD. You got to assume that a lot of the money today flowing into the short may not be around at the end of the day. We always talk about the closing print being the more important of the levels because that's where the committed money, the money that stays after the bell and overnight, you always want to see what that money is doing. So definitely down 29% today. Could we have a bounce back day tomorrow? I'm going to leave PDD up on my side charts because I want to see what it's up to tomorrow. Not much time left, before I weasel my way up into the green screen. So I'll just leave you with some ideas over here. First, I want to shout out to Big Spile for a $4.99 super chat. Thank you very much, my friend. Spread watch.
Hey, I know. Guys, we talk for 3 hours a day.
Yeah,
we're going to say stuff we regret.
Yes, exactly.
We're going to say stuff we regret.
Yeah, I felt that way last week too, Adara. Spicy dill pickled green beans. Yeah, we figured exactly that. So, yes, get it, Ram. You saw the dill leaves there. So, shout out to Big Spile. That looks really, really good. The Katina man is still short the triple Qs at 68.88. That's a lucky number. So hope he prints up a storm there. We're not technically at the low of the day on the NQ September contract, but we did get that neckline break, that area defend that we put in at around noon at around 19,450. That since gone. Now we're down into the $0.25 level. Apple's at VWAP. Not much else is at VWAP. Even Google is below VWAP here, and Google is a bit stronger. So my bias maintains the same. If the market, for whatever reason, finds a bid, I'm looking long Apple. If it continues to drop like this, look at Tesla, new low a day off that little drop there. Even though the market's not low a day, Tesla just printed low a day, 211.25. So that's the look there. Let's flip to some of the small cap gappers, see what they're up to on the day. Fifi, Faraday Future, only up 3.5. But it's doing its darndest to hold this 20 exponential moving average. Keep an eye on that. Polestar, I'm still of the bias that this mean reverts probably into power hour. It's done that in the past. I think it's just being traded today. I'm assuming it's up 14 2/3 as a result of Canada implementing 100% tariffs on Chinese EVs. That Polestar circumvents that vis-a-vis the South Carolina manufacturing facility, but I still think that this thing mean reverts. GCI has been a very good one if you're looking for a more stable or a less volatile small cap gapper. You'll look at the range per candle there. It's very, very easy to stomach that, though it is coming off the highs. Couldn't take 6 into the 20 exponential. Now goes GCI. I'm all eyes and ears at this area crest over here. I was talking about this area crest earlier. We never got the move back into it, so we haven't had an opportunity to test it. This 550 to 560 area could be an interesting buy opportunity, especially in light of the fact that VWAP is at that area. But first, we got to break down below the 20 exponential on the 5 decisively before we start looking at VWAP. But GCI has been a better name for the small cap gapper moves on the day. MNTS, not so much. Gevo, one of my only losers on the day. This one didn't even give you a hold up at VWAP, man. So I don't feel too bad about that. And that's really all the small cap gappers that were really in play today. Kava didn't touch that. Solar Edge didn't touch that. Why is Solar Edge down 8% after being up 10%
It's
in
just
the pre-market?
Edge. Who knows, Sharif?
Honestly, bro. Honestly, right?
Maybe Sedgen.
Solar stocks, like if I was in a solar stock, Adara, wow. I'd be a different person right now. I'd be a different
I would
person.
imagine
An
a very
angrier
stressed out person.
Yeah, I was about
I would
to say an
imagine
angrier
like
person.
there'd be like the mustache would be going gray from the stress.
It already
Like,
is.
well, I didn't mean it like that.
Yeah. Why is Sharif's mom in the chat? Oh, God. Ayo. All right, welcome back. Good luck getting Sharif to eat his veggies. I eat plenty of veggies, man. Neil can prove it.
He does.
I do. You're lying, Ram. You're lying, Ram. But in the eggs is mixed
They
veggies.
are. He actually showed it to Sharif. He did make me his eggs ones, which thank you very much. Those were delicious. There's a lot of veggies in those eggs.
There is.
There's a lot of flavor inside.
Allegedly, wow.
Allegedly,
Neil, you're gonna do me like
I've
that,
eaten the
Neil?
eggs, Neil,
Neil's gonna do me
Ram.
like that. Okay. All right. Anyway, Dara, I'm gonna weasel up to the green screen. I hope everybody has a fantastic day, and I'll see everybody in about 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Sharif. Best of luck with your weaseling. We will see Sharif gesticulating wildly on that green screen. Again, guys, make sure you vote before 1:50 p.m. every day, 1:50 p.m. Eastern. If you want to be a part of this segment, if you want to have your ticker heard. Also, I'm still in Meta. We're over $1 paper sim in the money here on Meta. And I want to clarify, I'm very happy with this experiment of going in the sim. I might stay in the sim for tomorrow. We'll see. I'm going to do some aggressive journaling tonight. We'll see what conclusions, if any, I come to after that. But like I said, my impetus for going in the sim was some meh trading last week. And my goal with going back in the sim was to just kind of focus on just believing in my trades and taking trades for myself, not trades that I think other people would take, not trades that I think I quote unquote should be taking, trades that I taking on levels I like, stocks I like with my playbook. In that vein, I think this was a success. I think regardless of profitability, because I did continue to hide my P&L, I think this did well. If we get above 519 here on the bid, I'm getting out. Initially, I was going to risk here into 519.40, so then we dropped a little bit lower, so you got to adjust your exit rules accordingly here. Let's get out here 519. I'm cool with 519.01s. Let's get out of that because I don't like the way we're like creeping on up here on this here book. You got to trust your read on the book. Hashtag spread watching there, all jokes aside. There we go. So we got out here at 519. 18s got out as we pushed above the bid there on the book. Yeah, shout out to Kyle Burnett saying it was all jokes. Yeah, I know. We joke around here. I know it was a kind of an odd thing for me to have said. So happy with what I did here in Meta. So I actually did just check the P&L now that we're done the day. Up on the day. So that's good. Definitely exciting to, again, not about P&L though. Was about the process, because one thing that, and shout out to the guys in the back, we've had a lot of conversations there. When you have the process, the P&L will follow. My process was all willy-nilly last week because I was like, oh, what trades should I be taking? Why am I trading Lily? It's not a day trade stock. Like, honestly, if you have a plan, if you have a playbook, it shouldn't matter how the trades look. It should matter how you execute them. So, for example, I was able to take this SMCI trade. SMCI, I almost said SMCI again. This SMCI, I was profitable in SMCI today because I had my plan, I stuck with it. That to me should matter. Again, if you have the plan, hopefully the P&L will follow. Again, not any hopium there, but just optimism, maybe. Being optimistic, having your plan, and just knowing that whatever happens there, it'll happen if it ends up happening. Shout out to JF Trader saying, great show as always. Shout out to everybody here. This is such a fun community. The trend is yo friend, says Monty G. I agree here. The trend is indeed yo friend. We've got Joshua Lee Mallory saying the MACD is looking ripe for a downward trend here. Yeah, the Qs here continuing to get lower. Happy I got out of Meta where I did because I just didn't like the way we reclaimed 519. But the Qs actually very similar looking to Meta here. I would say of the Make 7s off the top, the Qs are I guess a little bit more bearish than Meta because they're below VWAP here. I like how we had that 574 and some change, had support, higher low, come back down here, wick, bleh. So Q's definitely to the downside. I apologize for that sound there, but I don't apologize for being here every single day with this awesome community. Shout out to Monty G there with that advice. Yeah, I think honestly one of the biggest things I've learned from everyone here, from everyone in the show and everyone in the back, follow your plan. If you've got the plan, that's really what has to matter here because progress and learning should be the real P&L you're looking at. With that in mind, we'll see you guys tomorrow. Same bad time, same bad channel. For now, though, we're going to pass you over to the big kahunas in Sharif at the green screen. See ya.
Welcome to the afternoon rundown, the show where you decide what we talk about every day. Neil and Sean, they're locked, they're loaded, they're ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. So make sure to join Adara and I on the How to Trade Midday show and get into that chat and vote for your favorite tickers every day. And hopefully Neil and Sean will be able to get to them, but only the top 5 do make it on, guys. There is the look at the triple Qs. Big move down today for the future. We're down about 1/3% or a percent and a third on the NQ, about 0.5% right now on the ES, and the Dow just marginally red. Likewise with the Russell, marginally green. So they're doing a little bit better there. The ES and the NQ really taking it on the chin today. But we'll start with Nvidia, expecting a big report on Wednesday. Most analysts are expecting them to increase their year-over-year revenue by 100%, with other areas as well looking to grow. But we're all going to have to wait by bated breath, guys, today, taking a bit of a nosedive.
100%? Well, we'll see what they do. I mean, nosedive is a bit overstating it for 3% down on Nvidia. I mean, the stock's done a move a little bit since that Black Monday. So, I mean, it ain't all that bad. When you zoom it out far enough, you're still 30 change, 32, depending on what you want to work that low as, that $90 move. So it's just a matter of pulling back into last week's lows, and you haven't even done that. So I don't think it's necessarily all doom and gloom, but there's no doubt about it. Nvidia rejected the breakout this morning. Try to break through a 131 level. We're like not taking it, not taking a break on Nvidia, wait for a dip buy at support. It got down to Friday's support level. It bounced a little bit. It was able to get back into like 126.5 was at support. It was trying to get past 127.5, failed it underneath. If anything, it still looks like a weak name. 2 said downside. VWAP sits at that same 127.5. That was the opening range top there, at least on the first bounce. So if it gets up there, I think you're still looking fade. A couple of things that have been, in my estimation, weaker or more weak. AMD's at lows of day. It was a huge move up, or at least a good move up to try and get 158, and then it's just been trending down ever since. I had one short on this, and we're in Micron 100 for the second time. So the chips are all rolling back over, but if you're talking about Nvidia this afternoon, if it can't get back above that 127.5, anyone that took the bounce off the 26.5 knows that's going to be the spot for resistance. If it breaks it out, I think it can be one of those afternoon longs, but it just needs to break out past 127.5 on NVDA. For now, still looking shorts on chips, at least the ones under VWAP.
We've just been short all afternoon. I mean, you heard me talking about that with Sharif here, posting it in the chat. Short the TQQs. I mean, all of this, man. We were short when we left you. We're short now, and we're covering. And we've gotten some great covers, and we're still holding it. All right, so we don't have any red stocks today, so everything we'll be talking about will be a profitable talk right now. The only problem was this one. Nvidia was holding. We got it twice off of 127, which is exactly, where's the sticky note today? Exactly the sticky note level that we put down was 127. When it lost it, we got out of it, which was a great idea. But then I see Neil over here. I got to spend more time at my desk during the midday, I feel like. Shorting that 127.50, shorting that Micron. I mean, Micron again at 100, which again, we've talked about. That was beautiful right there. And then the other one that held up, and we'll probably get to this, maybe not. We took $6 or whatever it was on Meta, and that held 5. I mean, we even wrote down 523. That came within 30, 40 cents of that level again, which would have been a monster trade one more time. So great trading. I hope you guys had a great time on the midday, because there's been some excellent trade opportunities that I can see here throughout. So, yep, that's it for Nvidia. I want to talk about the next trade. If you just stick with us, we'll be talking about that. But I'm thinking shorts here into the rest of the day, as the only thing we have right now is short the market. Nvidia popped to 127. I like that level.
Super microcomputer next. Again, no specific headline for this, but it's been selling off since AMD announced last week that they were buying ZT Systems to basically expand their access into the AI server game or market. Also coming up this week, Dell reports earnings, a direct competitor, super microcomputer. So again, no headline for them, guys, but you see that down move, over 8% in the red.
You don't necessarily... I don't want to chuckle at it, sorry, but yeah, 8% down. Like you think Nvidia's having a bad day, AMD's having a bad day, SMCI down 3x what Nvidia is, but it was a flat bottom break. So every now and then, when support goes, you just gotta have it. I don't know what kind of fills you're getting on SMCI when 600 was broken or 595 is broken. Who knows what the slippage is, because really, until you're firing an order when this is happening, you don't know the price that you're getting. And I think it's just one of those, you have to experience it Meta, we can say what you could or couldn't get when it broke 523. Can say confidently, I didn't get a fill in the first 20 pennies, was able to get something after the fact. But anything remotely within $1 or $2 here, and you were laughing. So it finally broke into the downside after holding on all the last week and a half at that $600 level. For SMCI, I mean, you do have some, okay, you got 540 in here. That was a key closing price after that, massive tank bottom. And then you have that actual bottom at 480. So you do have some pretty significant lows that got put in recently that seems like SMCI has a decent chance to repeat. This is a stock which has not done much of anything to reverse the trend it's been in since that 1200 high. Like, it's just been trending down. It wouldn't be crazy to me. Like, if this thing loses 480, there's going to be a lot of buyers when it has a 3 handle on it. But yeah, bad day here for SMCI. The flat bottom break we liked was Meta, mostly because you know what you're going to get with Meta. The last time I tried an SMCI flat bottom break, I didn't get a fill in the first $1. So, I haven't tried one since.
We're just covering some more right now on the triple Qs as we continue to basically hit the lows of the day. If we're going to start bouncing off of this level, I'm completely fine covering. I mean, we're short right now. I always talk in handles for you guys. Over 100 handles right now in the money on these shorts. So, I mean, like I keep saying, I keep posting on here, real trading. I mean, this is like, if you guys are trading the futures, we talk about going short here. We could put on a contract, but I mean, I'm just choosing the equity. So right now we're watching out as this name continues to climb up the ladder right now. So Fed's daily also speaking right now. So he's saying he's not seeing any signs of weakness, wants to be able to adjust policy as he goes. And it's too early to judge the direction of rates, although the direction right now is down. This is from Fed's daily. All right, let's go talk about the SPY. I mean, we're talking about some sort of situations right now. So let's go over here. Sharif is now back in the building. Let's go think about the SPY.
Sorry, the SPY down 0.5%, looking to go more here, Sean. Last time I looked anyway, it was down 0.5%. Again, we had some economic numbers this morning, but it really wasn't as market moving until later in the day. So obviously belligerencies continue to take place in the Middle East. We'll continue to watch those, and if they're market moving, we'll report.
Right there, but they keep on going down. And I think that's the problem. We came in today only thinking short the market. I mean, there is no doubt about that. We've even talked about it. And what really got us going here was, again, the sticky note level of 68 on the TQQs. So we had actually marked that down there at the top. Watch out for 68 possibly breaking. When it did here, boom, we got in. And then we were just like, all right, the trend is definitely to the downside. Play the trend, be a trader. And that's what we did with the TQs. So, I mean, we're in it right now. We reloaded it all up here. And like I said, that's probably the same time where Micron and all that was there. So I was just looking at the TQs, and I mean, all this for all this, and I'll take that over and over again. So here we go to the downside. I don't have any more bids on this name. This just goes to show you, we've talked about it over and over, have confidence in your plays, put on some shares, put on some discretion, and go for it. So there it is. The huge move down. It's the NASDAQ, and I'll choose this over the SPY. But there is the breakdown lower here. I think the market is going to be in a little bit of a problem now for a couple minutes. So we are not buying any of these dips, and we wish we would have got out higher on some names. But it's not worth panicking. The NASDAQ was up 1.7% or something on Friday. So this is just a little bit of a pullback here today, but definitely worth noting that I am net short.
Yeah, the NASDAQ is actually trying to break lows. Well, the SPY did break the lows a while ago, but a half an hour ago. The SPY broke the lows and is continuing to consolidate actually underneath those bottoms. So in the lesson of the day, I talked about failed breakouts for like continuation shorts because there were a lot of them. SPY did the same thing. SPY double top on the daily, hasn't really punched through that local high, the all-time highs on the SPY. And then this morning, you had Friday's highs were essentially barcoding in and around, looking like it was breakouts. And there were a lot of stocks that broke out this morning, no questions about it. Like right at the open, things that were breaking out tops and looking like they had a chance to go. Immediate reversal, and all you're doing is start stuffing to the downside. Now, like Sean mentioned, like when you got that bounce in the market in the middle of the day, it was a matter of what you wanted to go to. A lot of things were VWAP or key levels on the way back to the upside. Micron got back to that 100 flat bottom break. So that's the thing that I'm in right now. Just quickly, if you're wondering, there are some strong, there's no other point to talk about this, I'm just going to say it now. One of the things that has remained strong is that move up in oil. So if some of the negative headlines in the Middle East are causing the move to the downside, worth noting, things like XOM near the high of the day, although even it's starting to pull back off the tops. Big moves for oil. This was a big V-shaped move here in XOM. If you're watching any of the energy names, some of the gains are starting to come back on some of the energy names up at the top here as oil futures are going to close in about 20 minutes.
Rich Tech Robotics makes the rundown yet again. You guys put it on last week. It's on again today, and it's up over 15%, moving up after installing the Atom humanoid drink robot, at one kitchen location in Walmart in Illinois. And we've been talking about possibly Starbucks or similar companies picking up this type of technology to get basically a handle on cost. And Brian Nichol, the new CEO there, widely expected to be exploring these type of technologies, not this specific company, guys, but the technology.
It'd be better for them if it was this particular company, because unfortunately for RR here, if the theme is failed breakouts, well, there was kind of a failed breakout today at $2. So this is it on the daily. A lot of times, this is what some of these like smaller cap stocks will look like. On the daily, it tried to break 2. It failed a 2 break. It's been trending down ever since. The good news is last week's highs are some support today. So 150 was resistance last week. 150 has bounced here. If I was looking at this in the afternoon and inclined to trade it, or maybe you're holding along from earlier, I think that 150 level looks like a pretty reasonable one to work off of. Previous resistance turning into some support, but it's just been trending down since it failed $2. The volume has completely dwindled down to near nothing at the end of the day. So not sure there's going to be much to go with here. If it holds on to 150 this week, maybe it does some kind of a consolidated bottom. That has happened before where you get a rejection, you make a consolidated bottom. It did it last week off $1, and then it ended up closing around $1.38 or so. So always a chance if it just kind of sits and goes sideways off of 150 that you have something for the next couple of days. But yeah, I don't see a trade for myself in it unless volume starts to pick up.
I mean, remember, you were just 40 cents a week and a half ago, so you got to understand, like, that's up 4 times. So you are going to get some kind of profit getting taken out of this. I feel like you're safe until you break below that $1. So, I mean, again, a pretty easy trade. I feel like it's $1 to $2, this range, boom, 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 back and forth. You broke it a little bit to the high side. You broke it a little bit to the downside. And that was more than a little bit. That was 60% down, but that was in one day there. So huge move to the downside. I wonder if that was a split of some sort, but maybe not. All the way down there to 40 cents. So I'm just looking at this above the 50-period moving average is something that I'd like $1 or so for RR. And then why not? If it breaks $2 today, I think you can go, right? I mean, that was only this morning. A lot of volume there. If there's any news, breaking through $2, I think is a buy. So yeah, Rich Tech right there is a little bit rich for my blood right now at this valuation, most likely. But if it breaks through $2, we can play some momentum long.
It's true.
Piton, green again, guys. After last week, they reported obviously better than expected earnings, I should say. Up again. They did get a couple of comments last week. No real new buy ratings, but you got a couple of price target upgrades, and that's what this one is. Baird maintaining their neutral rating and raising the price target on Peloton, guys, a whole 75 pennies.
Wow. You raise your price target 75 cents on a $5 stock with a 22% short float. Yeah, I don't know what it was before. It doesn't really matter. But look, remember, since earnings, they haven't had a bad day. Well, they haven't had a red day, I should say. Certainly a good runner, but it's the 22, sorry, I'm still on Rich Tech here. Rich Tech has a 13% short float. It was the 5-minute volume that was up 20%. Peloton does have a decent short float. I want to say it's still 20%. Yeah, it is 20%, so I was right. So 20% short float, a lot of the reason why it's going. It broke out multiple levels last week, but the one today was just $5 here on the daily. There's your break. It couldn't go any higher than the quarter. It held on VWAP in the teens. It lost VWAP. Maybe could have been a reversal into the short trade when it lost VWAP, and now it's lost $5. So right now, it almost looks like a head and shoulders forming if you're into that sort of thing. Friday's high is the afternoon high. If this never gets back above $5, probably worth some shorts going into the rest of this week. So not a great look for Peloton, unless you had like the first break through $5 was good, some trades off VWAP. But now it looks like it's completely fallen asleep here. As I said with RR, every now and then you'll have stocks that do this. They'll hold on to a higher low or like the previous week's consolidation levels, and they'll lull you to sleep. And then a day or two later, or maybe that later in the afternoon, they can start to go. So it could be worth a watch to hang on to morning support and Friday's close price, which is the actual low of the day.
Just before we go, I mean, Neil just did Peloton, so that's great. I'm thinking of TQs. If we break, now we're at the 50 pre-moving average, I'm going to get half of what we have left. If we break this 68.05 area or so. So I'm actually at 68.10. Just want to bring that to everyone's attention. That's what I'm doing once we get to that level. So hopefully this will hold out. And then if so, fine. And then we'll get out. Like we'll just hold a small piece. And if we have to go all the way to VWAP, then we'll do that for another short. Thank you to everybody in the chat there for the meta call-outs. I mean, this was a big stock. We sort of talked about this earlier. What a stock through 523. I mean, we have it listed right on here. We followed our rules. We did everything we were supposed to, and Meta was fantastic. And it still is, even though, well, actually, I said it was within dollars, and it's true. It's within a couple dollars, Meta versus Micron today. But for me, Meta is a big one, and it only took 5 minutes or so for that drop down, and then we had to wait a little bit. That first trade is right there pretty early at 9:40, and there's the out, the final last out there at 5:18 off 523, so that's $5, and we got out at about 11 o'clock. So that trade definitely working out right now off of the other high. So yeah, that's just kind of what we're working with, and then if the TQs does come down, we will punch out, or sorry, does go back up into I might just lower this now to 68 and change, but we're still at 68.10, pretty comfortable with that. Maybe 68.05 if you really want to get spicy, but for right now, we're still short the market and looking for more opportunities.
So after you take profits on those shorts this morning or today, if you're looking to maximize that idle cash, well, for Canadian users, you can enjoy 6% per annual cash balance of up to $10K for 60 days, along with a 2-month commission-free promotion at Moomoo. You can also earn up to $2,300 in cash rewards when you transfer your portfolio. Both rewards can be enjoyed at the same time. With Moomoo, you'll gain access to comprehensive data on stocks, options, and ETFs. Plus, take advantage of algo trading. Allow you to create, backtest, and execute your own strategies. Set up instant alerts to trade on your own signals, helping you take your trading to the next level. Thanks to Moomoo for sponsoring this portion of the show. Big shout out. And hey, if you were short, then you definitely bank today. Obviously, you got to have some targets. Just pointing out, I mean, Shauna just went over, the market's bouncing off some of those lows. The ES was bouncing off some lows. Always going to be, the words concerned isn't the right word. They're always going to want to have a lookout for things. When the market gets to lows, if you're short something that is making a higher low, then in some sense, even if it might be weak, it's some relative strength. So, Micron in here, it's nowhere near the lows that it had this morning. Down 4% is clearly weak in the overall market, but it's now doing this dance around 99. So I've slapped a trail on this just above the 99, and then we'll see where this one can go. And I do have some eyeballs on a couple of things here. There was this, I think Sharif was on this thing. I was kind of hoping to be able to get some short pops on this. It was Jivo. Remember, Sharif was like, Neil, do you remember Jivo from 2020? And I actually don't. There was a lot of names that ran in 2020. This one I don't remember. I feel like there's so many other ones that you like. CEI, I'll never forget them, and some of the weed names, but I don't remember Jivo. But a stock that fails $1 gets on my radar for at least the next couple of days to try to short pops, because it's a psychological level. So this, whenever you get to exactly $1 and turn around like this, my thought is, okay, well, if it goes to $1 again, maybe take a shot at it. If it goes to VWAP, then try to short it again. And I just heard one of the, it was MPOX. I don't know which one was just moving there, but I heard something.
No, there's nothing really moving. I went over to SIGA as well. Now, just a global blah, blah, blah has declared MPOX a blah, blah, blah.
Because GovX is at the highs.
Find out more about this. I mean, you know how awesome they were about COVID and all that kind of stuff. So definitely let's keep our ear to the ground about the World Health Organization.
Wasn't it amazing?
Yes. Okay, so Intel.
World Heroes Organization.
I'm just trying to find out. Yeah, oh yeah. I'm just trying to find out what is going on here. So that's Mara. Mara down to 1850. That's okay still. This is Intel right here, trying to get a little bit of a bump up as the market's trying to go, okay, so there it is. We'll say chicken dinner winner. I mean, we take out half on there. It's not as good as where we were here, but still a great out for us here on the futures as it's starting to go back up, and that's completely fine. Now we hold a little bit of a small piece into what is hopefully a reload. And I mean, maybe it's time for up and away. I mean, Nvidia right now trying to take down that 127 again. I'd like to see a clean VWAP break of 127.50. I mean, we wanted to go long 127. So I feel like if we break 127.50, we could use 127 as our stop, 50 cents. I mean, that would make sense because that's an also retracement break of VWAP. So those are things that I like to look at for sure. We talked about some beat up chip names, and when we go from ARM, from Micron into ARM now today, ARM was down 5.5% just a couple minutes ago. Now you're down 5 and change, but this is a nice little barcode situation. That has to get back up to 130 before we get too excited, but nice bottom again, 127.50. Good area spot there for ARM, Texas Instruments, Meta. All right, one more look here at Meta, back to 520. So pretty good again, coming right back into VWAP. Maybe that's going to be a good situation. I'm always looking at that spot where we really hit it. And the reason why I think we have to be very careful of what we're doing is like we celebrated and we're going to be at the highest spot right now as soon as we get out of the TQQs because of this. We could have gotten in a lot of trouble where we had such a great morning and then all of a sudden we have some mistakes here on the triple Qs. Like we were shorting and getting out. So we were short, that was good, shorting in and out, shorting in and out. And then we let it calm down for a little bit. Settle down. I don't know where the 50 period was at this time. I'd have to reload all of this. But then we kind of used some of these tops as the top and we're able to get this back in. So it's like, let ourselves calm down because we almost got ran over there. So the last thing we really want to do is start to dig into anything right now at these levels. So let's just wait for something to come through. And if it does, then fine. That's why, although Meta to me looks pretty prime to get short rate into here, I've already seen a better trade and that's up here at 522. So we don't have to settle for anything. We might as well wait. Where, like I said, we've already hit our goals. Like it would be, time to potentially, lower your shares or not look for the great opportunity. Like look for great opportunities, but don't just sit there and worry what to do because if there's nothing that shows up, you don't have to trade anything. So
yeah, never force the issue.
Yeah, that's probably a good word. Yeah, don't force anything. Like we can just sit here all day and be happy with what you've made or lost today. You
don't want to be Trey Lance. Like you gotta survey
like you said, why was it his fault where he got drafted?
Okay, that's true. I shouldn't.
I mean, the guy had 65 snaps in college or something.
No, and he didn't play he didn't play that COVID year.
Right.
So
he got drafted 3rd overall, and still makes more money than everybody here.
Busts don't draft themselves. And you know what? To his credit, the guy works apparently I don't know. We're talking about the Cowboys backup quarterback.
He's 22 years old.
He's 22 years old, and he apparently works his butt off to try to get better. And he'll probably be in the league a very long time. What I mean, the only reason I said the survey the field, wait for the right opportunity. He threw 5 picks last game.
I saw it.
And it's like, that's sort of the thing. If it's not there, you can throw it away. You can tuck and run. You can take a sack. There's a lot of things you can do. Just don't throw any interceptions. But I did just trail out of Micron. It just broke 99 again. So it does seem like you could get back to VWAP. There's a lot of things that could set up here. Get back to VWAP. You get back to 100. We'll just wait around for that. If the market wants to bounce off those lows, here's my black. There we go. If the market wants to bounce off those lows and get back to resistance, then I want to wait for weak stocks to fade either at VWAP or resistance. In this case, I think 100 matters more than VWAP. That makes sense. Amazon, I never got into an Amazon short, but I mean, Amazon 176, quarter here, or VWAP 176 area. That looks good. I think I'd want to short that one if it comes back in. So just being patient, allowing these to get back a little bit more. I mean, AMD, I don't know if it'll get back to 151.5 where we shorted it before. Not really sure. Mikey, this is a good question. Why does Sean get the nice chair? See, you know what you guys didn't see? Was it last week you did it?
Stole it. What?
You didn't steal it.
What is even happening around? Like,
no,
this is what I do. I say, that's a nice chair.
I know.
Chair. I mean,
no, there was a bunch of really cool Herman Miller chairs that we had the option of getting. Personally, I tried sitting in it, it just was not comfortable. So I'm sitting in this one because it's the most comfortable chair. Like the old chair, man, the chair that I had when I first started trading, I had that sucker for over a decade. And it wasn't even that nice of a chair, but I loved it. And eventually it just fell apart. I like this one here, but that was last week where I think it was during the lesson or something. Sean was going around just trying to find the most comfortable chair on the floor, and they wanted to be able to show it on camera, but I think they were in the middle of something, or like an interview or something like that. But hey, you just got to be comfortable as a trader. You want to make sure you get that back support.
This chair's not even that comfortable, but.
Well, it was better than the one you had.
Well, I mean, I have the same one as you have. It's right there.
I love these, though. I mean, to each their own,
This is it right here, right where the silverback is.
Yeah.
Where is silverback?
I like these ones. You get good back support.
So I just took that chair. They all have them here, by the way. Cat's out the bag. This is an IKEA chair.
Aren't they all like? I don't even know where this is from.
Those ones aren't.
What are they? I don't know. I have no idea what they are.
I never. Well, yeah, that's true. I mean, I don't ever get wiped out, so I don't know, Bill Franz. I mean, I think let's answer this question here. How do you guys handle your risk? I see you never get wiped out. Do you divide your risk in 40 trades daily, or how do you do it? I mean, welcome to the show, Bill. I mean, you'll be going to be able to see many different trades for all of us today, and we have very obviously distinct styles. And I mean, I just think for me, what I've gotten a lot better at lately is just finding the best ideas and going for them. And then trying to figure out support and resistance levels. My trading style is very simple. It's support and resistance, looking for breakouts, and then relatively strong versus weak names against whatever the NASDAQ's doing, which is why I'm always looking over at the NASDAQ. So it's very, very simple kind of stuff. We looked at 523. It was a breaker. We wrote it down. We took profit, held half of it, then got out once, we let it go, found some more resistance levels, broke the 50-period moving average and out. I mean, the same thing here with the TQs. I get a bias in my mind, and then we put on lots of trades. We're sitting on a prop floor. So I have, I'll tell you how many fills I have right now. So thank you, Bill Franz, for the super chat. Hold on a second, 97. So about 110 fills or so. We're going to be positive on all the stocks, and we've traded. Meta only has about 7 or 8 fills. Micron has a bunch of fills. I mean, short into resistance, down, out, breaks 100, boom, out again, a bunch of fills there. So Micron for me has 37 fills. And again, we don't have to pay per fill. I actually get paid to trade. So there's that. We add liquidity. Nvidia is really quick in and out. We have about 20 fills here as we just sort of massage these trades. So it comes in, taking shares, getting out, taking shares, getting out. Once it breaks, boom. And I'm trying to use, again, support and resistance levels and then wait to see if we can get something on the big side of it. That's what gave us these big winners on the TQQs again. So in and in, out. Once we break, see these outs in here? Very, very good risk management from, if I could say so myself. When we see right into here, breaking and out, winning and huge. So that's part of the magic there. And Tesla, this is a funny one because we're actually up on Tesla and we've done really well on Tesla today. And it's going to be one of the top stocks here today. And look at this. This was easy. We wrote down 215, 216. And just for you, Bill, if you go back, we talked about this earlier. There's the support from Friday. So once it fell into this support, we went long. Then we held some. We got a great fill again there. We took some out, under view up, under the 50, took it out, held about 10% or maybe a little bit more. And once we broke it, we got out. So for me, we're at the highest spot today. It's a big time trophy day and we're happy with it. We'll go 5 for 5 and just wait to see if anything else happens here. So yeah, so far so good on that. But thank you for the super chat there. Oh, was that 100 Mexican pesos? Is that what that is there?
I think so. MX, I would assume
pesos, so. I think is like, is it 7 to 1, 8 to 1? Good. Thank you for the super. It doesn't matter. I always like to look at whatever the currency is and then figure it out. But
sometimes it's hard to figure out. But
cuatro cerveza, por favor.
Yeah, there you go. Oh man, last time we were there was fun. But that's another story. One of these days we'll get to it. And just a quick answer to that. I think the simple thing in a general sense is just make sure. Like when you're looking at a trade, when you have a losing trade, what is that relative to if and when you win on that trade setup? That's how you got to be able to look at it. So, I look at Pinduoduo. I took a couple of swings at it on an SSR bounce play today. It ends up losing. My best SSR bounces usually make twice as much as 2 losses here on PDD. So you try to keep it in that kind of a pocket. If you do that, then I think you should be okay. If you're gonna have losses that end up bigger than when you win on the trade, then you have to have a different hit rate, right? So in order to do that, you have to win on a vast majority of your trades. I always try to have trading be that you could win 55% of the time, and the risk reward will allow it to be green. The other question, someone asked me, when does VWAP start on my chart? And our data starts at 6 a.m., so my VWAP's going to start at 6 a.m. That's just when we have the data come up for us in North American markets here at Real Trading. So that's the setting for my VWAP, or I think pretty much anybody's, because I don't think you can get data before 6 a.m. here for the U.S. markets. Still tracking a few things. I want this market hopefully to give us some opportunities to play into some shorts. Amazon's getting a little bit closer to VWAP. So I have this one up. Micron, $100, still at 99.20 or so. But just looking to short some pops in here as we get some bounces in the market, or at least attempted bounces in the market. I don't know how deep it's going to be, but I don't want to force the action too early. Just want to wait for either VWAP or big resistance level if we can pick them up on any of these shorts. Still think there's some strength out there. If we were to break out the resistance on the futures, I think Apple would be a good continuation long. But you can see this dancing in a very, very tight range, not doing much of anything. That would be forcing the trade, try and squeeze an Apple trade out of nothing in here. Ooh, what's that over there?
On Oracle. Oh, this is my kid. So my wife just sent me this as we navigate the roller coasters of the market. They're on this thing right here. This feels kind of like refreshing, you know. I mean, here it comes down. This is not Niagara Falls. It's the ride called Niagara Falls, of course. And there.
Good to know, because I mean, I thought maybe.
Yeah, I know. I know you might have thought that. I didn't want to confuse everybody else. Oh, there's my kid. There's my kids right there. They're there right there. Okay. Get your hands out of the water, girl. All right.
Refreshing.
Right. So, again, nah. So anyways, that was that. So
did you ever find out what the specialty food was at CNE?
Oh yeah, what the heck? I forgot to ask her.
I meant to Google it, and I totally forgot. As I was trying to, I have my first physiotherapist appointment tonight for my Achilles, and I booked it last week. And of course, when I go to confirm it today, they're like, "We don't have any booking for you." I'm like, really? So that was. Ultimately, everyone was very nice and polite about it, but suffice to say, I am still going today because I was not taking no for an answer. I'm like, are you kidding me? Let's get the ball rolling with that one. I'm not waiting around forever. Apple juice, I just saw people saying in the chat. That 100%.
Apple's getting juiced?
Well, it's not I'm looking at Apple right now. Apple is anything but juiced right now.
Right.
No, it's not moving whatsoever. Let us know if you see anything that's popping off, because I have a Halt scanner up. I've got some, high of the day Momo scanners in case anything starts going crazy. I heard there was an endorsement for Trump from Tulsi. That did absolutely nothing for DJT, which still feels like there's some selling going into when the Trump lockup, it's not really Trump lockup, I guess it's a lockup for anybody, is done on the 20th. So it's the 25th that the lockup expires on DJT, but as long as it stays above $12, starting on September 1st, I believe, 20 trading days, it has to be above $12 or whatever. So I think that's almost a lock unless something crazy happens. So the lockup will probably expire before that 25th date, and the selling seems to have already started on DJT. But no really look there. But I am looking for some runners this afternoon in case we see any.
Yeah. It's like I was getting close to shorting more TQQs right now at the 200 period moving average, but I still want to stay with the fact of big day, keep big day, look for other opportunities. All right, market pulling back in just a little bit here. We hadn't looked at, wow, okay. I mean, as a shareholder, Starbucks up 1.5 right now. We like that one a lot. I was hoping that it was breaking $92 when I saw it come up on the scanner there, but no, it's coming up on a VWAP scanner to the downside right now. So trying to bounce off of that. So the kind of setup that I'm looking for now is you see like the NASDAQ's coming close into VWAP. So I'd like to see something that has something similar to this, where we can go. And we already talked about Meta, Micron, so I'm already waiting for those stocks. But if there are anything else, I still want to remain net short here. And I know Dan's put in the chat that there is some upside risk here into 19.7 and 19.8. I mean, obviously I feel that as well. But I've been confident and my whole day is made on Meta. It's on the mall. But I was in the afternoon, really, we battled back from taking those early TQ hits on the shorting the NASDAQ to making them back right now and putting it in our pocket. Let's go over to the bank stocks just quickly, just to see if anything's happening there. I saw JP Morgan came across something there. What was going on with, so nothing again. Some of these things just trigger on my scanners. We have trade ideas. Scanner, you can get that from Trader TV 20, get 20% off trade ideas. Right now to grab some scanner, link in description. Yeah, just probably a VWAP scan. This came about 20 minutes ago, so that would make sense. 218 now dropping back in. I mean, the banks, we already talked about this. Look at XLF. Look at JP Morgan. You want to talk about buying the best. I mean, wow. This name, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 and 2. So 14 and 2 last 16 days.
Right.
Give or take some bad math there somewhere. But I don't know. That's a monster. All right, man, here go the futures. I guess we're getting close to reloading. If we like the short now, it's put up or shut up. So let's go. This is why we get out of half of what we have left right there on the TQQs when we break through the 50-period moving average. So we're not just a pretty face. We're also trying to trade and using some kind of logic. So right there, that was a good one. And now I'm going to use logic again and think about getting back in and around the 80s. A little bit more of a spike up NASDAQ. And I'll be waiting there to short you. So let's come in just a little bit more, and then I'll see. Break VWAP, and I'll believe it. Other than that, we're fine right now. Let's just see if we can keep putting some, I was going to say whipped cream on top of that matcha latte, but you need the cold latte is what I realized before. I think that's what Adara and Ramin got. And I walked right by the best matcha place, and I was like, from Ramin, and I said, I know, she's going to say fail on this, because I already told her, I told about this. Because I wanted like a latte, like a warm one.
Okay.
But it was so nice outside that as I was walking by, I was like, nah, I'm not going to go. And I don't want to get a tea, like a warm tea. So I didn't get anything. It's literally a 5-minute walk.
Yeah.
I mean, I could just go right now and come back here in 10 minutes. But at the end of the day, maybe we'll try it soon.
One of my new favorite things is my cold brew Saturday or Sunday.
Yes.
If I get to be in the hammock, I have a hammock out back, and it's like, okay, if I'm relaxing and I want my second coffee, get that cold brew when it's nice outside. I love the cold brew, especially in the summer, but I don't mind I'll still have a hot coffee in the summer on a warm day. I think I don't see anything wrong with it. I don't think you're doing anything wrong.
All right, here we go. I have the food.
Okay, here we go. This is what we want to see.
So this is what's going on this year. So a 15-inch diameter donut, that's pretty big. So Pancho's Bakery.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah. Superfly noodle from Super Noodle. I have no idea what that is. Deep fried pickled Oreos.
See, now that's
Avocado coconut ice cream. That might be okay. Creme brulee chimney cone. Okay.
Yeah, but what is?
I mean, I'm down with creme brulee. Karagi. That's nice. That's the Japanese the chicken there.
Yeah.
Soft-shelled crab, not chicken. Soft-shelled crab on a stick. Okay, so that's the style. Giant samosa from Bombay Spice.
That doesn't sound very
There's some giant things happening around here. This is...
Whoa, no.
I'm not feeling this one.
No.
Tzatziki cheesecake.
No.
Sounds a bit shaky.
Absolutely not. No, see the thing, I will probably try anything, as Ramin's like, don't knock it till you try, but I am pretty sure, like if I will try just about anything one time, but that doesn't sound good at all. How's about no?
Okay.
Foot-long deep-fried mozzarella stick.
This is the thing. Deep-fried mozzarella stick from Pizza. So that makes sense. And then, what? Deep fried? Like, I feel like the minute you're putting deep fried into anything, then it is what it is.
It's good.
Deep fried butter chicken. So butter chicken is fine, but then you throw the Italian in here. Lasagna. So butter chicken lasagna coming through there.
See, now that's more like it.
And before we go to other entertaining things like stocks, this is what my kids are doing right now. Like they've already had, my kids already had pierogi poutine today. Some kind of, I'll have to see what Marissa messaged me, but it was pierogi poutine and something else. And now they're doing this. Like this is not, honestly, my car is going to need
What's the worst that could happen?
My car's going to need some cleaning eventually.
It's fine.
Well, nowadays.
You just hose it down, man.
Yeah, it's
I used to work at a theme park, and the best was there were two.
Not throwing up.
Everything was two different types of rides. The ones where you actually had to clean if there was an accident, or the ones where you got a hose that you could just hose it down. And you wanted to be on the one where all you had to do was hose that sucker and then run the ride and it dries itself. But good fun at the CNE. A few of those things sound absolutely delicious. If I get to go this year, I promise you I'm trying at least one. But it has got to be something deep fried. Apparently Upstart's on the move here. Bora Hout in the chat letting us know that Upstart is going up, at least last time we checked. It's breaking out. It's been up a few days in a row and pretty solidly making a run here, potentially into this 50 level on the daily chart, if we can come for a quick little second here in the daily. So there is this little channel here, 43.25 into about $50. And that was the turnaround zone going back to late last year. So it is running into some level of resistance, I think, at that level, but looking pretty strong. Amazon just got to VWAP, obviously. And I say obviously because I just offered in front of it. So it didn't get to 176.25 on that last push up. Instead, let me zoom in here. Instead, it bounced, failed VWAP, kind of did that wick. I'm like, okay, let's short it to VWAP in here. So we're shorted in the mid 70s, give it into VWAP. But I do like the look of that upstart. And there's another mover here, Redfin. RDFN has been looking pretty strong all day long. So this is what it's doing. Well, maybe not all day long, but half of the day at least, or more than half the day. It's breaking out the top. What's more interesting about Redfin is A, the daily chart looks good. B, double top Thursday, Friday. So this double top, this looks really spicy. 1165 was that double top. It's pulling back into that previous high for Thursday, Friday, and this morning. So I think some continuation, if it can bounce off 1165, this looks like a pretty good continuation play in RDFN. I believe they have a decent enough short float, 17% short float as well. And they've been running since earning. It's actually almost a double up since their earnings, which came on the 6th.
People were talking about Redfin a lot.
Yeah.
So, okay. Oh, Meta's going
V-shaped
now.
recovery-ish.
Right. So I'm still trying to figure out these futures, but yeah, Meta's going. Sorry, that was Amazon I was looking at up there. Yeah, Meta's still not at 523. I was actually more concerned, and that's why I was talking about Amazon. Sorry, my bad. Right there as Neil was talking about Redfin. Amazon's at VWAP, so we're talking about some of the market getting there. Amazon's there right now, so it is going to be a little bit stronger than the market. As you can see, I still think this 176 looks pretty good. So you're getting close to maybe going short now on Amazon if you did want some smoke there. I mean, that's 176.20 or so for AMZN. Debating doing that, but also, you know, into the end of the day, I feel like we've done pretty well trading some of these TQQs because then we're not. Thank you, Adara, for the reload right there. Thank you. All right, so we'll see what happens now as we're getting up to VWAP again, and now it's a little lower than it was before. We're going to have to adjust some of our orders. So I've already canceled my stop orders, and now we're going to go in and wait around here. Like, why not? I always want to give this, like, you know, try to find some levels that are a little bit higher of where we could possibly get stopped out. And this is, I hate talking about it. We always talk about, especially on that Freedom and Wealth podcast, like, don't talk about negative things before they happen and stuff like that. But this is not speaking negatively. This is trying to risk manage. So right into here, 69.20. Just trying to think, like, if we get stopped out, which is always possible. Anytime you put on a trade, there is risk involved. Where are we thinking about this stop out? I'm almost wondering about just a quick one. Like 69, like that's VWAP right there. That's really 69.90, sorry, 68.98 or so. I don't like to be that exact with these things, but, you know, too much above that, I think we could probably stop ourselves out. 69.10, 69.15, this top wick is 69.20. So, all right, so that'll be my new plan of action. So if I'm going to get stopped out, I'm just going to take you through what I think. If I'm going to get stopped out around 69.20, how many shares do I want to have by that time? How can I properly layer into this stock? Because not all the time are you going to get $69 exactly at VWAP. So sometimes you have to put on a little bit of risk down here. And how much is that when you get all the way back up? So I'm going to put something on here. We just maybe in the 75 or so, put on a couple of shares. I'm actually already waiting here. Wow. All right. I was already waiting at 78. So I just spent all that time talking about what I was going to do, and I was already sitting there. So I've already gone through this process. I'm glad we could talk about it together there. But I'm going to be short, hopefully near as many shares as I would have had here, back around 69, and give it 20 cents. We took $1 and change. So we can give this done 20 cents. Will we give some back? Yes, we will. But if it hits again, then we should be golden. And it's a stock that we've been really hitting well. So we have no mistakes yet on the TQs other than almost getting carried away right there. So we'll try it against VWAP again. But the best part about it, it has a direct out. I think that's
the
easy.
key.
That's easy. Then you don't have to question yourself.
Yeah, it's not, to me, it's not negative having an out before you get into the trade. It's just sort of, it's like the cost of the trade before you put the trade in. Right? It's like when you make a call in poker, you're not sitting there saying, oh, those chips are gone, but you put them in the center. You know that that's what you're risking, and that's what it's all about. So Redfin's trying to break out the high. I am on the bid here in the 60s. What did I actually end up getting there, 68 actually. So it bounced off like 64. It doesn't really get back into the 60 level. So bounced off 64. I'm sitting at 68. If it does take out the top, I'll probably end up taking a break through 1180. There's a little bit of, it's not a ton, but there's a little bit of size at the 1180 level. If it does make a break out of the top locally, I'll try to take some there. Looking to get this consolidation long, double top on Redfin both today and Thursday, Friday. So it's actually a triple top on the daily. Havana Woody, I'm telling you, trading crypto to crypto is as fun as penny stocks. I don't necessarily doubt you. They're Havana Woody. We trade equity. We do have some actual crypto names here, but we have to trade them individually. So going in and out from one to the other on one of the exchanges is not something that I've ever done. Actually, that's not technically. Technically, I've messed around on Coinbase going in and out, but that's not anything real. I was just testing out their system when I bought the stock. I'm like, I should probably have an idea of how it works, whether it's reliable. So I put some BTC in there and did some messing around. Probably still have some Doge from that. Not that I care too much about it, but you got to trade your own things. I don't doubt there aren't opportunities elsewhere. That's a good thing about real trading is you've got, get equities, you got futures, you can trade Forex if you want. You can trade European markets, you can trade Brazilian markets, you can trade just about everything here if you want. Oh, and speaking of that, let me just get it up there. As I'm saying it, I might as well, because we got to be talking about the campus program. So if you want to learn to trade a curated program, which allows you to learn about the markets, trade live, gain real experience in the markets, and if you're in Canada, the Real Trading Campus program is back. So check out realtrading.com/campus. You can check out that QR code below. The link is in the description of this video that you're currently watching or this stream that you're currently watching. And as I said, it is about trading real money and getting real experience for free. It's an absolutely free program for traders who want to do it the right way. That means learning about the markets in phase one. That means getting an introduction to a professional trading platform, P-Pro8, that you see all of us here trade on. Lightning fast execution, access to pretty much every single market and gateway that you can think of. You're going to do that for a couple of weeks. Then you go into the simulator. It's a fantastic simulator. You get good fills. You get one-on-one training and group coaching. Some of the coaching will be done by the managers of this very trading floor that you see us sitting on right here. That's for about 4 weeks. Get a certificate at the end of it. Then you have a chance to go live, trade real money, potentially earn real money if you're profitable. Still get your one-on-one coaching, learn more about the markets, do this for about 6 weeks. We're talking 8 minimum, but 16 hours a week of trading, and it's free. So if you have a passion for trading, be willing to do it the right way, which is enter a program where you have goals, where you learn the basics, and you move step by step. So the campus trading program, if it's for you, as I said, scan that QR code below. You can check out realtrading.com/campus. It's a good one. Get your applications in. They are accepting them as they speak. It is for people in Canada, but hey, if you want to expand it, then just keep hollering and saying, hey, we would like this to be in X country or that country. It's just not in the US as of now. So get in there. I think it's a great program.
And what's up to Elon here? Am I training my kids on a roller coaster to be a future star trader? No. I've directed my kids well away from this business. But I feel like, you have to have a stomach for some trades. We just tried to get short here at 67 right here. Honestly, I put an offer right there. It didn't fill us. Once we saw this happening for about 5 to 10 minutes, I tried to offer into here. Did not come through at all. So we'll wait to see 68, 67 or so right now coming into play there for the TQs. So if we can short into there just as a starter, we'll do that. But for right now, no, we don't have any fills yet to go short or to go more short. All of us Americans cry about that. Yeah, like Neil kept saying, there could be something. So just keep.
They're always working on things.
Keep your head up for sure.
Tupac.
Protect your neck. All right, and now drive home. Oh, my wife says she's not sure if there's a look of joy or sadness on their faces, but their faces are definitely turning green. So I think that they are getting ready to get out of there right now. We also have a baseball practice tonight as well. So practice. It's nonstop, man. My kids are nonstop. Yeah, last practice before we take on the Monarchs. We wound up the season 13 and a half wins because we tied one. So 13, 6, and 1. So we'll see what happens. Yeah, the tie was a tie.
Well,
I wasn't even there with that game that we tied, but Oh, what can you do?
There's no extra innings in.
Well, you get the half. No, you get the half. Well, there is extra innings, but you have.
No, but not. Do you do regular season extra innings or just one? Like you get one extra inning.
I don't know. Actually, we've never. Yeah, I'm not actually sure about that. I'm pretty sure we would do it. But right after us is another game. So they put the lights on and they got to go. So. All right, crossing over the moving average right now is AMD as well. We may get that fill up there on the TQs. It looks like we're starting to head down, so that's all good if that does wind up happening. Oh, AMD, okay, so again, we get the trigger there that we just touched out on the 200 period moving average, so that is correct. But I'm looking the other way, AMD, not long, but this might be it. I mean, it just bottomed out when we went on the air. 2 o'clock, 149. And remember, this is just a secondary play. Like when Nvidia blows out the water, or the other way around, AMD is going to have a move.
Go either way.
So, it's going to go either way. At this point, I know Neil's are still in or no, out. Now on Micron.
I'm out of Micron.
All right, so Micron does get...
It's not moving much.
Nothing's really moving that much. That's what I was trying to do. We could check back in on Meta. You guys already asked about Redfin. Neil already covered that. I think that was good. Meta, you guys were pretty right about that one with Meta. Someone is yelling about Meta. And I was like, it's not there yet. 521.50. That was about $1. So good on you guys for doing that one. We tweeted out last week, and again, I'll tweet this out. We're getting out of more Roblox right now as well at $43, $44 on our swing count. Remember, we're only holding Roblox all summer. And checks watch, kids back to school. Time to get out of Roblox.
Yeah, that's like 1 week.
People are already in the States, they're already back to school. So there we go. XLE. You guys know we talked about buying this last week, and we did that. We had Raider Trader on Thursday, and we had bought it the day or two before then. So I just have to go back and find out where. But that was a good opportunity. I'm going to find out because it's different if you bought it here than if you bought it there. But still, a nice move up. I really like energy moving forward. You had a nice move also in XOM over the last couple of days, back up to the upside, I believe.
It's really doing well compared to CVX.
Yeah, there it is. Yeah, 114 and breaking higher.
If you pull up a chart of XOM versus Chevron,
this is just
and I only know this because I own Chevron shares, but XOM has really been outperforming it. Now, you've been getting bounces on both. One just been distinctly better than the other. Like CVX, 141 support, but go to Sean's chart for a second because you have it up.
Down there.
No, I've been, 141 has been the buy zone for me on that stock. So I've been buying it at that price, but I did not buy the last dip on it. When it got down there, I was like, okay, well, do I want to buy XLE, Oxy, or that? And Oxy was at the 55. So I went with that Oxy because Oxy was at that price. That price where it's been a good trade. But like, I get out of Oxy when it gets to like the mid 60s. Like, it's always just like a get in, get out thing. Just quickly, two things. One, Amazon VWAP. It's really just a 25 cent range in here. When we say things aren't moving right now a lot, this is what I mean. 25 cent range, and this is since 15 to 20 minutes ago, actually 18 minutes ago, so 6 candles. 18 minutes ago, not really doing much of anything. Redfin did not make the break of the high, so we had the dip buy. It got to the high and didn't break it. So there's the failure to break the high of the day, and then it lost the consolidation level. So that when the play was to have it to the break, it never broke.
Come on, Andy.
So if it trades, I suppose if it trades in an 8 to 9 cent range, that's a scalpable trade. But I was looking for the long to break out the high because I thought it had some explosion the way that it's moving, right? Like I wasn't looking to make a 7 cent trade in Redfin or 8 cent trade in Redfin. So even if I'm risking 4 or 5, the goal was to get more out of it. So Amazon set up for a short. Micron absolutely did not. Unfortunately, wish I had something else that I wanted to short there. There was Amazon at VWAP. There was Micron. If it got anywhere near, it's not doing anything. Even since I trailed it out, this thing is just not moving. There's got to be something else. AMD.
I mean, I don't know.
AMD's like $1.50 from VWAP here. Yeah, that's not even close. What's Nvidia doing? Maybe Nvidia's not moving either. So, okay, we're in one thing, and I'm not seeing a heck of a lot of other movement, but I think we're at resistance and trying to roll over here. So looking for shorts, I believe, was the right call. Just, kind of wish we found more than the one. This is the one that was sitting at VWAP or gave you the trade to VWAP. It doesn't matter. You could probably take a lot of other things, just not finding much of anything else. Sean James, Chevron does pay a nice dividend, but they all pay good dividends. XOM pays. That's the thing. Like, don't always just care about dividend. Like, imagine if 2 stocks in the same sector, let's just imagine one pays 2.8% and the other one pays 3.1. I'm just making numbers up. Well, if the one that pays 2.8 consistently performs better in terms of actual return on the value of the stock that you own, like which one do you want to be in? it's not always about the dividend. Believe me, when you own energy, you like the dividend, and that's certainly a part of it. But I still want to be in a better performing name because you're going to get a dividend either way on those energy stocks. Let's go to Adara at the desk.
Benzinga Pro. If you feel lost in the noise of the market, then you need Benzinga Pro. Benzinga Pro cuts through the clutter and gives you the insights you need to make smarter, faster trades. From real-time news to unusual options activity, we'll show you exactly what's moving the market and why. Don't miss out on your chance to trade like a pro. Visit benzinga.com/pro to start your free trial today.
I don't really hold that much. Okay, I'm in a new position right now. We're just hitting that because it's a new position. I mean, I just sort of said under my breath, I don't know if this market wants to go down anymore, to be honest with you. I wonder if it's a little exhausted, or maybe that's just me. So right there, that's the break of 50s. We'll give it like 25 or 30 more cents. I mean, this spread opens up 10, 15 cents anyways. So we just take another short right here. It's not a big position. It's a position. We're just going to wait to see if it does want to give it up. I mean, Nvidia's heading towards that 127 area again. So that could be something here. Our stop on this is 75s. Sorry, on Microsoft. Let me just go back to it. Just want to show everybody Nvidia just bounced off 127 again. So my stop on this is 75s. So if we can break above, I don't even want to try to get into VWAP because that's too far. I don't want to take like a 60-cent hit here if I'm already sort of like thinking that the market might want to get to VWAP. I'd much rather wait for that than to battle with Microsoft here. But Microsoft is kind of like the market, and I like the setup. So let's see if it gets going. So we can get out for flat right now if you don't like it. We're short at 413.34s right here. So let's go and see if we can make something happen here with Softy. And I'm now bidding for, I guess I can bid 413, but I was over here at the 50-period moving average. So we'll give that a shot right now on Microsoft and see if it does anything. So that's what I'm trying to deal with here. Microsoft into the short with targets down near 413-ish, giving us a sort of a 1-to-1 here.
Looky, see battles up here, noting that Disney, of all things, is breaking out the high of the day.
Oh, yeah.
And that makes me happy as a recent buyer of Disney after, remember this fun line in the chart, like this 88 level? I'm like, hey, if Disney can hold there the end of the week, I'm going to finally get back into this sucker. Well, there's a tiny breakout on the daily, but with the market's at the lows and the stock is breaking out the highs, I'm generally going to like it. So trying to figure out what the trade might be here because it's underneath that 92 level. It's not moving a ton. Certainly like buying a dip would make some sense, but if you already spotted this, you would have bought this dip in here in the previous highs. Look for a consolidation off top, maybe for an entry. We still have an hour to go, so there's plenty of time for like a late day run in Disney. I like the general take here. It's been stair step up, but the play pretty much all day has been to buy dips into a trend. I don't think taking breakouts is going to be the way to go. It's not moving explosively. Loose trend, maybe it puts another trend up here that you can get yourself into, but that's a good look. It's definitely flying around here. Upstart Upstart's really going. What's the deal with Upstart? Why is Upstart moving like this? I thought I checked.
Is it going up?
It is going up.
So that's.
I mean, it's continuing.
Rates play.
Yeah, I mean, it's been rallying A since earnings, B since the rates have gone up. But it's not have gone up, but the odds of the rate cut have been going up, and it broke that 40 level. Hasn't really gotten to that 50 resistance, but this seems like it's a good runner because of the short float. I don't know if it's worth a chase this afternoon. It's a very thin book right up here. There's nothing. Like it's at 83. There's no real bids down to like about 70s on the book. So I'm not going to chase that move. No news on it, but certainly short float, rates going where they are. Ideally, we're going to get at least one cut in September, and a lot of people think we're getting at some point maybe even a 50 basis point cut or at least 2 more cuts for the rest of the year. So you could have 3 cuts, essentially, like 75 basis points. That's good for guys like that.
Apple coming back up. All right, so we did get just a small piece. We said we were waiting at 67, so just to double check, that is what we got. So it went back into the money, like down into 55s or so, but I'm going to wait for this kind of a pullback. We are still going to try to see if it goes back up to the TQQs. I was saying this about the afternoon as we enter into Power Hour. Thank you, everybody. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. Make sure you join our community right now. But again, I sort of went on that little talk there and I was like, if you don't see anything, you don't have to take anything. And right now, there goes Nvidia through 127. I
I think that's
like this trade. I mean, we written down 127 before and how much we like that. So we had defended it a bunch of times here before eventually losing it, which was a great idea to punch out. We have reloaded short, by the way, on stocks like this on Nvidia before. I'm surprised we didn't do it there. But anyways, coming back in, I actually still like the short. Like we're underneath VWAP and I want to stay true to who I am. And that would be a short in that area. So that would be something to look at. But I also don't want to get away from some of the stocks that we're already trading. So we're short the NASDAQ, which is good. And I like to put on more if it gets up there. So that's something that makes me a little bit happier. Uber, like I'm just happier.
Did you see Uber this morning?
No, but that's what I was saying. It just showed up right now, 72.
Oh, they got
What
mulched.
happened? I thought this thing was at 74, 75.
You know what it did? It just look. You have the daily up. It gets to 74 and dumps like every single time. It's like
Right, yeah, same right.
so. Yeah, there's a V-shaped recovery. But you know
Dow
what though?
futures.
That breakout. This breaks out 75. That's going to be a fun long to be had. But again. That's the thing. The good thing about a breakout is you don't have to be in it unless it happens. Because if you tried loading into that long in anticipation of it, another fail.
Long Tesla, says J.
Isn't Tesla's 3% down under VWAP? I'm looking for something above
I feel like it might
VWAP
be a
for
long.
longs. But I don't like Disney's strong, but it's at the high. I don't want to punch long the high if I think the market could roll from resistance. Like this is sort of like the setup that I'd be looking for if I'm trying to play along on a breakthrough is something with a good support level. So if we roll over from here, I got an easy out. If you take something that's trying to break out the top, it's a little bit trickier to structure the trade. Shorting anything that's weak in front of these highs in the futures, I like that look. That's what we're doing. Looking for something strong that we can find. And Chris L, what do I think of Uber? I mean, sort of like first of all, I own Uber shares in my long-term account. When they got added to the S&P, I didn't get out of everything. I still hold shares of Uber, and I don't really plan on selling them. I don't have a plan to sell them. But as a trade, when I see this, it's like it's a reverse of what I thought about Meta. When it breaks, if it breaks the top, I shouldn't say when. If it breaks the top, I want to be long that day. Like look at the resistance on this thing at 75. It takes out the top. I just want to have a long trade that day. And if it loses, it loses. So be it. Certainly, you can usually short levels like this. I just tend to find that when it coils up after a big V shape, that you want the other direction. That's why we like Meta. I promise you, we weren't the only people looking at Meta for a flat bottom break. And there's nothing against Meta, but Meta consolidated off the top, didn't break the top, then put the flat bottom in. And that was a flat bottom break at 523. Too bad that's not a real wick. 465 would have been a nice price to be able to get. But yeah, I think Uber, if we do end up getting a break of that 75, it looks good. Unfortunately, it did not make that break today. Maybe the 50 period on the way back, if we end up trending down a couple of days, that could be a little interesting. You got the 50 and the 200 period for potential support there on Uber.
A good little or good potential bottom here would be Palantir. I mean, it's another name that we haven't really. Okay, we just got a little. The futures aren't doing anything since I've been in this position. Hopefully, we do get a move down in right now immediately. Hopefully, for this we are short in Microsoft at 40s. It's at 50s. Yeah, Palantir. So just a double bottomed or triple bottomed right there, and we just hit it again. So it's frustrating. Like I need to figure out a scan where every time we come back into the bottom of the day, we can find out about that. Problem is that when the market's tanking, everything is triggering it. But we had this exact setup on Nvidia on Friday.
You know what I'd want the scan to do?
Right? Like there's the double touch again.
If low of the day is between 9:30 and 10 o'clock, and then a retest after 10 o'clock of that low of the day. Like that's the scan that I would want. I guarantee you, look, you could pop into the API and P Pro 8 and have one of these boys, one of the guys do it for
my
sure.
Kid,
no question.
I
Baxter.
don't know about any of these guys, but my kid could do that really quick. All right, so just real quick, there's Nvidia pulling off of that 127. We'll figure out about that one. We just barely, we didn't get full fill at all. We got honestly 5% of our fill up there. We got touched out at 78s right there, but it didn't change our price, which is really too bad because if it had changed our price, if we had gotten our full trade there, it'd be much nicer, but we just get touched a little bit and then it comes back in. So we're waiting for more up there. Microsoft is still in the pocket again. We did like that Amazon trade, so we didn't take it, but Neil did, so that's good. JP Morgan again, just hitting on the scanners. What about DraftKings? I mean, I'm just trying to think of some names.
Football season.
Oh, wait a second. We talked about Palantir before. All right, here come the futures. Oh man, that is way too bad that we missed that fill all the way at the top there. We literally got no shares on that, just slightly touched. All right, so yeah, that bottom I think is looking pretty good. I think that could be a long, $30.80. I mean, that's only 20 cents away right there. We're not going to be breaking the top. Well, we could. It's only 305. I'm biased to the short side, so when I'm looking, oh, come on. When I am looking for something, the short is what I'm looking for. Oh, man. All right, well, I'm already bidding here. So
I bet
I'm
you
already
$1
bidding
Palantir is not breaking that top today.
No, I don't. I mean, the market has to go. If the market goes, I mean, I think Palantir could be really super strong. Where is the top? Oh, all the way up here? No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about these.
Oh, you didn't mean the high today.
Oh, like this VWAP here. Or maybe
no, I was going to say, there's no way.
This top right there, 31.26.
Oh, that could happen, yeah.
Yeah, I think it could happen. Oh, man, we're talking about being on the wrong gateway there. It was on the most expensive gateway. I was on ARCA. And I've been telling Edge, because generally speaking, it doesn't really matter on TQQs, but we did miss it there. So that's too bad. All right. It'll be a quick market recap show today. It'll be over at 4:30 as we got to get ready. We were talking about that going.
The game got Mr. Noss in tow. Well, I ask him about that Dutch Brothers.
Bros,
because he was
was he long or shorted? I don't know.
Well, see, this is sort of the thing. Like when you're swing trading, I know he was discussing along whether or not he would have gotten into it. I'm going to presume it was more if it broke out. But this is one of those stocks that since getting dumped on earnings, it's put in a couple of higher lows. And we talk about like that settle down period after earnings. This is what it can yield. Now, if you just wait for the stock to calm down, about, what is it, like 1, 2, 3, 4 days, and then it makes a double bottom. And then after that, you get a breakout into a new range. Like that close price turns into support, and it's trying to take out that second level at 33. So Dutch Brothers with a decent enough short float, because I feel like every time, if there's a stock with a downward slope and he's looking long, it has a short float on it. This one a 9% short float, and apparently their coffee is good. So people have told me. Never had them. Not really moving much today, but I know he mentioned it, and I was just curious if you got in that or maybe took profit. I have no idea, but I had meant to ask this morning, but I did not. I'm on the bid here at 40s or in front of 40s on Amazon. You're just slowly grinding lower here every 20 to 25 pennies. Not a gigantic range on the day. In the afternoon for the stock, but we're just trying to see if we can get something out in the front of the 40s. If it gets down to 175, that's sort of an obvious spot where you could find support. Round number, 175, a couple of bucks from where it closed. Just come on, fill the bid. Tom H, PDD may go back down to 87. Not today. It was just at $100 2 seconds ago when I looked at it, but yeah, it's not having a good day. When you're down over 30%, and you're not a small company, that's not good. So let's get to the downside here for both the markets, Microsoft and Amazon here, as that's pretty much all we're short. Pinduoduo having a rough one. 87, you must mean on the daily chart. What's going on with, what is Pinduo doing right now? What is that? It is just barcoding. I guess it's a Chinese ADR in the afternoon, but this is 100 even on the offer that will not break. It broke one time here, and then for the last 50 minutes, it's been essentially just 100 on the offer. It is SSR. That could be the reason it's found a resistance level but can't go down because it's short sell restricted. But clearly somebody's selling I see what it is. There's 50,000 shares on the offer at 100, but that shouldn't do anything. It's done 90 million shares today. Yeah, maybe it's a refresher.
I mean, I think you already nailed it when you talked about these Chinese ADRs not doing a whole heck of a lot here.
Well, they're filling this offer right now, so clearly someone's getting their fill.
Bang. I mean, Microsoft just came down in. We take that fill right there at the 200 period. That's a good one. We talked about this position. Again, I mean, there's another one right here coming in for the TQQs. Another position that we sat here and watched make some magic happen. And that's exactly what wound up happening. As it's coming back in just a little bit, let's put a bid now at 46 or so. That was that little bottom ahead of the 200 period. I mean, boom, boom. It's too bad, man. We got like a very small amount of what we wanted. And that sometimes will happen. Sometimes we just miss a fill or whatever. That time we missed it. Sometimes we just catch them. This time we miss it. So just a little bit of a fill up there or else we would be almost in near a full position. We talked about trying to get it up near VWAP. That 78, I mean, I was just sort of getting, let's take some here. Whatever, it doesn't matter. We don't have it full, but we have it. So nice little move down on that one. Let's see if that can go. We are bidding 46s where that little wick down was and where we stopped. Actually, that was 44s. So we can see if we get one more push into that bottom side. Look, we'll take 23 pennies. That'd be great. And then after that, back into here. What about 68? How's that sound? It sounds pretty good to me. If we can get Microsoft as well back in, that'd be nice. Just trying to go 1-to-1 on this first little take there, and then we'll see what happens after that. So, yeah, so far so good. CrowdStrike, come on, Microsoft, come on down. Did we get that fill yet? No, we didn't. TQs. Hopefully it'll come in just one more minute. I want to talk about CrowdStrike. This is going to be a name that reports later on this week as well on Wednesday with Nvidia. This could get swept under the rug a little bit because of Nvidia, but I don't think so.
I don't think it will.
What a nice move on CrowdStrike. Again, we talked about JP Morgan up a lot of the last couple days, and so is CrowdStrike. Now, though, the last couple days, not necessarily up, but trying to come back in again here. No, it did not get filled on anything. Thought I did not. All right, so we'll have to just continue to wait to see if anything does happen in this market, man. Microsoft's still bouncing. And again, not looking overly strong. Here is Microsoft. So let's just wait and see if it does want to fall down. We have our stop at 413.75. So if that fills, that fills. But for right now, I'm pretty happy being in what we're in. We should be able to get this TQQ fill and then reload it if not. So we'll stay net short and not try to confuse things very much. It's 311. There are any other names you guys want to talk about? I mean,
I just found
PDD we just talked about.
Yeah, PDD. That there was a seller for about 55,000 shares at 100. They started getting it filled and then went to like over 60,000. So it's actually refreshing that order. I just found something that might not be a today thing, but could be a this week sort of thing. It just happens to be Macy's. Like I was double checking a couple of scanners and I came across this like $16. It's really interesting for a double top break. Maybe not today, but certainly when retailers find a bottom. So it's like make the bottom after a report, make the higher low, break out the top. That's a setup I like after earnings, and that's a setup that looks like it's here on Macy's. It's only at 1588, so it's in theory possible that it could break that today, but there's no catalyst for it to do it today, unfortunately. So that one goes on the back burner, maybe a tomorrow thing, maybe a later this week kind of idea whenever it does. Okay, so here's a bit of a bounce since our last out in Amazon. If we get back into VWAP, look for a reload off VWAP on Amazon. I'm just going to double check AMD. Man, AMD doesn't really want to go up that much. Kind of hoping you get at least 151 change.
Amazon
this
came back
is
up?
really tight. It's starting to. It's about 20 cents from my entry. Okay. So it came halfway back. So it's halfway back into VWAP. If it gets a little bit further, I would like to be short that one again if we can reload it. It's still plenty of time to go here. Double check this PDD. It might just... It's very tempting to try to scalp PDD. Just sit on the offer at 98s and 99s, throw a stop in case it breaks 100. But as I look up, I just pulled it back up, and that size that was there at 100 is gone now. Like it was there the whole time and refreshing. It's no longer there anymore. So I probably wouldn't put that trade on. If you're doing it in front of the size, then I want that order to be there. And then you just scalp. If it goes to 80s, you take 15 cents. If it breaks, hopefully only lose 1 or 2 pennies. But that order is gone from 100, so I wouldn't be doing it. Well, I wouldn't be doing it.
So I thought we had some sort of excitement there, and then we didn't really wind up having anything. As the market hit the 50-period moving average, there's Microsoft, hits the 50-period moving average, and then just comes right back. So we took advantage of that. We have a 26 and an amazing 27 outs right here because why? You're just at the 200 period. So we're kind of just erasing that take right here, averaged it in, which is good. I mean, averaging in is a tool that can be very, very useful if it works out. If it doesn't, then you're adding to losing positions, which is why every time you average in, you should be thinking about, has my stop changed? What are some of the levels that I'm still looking at? So for me, for Microsoft, my stop's already in there, and it's at the quarters, not much changing. I mean, I'm almost getting more aggressive to getting out right now because I don't feel like this market really wants to do anything. We are down 1%. As long as we're under VWAP, we like it. So that could be working in our favor. Okay, now we're starting to hopefully hit the sirens and get down. I want to see this break of the 50 period on the market, right? The TQs, we're still in that position here as well as we look a little bit at what we're doing here with the NASDAQ, trying to get some out if that one wants to drop. Be patient. I mean, I know we always say that almost too much, but that's what you have to be sometimes. Let the market fall in and don't force anything from happening right now. So that's what we're going to do. It's Microsoft right now coming back in. All right, give me the teens. You know what? Let's just bid something at O's here just in case we do get that move back in. I know I'm not bidding anything at O's. My next bid after this was in the 70s, 412.70. And the reason why we're looking at that level again, I just kind of do the same thing over and over again. This is sort of that drop spot right there. So I feel like the next area to do something would be around these 80 or 70 markers. So that's kind of where we're talking about. So if it does come in, we'll be sitting there. But let's take another piece out in front of O's because, hey, after all, we could easily bounce off the 50 period one more time. So that's why I asked you about Amazon. I was like, if that's coming all the way, and you said it was still 20 cents, but these stocks aren't doing anything. So we'll have to wait to see if we can get some sort of blood from a stone here. Hopefully this market will fall in just a little bit more.
Yeah, exactly. And while we're waiting for either a reload spot or maybe another break into the downside, I see a few names getting thrown in there. Herb saying cost is ready, and Harman asking about Instacart. So I'll start with Instacart first because I kind of have an idea what I'm going to say about Costco. Instacart. So there has been some interest with regards to Instacart and like partnerships and yada yada yada, and it is a good looking chart in most senses. Hold a 200 period moving average back above the 50. I just feel like today when I did that lesson of the day on not false breakouts, but rejections of breakouts and pulls back in on the daily chart. That's kind of what's happening after about 5 or 6 sessions in a row to the upside. Like you had the strong move, it broke 37, now it's coming back in. The good news, it's going to close green, at least barring something crazy. But I always get a little bit wary when you have a stock that does this and then rejects that high. Like look what happened when it got in here, tried to break the highs, you get a big reversal. Sometimes you get these breaks of key levels, and when they fail to move, you get retraces back into support. And that could be all the way down in here on Instacart. Costco, obviously, very different names between those two. We'll get to that in a quick little second. You got a little something going on?
Oh, it's just like, finally. No, it's not. I mean, it's the
good.
same thing as always. I mean, you have your Amazon trades going to the downside as well. But Microsoft, finally, there it is, right there. A couple of diamond hands, I guess, 450 cents in the money. Well, now we're 51 cents in the money. That's the TQ. So now we're starting to crash down. I shouldn't use the word crash. I don't think we're really crashing. But we are starting to go back. Falling is a good word, yeah. We're starting to fall back into the downside. So let's just have a quick look at what's happening right now in this market. All right, Microsoft coming back in. Nice trade there as we make sure, just hitting some keys, make sure we have some orders out there as well to fight that downside push. We're waiting at 70s. Remember, we talked about that play? So if we can get some 70s love, we'll take that right now on this name. So nice push down in for Microsoft. It's coming back in 55 cents now in the money on that name, and the TQs trying to go as well. So far, so good on this front, but it's the NASDAQ making that move back down in, and there it goes. A couple good trades there off the NASDAQ and off of Microsoft. So we just took some out at O's. I think it was 03s or so on that little push right there. So now we'll wait for a nice little downside move into 70s. So that's kind of like what I'm looking at here. Yeah, hopefully we do get a downside move. So that's what I'm thinking about. The market's down 1%. Still a lot of time left in the day. I feel like if we just drift, we're out of half of this already. Getting a little frustrated with the move that's not actually happening, so hopefully it will. We are at the highest spot we've been at all day, obviously, as we hold on to 2 shorts. So, we'll just wait on it and see what winds up happening. We're being very, very patient. Like our stops are already in place. So that was that. Then we have Trip.com is coming through with a report. So that could be something that's TCOM. We'll look at that tonight. The other one is, this is the only real big one. I have it right here. Unless there is another one. Riot. No, I mean, I'm just looking through them right here off Market Chameleon. So PDD, we already had this morning, and then the only other one is 27 billion is going to come from TCOM, and then maybe tomorrow morning before market open is a bunch of Canadian banks, Nova Scotia, Bank of Montreal, coming out tomorrow morning as well, and then after market close tomorrow, come more retail, Nordstrom's, Box. That's really about it. There's not too many more names to go, but yeah, we'll wait for Trip.com to see what happens tonight.
Yeah, it's a quiet one. Obviously, the earnings play today, unless you were short, not a good one for PDD. There's a Chinese company reporting aftermarket. It's a small one, but possibly interesting given the bloodbath that was today. Okay. That's all. I'll leave it at that because this is a $1 stock, and the expected move was like 30% on. I'm not going to try. Would you Tuya?
Tuya.
Tuya?
Yeah,
Okay, sure. Yeah, why not? It's Tuya, and only because of what happened on PDD today, and the fact that it could be one of those lower float, smaller runners tomorrow. Worth a look. it's like, you slap it on a watch list if it makes a move, and if you find yourself in a trade, it's likely to be a little more volatile with the earnings. So still nothing really changing. I haven't been able to get VWAP in here or push outside of the range. It's still, you got 80s up top, 80 to 85 up top, and you got 40s at the bottom. So it's still a 40 penny range. It goes halfway, it goes all the way, and it hasn't come all the way back in the upside. That's a good thing. Know-how RSP. Always in Canada, invest in your RSP regularly. I know that's retirement savings plan. No, yeah. RSP, the stock on the Amex here. Man, this is really breaking out. I feel like, didn't we talk about the equal weight this morning?
Maybe.
Was Michael Noss talking about the equal weight? I think he was. I could be wrong about that, but I never dabble in this at all. Like, my long-term investments are in individual stocks, a few ETFs, and if I make a bet in the market, it's just in the SPY or the Qs. And I then the Dow once or twice. Remember, it was the beginning of the year. It was in January, or you guys were on the pod.
Yeah, we talked about switching over into the Dow Jones.
Yeah, and I remember it was interesting because I was actually listening to the pod with you and Brennan, and I came to like a schedule every month I buy, just put X amount of dollars into the Q or the SPY, and the other stuff goes into individual names. And I was like, I don't want to buy the market at these levels. And I was like, oh, the Dow actually looks like a better spot to throw something in there.
Exactly.
So I put that money into the Dow, and I still have it. I'll probably never sell it, but yeah, I'd never really dabbled in the RSP. Sometimes when that starts to break out, people like the breadth in the market when you have the equal weight going. So I think that's maybe a bullish sign, but this also could be a topping tail candle through 175. There's a lot of ways to look at it, right? Like, it could just be, oh, there's the break, and it's coming back underneath Friday's tops, and you could have just had a topping tail candle at a fresh high on the RSP. I guess when you're bearish coming into the day, I see all of these. Every time there's been a top break today, all I see is reversals. And that's what happens if you have a little bit of a bias to the downside. But topping tail, there's a false break, and now you're trending down the rest of the day. That wouldn't be a good thing if it does not hold. What else we got going? PDD is actually breaking down. So kudos to anybody that shorted that 100 level with the seller that was there. But in the grand scheme of things, it's not moving much. But were you to just simply scalp trade this, you could have sat at 99.98, 99.99, or 97s. You would have gotten fills, and you've got yourself 30 cents worth of a win. That's presuming you're getting out when 100 breaks. That's the kind of trade for a day trader. Probably should have been worth putting it on there. At the time, I saw the size that was there go away. That's why I didn't want to be on the offer, because the size I saw the whole time. Apparently, it was going back and forth. They were putting it and then pulling it and putting it and pulling it. All I saw was it there, and then 1 minute it was gone after it had been filled a bit. So I didn't put the trade on. Good trade. Risk to reward is fine. There's currently 180,000 shares on the bid at 64. So people are playing games with this stock, with size. 180,000 shares when most levels have a couple hundred. Yeah, someone's messing around with this.
All right, we will have Michael Noss on tonight, so I'll be able to ask him about
I think he mentioned
We'll find out exactly what he's all about with that one as well. So again, Microsoft up and down. We talked about this. I mean, I don't know if this market is going to do anything. I actually was thinking about that, a Disney break. We had someone ask us about that earlier. I was thinking that break up there could have been something, like the market turned the other way, but I don't think there's anything wrong with taking breaks of stronger names. So I think that was a good idea. And the reason why I'm bringing it up now is that if you liked it then, how about now as it's coming back into VWAP? So I just want to bring that to your attention. If you were looking at something, I feel like you might as well have a look at this now, as it is pulling right back into VWAP again, 91.40, 91.50 there for Disney. So that could be a good long area if you're looking for longs. I'm net short here and looking to get more short if we can. So including on Microsoft into the 40s and 50s, we'll do that. And then the market just gave us some nice little bids down there as we talked about getting that 46 fill right there. So that was a good one. Hopefully the market does pull back in. Just checking in on Meta. I do want to check in on Tesla as well. Meta, that 523 continues to be the top. Hopefully we can see that again and short it, but then the market would have blown up and we don't want that. So hopefully we don't see that again. Tesla right now, 213, so yuck. This one's down quite a bit here. Yeah, you can't be super happy with Tesla today, but it is a downside push. And I would say short this one at 214 as well.
Traders can be happy.
Underneath the up. Yeah, depending on which way you're going or whatever way. You could be long and still make money. We talk about that all the time here. So, okay, that's about it for me right now. AAPL, feeling like a joker. Yeah, I don't know what you guys are trading
What
here.
does that
but
mean?
I don't know. But here we go. Maybe the smiley face thing. I don't know. But here comes Microsoft back in again. Let's see if it goes. I'm debating just bidding some 90s right now. But I want to be right. Let's see if we can get into the 70s here on Microsoft. So that'll be a trade for me. Maybe we'll put it into the 80s, but a little bit of a whoosh down. I wouldn't mind grabbing. That's 8. Yeah, let's go to 80. Let's go to like 82 or 83 on Softy and see if we get a fill. I'm gonna put a bid there.
Yeah, why not?
Never know.
I mean, you know what? You don't
if it
get
comes
fills
in.
unless you put orders out there. It doesn't mean like whether it comes to your price or not. Like I said, you got to put the orders out there. So probably should have stuck with Micron short. It just, I don't know. I said I'd be patient. I was looking for a VWAP or 100. It just never got there. But suddenly you have a consolidation off 99. So let me just cancel. I had a stop order at 100 that I have no use for, obviously, at this point. So 99, it just made a double bottom locally. And now this 99 level is holding as resistance. A couple of times it's been over. We're getting very close till 3:30. Like we have 4 minutes to go. We're going to get an early look on some of the imbalances. I'd like to see a test and a hold of 99, maybe throw a stop in here at 99.05. Just looking for entries at levels where I can join a trend. So I want to short a weak stock. I couldn't find a thing that I like long. Let's be real. So join a weak stock and then have a defined out. So just underneath 99 with a stop just above it is going to make some sense to me. So I'm going to pop on the offer here. And it's like literally I put the offer and get insta-filled. Oh, you never want to get insta-filled. No. Oh, boy. What's interesting about that, okay, where's it going to go if it breaks? If it breaks this 05, it's going to 40s or VWAP. You never want to throw an offer 5 cents away from where the stock is trading. Like it's here, offer insta-filled. Like the second new orders come in, someone's like ready to pop it up. So as I said, it's going to be a very tight stop regardless. It's about 10 cents worth of risk, but you don't usually want to get fills like that. In a general sense, there's something happened on PDD. So first bid's going to be at 80s. We'll see if it goes to the low of the day. The stop is at 99.05. Something happened on PDD. Let me just make sure I have this right because it prints. I want to make sure we get out. There we go. I never want to see that. In a general sense, and you've been trading, like if the stock is trading around a range and you put an offer that's away from the price, generally speaking, you don't want buyers to come into the market when they see an offer. That's not a good sign. It just means they're waiting for people to be on that offer. Might have just run the stops, but I'm going to stay away from that for a little bit of a minute, just the way that acted. On Pinduoduo, I forgot to say that this happened. Remember I said there was 180,000 shares on the bid, messing around at 60? They filled the entire lot, broke down by about 10 cents, and then someone marketed it back to 100. So someone is playing games on Pinduoduo right now. They posted a huge bid, waited till they got filled, and it looked like it was going to break down, and then bought just as many shares on the way up to take it back into 100. So suffice to say, I am not sitting on the offer at 100 because someone's messing around. Maybe they're buying this one up going into the afternoon. You can speculate as to who that might be. I think we all have an idea who it might be.
All right, just making sure here. It's already 3:30. We have those imbalances coming out, and we got to make sure that we're going to do things the correct way here into the close. So here comes the futures. I thinking about holding the resties. I don't have any more bids. It's too bad that we didn't get that full trade up there, but hopefully that will come in just a couple seconds. So we'll see if we can get that one. Oxy, Microsoft, Disney, Starbucks. Let's have a quick look at Starbucks again. If there's anything else hitting. We didn't look at Trip.com. Let me look at Trip.com a little bit here. So, all right, so nice little downside move. They are coming out with the report later on today. The expected move for TCOM is, 10%. Okay.
That's all right.
So, I think weaker consumer, man. I don't know. We'll have to wait. If it's a weaker consumer and TCOM is in that consumer discretionary spot, I am thinking this is probably a downside move. So I don't really like the way it's performing. However, it's better to be buying it into some strength than some weakness. And right now, what are we at? So we're up today, still under the 200 period. Right now, Trip.com, a nice move back in as some of the consumer worries continue to hit there. You could look at MasterCard or Visa to see like sort of what's been going on. A lot of people put trips on their Visa card, of course.
Boom,
So
get those points.
Yeah, exactly, get those points. So you can see, let's just see. So yeah, downside as well for Visa. AXP, again, we can have a quick look. Just checking in on some of the breadth here.
Just buy Kava.
Yeah, and everyone spends, AXP is going to the upside, actually. People spend money on food, that is for sure. MA, let's just have a quick look at MasterCard. I'm pretty sure American Express kind of stands out on its own as we go. Oh, no, MasterCard too. So it's really just Visa that's been having the issue. So
well, Sharif in that black card is
okay.
I mean,
yeah, Sharif, eh?
Sharif rolls that black. He whips out the black card every now and then.
Is that what he does?
He's that Amex guy. Though Kava, that's like this thing. Why was I? Okay, so I'm slapping the fail.
Here we go.
If a stock makes a monster earnings move, you got to at least look at it in the following days. At least pull it up. Pull it up. You don't have to trade it, but if you pull it up, because if you pulled it up this morning, there's no way that didn't look at least remotely spicy for a long breakout. Like there's your consolidation. It bounces, pulls back, bounces. It's a clean break through 123. It's a pretty clean break through 124, and it trends up to 128. The stock apparently only goes up, so I've been told. Can't lose. Let's go over to Adara, see what's going on and anything that we haven't covered.
Take a look at some of these names making some outsized moves on the S&P 500 that maybe we haven't talked about as much, or that have a little bit of catalyst maybe we haven't gone over in a while. One of them is going to be Micron. Definitely mentioned Micron today, but just a reminder here, this one is trading lower after getting this price target decrease from 150 to 140 by Needham, saying that they're concerned about the lower than expected forecast here for DRAM and NAND heading into the November quarter. So some forecast concerns for MU leading Needham to downgrade this name or lower the price target for that name. We also have Uber on watch here, UBER. We did have a midday catalyst for this one, announcing the strategic partnership with Coco Sidewalk Robots and Uber Eats. However, this one actually initially started trading lower here after the Dutch regulator gave a 324 million USD fine, so around 290 euro fine here for Uber with regards to the dissemination of some of its driver information. So UBER sharply to the downside. Last but not least, Jack Henry and Associates, not one that we talk a lot about here. JKHY, this one's steadily higher here, announcing a regular quarterly dividend of 55 cents per share for JKHY. Quite a few interesting names on this list, guys.
Yes, sir. I mean, that Uber move is what it is. I think it's a technical rejection. You have bad news that just fuel to the fire. This ASST, Scott Edwards, it is moving. I'm telling you, this is a setup at least worth watching sometimes. And it's not a random. At the open, this stock halted at $1.68, ran to $2, but ended up pulling right back into 155. It then holds 160. When it looks like it's dead, it never broke the double top. I think we were looking for a breakout at one point. I might have had a stop order for a breakout, if memory serves, this morning that just never went. And then 160, 160. It's trying to get through VWAP. Never discount these things for potential day two plays. But the reason the break looks good of that local high is it's a reverse split high is up here just underneath the 250 level. So that would be a big level if it can even get through it. So it's 330. I saw nothing of note on the early looks for the imbalances unless you're really into CNQ or SU. Both of those are sell imbalances on the early look. Ford, 700,000, can't get out of their own way. And Uber, actually Uber, 660,000 to the sell side as an early look imbalance. Not having a good day is Uber, but not having a good day is much of anything.
Right. Good call on that. Okay, so look, we took advantage of that move down on the TQQs. We now only have about unfortunately, I mean, we always wish we had more shares, but what can we do about that? Other than have more shares. So right now we will wait to see what happens on this move down. So, we take out a little piece there. The move down was 68.20s. That looks like that was right at that spot. Again, it's slight the imbalance locator as Neil just went over that. Not sure what else is going to move into that close. SMH. Let's have a look at Nvidia. Nvidia has been on our mind all day, but not really so much here at the close. So that would be another something to have a quick little look at.
This is the least Nvidia has moved.
Right.
In power hour since I can remember.
Down 2.1. Oh, in power hour, yeah. I mean, we're only down 0.5%. We're only have a half hour left. So, yeah, excuse me. We like that 127 area. So if that can hold, I feel like that would be a good opportunity to short it. But we're already short the market here as we climb back up into the 50-period moving average. So we're not trying to, change the whole trajectory of the market. We're just going to get out when we see fit. There comes NASDAQ right back up to the upside again. So this could be a problem for our Microsoft trade, but we just did get a reload there and we just shorted it at 47s. So maybe if we can get a quick 20 cents or so on it, we'll take a little bit more out on that side and then something again near the bottom just to like massage this trade. Remember where our stop is if it breaks 70. I'm just going to making sure. If it breaks 75, we're going to get out on that one. So that's going to be our stop. So just a little bit of a talk there. Just got a little bit more short at 50s as it does play the high side there and give us that fill. And again, we said just jokingly, like you can't get fill unless you're sitting around there with the bids. So
it's true.
Now or the offers. So right there, now we're bidding 30s. We're holding it up right now. That's us there on NASDAQ. You can see, unfortunately, trying to hold it up as they trying to pick us off. So we get a cup. Oh, did we get our full fill there? Actually, we did. Actually, there. I started seeing us get ticked away there, but we did get our full fill there. So that's good. So right there, we just take 20 cents on a little bit of a back and forth play there from Microsoft. So now we'll wait in the teens to see if we get that. But again, just kind of like stacking, right? We talk about that as a strategy. If there's not much happening, you kind of just got to scalp. And that's what we're doing right now on Microsoft. So that's a quick 20 cents. Remember, our risk is 20 cents upside. So we'll just go 1-to-1 there in about one. That's the same minute, I believe. Yep. So same minute right there. Quick 20 cents. So we'll do that. If I could do that every day, then we won't be here that long. So that would be a good trade there. Let's see what now happens with Microsoft. Hopefully they'll push down. Remember, if we get stopped out, we get stopped out. We'll actually be up on the stock because of all these trades. So far, so good here. Hoping for a downside move. I know you still have Amazon.
There's
Uber,
just not much
Tesla.
happening. I was looking at Uber potentially.
Imbalance, right?
They had a sell imbalance. I was thinking maybe that could be a fade here, but I always start to trade with where would I be wrong, and the answer is really easy on Uber. Like opening range here, 72.90, and then a lower high at about 72.80. So it's in that pocket that I'd want to be throwing. Like either it's a 90 stop or an 80 stop, which means shorting it at 50s. Unless you got all day for it to work, no mas. Not going to happen. Just can't take it. So there's not much of a trade for Uber. It does have a nice, small sell imbalance. I shouldn't say nice. It has a small sell imbalance. Nice if you happen to be short. It's not going to do anything for me here. Vina saying Starbucks Sean. But Sean's doing some work there over on the Qs himself. How many times am I going to pull up a chart? I keep saying this over and over again. How many charts are false breakouts today? This is insane. Starbucks tried to break 96 again. The only time Starbucks was above this 96 level was in the aftermarket on earnings. The following day, 96 was the top, dump. Tried to get it again, dump. Today, tried to break, it's not really a break at 96, but it's a break of the local high, failing at 96, and it hasn't dumped, but it's pulled back one more time. So it's obvious resistance on Starbucks, and I have every single day, I'm like, okay, is it going to break out that top? Is it going to break out that top? Because it seems like it's just coiling up, holding the range from earnings like it wants to take out the high. So what I usually do in this particular case is put in SBUX, and really, I just put in Starbucks on my iPad, and it auto-corrected to abuse. SBUX, and it went abuse. Like, that doesn't even make any sense. So thank you very much, Apple, and my 95-year-old iPad there. Whatever, it doesn't matter. I'm just going to put 96 because I'm too lazy. I know exactly what I meant. Now it's just kind of a joke to me. But I like that setup. And the setup is the same thing. After earnings, whether it goes up or down, it's consolidate off of a level, make a bottom, break out the top. Or it could be make a top, break out the bottom. Neither of which has happened. So Starbucks, and again, this was more of a news story than anything else, but it's the same effect. So 91.5 has been the same low. 96 has been that same top. That's what I'd be looking for sure. Yeah, very so. It's still in that range, but that's fine. Like sometimes you just have to set up trade ideas. Like if not a lot is going to happen, then what you can do is prepare for the following session. You're getting a lot of price information out here. Like what I'm being told is on a day where Nvidia stopped making lows at $125. So it did this liquidity grab at the bottom. When was the last time you saw Nvidia do one of these days? To not break back above VWAP? To hold under VWAP after that reversal at 125? Usually Nvidia is the stock where if it does one of these bottoms, you're going to see VWAP. You're going to at least test close to the highs, the previous highs. So it's a weak name, relatively speaking, today. That's not good. I think we got to be looking short tomorrow off the open, or depending on where the stock is. 127.5 looks pretty good. The shorts are certainly starting to come back in here. Wish we'd found reloads on a couple of things. I can look back and say, in hindsight, you could have just shorted lower highs. Micron lit grabbed me no questions asked. However, I don't like getting an insta-fill when you fill this. When you pop in the offer and it jumps up to get you, clearly the games were being played there, but it was to make a wick high and then dump. So Micron's still a short. And Micron under $100 might just be a short for a couple of days into the 80s. Because that's lost a 200 period moving average now and is trending down. Like Micron is a very bad looking chart on the daily, like really bad.
All right.
What's with these graphics?
Let's go. It's
another one.
I mean, there's the trade right here. Come on, Travolta, step in here. All right, like, there's Microsoft. He's just looking around like, what's up with that? We talked about this one coming back in. So, bang, right now. That was a good idea. I mean, here comes Microsoft. So this is now 70 cents in the money. Our NASDAQ short. And I don't know, I mean, I hope you guys can sort of have realized that maybe we're just a little more calm, cool, and collected right now than, you know, potentially we used to be, because we have now a system that we've proven over and over again is a profitable one. So now we're really starting to have a little more confidence in some of the things that we've been doing. And it's been paying off. The TQs just came back in. We didn't get our full fill there. And so we had talked about that, and I'm not super pleased, again, obviously, about not grabbing full fills, but at the same time, we'll take some out. I'm going to hold to see if we can get that bottom break right there. We basically went top to bottom. Like, we can't do too much better. Shorting in front of VWAP, breaking the 200, and then coming right into another past area. So pretty happy with this trade again on the futures. If you guys are trading futures, then it's kind of what I've been doing over the last little while, and it's been paying out pretty good now. And then the Microsoft, just going back to the well with some major cap tech names, right? And there it goes right back in. So we found this one. And it's not by fluke. I mean, it was less than the market. We did talk sort of about some of these areas of concern right there. And we shorted it into that. So pretty happy with that performance there on Microsoft. And honestly, just if we can keep sort of that going into the close, then maybe we retrace even further. I mean, I was looking at the futures and thinking we've already broke that. We're under VWAP. Where's that next level? I mean, Dan Emmons and company warned us of the upside there. I agree. It's just we were getting out if we broke VWAP. So we had that plan of action. And now I feel like what's low here? What about 19,550, 19,560, 19,5? Like, we could get back in there. And if we do, then I feel like we'd have a decent amount of winners here to celebrate. So let's just keep on holding this. Here comes Microsoft trying to pull lower. Yes, sir. Do I have any more bids? I should probably get something out here. What about 412? What about 412.40? Let's put a 412.40 out. All right? I mean, maybe we get it, maybe we don't, but let's put something out right down there. See if we get just going again, station to station, right? If we can get lower, let's get lower. I mean, that's what we want to do. So let's hold out hope that there is a lower print coming for this name right now on Microsoft. But so far, so good. Playing with house money, we like when we're in that opportunity.
Yeah, that's what it's all about. Play with that house money. That's not just something for penny stocks. That's for real trading as well. I hear people always say that, oh, I bought this junk company. It went up 100%. Now I'm playing with house money. You own it for real. But you do the same thing when you're trading. So get some profit out there. Let the rest of it ride. So I put a trail in. And I'm going to do that thing where if I can get a chance to short off of the trail level, so stop would have been here on the VWAP trade, and now that it's coming to the downside on Amazon, I want to throw the stop just above the 50 level. I want to try to short it in the 40s. If I can, maybe even like 40 even. It doesn't seem like it wants to get up there. I'm just going to have the trail out going into 350 at this moment. So we'll see what happens with it. I mean, Uber is not going to get to VWAP. Micron, I don't think, is going to give us trading opportunity off 99. Might be worth something. It's Uber that has the imbalance, the early look imbalance. Forget about Micron. Uber has an early look imbalance on it. So if there is some kind of a short on an imbalance, if it comes out much bigger than what we saw, which was maybe 650,000, like if it comes out a million or so, a short off Uber here at 72.60 local high, I'll have that one up. We're going to try to reload Amazon by averaging up, although technically the stock is going down. So, I mean, averaging up just means you're not getting it at a worse price. But in this case, it is trending down. So I'm going to trail it to here and try and reload this one in the 40s if we can even get it. It's down here at the 20s. Might have missed that shot. Otherwise, we're just holding into the close. Tesla's breaking lower. Nvidia's breaking lower. The market's breaking lower. Yeah. I don't want to look at any longs here today. I wonder if Disney held the highs. That would be Disney could have held
looking at it. They didn't, unless it hit.
Oh, no, it didn't. Yeah. That sucks. I always like to see if the market's doing this, if a stock that's trending can close at the highs, I get pretty bullish on it the next day. It doesn't mean that Disney's going to go down. It just would have liked it if it could have pressed 92s while all this was going on.
So Microsoft does go into that dollar club, but that wasn't enough for it to get us out. It does bounce off 50s, so it came into the dollar club and then sort of turned around there. It was not dressed properly, so it's going to come back in right now, and then we're going to see if it's allowed in. I think this time we'll let it, right? So if it breaks through 412.50 here, coming properly dressed, we'll put this into the dollar club. And remember where we're bidding. We're bidding for that dollar, so down into that area, into the 40s again for Microsoft. And it's just because that's this top right here is 35.36. So let's bid a little bit ahead of that. We just got a rejection right there on that downside push. So unfortunately, that's too bad for Microsoft. Hopefully it comes in one more time here. And we don't have to worry too much about it. But for right now, that is what's happening. Roblox, yeah, a little bit of a pullback here. I'm just trying to look at other names. For Microsoft, though, in case we don't get that complete move in, where is sort of that next level for us on Microsoft? We'll have to have a quick look to see if there is an area of where we'll punch out. Roblox 444, 44. Right there was that sort of top that we had today, believe it or not. So that was a level right there. Tongue twister to come through.
44.
But yeah, 44. Right there. Nice drop into 43.50, 43.80 there. But again, Roblox pretty strong. So I think that we'll look at this one for a strong name and a possible hold. Not for today. The market's doing what it's doing. But, Roblox right now, well away. Just now getting underneath the 50-period moving average. This is just a 20-minute chart. So tomorrow we'll see if Roblox can come into this 43 area, and maybe we'll buy that on some strength if there is any in the market. So yeah, so far so good there. 85 cents now. We're waiting for that dollar and change on Microsoft. Hopefully that comes through.
Yeah, I hope we get that. With only 3 minutes to go to the imbalances.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's already...
Oh,
you know what's weird? It felt like it was a very slow power hour, and then the second it got to like 3:30, I felt like we went from the early looks to it. By the way, the imbalances are going to be coming in 2 minutes. As I said, already going to be looking at Uber. I've moved the target here. If I don't get filled in the 30s, I've moved my trail, I should say, on Amazon from the 50s to the 40s as it consolidates down, and I'll look to take one fill in here and risk like under 10 cents. If I get a reload, great. And then imbalances come to the downside, then I'll have added to the short and look for the 175. If it just straight up breaks out 40s, then we'll just be out of the trade. Uber is the one, just confirm that there's still, it's still an early look, 600,000. It's not it's not a huge imbalance, but if it were to come out bigger than that and come out like 1 million shares, Uber's only done 8 million on the day. So if it were to be 1 million shares and come bigger than this, then I think that could be an interesting look. Nothing else stands out. I mean, Ford, 800,000 when that pairs off almost every single time. You got Palantir for a very small buy, 500,000 shares. So not a heck of a lot on the imbalance locator. Probably worth looking at Nvidia as well. But I'll be focused on maybe Uber. We're just going to hang on to Amazon, see if Uber comes out with anything. It has to be bigger than 1 million shares to get my interest, though.
Yeah, I didn't even realize at the time
I
was coming on to that one. So yeah, we're going to have to maybe just sort of be happy here. Let's take that sort of 90 cents. I just sat on the bid here on Microsoft. So if we do get filled, I just put a 57 in there. One more push down, and we might as well almost just punch out right now. Are we going to get that fill or not? See how we were bidding 57s there, and it literally came to us on the bid again. So let's just not worry too. There we go. We'll just punch out. Oh, cancel my bid. I'm not even on the right stock. Cancel bids. All right, there it is. So we punched them out there at 67 or 68 on Microsoft just to make sure that we do grab a piece down there. I don't need this thing retracing all the way back, so let's just take that out. I mean, whatever, man. It's 85 cents. We'll definitely take that instead of just waiting for that dollar. Same difference all over the place, but there it comes back in. Oh, I thought I hit Shift B there. Oh, wrong stock. We did hit Shift B, but on the wrong stock right there. That was on the TQQs. So, all right, we'll take another piece out. We do wind up getting that 50. So that is now a certified dollar club winner for that. Although by accident, we took an extra piece out. But hey, I don't blame, I'm not mad at that trade because of what Neil mentioned. We are now minutes away or one minute away from the imbalances. So if Microsoft comes out a bid, then this stock probably goes back up to those highs. So right now, unfortunately, we only have about 15% left, maybe even less than that, as we wait to see what's going to happen now. So yeah, not overly thrilled with that execution by me, but that's okay. Happy to get out for sure. The NASDAQ continues to bleed down. I mean, we could get out of this one right now and just call that a day. That's probably something that we should do.
Oh, I just trailed out.
Yeah, you just trailed out as well. Okay, there it is. Let's out. Let's go.
Money.
Sometimes the trail happens before 350.
Yeah, we're doing that, man. I'm doing that. We are trailing that out of the TQQs. That's just a ho-hum 60 cents right there. Microsoft was $1. I hope you enjoyed trading with us this afternoon. I mean, I can tell by the net it's been a profitable one. I hope you guys are able to swing that as well. So far, so good here into the close. Let's see what winds up happening with 10 left.
Yeah, 10 seconds to go till we get the imbalances. There was a question in the chat about where we see the imbalances built into our platform here at Real Trading. So this is built into the platform. If your broker doesn't have it, ask them if you can get it, because if you have direct market access, you should have access to it. So Intel's a buy of 1.8 million. We don't care about that. Broadcom 1 million to buy. That's significant.
Okay.
Nothing else is over 1 million shares. It's Broadcom. I don't even see. I thought Uber might be something. I don't even see it. So just AVGO at 1 million to the buy side. What did Broadcom do here?
Avgo?
Avgo. Is that what
I have no idea. Adara has names like that, so I was on AVGO.
Avgo.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, not much of a move, though. 50 cents, I guess it went. That's not enough. Yeah, it didn't really move that much. It's only done 11 million shares. That's a good 8 or 9% of the daily volume on that imbalance, but not a very large move here on AVGO. So let's call it a little bit of a nothing burger, see if anything came in late. No, nothing came in late. It's just Broadcom and Intel to the buy side. Broadcom, I'll keep it up. Maybe something happens in the last little bit here. You never really know. They don't report till they're next week.
Are they next week?
Hold on a second. Let's double check. Yeah, September 5th, whatever day that is. I'm going to guess that's next Wednesday? Is it Wednesday?
Yeah.
First day of school. Yeah, that's right.
Third is.
Why the heck? Anyways,
That's yours.
But why the hell is the first day of school on the Wednesday, not the Tuesday? It's Labor Day. School starts after Labor Day in Canada.
It must be staggered.
Tuesday, we should be going back to school. So why is it that people have to now come up with like plans for daycare and whatever on Tuesday? They start school on the Wednesday. Like, it doesn't make any sense. When I was a kid, Labor Day happens, you go to school the Tuesday after Labor Day. That's just the rule. But anyways, I don't even know why I'm mad about that. I do know why I'm mad about that, because it's stupid. But it doesn't really matter. Broadcom not moving a heck of a lot. 1 million to the buy side, doesn't seem to be doing anything. The market was a 570 million buy. The NASDAQ, specifically 820. The Mag 7, 260. That's kind of a nothing burger as far as the imbalances go. But that's okay. I trailed out of my one short on Amazon. Let's double check to see if it was a good out. Not always. Oh, it looks like it did tick back into the 20s. So we would have had a chance to maybe get 15 to 20 cents better, but it's headed to the upside now. So we're going to back off that one. Yeah, if you guys ever have questions about, like what stock or X stock has this imbalance, or where are you guys seeing this? No problems asking about that. And every time someone asks me about something that their broker doesn't have, your broker works for you. If there's a key or something isn't working right, or you got a bad fill, your broker works for you. Always make sure that you ask them. If it's a feature you want, you should be asking them, because you want the tools out there to be able to trade the way that you want to trade. And if you're not getting it from your broker, then you should say something about it. Here we're lucky that at Real Trading, they have a system where you can put tickets in and request features, all that kind of stuff, and it's good feedback system that actual traders are the ones asking for the system, the improvements in the platform. So it's built for traders by traders, they say.
So it's going to work out okay, but I was just like, oh no, because I just put the wrong order in for Microsoft and it punched me out, which is fine because now it's going to the upside. So we only had 15% left of this trade. So we will still wind up making on that last piece, that was 47's out O's. So we'll still make 40 cents, but these were the key outs, man, 74s. 50s and 60s, and that's why we get out, because then when the imbalances hit, as we've talked about a couple times now on the show, you want to watch out for some of that. Adara probably gave it to us. I didn't look. Yeah, 570 to buy. NASDAQ was 820 to buy. The Mag 7s were also buy, added all up as well. So yeah, some good little takes there for us at the end of the day. Let's see what Nvidia winds up doing. So basically, as Neil had mentioned, nothing into the close. So that's kind of like boohoo. Let's wait to see what happens with Nvidia tomorrow. Today, nothing apparently on Nvidia. Although it's still a trade. It's just, it was more aggressive off the open. And then you had to have sat there. You can see the volume's been pretty light. The rest of the afternoon, you've had to sort of been able to either been short early, I feel like, obviously, or kind of get lucky and maybe buy this 126 area but it didn't seem super clean to me anywhere over there. A name that, again, same sort of fate to the bottom today was Tesla. That sort of stopped around 212, so we could sort of think about that for tomorrow. We had a beautiful trade in Micron. Short, this was the best one, man. Short 102, short again there 100. That was a doozy for sure. And then Meta was huge. So, the two biggest stocks will be Meta and Micron coming through there. And then the TQs, again, we talked about sort of holding on to some of that Microsoft, but we obviously flipped the script there on the NASDAQ and get out right before those imbalances. What I've learned a lot, but what else I've learned is that you don't, now it's going to pull back, but you don't want to be, see there's the flip over at 55. You don't want to be in these names. Like right there, I could have just lost 30, 40 cents by going long there. Like when you get sort of this action at 355 and 350, what's the point of sort of putting yourself out there for that? So just get out of the way and see what winds up happening. But that's sort of my strategy here into the close. So I'm going to keep doing that, I think. Not really worth it, Neil, unless you see something.
Yeah, if something happens, I'd rather if you're in the money and something happens, like when you have that trail, leave it on screen while I say this. Can you put that back up? Because I have PDD up. There we go. So like if you're in the short, like we were, you had TQs, I was in Amazon. If you have your trail stop out before 355, if it comes out sell and bounce, you get to just hold to see how far it goes down. But if it comes out buy or something happens the other direction, you take that profit. That's what we're always talking about. The other thing that you can apparently just do is sell Pinduoduo at $100.
Yes.
All afternoon. It's still actually happening here. Somebody is selling the boat at $100 on PDD. And this started, and shout out to everyone in the chat that pointed this out. It might have been worth doing. I don't have a great defense for why you wouldn't just scalp this in the 90s. It broke a couple of times to get to like 101. And I mean by $100.01. I don't mean like $101. And this last move came down to 99.20. Maybe there's a 100 trade tomorrow on PDD. It will be short sell restricted tomorrow because it was down 29% today. So not a very good day for Pinduoduo, obviously. Alibaba down on sympathy. We'll see what that $100 has in store, but someone is selling the boat out of that one. Paco in the chart just throwing up Oxy. Oxy did a bit of a bounce, but it's supposed to bounce. Occidental, you're supposed to bounce when energy is up.
Yeah.
It's not doing that much off that 55 level. It's only at like $57, but it's better than being under $55 the last I checked. So it's not the best. Not the best look for Oxy when you look at this chart compared to some other energy names, but it tends to bounce from the 55 level. That's the only defense I have, is I'm long because 55 has worked over and over again. It's an ugly looking chart where it hasn't even made a rounded bottom, which usually that's what I'd want at a low. Like that market still seeming like it wants to sell. This is not what you want to see if you're looking for strength. Nvidia rounding back into 126. You just don't see capitulation bottoms on Nvidia that don't make it to VWAP these days. And this was one of them. I can't remember the last time this happened because that was a capitulation bottom at 125. Like the bid dropped, it got right through the evens. I remember I was trying to get long somewhere in here, couldn't get anything unless you chased it, and then it couldn't even get to VWAP. Not a great day for Nvidia as the market is taking it on the chin a little bit, but down 1% isn't the end of the world.
No, we'll be okay there. Now it's only 2 minutes left to go. Again, thanks for joining. Make sure you hit the like and subscribe. I was actually just going to say that. Hit the like and the subscribe, and you can join this fun every single day. And you'll get reminded. We're live every single day at 8:30, so get ready for that with only 2 minutes to go. The NASDAQ pulled right back in, so good trading there if you're able to somehow take that trade off of the 200 period. We've been going short this whole time. We actually get out at the bottom, and it comes right back to the bottom. So good out there, I feel like. And then Microsoft as well. We talked about that being a mistake, but I probably would have got stopped out anyways. But nice pullback in for Softy as well. So yeah, just a minute and a half left. Should be an exciting close, I guess. Let's just check on Nvidia quickly to see what that's doing. Check on Meta 520. Okay, it's funny that we wrote down TQQ $68. It looks like that's where we will end up. There's Tesla 213, last minute of play in this period. And then I want to look at Nvidia. Oh, okay. So nice move down for Nvidia. Kind of looks like the market, right? That looks like that TQQ trade. Yep. So bouncing off of 126, maybe key area of concern tomorrow, 126 for Nvidia.
Yeah, I still think that 127.5 is going to be a big level as well. Sometimes the morning low or the morning, in this case, resistance level or support level is going to matter. I count it as the only place it bounced in the first half an hour to, or essentially to the resistance that still stood the rest of the day, $127.50 on Nvidia. Gonna mark that one off.
Wow, okay.
It's failed 131. I mean, you could see 123 if that's going to be the case. It's certainly possible. So with only about 20 seconds or 25 seconds to go, it's been a good start to the week, especially because traders are allowed to go short.
Yes.
But it doesn't mean there weren't strong stocks out there. If you could only go long, there was Disney was strong, there was the banks that were strong, there was Kava that was strong. There's always something out there for you as a trader, but today the shorts certainly paid off. In 3, 2, and 1, let's ring it, Adara. As it just creeps up on us. I just saw in the chat someone saying Apple was running. Hey, whoa, yeah, Apple got green. Congratulations, Apple. Apple finding a way to close green today. So NASDAQ down 1 point. The ES, why is the bell still ringing? Adara rang the you-know-what out of that bell because it's still going. As Obi just calms it down. You could have let it ring, Obi. There's nothing wrong with that. We could just let it go as long as it wanted to. Could have been a nice experiment. How long will that bell ring on its own there? So good luck. So Apple got green. That's always, you want to find relative strength in the market on a day where all the big cap tech names we were looking at in the afternoon looked pretty weak underneath VWAP. Apple got to the top and got green. That'll put me at least a little bit bullish on that particular one. Shout out to Ramin today. On the ones and twos, all by herself. Fabian was away, so she was setting everything up, making us look and sound good as well, and offering everybody tasty treats in the morning, although I happen to decline. Big shout out both to Adara and to Sharif. Learn to trade as usual every single day, trading while giving you guys those lessons. It's always a fantastic job. And a big shout out to Michael Noss this morning, our special guest. I'm pretty sure he did talk about that equal weight, the RSP there this morning, and curious to see what his thoughts are on this market move with Sean in the aftermarket show as well. So it's been a good start to the week. I know everybody's happier when the market goes up, but we're here to trade. And you got to be able to trade that trend down. So we took advantage of it the best we could. Shout out to everyone out there that had a great day. But you know what? You still have a half an hour to go because we got the market recap. We've got Sean, we got Adara, we got Michael Noss right about now. Bye, everybody.
Hey, everybody. Welcome to the recap show as we will go over a couple different names today, a couple different earnings. I mean, there's not too much. We had Trip.com. We talked about that coming through. TCOM. As soon as that hits, Adara will have that for you. And then later on in the week, of course, we have the bigger names coming with Lululemon, Salesforce, Nvidia, CrowdStrike, and a couple others.
All the
some
spicy
big
ones.
Retail names coming through. Yeah, not a crazy green day out there. Obviously, as we looked at the NASDAQ, and we were really short into the close, man. We were short Microsoft, we were short the NASDAQ, and that started to print for us. So we actually wind up having a pretty good close and a pretty good day today, that is for sure. But 475, 476 there for the NASDAQ. Couldn't get above that, so we'll have to wait to see if there's going to be more pressure coming in the next couple of days. And remember, ahead of Nvidia, we actually talked about this earlier on in the show. If they miss, I don't even know. Like, it's not even about, I don't think they're going to miss, but it's about the guide. If there's some weakness in there, there's just so many other names underlying here. We could talk with the SMH. We could talk about some of these other ETFs that are triple levered, double levered into these names. So if all of a sudden, if you get a sell situation, then they're going to have to go in and they're going to apply more pressure to the downside of Nvidia because they're going to have to sell the SOXL, therefore lightening up on the ETF, lightening up on the position there for a name like Nvidia, AMD. I mean, we saw today a big smash level there for Micron as well. What a downside push that was today. We got Micron right up here at the beginning of the day. Like that was a all the way down. Then we had the 100 break as well, and that was $2 to the downside. Micron sick today, down 4%. That name continues to go down. Well, where was their strength? Oil. So right there, we talked about U.S. oil a couple times today. We get the distribution of that on Wednesday. But there it is, man, the EIA number. Nice hold down there at $71, $72, back up through 78. Right now goes USO. So let's wait to see what happens on that level up above the 50-period moving average as tensions sort of rise there in the Middle East. And obviously nothing seems to be happening with ceasefires and whatnot, unfortunately, in Palestine and that area there with Israel. So maybe oil continues to be on watch. We've talked about XLE. Earlier today, I pointed out before we had Michael Noss on that gold was also continuing its upside move at all-time highs. And right now we are starting to pull back a little bit. Obviously, it's up today, but I feel like, yeah, exactly. I was going to say, I feel like it was up more in the pre-market, which it was. Started a nice downside move there in the pre-market, and then boom, all the way back up into that level one more time. That is GLD, XLE, OIH, XOP, utilities upside today, copper upside today, as some of these names continue to go. RSP, relative strength, boom on that one, upside. The thing is, Adara, we're only points away from all-time highs anyways, including SPY. So whether or not you took RSP or SPY, they're both performing. I'd have to look to see the numbers, but I feel like they're both performing pretty good over the last month and a half. So nice move there for RSP upside. So what was down today? Well, we started the day with KWeb as being negative. I actually highlighted that. A little bit of an island breakdown there into $25. You do have PDD that started really like yuck all day. This never really got out of its own way, did it? Downside move there in the morning. 6:30, this stock was $125 a day, and then we end the day at 100, and it just opened up and just puked all afternoon, all morning really. Afternoon, it didn't do too much. Let's watch out for 101, 102 area for PDD. Hopefully that can come in again as well. So that would be something. SMHQ's ARC and TAN. TAN, we saw Solar Edge kind of reverse itself, right? Wasn't Solar Edge up on that?
It was up like 10%, and then it fell like 8%.
These markets are putting me to sleep as well.
So it's not the markets. It's not the markets. It's the oversleeping this weekend.
Oh man, I wish. Can I please oversleep at some point in my life?
It was pretty violent, Sean.
Yeah. I know you. I understand that sleeping is much more affected with you than myself.
Yeah, I was gonna say like I think we all want what we can't have. I'll put that way. Yeah, I'll put it that way.
Right. I get enough sleep. I have 7-8 hours a day. It seems to be pretty good.
That's a normal person amount. That's good.
Yeah, okay,
that's what you should be.
That's a normal person amount.
That's good.
All right. So SEDG downside as well. We will have Michael Noss coming through in just a couple minutes. Let's just talk about some names that got heated up today because there's not too much there. First of all, did TCOM, Dara, why don't you find out if
they're
TCOM
supposed to report
came
at 6. I put this in the chat. I'm
6.
seeing their conference call is supposed to be at 8 p.m. I'm seeing they're supposed to report at 6 p.m. Sometimes those do end up coming out earlier, so I do have it up on all the platforms if the earnings pop up. But I'm saying don't expect. If they come out early, it'll be a surprise, is what I'm trying to say.
Okay, I like that. You said that quite well, so that's good. If it comes out, it'll be a surprise because we are using the Benzinga Pro platform, so you guys can get that link in the description below and sign up now. I can't remember what the deal is, but go to the link below and you'll be able to find that out right now. But this is where we get it's live, updated. We also have it in our ears as well. If anything comes through just during the day or for earnings, we will go over that. I thought they might have been out because all of a sudden we just ticked up about 30, 40 cents. But that's kind of like that fat finger issue that happens quite often. I'm just looking through ARC today. I like ARC. We talked about the IWM, obviously two different things, but ARC, again, buying some of those depressed assets just because they're depressed. Some of these names that she's been picking out, UiPath, Teladoc, some of these names continue to get hit.
Path reports next week, too.
Oh, watch out for Tesla. That's going to be a big holding in this account. And then I'm not sure what's going on with Bitcoin, but IWM right now trying to get back. We've highlighted this stock this ETF for the Russell 2000 many times, and it fell into that 200. Now, to be sitting there on that Monday is something else, but you could be long in around here, $207, $205 for that sort of support, and now you're being rewarded with that one. Nice upside moves there for IWM, so that continues to work in a good rate-sensitive area. Is IWM. TAN's been a recipient of some nice pushbacks since we've had the talk of lower rates, so that's been really good as well. And then one name that Michael's going to yell at me for, what is uranium doing? Okay, we had talked about live on this show, and he said it was my level down here at 25, and I'm not long, so maybe we need to rethink our uranium situation and get into that one. Oh boy, Sean, Hydration Nation, yeah, let's go again on that one. We're at the 9 p.m. level right now.
Wow, someone's hydrated.
So this is a gallon, 1 gallon. So I feel like we didn't fill it all the way up. So we filled it about 80%.
I appreciate the honesty, the honesty.
Okay, Ramin?
I didn't say that.
No, because the thing is, she's not showing me the love.
Like, oh, you're cheating.
No, we're not cheating. I was trying to show it. So on here, Ramin, It says 9 a.m. So I'm trying to, we didn't fill it up until 9 a.m. You know what, Ramin? Honestly, no more matchas. No more of these like iced lattes, whatever she asked me for. What is that stuff from Tim Hortons she always gets? The ice caps?
Yeah.
Forget about that, man. I'm only getting you something, and I'm going to be getting Neil apple fritters.
I still owe you a matcha latte.
Okay, I'll take
So
it.
next time I'll get you. Because last time you just got in a McDonald's, I was like, well, now I can't get one.
Yeah,
But
Ramin asked me today. No.
Next
forget
time
about
I'll
it.
get both of you guys matcha.
Not her. I don't want, if you're getting her one, I don't want one.
What the heck?
No.
What you was being so Ramin to Ramin.
Exactly how the tides have turned so fast. Poor Michael Noss is in the thing. He's like, do I even want to come on to this show today? Like, what exactly is going on right now? But I want to say thank you to everybody who is watching. Again, man, over 3,000 of you watching right now. So we want to thank all of that going on. And we will have, of course, no earnings to report. So let's quickly go over the stock heat map right now and see what's going on right here. So let's just do a little bit of a talk. If we can go to my screen, we'll just talk about this. Both major indices formed, and maybe Michael Noss can talk about this. A bear flag on Monday with the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ consolidating in range-bound patterns following steep drops off the open. Today we had Redfin and Mullen move around and RR for some light stocks there, low cap stocks moving around. PDD obviously sells off aggressively, but honestly, it's Nvidia down 2.25 that sends this down as we go ahead into earnings. We also have CrowdStrike. Who calling me right now? Unknown. Good. Downside right now. GDP and PCE are on watch for Thursday and Friday. That could start something as well. Energy sector outperforming a little bit today as Middle East worries continue. Obviously, as we look at AMD, Broadcom, and the semis continue to go down. Qualcomm. I mean, I feel like this is positioning ahead of everything. Apple's still up. Google positive. It's nice to see that one. Microsoft on Meta. They've been doing a heavy lifting. Meta has been. So they're down. Google switching it up. Flip the script, says Google. Eli Lilly flat on the day. That's a name we always talk about, of course.
Oh, yeah.
Did you trade Eli Lilly today?
Not today, but I did trade its spready cousin SMCI profitably, so that was something.
They're cousins, those two?
No, I'm just saying the way they move is kind of
I
cousinly.
like that. No, it's yeah. They're
call them cousins.
yeah, $500-$600 stocks.
Right, yeah, they're
Eli
both
Lilly.
expensive. They both have larger spreads.
Yeah, we like that one. Tesla down 3 and a bit today. Walmart up. Amazon down as we see what's up with the brick and mortars. Oh no, Costco up 1.15%, up 1.51% as my wife getting ready to go there tomorrow. They were at this Canadian National Exhibition today and did have a great time there. Tomorrow they go to Costco. You know what we need? We actually just ran out of napkins at our house.
That's not a great thing to
added to the Costco list.
Yeah, that's good.
Well, now we have, last time they were at Costco, she bought paper towels. So right now we're ripping the paper towels, using those as napkins.
What's the difference between the paper towels and the napkins? You use them for different purposes, or like?
Yeah, like dinner napkins.
Oh, that makes sense. Okay,
Yeah,
so you're
the
like
paper
fancy.
towel is
Okay.
like you're cleaning either you're cleaning your mirror, or
Yeah.
maybe your kids have spilled something on the ground and you're cleaning that up. So we would not use.
See,
them.
I use them interchangeably, but I guess the Katina household is a little. You got to have the different uses. I respect that.
The Katina household's a nightmare. Okay, no, just what the stuff we go through. Like we go through everything. It's like
not
you
what I
ever
was
been?
trying to
This
say.
is a problem for most families. It's like, oh, the kids are upstairs in the bathroom. Oh, we ran out of toilet paper. Bring me down a toilet paper or up a toilet. You got to throw these toilet papers up and down. You try to stock them as much as you possibly can, but at the end of the day, they always go out. You like fancy ketchup or no? Someone in the chat wants to know about that.
I mean, I have the spice tolerance of a small child, so I'm assuming fancy ketchup
Potentially
is a little
an
too
infant.
spicy. Potentially younger than an infant. Potentially like in
There's
like
no
not birth yet.
no tolerance again at all there.
Not
all right,
at
so
all, guys.
TCOM, those of you that are here for TCOM, sorry, that will be happening around 6 o'clock. So that is the earnings report there for TCOM, and a little bit of a move in the market today. We just went over the stock key map. I can only stay till 4:30, which means it's Trader Talk now, Ramin. Let's go. Woo. Javier Diaz is talking about spicy ketchup. You like spicy ketchup, Michael?
I'm also not a very spicy good person. I
Probably
sweat
better
at
than
just
me.
the lamest thing out there.
Like if you went to just like a normal bar there and they had hot wings and you said to them, give me a scale here, and they said, okay, 10 is like our hot. Are you like around a 5, or you're not even trying like half of the hottest, or are you a honey garlic?
2 on
two.
a good day.
What about Thai chili? Like that's not that spicy. Thai, the spicy Thai, is that too spicy? Okay, let's move on. You know, Wingstop, we could probably talk about Wingstop stock. Are you liking uranium? So me and you talked about uranium the other day, and today it's a little bit of a different stock or ETF than you brought to us this morning. This morning we were talking about stocks that were breaking out. And I know you and I went over uranium before. You drew that sort of smiley face there. We had some solar names moving around. We don't have to talk about URA. It doesn't matter. It's just some of these names right now trying to get going, because today I noticed USO was up, XLE was up, and not to speak about what maybe you're about to speak about, but you love looking for names that are maybe relatively strong or weak against that market. And today we had a move down in the NASDAQ. So were you looking for pockets of strength at all? And what did you find? What do you want to talk about, Michael Noss?
Yeah, I was still hunting for pockets of strength. I'm still long uranium. We talked about that. This from URA. We talked about the bounce that occurred around that kind of $20 area, or 23, 24. So I am a little bit from there. I talked about this NLR ETF. That's both uranium and the uranium stocks. In that one as well. That one looking good. But yeah, I was hunting relative strength all day. If the market's going to continue to break out here, I wanted to take a look at some sectors, and really, I think more of the biotech theme is very interesting to me. So here's another ETF. Again, I always bring you guys the weirdest ETFs. This XHP. So this is pharmaceuticals. I don't really know where pharmaceuticals differs from biotechs, but this one is actually approaching new, not all-time highs, but these breakout highs that it had back here going on at the beginning of the year. And with most other candles today showing red, this one actually gapped up and closed green. So that's a lot of what I'm hunting for today, is things that were actually able to be up from the close as opposed to up from the open.
Yeah, you did talk about XPH. I never heard of that one, so congratulations. That's another one that we'll have to add to our list. I like the XLV. It has that Eli Lilly sort of exposure in there as well. And do you ever look at, and I never heard you talk about this, but some of these ETFs, do you ever look at sort of the management fees or some of those costs that are associated with these ETFs, or you're not really holding them for long enough to really get that worked up about those kind of things? You're just looking for price action, I guess?
Yeah, just price action, and mainly I'm trading the underlyings anyway. Mainly, if I like something like I don't know, a healthcare name, like you just talked about with Eli Lilly, I would look for the individual components that I like the best. The ETFs are basically just to give me an idea of what's out there. And because every day there seems to be another handful of ETFs coming online, all with their own kind of unique themes, my theory is if I just go through enough of them every night, then eventually I'll get a pretty good picture in my head of what's going on.
Me and you talked before about Bitcoin, and you had called the chart. You really liked it as we were going to the top end, and then obviously that failed, gave us opportunities to get out of that trade. I have IBIT up here right now. I can call up Bitcoin as well, or you can choose any of these things. I know you like MSTR and Mara and things like that. Is there anything in this space? Because we've seen a beautiful retracement back, retracement back upside there from 28.50. I hate using those bottoms as the bottoms, but those are prices. Bouncing off the 200 again on an attempted fail. And now IBIT continues to go to the upside as Bitcoin hovering around 63, 64,000. We still like this right now. Is it too much in the middle? For me, it's almost too much in the middle to do anything right now. I'd almost rather play strength and let it break through 73,000 again and then bust through the top of Bitcoin. Are we looking in the same direction there? Leave it alone until we get back to those highs?
Yes, and so again, full disclosure, I have a little bit of Mara that I have up on the screen here just because of the short float, and we mentioned, I think on a prior episode, that these guys are starting their whole hodl. They're trying to go with MicroStrategy. They're just buying Bitcoin now. They're raising money to buy Bitcoin. And I have a little bit, but any serious position, you're right, I want to wait for it to break highs. And Bitcoin has this ethos of being an incredibly volatile instrument. But if you really go and study the chart and look back since before 2018, when everything started to blow up, you'll notice that essentially it has these long periods where it does absolutely nothing, like years of just chopping around in a range. And then when it makes a decision, whichever way it is, you get this nice, good trend. So when it comes to crypto, I think if you're in a range, you just wait. Amara, for example, how much could you have got chopped up if you were just trying to trade it inside of this range? So Bitcoin's the same way. You could buy support, sell resistance. You could do a little bit of that swing scalping idea if you want. But yeah, I'm with you. I want to see a new and a clean all-time high break, and then I'll start to look to get involved.
I agree with that one. Michael, I'm not going to get a chance to talk to you until Nvidia time, right? So this is going to be our last chance. Nvidia's coming on Wednesday. Why do we say uh-oh around here?
I don't know. I was just looking.
Everyone's like,
I'm not saying uh-oh.
All right, let's talk about it just real quick. I know heading into earnings, I know it's very, very difficult to call it. Like, I don't know if they're going to report higher or lower. I don't know if they're going to guide. I don't know what the situation is. But they still remain up there pretty high. I mean, we've been looking at names, and again, I'm going to play the Michael Noss game. Look at SMH, right? We're starting to go below the 50 period, starting to turn the other way. SOXL. There's weakness in other names. I mean, Micron is downside. Look at that. We had this Micron trade today, boy, breaking through this $100 level. That was a pretty smooth move. We had the short today, then breaking through 100 as well. Micron weaker. AMD like still hugely off the top there. 227 down to 150, like 227 to 150. So I think something looks different. And to me, it's Nvidia. Nvidia above the 50 period, above everything else. Is this a warning sign? Do you have any thoughts? Are you hearing anything about Nvidia right now? Are we being sort of believe that maybe this is a better number because it's higher than all these other stocks? You hearing anything? Is there anything to be worried about here with Nvidia?
Well, I think the charts you just went through shows the reason that I say uh-oh. So first you started with SMH, and you showed that SMH, and I talked about that on the morning show, that SMH has been relatively weak on this bounce to the rest of the market. And then you went through MU and AMD. We won't even talk about Intel. All of these names are
Broadcom is up there.
Are hugely relatively weak to SMH. So we have SMH relatively weak to the overall market right now. We have pretty much every name except Nvidia weak to that SMH, and Nvidia makes up about 20% of the entire semiconductor index right now. So if we get a bad news here, that's going to just absolutely bring down SMH because everything else can't keep up with Nvidia. So that's going to kind of, in my opinion, that's going to cascade everything down. And then that's going to leave a tug on the S&P 500, the overall cap-weighted S&P 500. And this is why this whole sector, I wouldn't be going anywhere near until well after this earnings is completely behind us. And not even that, I was trying to find the word, but I want not only earnings to be behind, but I want a couple days for the people who actually dissect earnings to be able to approach that before I'd go anywhere near any kind of semiconductor out there. I'm going to be sticking with my gold. I'm going to be sticking with my financials and the stuff that's breaking out to new all-time highs that's relatively strong to the semiconductor sector.
I mean, at least if anything happens to our gold, we can make chains out of it. I mean, if our Nvidia, I mean, what are we going to do? Just tie a GPU around our neck? I mean, that seems a little bit silly to me as well. Michael, I like that play. I always talk about a 3-day rule after earnings. And I was actually thinking that if there's so much weakness in all the other names, I feel like once it starts to bottom out, we will go back to the king of Nvidia. So maybe take some money out now, let it settle down, and then if there is some weakness, we'll be able to find a push back in that name once it finally settles. So I mean, I really like the story, and I think it can continue to go. So good advice there on Nvidia. My partner in crime over here at Dara would like to speak to you.
I actually do have a question for you, Michael. Thank you so much for being here with us today. We just talked about Nvidia, but there's another semiconductor name making its first earnings report after a 10-to-1 split. That's going to be Broadcom. They're reporting not this week, but the week after, that Thursday evening. So I was wondering if you have any views on Broadcom. I know it might be a little hard depending on how this one reacts to Nvidia, but AVGO could be an interesting one here.
And this one I think is a little bit slept on, right? So if we go and we just take a look at the chart I have open here, I zoomed out here on daily chart, and this is just continuing to make new highs and again, just a monster. A little bit less, I think a little bit more into networking, a little bit less into actually just the GPU manufacturing. So a little bit of a different sector, but the problem is everyone I've talked to, all the traders I talked to, all the technicians, everybody is waiting for Nvidia earnings because of that 20% cap that they have on the overall market. So To be honest, and it sounds kind of sad, even for a company that's worth, 400 or 745 billion, so almost $1 trillion market cap, that this is in the semiconductor world, this is going to be a bit of a small fish. So I think this is going to get pulled around by whatever happens in Nvidia. So unless there's a really big surprise one way or the other, I don't think it will matter too much. I think all that matters right now in the semiconductor space is what does Nvidia say versus what is the market expecting.
Michael, without any further ado, we don't have too much time left, but I want to know one thing, because the sector that I'm interested in, we've talked about healthcare a little bit already. The next one for me is going to be energy. We've talked about alternative energy a little bit. Is there anything in traditional that you like? I mean, Chevron's been pulled back a lot. XOM starting to break, so I think like relatively strong there on XOM. We've had a couple traders on liking the XLE. I recently put on a position again, added to my position in the XLE on the long side of things. Is there a specific play right now in the energy space that you're looking at? Maybe you're in or looking to take a trade in the next couple weeks, days?
I think the XLE is a good one. I don't know if it's just that I'm getting older, but I'm liking these ETFs more and more. But I think we would be completely amiss if we didn't talk about the potential here on Oxy again.
Okay.
Now, right, they're calling this the Buffett bottom because every single time it's gotten down here, this is a weekly chart going back to 2022. This is where Warren Buffett has been buying. So he's been creating the floor of this. I don't know if he has a technician on staff or if he just likes this price and is creating the demand zone himself, but it's going to move with XLE. So if XLE is going to move, this is going to be a good headwind. I like it anytime that you see Buffett buying these things, not just because everybody who's out there has their price set around here. I think it's $56 or so that he's been buying it at. But also, he locks up the float. He's not the kind of guy who's going to buy this and then even if it doubles from here, just turn around and sell it instantly. He's going to be in this name for years. So I think you could potentially play the Buffett bottom here on Oxy, and it makes your decision pretty simple, right? Well, I've got a pretty clear line drawn right here. Call it $56. You could pick some up there. If you see a weekly close under 55 or something like that, you could get out. I think this would be also good for options players. I'm not a big options guy myself, but I could see you selling puts below it, doing a risk reversal, buying calls, that kind of thing. For those who think we're going to get a bounce here, because if we do end up breaking through this high, that's all the way up at $75, and we take the move, the measured move, which on just flat base plays is you just take the distance from the low of the base to the high of the base and you add up the price. That gets us to $100. Through $100, maybe we get to 120. So you're talking about a potential double on this name that's really, really chill if two things occur: if that support holds, and if we get this turn in XLE and in oil that we can. So that's a trade that I've been watching. I'm just waiting for some sort of signal. I think Wednesday is when they have their oil inventory numbers. So maybe after Wednesday is when I'll pull the trigger.
Yes, sir. Wednesday, Michael Noss at 10:30. You can join us here live on Trader TV Live for those oil numbers. Unbelievable. I look at this weekly chart. It was down to $10 back there in 2020. Like, I guess when there's blood in the streets there, remember, we had oil turn red and all turn negative and all that stuff per barrel. Michael, thank you so much. Everyone loving the backdrop there. We were just talking a little bit about sleep there. You as a relatively new father to a new little one there, what's your sleep schedule looking like these days?
What's sleep?
Okay, I didn't think so. All right. So we're still working through that. All right, you and Derek can join the Sleep Less Club.
Well, I sleep too much. That's
you
my
sleep
issue.
too much. That's right, the oversleep.
I oversleep.
Michael, thank you so much. We will cheer on Nvidia earnings and try to remember what you talked about. A lot of people thanking you for going over some of those names. So thank you, Michael, and best of luck, and get some rest, my friend.
Thank you, Michael.
Ciao. He'll be back on Friday. And make sure everybody does check out Trader TV 20 on Trade Ideas. You can go on their website, ask for the promo code, type in Trader TV 20. Michael also available there. I didn't even go over his socials, my bad. You can find Michael Noss there on Instagram or on X. And he's a real one. He answers all, like, I message him and he gets back to me almost immediately. I don't want to overhype him, so if he takes a couple minutes, he is a busy guy, but Michael definitely able and willing to help out everybody. So thank you, Michael, for coming on, not only this morning, but right now. So that's Michael Noss. We don't have too much time left. We got to wrap this thing up. So you know what I'm going immediately over to?
Roll call.
That's it. It's roll call. Thing is, come on, Ramin, man. What's in Sean's bottle? I mean, come on, man.
Shout out to Ramin.
It's gin. You have it the wrong way. I've already talked about this. Not water or vodka. No, it's water mixed in with more water. So it's just a
So
water.
it's a water tonic then.
It's a water tonic, yes. But tonics would not. But this is not sparkling water, though.
Yeah, but it's a joke. It's just like water on water.
I got
It's a mix of water.
Thank you to Michael Noshfors here. Look, it's roll call right now. Let's go over this real quickly here. So 52% believe it's water. All right. I like that one. That's good. That's right. Coming back in, sipping on some scissor. Yeah, that is right. We are doing some of that. Not now, though. Last time I had, you know what? I don't actually even remember the last time I had a cold or anything like that, like cough syrup and stuff like that.
Really?
You know, yeah. Really, I've been pretty good.
No scissor.
Minnesota's in the house. What's up, Minnesota? Sorry about JJ McCarthy there, but you still have the other JJ. He's going to be a great one. Justin Jefferson right there. What's up to Benston Burrell? Neo Rob is here. Monty G. Jeremy Newman's here. Richard Fan, this is Roll Call. You are now part of Roll Call, Richard. So welcome to that. Bitcoin Trader, what's up? Tiny. You know what? Gin and lemonade is pretty good. I haven't had one of those in a minute.
I can't do gin.
Okay, forget about gin. Why would I say that? Gin and tonic then would be the best one for sure. Pitchbull says thank you, Adara, and Sean is fired. Thank you for that one. Henry Bitcoin, and thanks Adara as well from Andrew Chow. Pedro Pardo, please check AMD. Yeah, we will be doing that lots. Trust me on that one. What's up to Jeremy Rivian Millionaires? He's saying let's go Rivian and let's go Nvidia as well. We can't do this show without Bears versus Bulls. We can't do it without Adara, and we can't do it without Ramin. I don't see anybody else here, so I think that's about it. Shout out to Obi, who may or may not be here as well. And everybody else, the Piper, everybody that's still here. Thank you so much for watching. Tomorrow's another day, and it's at 8:30. We're going live. You'll have Adara over there. Apple shares moving sharply lower. What exactly? I cannot do this. I have to go.
Apple, what are you doing?
I don't see anything.
Obi is here. Ramin just
there he is
found
right
him.
now. Oh, no. So there's Apple right now,
I
down to
found Apple
225. Yeah, the CFO transition.
CFO transition here. They just announced it. So Kevon Parekh is that's their VP.
I'd buy this dip.
President of Financial Planning. They're going to be the new CFO and join the exec team.
Look what happens when the algos hit, just real quick, and then we'll wrap this up because we're a minute over right now. This is what happens when you see Alphabet, or Apple, or any of these Mag 7 names. Whenever you see news, you get these huge moves down because they see the move down and then they just mark it down because you don't know what that is. Apple delays iPhone shipments. Apple does this. Apple does that. Now you're simply just going to get a CFO. I don't think that's going to really move the market, but we do have it on Benzinga Pro. And here it is right here. Apple says CFO Luca, what's up, Luca? Mastery will transition from his role on January 1st. So again, just a little bit of a reshuffle there of the cabinet over in Apple. I would be buying any dips on that kind of a news. They know what they're doing, not us. All right, thank you, everybody. 8:30 tomorrow. See you then. Bye.
See you. Bye.